In the realm of Xia, within the domain of heaven, dense jungles and vast swamps prevail, teeming with venomous creatures. A perpetual shroud of toxic mist envelopes the area, earning it the grim title of the Death Zone. In such a harsh environment, even the fiercest wolves and beasts face near certain demise. Yet, at this very moment, deep within the realm of heaven, a young man, his expression edged with distress, gazes at the alluring figure veiled by a sheer fabric atop a green stone. The crimson hue staining the stone is particularly striking. Surrounding them, the poisonous miasma seems to dissipate, creating a clearing of 100 feet around where they stand. Master, I was wrong. Please don't cast me away. I will take responsibility for you, Li Mu implores, his face a portrait of earnestness and determination as he looks at his master, the flushed and agitated Qingju. Wretched disciple. Silence. Qingju, flustered and incensed, fixes a cold glare upon Li Mu, her breath quickening, her body radiating a breathtaking allure. The turmoil within her causes an acute sense of tearing, knitting her brows in distress. Does he not realize the extent of her suffering? This wayward disciple, due to his unique constitution, had previously succumbed to madness while attempting to break through his limits. The accumulation of young poison had clouded his reason. In a moment of crisis, she had sacrificed herself as a vessel to absorb the young poison within Li Mu. Under ordinary circumstances, mutual cultivation would yield great benefits for both. However, in this instance, the excess of young poison had overwhelmed her, leading to her own erosion. Were it not for the peculiar environment of the heaven domain, she might have faltered entirely. Yet, this ordeal had caused her own cultivation to regress significantly. I have spent every day with my master. If I leave, you will be left all alone in this heaven domain. I cannot abandon you, Li Mu states bitterly, gazing at Qingju with unwavering sincerity. Be silent. Qingju, taken aback momentarily, her eyes flickering with complexity, then rebukes him furiously. Previously, it was to suppress the young poison within you. That matter is now closed, and need not be revisited. Now that your Pure Yang technique has ascended to the 6th level, it is time for you to depart. But there are no buts. Before Li Mu can voice his concerns, Qingju continues to chastise him. Do not forget the warnings from your master. The Pure Yang technique operates autonomously at the 6th level, and the environment of the heaven domain can no longer restrain it. Your unique constitution necessitates that you seek out your 7 senior sisters to secure a thread of hope for survival, and the blood debt that burdens you, though you intend to hide within the heaven domain for all eternity. Qingju's resolute tone stuns Li Mu, and a surge of profound hatred wells up in his dark eyes. The harrowing memories of 8 years past resurface like a nightmare. It was the night of his comminglage ceremony, the Li family festooned in celebration. Yet, that very night, a band of cloaked figures stormed in, slaughtering indiscriminately, leaving the Li household strewn with bodies and rivers of blood.
Emerging from the celestial domain, Li Mu did not descend the mountain directly. Instead, like a swift leopard, he paused before a colossal tomb mount. This mount, nestled against the celestial realm, served as both the entrance to this ethereal domain and a protective barrier standing guard beyond it. Li Mu's expression was a tapestry of emotions as he gently brushed away the dust and fallen leaves from the gravestone, allowing his gaze to settle upon the photograph etched there. It depicted a woman in her 30s, adorned in a striking red garment, possessing an exquisite beauty, particularly accentuated by her slightly melancholic eyes that evoked a sense of sympathy. This was his master, Yi Honglian, known as the Ghost Valley Medical Immortal, who had introduced him to the celestial realm 8 years prior. Yi Honglian was of a gentle disposition. Their bond transcended that of mere teacher and student, evolving instead into a profound friendship. In contrast, his master's wife, Lung Qingju, was characterized by her cool detachment and unwavering strictness. His master, typically reclusive, had chosen to enter seclusion after recovering from her injuries. Yet, none could have anticipated that after 6 months of retreat, Yi Honglian would suddenly find herself in a critical state. Despite her unparalleled medical prowess, she could not avert her fate and requested to be interred outside the celestial domain, vowing to guard its entrance even in death. Master, I have come to bid you farewell, Li Mu murmured softly. I have cultivated the Pure Yang Dao Scripture to the 6th layer. It is time for me to depart. As for my master's wife, I shall exert every effort to fulfill your wishes. As he spoke, a flicker of intensity crossed his features. The tomb of his master, Yi Honglian, had been shrouded in a protective barrier, rendering any divine sense ineffective for probing. Yet, at that moment, amidst the gentle patter of sound, several presences began to reveal themselves. Who dares approach? Show yourselves. Li Mu's aura surged, causing the surrounding marsh to boil, and with it, dead branches and leaves were swept into the air. swirling like a storm of powder. From the thicket to the right of the tomb, several men emerged, appearing slightly disheveled. Upon realizing that Li Mu stood alone, they visibly relaxed. "I thought someone was making a ruckus. Turns out it's just a young lad," remarked a gaunt-faced man, a sardonic smile spreading across his features. "But you're too late. We've already claimed this place." "What? You truly deserve to die?" Li Mu's eyes darkened. A chilling, murderous intent surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature to plummet. It was an affront to allow a band of grave robbers to disturb the resting place of his master, Yi Honglian, who lay in eternal slumber. "What did you say?" The gaunt-faced man's expression soured as he charged toward Li Mu, raising the Luoyang's spade menacingly, ready to strike. "Begone!" Ignoring the weapon raised against him, Li Mu lifted his hand and, in a flash like lightning, delivered a powerful slap. The gaunt-faced man let out no sound as he was propelled away, flying several meters before crashing into the miasmic marsh. The other's pupils constricted in shock, instinctively stepping back, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. "Is this even human?" they wondered. With just one slap, he sent a fully grown man flying dozens of meters. No one cared about the fate of the gaunt-faced man. Given the force of that blow, he might have lost consciousness the moment he took flight. Moreover, plunging into the toxic marsh, his chances of survival were virtually non-existent. "Young brother, I am Zhou Jin from the Black Tiger Gang of Yang City. Previously, a companion of mine spoke out of turn, and I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can forgive us." A middle-aged man, clearly the leader among them, hastily clasped his hands in greeting. Even he, despite his dullness, understood that they had encountered formidable opposition today. "I killed your companion. Do you not seek revenge?" Li Mu said, narrowing his eyes and gazing at Zhou Jin with a mocking smile. "His insolence has led to this outcome. It is only fitting." Zhou Jin's face stiffened momentarily. Then he forced a smile in response. "You are indeed perceptive," Li Mu replied nonchalantly, causing Zhou Jin's heart to leap with unexpected joy. "However, it is too late." Li Mu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the grave of his master, Yi Honglian. "You have already been shown considerable respect. Do not overstep your bounds." Before Zhou Jin could speak, a burly young man erupted in anger. "Do not think that just because you possess brute strength, we are intimidated. We too are individuals who dance on the edge of a blade. Should a fight ensue, it is uncertain whether you will emerge unscathed. You would do well to consider that behind the Black Tiger Gang stands the Zhou family of Yang City." Li Mu's expression turned icy, and in an instant, his form vanished like a wraith. When he reappeared, he was before the robust young man, seizing him by the neck and lifting him high. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Li Mu leaped into the air, brutally slamming the young man into the ground. The tremendous force created a crater in the earth, and within it, the man lay as lifeless as a rag doll, his bones shattered, having not even a moment to scream. Zhou Jin's complexion turned pale, and the other two men stared at Li Mu in sheer terror. The ruthless decisiveness and overwhelming strength displayed by Li Mu instilled a deep fear in the trio. "You dare to kill me. The Black Tiger Gang will not let this go unpunished, especially with the Zhou family behind us. The Zhou family is a prominent clan. We are here to assist Miss Zhou Qingyuan in seeking opportunities in the Valley of Ghosts. To offend the Black Tiger Gang and the Zhou family over a mere misunderstanding is not worth the cost." Zhou Jin's face shifted through a spectrum of emotions as he glared at Li Mu, shouting in a frenzy. The others gripped their clubs tightly, preparing for confrontation. "Misunderstanding? Disturbing my master's grave and disrupting her rest. No one can save you now," Li Mu replied coldly. As his words concluded, he stomped the ground forcefully and leaped into action. In a flash, a swift kick sent the other two men flying several dozen meters away, their lives extinguished. "What? You are a disciple of the Valley of Ghosts? This is impossible." Zhou Jin gasped in horror, retreating hastily. "It is said that the healer from the Valley of Ghosts accepts only female disciples. This is an unbroken ironclad rule. Moreover, the grave was utterly empty, merely a ceremonial mound." Zhou Jin was struck with dread, as if grasping at a lifeline. He shouted desperately, "Young brother, there must be some misunderstanding. There is nothing within that grave." Before Zhou Jin could finish his plea, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his back, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. His clothes tore apart at the chest, and he collapsed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to death. He widened his eyes, his face still bearing the marks of terror, unable to close them in eternal rest. Disturbing the peace of the dead, Let him forever rest here and be forgiven. Li Mu spoke indifferently as he approached Yi Honglian's grave and bowed deeply. Master, I shall return to visit you in a year. With that, Li Mu tucked away the crimson dagger and rose to depart. These individuals hailed from Yang City, the very destination he was bound for. Once it was his home, from which he had fled in disgrace 8 years prior. Now, it was time to return. Blood feuds demand blood repayment. Shortly after Li Mu's figure vanished, Lung Qingzhu quietly emerged, gazing at the imposing grave mound before her. A fleeting expression of melancholy crossed her ethereal and exquisite visage. I was nearly discovered. At the Li family's ancestral home, Li Mu's eyes were profound. 8 years had transformed everything. The once glorious Li estate had fallen into ruin after the catastrophic fire. Now overgrown with weeds, its walls crumbling, casting a particularly desolate shadow in the waning light. The harrowing images from that fateful night played in his mind like a relentless film reel. With a heavy heart, Li Mu stepped inside. Young man, do not enter. This is a haunted house, and great misfortune will befall you. Indeed, 18 souls perished in that fire 8 years ago. In the early years, mournful cries often echoed at night. It was said to be the work of vengeful spirits. The Zhou family had summoned exorcists, restoring a semblance of peace. Yet none dared to tread here lightly thereafter. Li Mu paused, turning to regard the few passers-by who spoke. The Li family suffered a calamity. 18 lives were mercilessly taken. When did this place become a haunted house? And what of those midnight cries from years past? Could it be that my junior brother's inquiries have yielded some leads? The call from my third senior sister, Zhang Mingyao, jolted Li Mu back to reality. 8 years ago, the perpetrators of the slaughter were the Zhou family. Once vassals of the Li clan, the Zhou family had not only been complicit in that tragedy, but had also seized the majority of the Li family's assets. Now standing as a formidable power in Yang City. In 3 days, Zhou Qingyuan was set to marry into the Zhao family, uniting 2 prominent families, a formidable alliance indeed. The Zhou family's machinations run deep. The events of that time are intricately woven. Exercise caution, she warned. Additionally, I have uncovered that your sister, Li Qianqian, was taken by the Zhou family and raised as a captive, rumored to be a gift for the jade-faced Buddha upon her coming of age. Boom. Li Mu's eyes widened with fury. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. Today marks my sister's coming-of-age ceremony. How dare the Zhou family? The sound reverberated like thunder. Years ago, when the Zhou family was at their lowest, his father had taken them in, aiding them through their dire straits with the intention of helping them rise again. In return for this kindness, the Zhou family proposed a union between their granddaughter and the Li family. However, as they were both still young, Li Mu had given it little thought. Little did he expect that the Zhou family would turn out to be treacherous, repaying kindness with enmity. Memories flooded back of the Li family's 18 lives lost in the inferno, blood flowing like a river, painting a scene akin to hell on earth. Thoughts of his parents' uncertain fate and his sister being treated like livestock ignited an inferno of wrath within him. The Zhou family must pay in blood for their transgressions. He moved like a wraith, swiftly heading towards the residence of the Zhou family. Junior brother, are you listening? On a flight to Yang City, a young woman of exquisite beauty and graceful stature anxiously tapped her foot. The Zhou family had thrived over the years, establishing a formidable foundation. And now they had formed a connection with the martial sect. My junior brother, alone and unarmed, would undoubtedly suffer greatly against the Zhou family's intricate web. Zhang Dong, immediately take a team to the Zhou residence and ensure my junior brother's safety. Zhang Mingyao hung up the phone, her stunning visage darkened by worry. Should anyone dare to harm my junior brother, I shall ensure that the entire Zhou family accompanies him to the grave. At the Zhou villa, lights blazed and decorations adorned the premises, radiating joy and celebration. Outside the villa, many gazed at the grand Zhou residence with envy. The Zhou family's business had flourished, and now they were set to ally with the Zhao family through marriage, poised to become the pinnacle of high society in Yang City. The Zhou family patriarch was gravely ill, beyond the reach of medicine, but with the assistance of the jade-faced Buddha, Ji Xiao, he might yet extend his life by another decade. Rumor had it that the jade-faced Buddha had a cruel temperament. Although he was unattractive, he indulged in debauchery, particularly fixating on innocent maidens, leading many to their demise in recent years. It was truly a pity for Li Qianqian. After all, she was a descendant of the Li family, yet she was treated as a mere servant. Speak softer, if overheard, Your life wouldn't suffice as an apology. Within the Zhou villa, Zhou Hongsheng sat at the head of the table, a faint, sickly pallor shadowing his smile. Beside him stood several direct descendants of the Zhou family, each poised beside him. Are we all prepared? Zhou Qingyuan, clad in a cheongsam, elegantly inquired of the young man at her side. As the current matriarch of the Zhou family, despite being a woman, she wielded remarkable influence through her formidable abilities. Zhou Qingyuan nodded and replied in a hushed tone. Everything is ready. Thankfully, we did not place our hopes on the Black Tiger Gang. With the jade-faced Buddha's intervention, grandfather will surely recover. Zhou Qingyuan nodded, her beautiful eyes drifting towards the second floor, where a delicate and slender girl was being escorted down by two others. The girl's pallid complexion and fearful gaze, coupled with the sheer lace nightgown that barely concealed her form, revealed her trembling fear. Li Qianqian, what expression is this? After being nurtured by the Zhou family for so many years, it is your honor to serve the jade-faced Buddha as a plaything. Zhou Qingyuan approached with a sinister look, gazing directly at the trembling Li Qianqian. Did you truly believe you still held the lofty status of a miss from the Li family? You would do well to be accommodating to the jade-faced Buddha, lest I make your existence a living hell. Li Qianqian remained silent, her face ashen, biting her lip, her body quivering despite her overwhelming resentment directed at the Zhou family. What is this? After all these years of swapped identities, you still haven't acclimated? It seems our kindness in raising you within the Zhou family has been overly generous. Zhou Qingyuan grinned wickedly at Li Qianqian. Enough. Now that everything is prepared, let us escort her to her room. Zhou Qingyuan offered a faint smile, her gaze coldly sweeping over Li Qianqian, seemingly oblivious to the animosity directed her way. The disparity in their statuses loomed large, rendering them mere ants, their fates controlled by others, unworthy of her regard. The Zhou family, with hearts as treacherous as wolves, would find no reprieve even in death at my hands, she vowed. Li Qianqian, her face a mask of despair, cried out in a voice filled with anguish. For years, she had endured torment under the Zhou family's roof, living a fate worse than death. Had she not clung to the belief that her brother still lived, she would have long since succumbed to despair. Now trapped in a dire predicament, she had resolved that even in death, she would preserve her innocence and deny the Zhou family their desires. Let us discuss this after tonight, Zhou Qingyuan sneered, as he crushed a pink pill and forced it into Li Qianqian's mouth. Observing the flush of color spreading across her face, a broader grin broke out on Zhou Qingyuan's features. If there are indeed ghosts, where are your deceased parents now? He taunted, his gaze at Li Qianqian laced with mockery. Thunder erupted suddenly, a deafening roar that shattered the air. As lightning flashed, the once boundless sky became shrouded in oppressive dark clouds, instilling an indescribable sense of dread. Zhou Qingyuan's smile froze, and the other members of the Zhou family exchanged alarmed glances. At that moment, a voice, chilling to the bone and imbued with a palpable intent to kill, resonated through the air like thunder rolling across the heavens. The Zhou family shall be extinguished today. The icy proclamation echoed through the Zhou villa, sending all present to look towards the entrance with foreboding expressions. There, a tall, emaciated figure approached slowly, illuminated intermittently by flashes of lightning, their face laden with a cold, murderous intent that flickered in and out of view. Impudent wretch! Who do you think you are to come here and cause a ruckus at the Zhou family? Several members of the Zhou clan shouted, fury written across their faces, particularly upon seeing Li Mu standing alone. How audacious, thinking your former servitude grants you such boldness. Li Mu raised his head, his expression devoid of emotion. You are Li Mu? Zhou Qingyuan's pupils constricted, his expression shifting to one of incredulity. You are alive? Surprised that I am not dead? Li Mu replied, his gaze indifferent as it settled on Zhou Qingyuan, then darkened upon noticing Li Qianqian's flushed face and dazed eyes. Release her. Perhaps you should consider whether you can even leave here alive, Zhou Qingyuan retorted with a cruel smile. Shall I label you naive or simply foolish, to have narrowly escaped death only to walk into the jaws of the Zhou family? Release my brother, and I will comply with whatever you demand, Li Qianqian pleaded, her flushed face betraying a flicker of clarity amidst her tears. Silence. Zhou Qingyuan barked, his voice icy. He then gestured, summoning a dozen Zhou family guards who charged towards Li Mu. Li Mu's expression darkened as he abruptly stomped the ground. The hard floor beneath them trembled violently, erupting like an earthquake as it surged toward the oncoming guards. Before they could react, they collided with the rising earth. The formidable force contained within caused several members of the Zhou family's guards to spew blood and be violently hurled to the ground, their fates uncertain. What? Zhou Qingyun's expression changed dramatically, and the other members of the Zhou family wore looks of shock. However, before they could react, Li Mu's iron fist, akin to a torrent of steel, struck Zhou Qingyun's right shoulder with the swiftness of lightning. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. Zhou Qingyun let out a wretched cry, collapsing to his knees, his right shoulder a gruesome mess, the broken bones stark against the backdrop of blood. You wretched creature! How dare you harm my grandson? Zhou Hongsheng bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he sprang to his feet. Li Mu remained indifferent, his foot rising abruptly to deliver a decisive kick to Zhou Qingyun's chest. The force of the blow sent Zhou Qingyun flying, crashing into a pillar of the hall, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to death. The entire Zhou family hall fell into a profound silence. No one could have anticipated Li Mu's brutal ferocity. You insolent wretch, how dare you? Zhou Hongxing's complexion turned pale as he trembled, gazing at Li Mu with raging eyes. Zhou Qingyuan furrowed her brows slightly, remaining silent throughout, her gaze flickering as she looked at Li Mu. After 8 years, Li Mu had undergone a transformation, possessing remarkable skills. Ignoring Zhou Hongxing, Li Mu swiftly moved to embrace the unconscious Li Qianqian. What a vile spring poison! Li Mu's eyes turned as cold as steel as his fingertips brushed against Li Qianqian's painfully flushed cheek, a murderous intent swelling within him. Yet, in the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted. The Pure Yang Taoist formula within him began to operate at an alarming speed on its own. Li Mu turned to Li Qianqian, his expression fluctuating between shadows and light. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to eradicate the spring poison within her. Without a moment's hesitation, he placed his palm against her back, the Pure Yang Taoist formula rapidly absorbing the poison from her body. As he observed the crimson flush fade from his sister's face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, temporarily suppressing the poison within. Raising his head, a chilling aura surged from his dark eyes as he gazed at the ashen-faced Zhou Hongsheng. Zhou Hongsheng, my family has treated yours well. Why did you strike against the Li family 8 years ago? Li Mu coldly inquired. Who was the mastermind behind this? Reveal the true culprit, and I shall spare your life. You are aware of the existence of a mastermind, yet still dare to act with such impudence in the Zhou family? Before Zhou Hongsheng could respond, Zhou Qingyun spoke calmly, a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown gracing her lips. Do you truly believe that knowing a bit of martial arts grants you the freedom to run rampant in the Zhou family? Master Lin, please take action. Zhou Qingyuan called out. From behind her emerged a man clad in black, his eyes cold and merciless. I had no intention of intervening, but you should not have disrupted my senior brother's plans. If you leave this woman behind and kneel to admit your wrongdoing, I may spare your life, Master Lin stated, his calm voice laced with undeniable authority. What do you think you are? Li Mu swept a dispassionate glance at Lin Kuan, dismissing him as merely a warrior at the 7th level of body refinement, unworthy of consideration. You seek death. Lin Kuan's expression darkened as he stepped forward, the sound of cracking bones echoing from his body. I will cripple your limbs and shatter your teeth. Then let us see how you dare to speak so arrogantly. He bellowed, his figure lunging forward with ferocity, his right fist clenched tightly, unleashing a torrent of power. Li Mu regarded the oncoming Lin Kuan with an air of indifference, his palm extending languidly to seize Lin Kuan's ferocious iron fist effortlessly. Lin Kuan's countenance shifted dramatically, though his punch boasted the force of several hundred pounds. It was easily restrained by Li Mu. In his futile attempts to break free, he was horrified to discover that no amount of strength could avail him. Insignificant, Li Mu remarked coolly, and with a sudden grip, the sound of cracking echoed as Lin Kuan let out a blood-curdling scream, his hand bones crushed mercilessly. Then, before the wide-eyed spectators, Li Mu raised Lin Kuan with a single hand and slammed him down onto the ground with tremendous force. Each impact resonated with a deafening thud, echoing like a heavy hammer against the hearts of every member of the Zhou family. By the time Lin Kuan was slammed down for the 3rd time, the ground had been indented, forming a crater of nearly a foot deep. Lin Kuan lay broken and bloodied, lifeless, his spirit extinguished. The Zhou family villa fell into a profound silence, every onlooker staring in shock at Li Mu, who resembled a deity of death. No one could have anticipated that the brother of the jade-faced Buddha would prove so weak. A warrior, far superior to ordinary folk. now appeared as fragile as an infant before Li Mu. Zhou Hongsheng, who is the mastermind behind my parents' murder? Li Mu coldly inquired, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Hongsheng. You do not need to know, Zhou Hongsheng began, but before he could finish, a voice as fierce as a raging tiger emanated from the back hall of the Zhou residence. You killed my brother and thwarted my plans. How do you wish to die? From the shadows emerged a towering figure, striding with heavy steps. His physique was as robust as an ox, his face lined with muscle, exuding a violent and oppressive aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. My brother may have been disappointing, yet that does not justify your actions. The jade-faced Buddha's voice resonated like a great bell, his coppery eyes chillingly fixated on Li Mu. The jade-faced Buddha? Li Mu mused, observing the butchery-like presence before him, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. He had not anticipated that the fearsome, jade-faced Buddha, known to instill dread in the hearts of Yang City's denizens, would appear in this guise. Do you know who I am? You should comprehend your impending fate, the jade-faced Buddha said, a semblance of a smirk gracing his lips, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. So, will you die by your own hand in atonement, or shall I take action? Do you think you are worthy? Li Mu replied nonchalantly, his words inciting a tempest of outrage. Utterly oblivious and excessively arrogant. To speak thus to the jade-faced Buddha is a death sentence. Enough. Before Li Mu could respond, the jade-faced Buddha interjected, his bloodthirsty gaze locked onto Li Mu, an oppressive force rising from within him. Prepare to meet your end. With a thunderous roar, the jade-faced Buddha surged forward, his formidable form barreling towards Li Mu like a mountain unleashed. With hands as coarse as a fan, a powerful gust of wind surged forth, reaching directly for Li Mu. Rolling his eyes, Li Mu maintained his composure, disregarding the overwhelming aura that enveloped him, and stepped forward, his unremarkable palm extended, striking down towards the jade-faced Buddha, suspended in midair. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed like a clap of thunder, shaking the entire Zhou family's villa to its core. The expressions of everyone present transformed in an instant, as they instinctively retreated, squinting towards the dust-filled hall. As the haze gradually settled, the sturdy floor bore a gaping hole, a span of about 10 feet wide. Within the pit, the imposing figure of the jade-faced Buddha lay prostrate, resembling a lifeless creature, spewing blood and foam. His copper-like eyes were filled with an overwhelming disbelief. Coughing, his face ashen, he gazed in horror at Li Mu. Are you a master of the art of Qi? In the world of martial arts, the foundation lies in physical refinement, breaking through the shackles of the body to be recognized as a martial artist. This path further divides into numerous realms. Qi blood, opening the source, Qi movement, mastery of Qi, true essence, divine wandering, transcendence. An entry into sanctity. Would you like to know more? Li Mu lowered his head, coldly observing the disfigured visage of the jade-faced Buddha. In the next instant, he lifted his foot sharply, crashing it down under the horrified gaze of the Buddha. With a sickening crunch, as his foot descended, the Buddha's head burst open like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Gasp! The Zhou family members present couldn't help but inhale sharply. Their eyes filled with uncontrollable shock as they turned to look at Li Mu. How could this be possible? Zhou Hongxing trembled, his expression one of sheer terror as he gazed at Li Mu. The scene before him sent chills down his spine. He could never have imagined that the frail child from 8 years ago had transformed into someone so unrecognizable. Ruthless and decisive, his methods were brutal and bloody, as if a demonic god had descended upon the earth. Zhou Qingyuan's face was equally pale, her eyes wide with astonishment as she beheld Li Mu. She too had not anticipated his overwhelming strength, capable of easily slaying even the jade-faced Buddha himself. Mr. Li, my apologies for my tardiness. At that moment, several agile figures rushed in, the foremost being a man with a resolute countenance, his short hair resembling steel needles, exuding an aura of sharpness. Who are you? Li Mu inquired, his internal energy resonating powerfully as he regarded the man with indifference. Under Li Mu's piercing gaze, Zhang Dong felt a sudden tightening in his chest, akin to being hunted by a venomous beast. He dared not delay and quickly responded, I am Zhang Dong, sent by your senior sister, Zhang Mingyao. I encountered some unforeseen circumstances, causing my delay. I ask for your forgiveness, Mr. Li. Enough, Li Mu waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze towards the unconscious Li Chanqian, a gentle expression softening his features. After 8 years apart, the little girl had blossomed into a young woman. her beauty striking yet marked by the frailty of long-term malnutrition and mistreatment at the hands of the Zhou family. Even now, as she lay unconscious, her delicately closed eyelashes fluttered slightly, revealing her unease. "Please take care of my sister. I have matters to attend to." Li Mu spoke softly, and after his words fell, Zhang Dong glanced at the chaotic scene before him, hesitatingly nodding. "The lady has arranged accommodation for Mr. Zhang at the Yunhai Xingtian's Yunding Tiangong. I shall escort her there immediately," Zhang Dong said in a deep voice, turning to lead the unconscious Li Qianqian away. Watching Zhang Dong and his entourage depart, Li Mu then turned his gaze towards Zhou Hongsheng. "My patience is running thin. Who exactly instigated you back then?" Li Mu asked solemnly, a faint blush barely discernible on his face. "If you are so eager to know, why not inquire underground with your parents?" A man dressed in a gray short shirt, holding a folding fan, resembling a scholar, slowly emerged behind Li Mu. "Scholar, you have arrived," Zhou Qingyuan exclaimed with delight upon seeing the newcomer, hastily rising to greet him. "If I had not come, would the Zhou family be turned upside down by this little creature?" The scholar smiled nonchalantly, his eyes narrowing into a dangerous arc as they turned towards Li Mu. "Scholar, are you with the crossing dragon?" Li Mu questioned coldly. On his way to Yangcheng, he had gained some understanding of the local powers. Crossing dragon, Huang Qiuxing, the undisputed overlord of Yangcheng. His capable subordinates, the scholar and the beast, are both ruthless warriors. "You possess some discernment, albeit limited," the scholar replied with a faint smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Kuan and the corpse of the jade-faced Buddha. "To have slain the jade-faced Buddha indeed shows some skill, yet the Zhou family is under my protection." As the scholar's words fell, he abruptly twisted his folding fan, transforming it into a sharp blade, aimed directly at Li Mu. The blade was exceedingly sharp, slicing through the air with a whistling sound, glistening with a cold light as it approached Li Mu's throat. Li Mu's eyes narrowed. The spring poison that had been temporarily subdued suddenly surged forth. With a flick of his wrist, a crimson dagger appeared, darting like a specter towards the scholar's neck. The scholar's expression changed drastically, every hair on his body standing on end. He instinctively attempted to evade, yet was still a step too late. Blood gushed from his neck, tracing a crimson line, and he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close them. Zhou Hongsheng was struck with terror, and the other members of the Zhou family wore expressions of horror. No one had anticipated that in merely a brief encounter, the right-hand man of the crossing dragon would be slain on the spot. "Zhou Hongsheng, I give you 3 days. If you do not speak, the Zhou family shall be exterminated." Li Mu spoke with a voice heavy with suppressed rage, as the spring poison, previously subdued, now erupted within him. Despite his formidable cultivation, he could not entirely dispel it. As his words echoed, his eyes gradually turned crimson, scanning the Zhou family members before he flickered like a specter, appearing beside Zhou Qingyuan. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized Zhou Qingyuan into his embrace. "The blood debt of the Zhou family shall begin to accrue interest from you. Father, what shall we do now? Qingyuan is dead, Qingyuan has been abducted, and even the scholar and the jade-faced Buddha have perished at the hands of that little beast. Is the Zhou family doomed?" A middle-aged man looked at Zhou Hongsheng in panic. The remaining members of the Zhou family were equally restless, acutely aware that given their family's past transgressions against the Li family, Li Mu's formidable return would undoubtedly lead to the destruction of the Zhou family. "What is there to panic about? What is there to panic about? A mere stray dog has frightened you all to this extent?" Zhou Hongsheng slammed his cane onto the table, the resounding noise immediately silencing the crowd. After surveying everyone, he promptly commanded, "Go. Report the scholar's demise to Lord Guojianglong at once. Furthermore, inform the Zhao family about Qingyuan's abduction, with the Zhao family and Guojianglong backing us. That little wretch cannot stir up any trouble." Upon hearing Zhou Hongsheng's orders, the crowd finally calmed down. After all, Guojianglong was the formidable leader of Yang City, and the Zhao family had even stronger connections than the Zhou family. With their support, even if Li Mu were to arrive 3 days hence, it would be a certain death for him. At this moment, Li Mu had brought Zhou Qingyuan to Yunhai Xingtian, the most prestigious villa district in Yang City, a place where only the affluent and the noble could reside. Within it, Yunding Tiangong stood as a unique gem among the villas. In the past, the Li family had been considered quite wealthy in Yang City, yet they had never possessed the privilege of living in Yunding Tiangong. "My third senior sister has quite the mysterious identity," Li Mu pondered as he gazed at the opulent villa. During his initiation into the celestial domain, he had only met his third senior sister, Zhang Mingyao, a few times. She had shown him great kindness. After all, he was the only male disciple in the entire celestial domain. However, after Zhang Mingyao's departure, they had lost all contact. He never imagined that she would be the owner of Yunding Tiangong. Li Mu, you must release me at once, or Brother Jia will not let you off lightly. Zhou Qingyuan glared at Li Mu with anger. Brother Jia? Zhao Yinjia? Li Mu inquired playfully. Indeed, I am to wed Brother Jia in 3 days. If you release me now, I can persuade him to spare your life, otherwise. Zhou Qingyuan said with a sense of triumph. For Zhao Yunjia was not only her fiancé, but also a core disciple of a prestigious sect. No matter where Li Mu had acquired his skills, he could not possibly match Zhao Yunjia. Before she could finish her sentence, however, Li Mu delivered a slap through the air. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan received the blow squarely, a crimson handprint appearing on her face. I care not who your fiancé is, nor the strength of your Zhou family's backing. In 3 days, the Zhou family will be annihilated. As for you, my temper is quite volatile at the moment. Li Mu sneered coldly, then waved his hand, causing a force to latch onto Zhou Qingyuan. Li Mu, you shall meet a terrible fate. Zhou Qingyuan howled. In this situation, she was well aware of Li Mu's intentions, yet no amount of struggle would avail her. Ignoring her, Li Mu strode directly to the guest room. Creak. The door closed, followed by earth-shattering sounds emanating from within. The first time? What of it? 2 hours later, Li Mu emerged from the room, his expression unchanged. Zhang Dong and others stood guard outside, diligently fulfilling their duty. Mr. Li. Zhang Dong immediately stood at attention and saluted, his eyes seemingly filled with admiration. You've worked hard. Li Mu paid no heed, casually tossing a few pills in their direction. These pills were concocted during his time in the celestial domain, highly effective for martial artists in regulating their breath and enhancing their physical prowess. Although Zhang Dong was unaware of the name of these pills, the fragrant aroma they exuded assured him that they were anything but ordinary. It was evident that the young lady's disciple was indeed generous. Thank you, Mr. Li. Zhang Dong expressed respectfully. By the way, where's my senior sister? The young lady has matters to attend to, but she will personally come to Yang City to see you once she is finished, Zhang Dong replied. Very well, you may leave now. Li Mu nodded and approached the bedside. Gazing at the unconscious Li Qianqian, his heart ached with anguish. He could only imagine the hardships she had endured over the past 8 years. While he had his senior sister and his master to keep him company, she had been raised by the Zhou family, reduced to a mere tool for the exchange of interests, living in constant fear. Qianqian, from this day forth, I shall not allow anyone to harm you, Li Mu declared as he retrieved a pill and administered it to Li Qianqian. In truth, he possessed even more potent pills, capable of directly transforming her into a martial artist. However, her years of malnutrition had rendered her body too frail. For now, he could only help her restore her health, and once she regained her strength, they could consider other options. After adjusting Li Qianqian's blankets, Li Mu sat cross-legged beside her. Although he had undergone 2 hours of detoxification, it was insufficient to cleanse his system entirely. Therefore, the immediate priority was to eliminate the residual spring poison within him. With his hands clasped, he channeled his internal energy to separate the spring poison from his bloodstream. Yet, as he prepared to expel the poison, he discovered it clung to him like a persistent parasite, refusing to be expelled easily. To dissolve it would require considerable effort on his part. What a tenacious spring poison! The Zhou family could never have produced such a thing. Li Mu's expression darkened. Fortunately, he had returned. Otherwise, if Li Qianqian had fallen victim to this poison and been toyed with by the jade-faced Buddha, she would have lost not only her purity, but potentially her life as well. No matter who is behind this, they shall pay. Li Mu clenched his fists tightly. He then stood up and, under the bewildered gazes of Zhang Dong and the others, re-entered the room where Zhou Qingyan was located. If the spring poison could not be easily resolved, there was no need to expend further effort. The sounds from the room were chaotic. Simultaneously, the news of Zhou Qingyuan's abduction had spread throughout Yang City. As Zhou Qingyuan's fiancé, Zhao Yunjia was consumed with rage upon hearing the news. That scoundrel! I will go and slay him. Zhao Yunjia fumed, preparing to storm the Yunding Tiangong to rescue Zhou Qingyuan. Do not act impulsively. At that moment, Zhao Ding, the head of the Zhao family, approached to calm Zhao Yunjia. Grandfather, how can I not be impulsive? The entire Yang City knows that Qingyuan is my fiancé. Yet that rogue Li Mu has abducted her. He is dragging my name through the mud. Zhao Yunjie exclaimed, his fists clenched, eyes blazing with fury. I understand perfectly. If it were anywhere else, I would go myself to rescue my granddaughter-in-law. But this is Yunding Tiangong. We cannot act recklessly, Zhao Ding replied. Yunding Tiangong. Isn't that just the Yuhai Xingtian Villa area? I fail to comprehend why the Zhao family, one of the foremost families in Yang City, should fear confrontation with anyone. Zhao Yunjie expressed his confusion. You must remember that in Yang City, Yunhai Xingtian is Yunhai Xingtian, and Yunding Tiangong is Yunding Tiangong. Yunhai Xingtian can be purchased with wealth, but only those with formidable backgrounds are deemed worthy to acquire Yunding Tiangong. Isn't our Zhao family backed by influential connections in the provincial city? Is that not sufficient? Certainly not, for those residing in Yunding Tiangong are beyond the reach of even our powerful connections. Zhao Ding remarked. What? Zhao Yunjie was taken aback. He never expected that a mere stray dog could entangle itself with such a formidable force. No wonder Li Mu's strength has surged so rapidly. In the span of 3 days, everyone became aware of Zhou Qingyuan's abduction, yet no one dared to intervene. During these 3 days, Li Mu successfully refined all the spring poison within him. To his astonishment, after purging the poison, his physical strength had indeed increased. It appears that this is no ordinary spring poison. I must seek clarification from the Zhou family. Li Mu snorted coldly and then rose to his feet. The time has come. Today marks the day of the Zhou family's demise. Brother, after 3 days, you finally emerged. As Li Mu opened the door, Li Qianqian leaped into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. 8 years. 8 years. She thought she would never see Li Mu again. Qianqian, enough now, do not cry. Your brother is here. Li Mu affectionately tousled Li Qianqian's withered hair, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Brother, you must have endured considerable hardship over these 8 years. Right? Li Qianqian gazed at Li Mu's resolute countenance, murmuring. After all, Li Mu was merely an ordinary person back then. Yet now he can effortlessly vanquish scholars and martial artists alike. The effort he has exerted over these 8 years is beyond what ordinary individuals can fathom. Silly girl. For the past 8 years, I've feasted on delicacies and been surrounded by beauties. I have not suffered at all. Li Mu chuckled. You're just trying to deceive me. Li Qianqian clearly did not believe her brother's words, thinking he was merely comforting her. All right, you rest well. I will be back shortly. Li Mu said. Brother, you are going to the Zhou family, right? I want to go too. Li Qianqian clenched her fists. For the past 8 years, she had constantly yearned for revenge. Now that an opportunity presented itself, she could not let it slip away. Qianqian, you stay here and wait. Leave the matter of revenge to me. Li Mu gently ruffled Li Qianqian's forehead. For this time, he intended to annihilate the Zhou family, and the scene would undoubtedly be exceedingly bloody. Although Li Qianqian harbored deep resentment towards the Zhou family, she would not be able to endure such a gruesome spectacle. Moreover, the Zhou family would surely have summoned reinforcements, including the Zhao family and even their backing forces. At that moment, he might not have the energy to care for Li Qianqian. Thus, Li Mu waved his hand, and Zhang Dong immediately approached. Zhang Dong, ensure my sister's safety. Do not let her leave Yunding Tiangong. Li Mu commanded. Yes, Mr. Li. Zhang Dong nodded, and then instructed his subordinates to maintain vigilance around Yunding Tiangong. Brother, please take care of yourself. Li Qianqian understood that her presence would only be a burden to Li Mu, so she could only softly remind him. Rest assured, in Yang City, no one has been born who can harm me. Li Mu laughed heartily, and then made his way to the entrance of Yunding Tiangong. At this moment, Zhou Qingyuan had gone 3 days and nights without food or water, enduring relentless torment, and was barely clinging to life. Upon seeing Li Mu emerge, her eyes filled with terror. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she stammered, Li Mu, please, don't. I assure you, my brother Jia. You wish to say that Zhao Yunjie will not spare me, correct? Then I shall take you to the Zhou family, allowing you to witness firsthand the downfall of both the Zhou and Zhao clans. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, and then a surge of power enveloped Zhou Qingyuan, propelling her towards the Zhou family villa. Who is that person? One onlooker exclaimed. Isn't that Zhou Qingyuan, the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Are you not aware? That is Li Mu. Li Mu? The same Li Mu from the Li family? Indeed, he has become quite the celebrity these past few days, having captured Zhou Qingyuan and held her in Yunding Tiangong for 3 days without anyone daring to intervene. Today, he even declared his intent to annihilate the Zhou family. However, with so many skilled fighters gathered at the Zhou family today, it remains uncertain who will be extinguished. Is it really that intense? As Li Mu made his way, whispers and discussions surrounded him. Indifferent to the chatter, he proceeded directly to the entrance of the Zhou villa. This could be intriguing. Li Mu sensed a powerful aura emanating from within the villa, a slight smile gracing his lips. Though it was far from being a match for him, such a presence in the small town of Yansheng was indeed rare. Regardless of who you are, having chosen to stand with the Zhou family, you must be prepared for death. With a cold sneer, Li Mu grasped Zhou Qingyuan and hurled her toward the grand entrance of the Zhou family. Bang! With a resounding crash, Zhou Qingyuan's frail body shattered through the door. Having gone 3 days and nights without sustenance, she was already on the brink of death, and now, after sustaining a grievous blow, she was left gasping for breath. Scoundrel! Zhao Yunjie roared upon witnessing this scene, his blood boiling as he prepared to charge at Li Mu. After all, what man could tolerate such treatment of his fiancée? However, Zhao Ding swiftly intervened to restrain Zhao Yunjie, knowing full well that he stood no chance against Li Mu. Zhou Hongsheng, the 3 days are up. Reveal the mastermind behind this, and I shall grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever entering this world. Li Mu strode to the entrance, kicking Zhou Qingyuan aside, and coldly regarded Zhou Hongsheng. You little wretch, today, with the great Lord Guojianglong and the Zhao clan present, you shall not act with impunity. Zhou Hongsheng bellowed. Oh, so you have chosen not to speak? Li Mu sneered, having anticipated this outcome. After all, Zhou Hongsheng had always been treacherous and cunning. Why would he easily capitulate now? You are Li Mu, the pitiable wretch from the Li family? At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in white emerged, casting a disdainful glance at Li Mu. Oh, so you are the Guojiang insect? Li Mu replied with a chilling smile. This man, though claiming to be the most formidable in Yanqing, was nothing in Li Mu's eyes. How dare you show disrespect to Lord Guojianglong? A burly middle-aged man behind Guojianglong roared in fury, charging at Li Mu with the intent to tear him apart. Kill him. Destroy him. Zhao Yunjie clenched his fists tightly. Although he was no match for Li Mu, the beast was the foremost expert under Guojianglong, possessing strength that surpassed that of a scholar. Therefore, when the beast struck, it was certain that Li Mu would meet a gruesome end. Guojianglong did not intervene. He too wished to ascertain the true prowess of the man capable of vanquishing a scholar. As the monstrous figure charged forth, Li Mu remained utterly unperturbed. With a casual yet decisive motion, he unleashed a punch that landed squarely on the beast's chest. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the beast's ribs shattered, piercing into his heart, and blood erupted from his mouth like a crimson fountain, dazzling in its brilliance. Boom! Following this, a resounding crash reverberated as the beast's colossal form collapsed to the ground. What? The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The beast weighed 300 pounds. What kind of impact could such a mass generate in motion? Yet, he was felled by a single blow from Li Mu. Just how terrifying was this individual? Guojianglong furrowed his brow, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent today. No wonder he had achieved mastery in the Qi and Blood realm. It was clear why he could slay both the scholar and the beast. Guojianglong fixed his gaze on Li Mu, as the energy within him surged, causing his skin to appear flushed with red. The Qi and Blood realm? Impossible. I am a core disciple of the Yunlan sect, yet I have not attained the Qi and Blood realm. How could he? Zhao Yunjie exclaimed, his face a mask of shock. Both the scholar and the beast were peak experts in the body refinement realm, yet they were dispatched in an instant. He must be at least a master of the Qi and Blood realm, Zhao Ding remarked. Indeed, achieving the body refinement realm qualifies one as a martial artist. Perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, a martial artist is an invincible force. But beyond the body refinement realm lie the Qi and Blood, opening the origin, Qi movement, controlling forces, true essence, divine travel, transcendence, and ascension realms. Each tier represents an insurmountable chasm. Guojianglong explained. If he truly is of the Qi and Blood realm, then today, Zhao Yunjie furrowed his brow. I am of the Qi and Blood realm, and I am also in the later stages of it. Otherwise, how could I claim to be the strongest in Yang City? Guojianglong sneered coldly, stepping forward. Young man, to achieve the Qi and Blood realm at such a tender age, it seems you have encountered many fortuitous events over the years. However, you should not have killed my people. Guojianglong scoffed. The Qi and Blood realm? You say it as you wish. Li Mu shrugged, paying little heed to Guojiang Long's words. For him, the Qi and blood realm was as insignificant as an ant. He had cultivated the Pure Yang Dao technique to the 6th layer. Although he was unclear about the specific realm, even a master of controlling forces would be no match for him. Such was the domineering nature of the Pure Yang Dao technique. Very well. I now present you with a chance to save your life. Immediately kneel and admit your wrongs, becoming my servant, and I shall spare you, Guojiang Long declared, his posture exuding arrogance. Unaware of the peril he faced, Li Mu rolled his eyes and then unleashed a swift slap through the air. Whoosh! An overwhelming force surged forth. Striking from a distance, Guojiang Long was taken aback, hastily raising his hand to defend. Yet, in the face of absolute power, his defense proved utterly futile. Bang! The dragon over the river was sent flying by a single slap, crashing against the wall of the Zhou family's villa, leaving behind a human-shaped indentation. He lay within that hollow, his internal organs shattered and his body utterly crushed. The once formidable figure of Yang City was effortlessly dispatched by Li Mu's hand. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, as all had anticipated that the dragon's intervention would quell Li Mu, never foreseeing such a devastating outcome. Such a pitiful display of strength. And yet you dare to protect the Zhou family? Li Mu remarked with a slight smirk, turning his gaze towards Zhou Hongsheng. The latter trembled. If even the dragon over the river was no match for Li Mu, just how formidable was this man? Brother Zhao, I implore you to intervene. Zhou Hongsheng quickly turned to Zhao Ding, for Zhou Qingyuan was betrothed to Zhao Yunjia, binding their families as in-laws. In times of peril, the in-laws must not turn a blind eye. Zhao Ding's lips twitched. He himself was merely at the early stage of the blood Qi realm, his strength inferior to that of the dragon. If the dragon succumbed to Li Mu's might, what fate awaited him? Yet, considering Zhou Qingyuan's status, Zhao Ding felt compelled to act. After all, how could the Zhao family hope to forge a union with the Zhou family otherwise? Thus, Zhao Ding spoke, Li Mu, release my granddaughter-in-law, and we can discuss matters further. Oh, release her? Li Mu glanced at the barely conscious Zhou Qingyuan and sneered. Regardless of her other identities, as a member of the Zhou family, she was destined to perish. However, he needed to extract information regarding the spring poison, otherwise, she would have met her end long ago. Seeing that Li Mu showed no intention of releasing her, Zhao Ding's voice grew somber. Li Mu, I recognize your formidable strength and your connections with those behind the Cloud Summit Temple, but the Zhao family is not to be trifled with. Moreover, Shao Jie is a core disciple of the Yunlan sect. Should we inform them, your fate would be sealed. Do you truly wish for it to come to that? Indeed, I am a core disciple of the Yunlan sect. Zhao Yunjia stepped forward, believing his status would deter Li Mu. Yet, Li Mu paid him no heed, instead launching a slap through the air towards Zhao Yunjia. Enough of this noise. Li Mu's chilling laughter rang out as his hand descended upon Zhao Yunjia. Zhao Jia, be careful, Zhao Ding exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Yunjia was the future of the Zhao family and could not be harmed. In a desperate bid, Zhao Ding shielded Zhao Yunjia, only to be sent crashing into the wall by Li Mu's strike, reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh. Zhao Yunjia was left utterly paralyzed. The dragon over the river had no backing and fell to Li Mu's hand, yet he had the Yunlan sect as his support, and still, Li Mu showed no mercy. Had his grandfather not intervened, he too would have been struck down. Li Mu, you will pay for this, Zhao Yunjia declared, hastily retreating to seek aid from the Yunlan sect. Attempting to flee, Li Mu sneered coldly, unleashing another slap. If he was to act, he would ensure total annihilation. Damn it, Zhao Yunjia gasped in horror, quickening his pace. However, his speed was exceedingly slow, and it seemed he was on the verge of being reduced to a mere pulp by a single slap. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, shielding Zhao Yunjia from behind and intercepting Li Mu's impending blow. You finally made your entrance, Li Mu remarked coldly, having sensed a formidable aura upon arriving at the Zhou residence, one far surpassing that of the Overlord. Kid, you have audacity to lay hands on a disciple of my Yunlan sect. The figure glared icily at Li Mu. Master, your arrival is fortuitous. Swiftly eliminate him. End him, Zhao Yunjia exclaimed, clinging desperately to the elder's leg and pointing menacingly at Li Mu. Yunlan sect? Even if Xiao Yan were here, I would still strike. Li Mu cast a disdainful glance at the elder and coldly declared, if you wish to live, you best vacate. Impudent. Who is Xiao Yan to compare with my Yunlan sect? I am an elder of Yunlan sect, and our power is unmatched. The elder began to elaborate on the might of Yunlan's sect, but Li Mu had no time for his prattle and struck him with a slap from afar. Presumptuous. The elder fumed, for he was an expert of the opening origin realm. How dare a mere youth lay a hand on him? He swiftly waved his hand. A faint crimson hue manifesting on his skin, the hallmark of the opening origin realm. The surging vitality signified formidable defense. With this crimson layer, he was essentially impervious to blades and spears, a true master. Haha, do you truly believe yourself formidable? My master shall show you. Zhao Yunjie laughed heartily. However, before his laughter could subside, the elder was instantly reduced to a mere smear of flesh by Li Mu's slap. The so-called surging vitality was rendered utterly futile in the presence of Li Mu. Zhao Yunjie's laughter froze, and the hearts of those present, previously at ease, sank once more. Who could have imagined that even the master of Yunlan's sect would not escape death? Was there truly no one capable of restraining Li Mu? Li Mu, how dare you kill my master? Zhao Yunjie glared at Li Mu angrily, for his master held a high position within Yunlan's sect. Surely, they would seek retribution for this act. I've comprehended your plight. Li Mu, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly ended Zhao Yunjie's life with a single slap. He then turned his gaze towards Zhou Hongsheng and said, Zhou Hongsheng, your hired help has all perished. Are you not prepared to speak? Li Mu, what extraordinary fortune have you encountered? Zhou Hongsheng was on the brink of despair. Even the expert of the opening origin realm from Yunlan's sect had fallen to Li Mu's hand. Who in Yang City could possibly contend with him? Your answer is irrelevant. Li Mu's expression darkened as he strode forward. An overwhelmingly fierce aura bore down on Zhou Hongsheng, rendering him breathless. His legs buckling beneath him as he sank to his knees. Li Mu, I shall speak, but you must promise to spare the Zhou family. Zhou Hongsheng gritted his teeth, unwilling to see his family annihilated. Spare them? Who spared the Li family? Li Mu's eyes glowed crimson as he regarded Zhou Hongsheng, the memories of that moonless, stormy night still vivid in his mind. On that fateful night, dozens of the Li family perished beneath the butcher's blade. His parents were nowhere to be found, and his sister was nearly offered as a plaything to the jade-faced Buddha. All of this was instigated by the Zhou family. Now Zhou Hongsheng dares to ask him to release the members of the Zhou family? If he truly does so, how can he face the souls of the deceased from the Li family? Li Mu, they are already dead. Why must you dwell upon them? We can offer you substantial wealth, a great fortune. A middle-aged man from the Zhou family hastily interjected. Why must I disregard my family? Li Mu glared furiously at the man and then struck him with a resounding slap. Crack! The middle-aged man's head spun a complete 360 degrees before he collapsed to the ground. Li Mu, why must you commit further atrocities? Because my surname is Li. Li Mu roared, then formed his fingers into a sword, a gust of sword energy immediately manifesting before him. Li Mu, let us speak rationally. Do not harm my Zhou family. Zhou Hongsheng's face turned ashen. Should that sword strike land, the Zhou family would indeed face annihilation. Speak rationally. Let them plead with the king of hell. With a sweeping motion, Li Mu sent forth the sword energy. Swoosh, swoosh. Wherever the sword energy passed, blood spattered and bodies fell to the ground. Witnessing his family members collapsing, Zhou Hongsheng's heart bled. Li Mu, I shall not spare you even in death. Zhou Hongsheng bellowed, preparing to bite down on the poison pouch hidden beneath his tongue. Death. In my presence, life and death are not yours to dictate. Li Mu coldly chuckled, and with a wave of his hand, Zhou Hongsheng found himself unable to move his mouth. Subsequently, Li Mu extracted the poison pouch and discarded it upon the ground. How did you discover my plan? Zhou Hongsheng's expression darkened. He had actually prepared for two scenarios today. If the Overlord and the Zhao family managed to kill Li Mu, all would be well. If they failed, he would resort to poison, for he dared not reveal the mastermind behind it all. Yet Li Mu had thwarted his scheme? He ought to consider who my master is. Li Mu sneered. His master was the immortal physician of Gigu, and his medical prowess surpassed even that of his master. Such trifles from Zhou Hongsheng could never escape his keen perception. I shan't waste further words with you. Li Mu chuckled coldly, retrieving a silver needle and driving it directly into Zhou Hongsheng's forehead. In an instant, Zhou Hongsheng felt an agonizing torment akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart, his entire face contorting in agony. Stop. Please stop. Zhou Hongsheng felt on the brink of collapse, pleading for Li Mu to cease. I possess methods of suffering far worse than this. Would you care to experience them? Li Mu scoffed. You are a devil. Zhou Hongsheng gazed at Li Mu in terror. That sensation was even more unbearable than descending into hell. To confront a devil, I must become even more diabolical. Li Mu shrugged, paying little mind to this moniker. For the kind-hearted Li Mu of 8 years ago had long since perished. In truth, our Zhou family's misfortunes were meticulously orchestrated. Zhou Hongsheng spoke. Orchestrated? Indeed, our Zhou family faced adversity, sought refuge with the Li family, and arranged for Qing Yuan to marry you. It was all part of the plan. Yet, through a twist of fate, your union was thwarted. We had no choice but to take decisive action against the Li family. Zhou Hongsheng continued. Marry me? Why? I do not know. I merely follow orders. Follow orders? Whose orders? Li Mu furrowed his brow, for the one who could command Zhou Hongsheng so obediently must be formidable indeed. I do not know. Everything has been instructed by a man named Tai Shiluo. Our communication has always been limited to a single channel. He comes to me each time. By the way, the spring poison that afflicted Li Qianqian was given by Tai Shiluo. Zhou Hongsheng declared. Tai Shiluo? Why do you heed him? At that moment, Zhou Hongsheng's eyes widened with terror, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if he had recalled something dreadful. Because he is a devil, a true devil. A true devil? More ruthless than I? Li Mu was puzzled. Why would that man insist on Zhou Qingyuan marrying him? After their engagement was annulled, why resort to slaughtering the Li family? Why administer such a horrifying poison to Li Qianqian? Li Mu, I have divulged everything I know. Please grant me a swift end, or Tai Shiluo will make my life a living hell. Zhou Hongsheng's gaze became vacant, his emotions fraught with tension, clearly teetering on the brink of madness. It seems you truly do not know. Li Mu shook his head, and then with a single strike, he ended Zhou Hongsheng's life. Thus, the entire Zhou family was left with only the half-dead Zhou Qingyuan. I have avenged the Li family. Li Mu rose and bowed towards the Li family's ancestral home. Yet, he understood that the quest for vengeance had only just begun. Who was Tai Shiluo, and what were his intentions? These questions remained unanswered. Li Mu approached the half-dead Zhou Qingyuan and produced a pill for her to consume. As she regained consciousness, the sight of the devastated Zhou family villa and the lifeless bodies of her kin drove Zhou Qingyuan into despair. Her entire family had been annihilated, and the familiar faces from her past now lay lifeless. Even the family of Jiego, whom she had regarded as her savior, had perished. Li Mu, you scoundrel! Why didn't you just kill me outright? Zhou Qingyuan screamed. Your life and death are within my control. Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. After all, he needed to locate Tai Shiluo, and Zhou Qingyuan could not die just yet. Li Mu, I will kill you. Zhou Qingyuan shouted in rage, the feeling of helplessness over her own fate nearly driving her to madness. When you struck against the Li family back then, you should have anticipated this day? Li Mu scoffed, casting a glance at the opulent Zhou family villa before setting it ablaze. Watching the inferno engulf the structure, Zhou Qingyuan succumbed to her distress and fainted. Li Mu did not linger. He took Zhou Qingyuan back to Yunding Tiangong. Meanwhile, news of the death of the overlord of Yang City and the extermination of the Zhou family, along with the demise of Zhao Ding and his grandson, swiftly spread throughout Yang City. After all, one was the overlord of Yang City, and the other belonged to its top clan, with the Zhao family being one of the foremost families in the city. Such explosive news naturally spread like wildfire. What a formidable young man from the Li family. Did he single-handedly annihilate the Zhou family? I believe the Zhou family brought this upon themselves. After all, the Li family once sheltered them, only for it to culminate in a tale reminiscent of the farmer and the snake. Indeed, they deserve their extermination. However, that young man has acted rather ostentatiously. How could the enforcement team possibly turn a blind eye to such a blatant act of familial destruction? Not to mention, both the Zhou and Zhao families have their own backing. This young man has stirred a hornet's nest. In no time, rumors began to circulate throughout Yang City. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away, in a secluded loft, a figure adorned with a black iron mask chuckled upon hearing the news. He has finally revealed himself. The masked man exclaimed. Lord Iron Azura, having slain the Overriver Dragon, he must have attained the opening Yuan realm. Should we not send our subordinates to retrieve him? Inquired a respectful minion. No need. I shall go in person. I failed to unite him with Zhou Qingyuan back then, forcing me to eliminate the Li family. Little did I know, Li Qingyang managed to escape with Li Mu. Now that Li Mu has returned, his lineage becomes all the more suitable. The masked man laughed heartily. Then allow me to congratulate you. Lord Iron Azura. Congratulate me? I am merely carrying out orders. The masked man shook his head. A hint of melancholy reflected in his eyes. Lord Iron Azura, you are a formidable master of the Qi movement realm, yet you merely follow orders? His subordinates gazed at him in astonishment, for in Jiangdong province, a master of the Qi movement realm was already considered a pinnacle expert. Yet this man merely acted on command. What do you know? To you, the Qi movement realm may seem supreme, but to those in power, I am not. The masked man replied with a bitter smile. And what of this, Li Mu? Forget it. Why do I even tell you this? The masked man interjected, shaking his head before departing. At that moment, Li Mu had returned to the Cloud Summit Palace with Zhou Qingyuan. Upon learning of the Zhou family's demise, Li Qianqian was reduced to tears. For 8 years, she had yearned for vengeance for her kin. Now that the Zhou family had been obliterated, her wish had finally been fulfilled. Brother, thank you. Li Qianqian sobbed as she collapsed into Li Mu's embrace. Silly girl, they were my kin as well. Li Mu gently ruffled her forehead and added, All right, rest well. In due time, we shall seek out our parents and reunite as a family. Li Qianqian nodded, then turned her gaze toward Zhou Qingyuan, who appeared ashen. This woman had once ensnared her with love poison, intending to deliver her to the jade-faced Buddha. She could truly be described as a viperous woman. Li Qianqian, with the destruction of the Zhou family, are you now satisfied? Zhou Qingyuan glared at Li Qianqian with reddened eyes, filled with fury. I only wish I could have personally flayed them alive. Li Qianqian clenched her fists and approached Zhou Qingyuan, delivering a fierce slap. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan's face instantly flushed red, clearly bearing the weight of 8 years' worth of resentment in that strike. You! Zhou Qingyuan glowered at Li Qianqian, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Li Mu raised his hand and delivered a slap. Smack! Zhou Qingyuan's face was swollen and bruised, having lost 2 of her teeth and her tongue numb, rendering her unable to utter a word, only able to glare furiously at Li Mu. Were it not for the purpose of luring Tai Shiluo out, you would have been dead long ago. How dare you look at me with such disdain? Li Mu sneered. Zhou Qingyuan gritted her teeth, a flicker of hope igniting within her. After all, Tai Shiluo was the stronghold of the Zhou family. Once he arrived, Li Mu would be doomed. She envisioned the moment she would avenge the fallen members of her clan with her own hands. Subsequently, Li Mu tossed Zhou Qingyuan into an iron cage and summoned Zhang Dong. Zhang Dong, assist me in locating someone. Li Mu commanded. Who are you looking for? Zhang Dong inquired, puzzled, as Li Mu had only one relative, Li Qianqian. The Ji family, Ji Xiaoya. Li Mu articulated, each word deliberate. When his father had led him to escape, he had been placed in the Ji family's care while his father diverted the enemies. However, the Ji family had intended to hand him over to curry favor with the Zhou family. Fortunately, Ji Xiaoya had secretly facilitated his escape, allowing him to survive. Hence, upon returning to Yang City, he had sought information about the Ji family. After Ji Xiaoya had helped him flee, the Ji family had fallen afoul of the Zhou family and had no choice but to leave Yang City. Ji Xiaoya, too, had been cast out from her family. Her whereabouts thereafter unknown. The Ji family certainly deserved annihilation, yet Ji Xiaoya's kindness demanded repayment. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Zhang Dong did not question further. Since Li Mu sought this individual, he would ensure Ji Xiaoya was found. Beyond the fact that Li Mu was Zhang Mengyao's junior disciple, the pills Li Mu had provided were more than sufficient motivation for Zhang Dong to serve him loyally. Several hours later, Zhang Dong returned to Li Mu, his expression grim. You didn't find her? Li Mu furrowed his brow. Zhang Dong was not a man to wear a troubled countenance without good reason. Mr. Li, I did locate her, but Zhang Dong hesitated. Speak plainly. Mr. Li, I found her, but it appears she cannot be brought back, Zhang Dong confessed. Can't be brought back? What do you mean? At first, I leveraged numerous connections, but found no trace of Ji Xiaoya. Eventually, I contacted individuals from the underground factions, who informed me that Ji Xiaoya has been sold to Yiping Tiantang, Zhang Dong explained. Yiping Tiantang. Then just bring her back, Li Mu insisted. Mr. Li, if it were any other place, it would be manageable. However, Yiping Tiantang is quite unique. Even if the young lady were to arrive, it would be precarious. Even my third senior sister would find it precarious? Li Mu was taken aback, judging by Zhao Ding and the others' reactions. His third senior sister clearly held a significant status. If even she had to tread carefully around Yiping Tiantang, it must be highly formidable. Yet, Ji Xiaoya was his savior. Even if it meant venturing into a den of dragons and tigers, he must rescue her. Indeed, Yiping Tianang was a gray area, a haven for the affluent and powerful to indulge in decadence. Moreover, Yiping Tianang operated as a chain, backed by a colossal force. Zhang Dong elucidated. Regardless of that superpower, just provide me with the address. Li Mu let out a cold smile. The person he intended to rescue would not be hindered, not even by the mightiest of deities. Mr. Li, please do not act impulsively. Allow me to send a message to Ms. Zhang, so she can devise a plan, Zhang Dong hastily urged. There's no need for that, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He was well aware of Zhang Mingyao goodwill towards him. Once she learned of the situation, she would undoubtedly intervene, and that would lead to her offending the powerful forces behind Yiping Tianang, which would be undesirable. Thus, it was best for him to proceed alone. Mr. Li, if you are truly determined to go, then take this card, Zhang Dong said, recognizing that further persuasion would be futile. He produced a card and handed it to Li Mu. What is this card? Li Mu inquired, examining the black bank card in his hand. Mr. Li, this card was given to me by the young lady, instructing me to present it to you whenever you needed it. I believe this moment is now, Zhang Dong explained. Really? Li Mu was taken aback, wondering how Zhang Mingyao seemed to know everything. The young lady mentioned that this bank card was bestowed upon her by her 7th senior sister for the purpose of passing it to you. What? 7th senior sister? Li Mu was momentarily stunned. All his senior sisters were shrouded in mystery, sending him gifts without ever meeting him. He had no idea how much money was on this black bank card. However, his mission was to save someone, not to spend money. Mr. Li, in order to enter Yiping Tianang, a capital verification is required. Therefore, you must bring this bank card, Zhang Dong reminded him. Very well, Li Mu conceded, taking the black card as he departed from the Cloud Summit Palace. Half an hour later, Li Mu arrived at the outskirts of Yanqing, where an expansive area lay before him, dominated by a dilapidated building. This structure was not tall, resembling a rural farmhouse, an incongruous choice for a luxurious establishment like Yiping Tianang. Nevertheless, he approached the front of the crumbling building and discovered an entrance to a basement. Stop! What is your purpose here? As Li Mu reached the basement door, he was intercepted by 2 security guards. He glanced at the 2 men, noting they were experts at the peak of body refinement. Security guards of such caliber? Yiping Tianang certainly had considerable resources. I naturally wish to enter, Li Mu stated. Has Yiping Tianang fallen to such a state that anyone can gain entry? At that moment, a young man approached, casting a cold gaze at Li Mu. A flicker of cold light passed through Li Mu's eyes, yet he refrained from making a move. After all, they were outside Yiping Tianang, and acting rashly would certainly alert those inside, complicating his rescue of Ji Xiaoya. Young Master Luo, please proceed inside. The 2 guards immediately showed deference to the young man. They then turned to Li Mu and said, to enter Yiping Tianang, you must undergo capital verification. Capital verification? Why was it not required for him? Li Mu questioned, recalling that the Luo family was among the most prestigious in Yanqing, especially after the Zhou and Zhao families had fallen. Is this sufficient? Without further ado, Li Mu produced the black card. Who do you think you are? One of the guards scoffed, disdain evident on his face. You think you can just waltz in here with a mere bank card? Who knows if there's money inside? One individual immediately pushed the other and spoke with a fawning tone. Sir, please, after you. Oh, Li Mu toyed with the black card, somewhat taken aback. The disparity in the doorman's attitude was rather astonishing. Yet, he dismissed the thought, prioritizing the rescue of Ji Xiaoya. Thus, he tucked the black card away and entered the establishment known as Yiping Tianxia. Old Wang, what do you mean? You let him in with just any bank card? You didn't even check the funds inside. One doorman expressed his confusion. Funds? That black card is funds in itself. Do you understand? What kind of black card is that? That is the Tianxing Bank's black gold card. There are only 100 of them in the entire Dragon Nation. The other man explained. 100? Surely that can't be genuine? Genuine? Each Tianxing Bank black gold card is equipped with a chip for tracking. Once a counterfeit is detected, specialists will handle it immediately. Not even a novice could escape unscathed, let alone a master of martial arts. Thus, no one in the Dragon Nation would be foolish enough to use a fake Tianxing Bank black gold card. But there is no one of his caliber in Yang City. The doorman was perplexed. After all, those who possessed a Tianxing Bank black gold card were undoubtedly either wealthy or distinguished. Yet, he did not recall anyone named Li Mu among the prominent figures of Yang City. Exactly, he is from out of town. Well, he nearly provoked someone he shouldn't have. The doorman felt a wave of apprehension. After all, Tianxing Bank was one of the foremost banks in the Dragon Nation. To possess a Tianxing Bank black gold card was not something he could afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Li Mu had arrived at Yiping Tianxia, where the opulent DCOR starkly contrasted with the dilapidated exterior. Even the flooring was made of the finest marble, and the crystal chandeliers lining the path exuded extravagance. Periodically, elite bodyguards patrolled the premises, and occasionally, a master of qi and blood would make an appearance, ensuring an atmosphere of unparalleled security. It was precisely for this reason that the affluent could indulge in their hedonistic pleasures without concern. However, Li Mu was not preoccupied with such extravagance. He made his way directly to a grand hall. Have you heard? There's an auction tonight. As Li Mu entered the hall, he overheard several individuals engaged in conversation. An auction? Indeed, it's the night of a young beauty's debut. One of them remarked. A young beauty? Debut? The others responded with incredulity, for they were all of high standing. Such women were abundant, and didn't require auctioning in a place like this. Consider this. If it were an ordinary woman, would she be put up for auction at Yiping Tianxia? The man chuckled. The crowd paused, seemingly in agreement. What kind of establishment was Yiping Tianxia? Ordinary women would hardly catch its discerning eye. Those brought forth for auction would undoubtedly possess breathtaking beauty. Such women would surely provide an exhilarating experience. Therefore, spending any amount of money would be worthwhile. Moreover, it was rumored that this woman belonged to the Ji family, a true lady of high social standing. How delightful! The man laughed heartily. Haha, regardless of who this woman is, I'm determined to win her. Upon hearing this, Luo Ding erupted into laughter. With the Zhou and Zhao families no longer in Yang City, the Luo family now stood at the forefront. Who would dare challenge him this night? Meanwhile, Li Mu clenched his fists. The audacity of Yiping Tianxia was truly astounding. How dared they auction off Ji Xiaoya? As more individuals entered Yiping Tianxia, the staff were already in position. A large iron cage was pushed onto the stage, shrouded by a curtain that obscured its contents. Yet, through his keen instincts, Li Mu could faintly sense the aura emanating from within the cage. Helpless, frail, timid, and fearful. That girl, had she not secretly freed him back then, would not have found herself in such a plight. Little girl, wait for me. I shall rescue you shortly, he thought as he took a seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the iron cage. Once the staff had positioned the cage center stage, they promptly departed. Then, a middle-aged man clad in a suit ascended the platform. He surveyed the assembly of affluent young nobles and dignitaries before breaking into a wide grin. Oh, it seems the esteemed figures of Yang City have gathered, so I shan't delay any further and shall proceed directly to tonight's main event. With that declaration, he forcefully pulled aside the curtain covering the cage. There stood a girl donned in a violet evening gown, her long, dark hair cascading to her waist, her melancholic eyes sparkling, delicate lips, and a rosy complexion that made her utterly endearing. Particularly striking was her frail physique, evoking an irresistible urge to cradle and protect her. Incredible, Luo Ding thought, his mind momentarily blank. One singular thought consumed him. He must acquire Ji Xiaoya at any cost. Even if it meant spending an astronomical sum, he would not hesitate. Truly exceptional. The other young nobles gaped in astonishment, and even the elder gentleman appeared restless, for a man, at heart, remains youthful, forever enamored by 18-year-old maidens. Observing the crowd's reaction, the middle-aged man felt a surge of satisfaction. When they had initially acquired Ji Xiaoya, they recognized her potential. With proper grooming, she would be a veritable money-making machine. Moreover, Ji Xiaoya had been cast out by the Ji family, leaving her without any concerns for her safety. He rapped the table and announced loudly, I see that you all are quite pleased, so I shall not waste time. Tonight, we are auctioning her first night, with a starting bid of 10 million, and each subsequent bid must exceed 10 million. 10 million? Ji Xiaoya's lips quivered as she wished to speak, but she shook her head, revealing a bitter smile. Having been cast out by her family, she had lost all semblance of refuge. Now, in the hands of Yiping Tianxia, her only means of survival was to become a mere tool for profit. Suicide? In Yiping Tianxia, even that was an unattainable luxury. Her downfall was a consequence of having let Li Mu go. Yet, throughout these 8 years, she had never regretted her decision. If given another chance, she would still choose to free him. For throughout her life, only Li Mu had ever regarded her as a sister. while the entire Ji family had never acknowledged her as one of their own. Upon learning that she had let Li Mu go, she was unceremoniously expelled from the Ji family. However, after this night, I would no longer be pure. Brother Li Mu, we can only meet again in our next life. Ji Xiaoya closed her eyes, surrendering to her fate. The more fragile she appeared, the more it ignited the competitive spirit among Luo Ding and the others. They were willing to spend any amount to claim Ji Xiaoya's first night, eager to ravage her. I'll bid 50 million. No one dares to compete with me. Luo Ding bellowed, his gaze fixated on Ji Xiaoya. The middle-aged man chuckled, 50 million for the first night. And if a few more nights come along, wouldn't that be a guaranteed profit? With so many eager participants present, it was evident that the price would only escalate. Yet, as the crowd prepared to bid and the middle-aged man wore an expectant expression, Li Mu coldly interjected, "There's no need for bidding. I am taking her with me." That voice sounds so familiar. Ji Xiaoya shuddered slightly. After 8 years, hearing that voice still stirred deep emotions within her. However, she did not dare to open her eyes, for she understood that even if she had let Li Mu go back then, his escape was nearly impossible. 8 years ago, the Zhou family had already laid a meticulous trap. She feared that Li Mu's fate was dire. She dreaded the disappointment that would come with opening her eyes. The others turned their attention to Li Mu, and upon recognizing him, Luo Ding immediately erupted in fury. "Who the hell let you in?" he shouted. "Indeed, I know many prominent figures in Yang City, yet I have never seen someone like him," remarked a young master. "Aren't you supposed to verify funds at Yipin Tianxia? How did you allow him in?" The crowd was incensed, and the middle-aged man forced a smile, saying, "Sir, please refrain from disrupting the auction, or I shall have to ask you to leave." "Why bother with courtesy?" Luo Ding seethed. Furious that his enjoyment of Ji Xiaoya was being delayed, he was determined to teach Li Mu a lesson today. Regardless, the Zhou family and Zhao family were no more. The Luo family was now the strongest in Yang City. In this entire city, there was no one he could not confront. Seeking death. As Luo Ding approached with an aggressive demeanor, Li Mu's expression darkened. He was already displeased with Luo Ding's bid. Did this guy intend to lay hands on him as well? Without hesitation, Li Mu raised his hand and struck. "Is this guy insane? He's attacking Luo Ding?" Another exclaimed. "Indeed, the Luo family is one of the most powerful in Yang City. Who would dare provoke him?" Sighed a spectator. "That lad is doomed. He has offended Yipin Tianxia and the Luo family. There's no way he's leaving here alive." The crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Yet, before their words could settle, Li Mu's hand had already struck down. With a resounding crack, Luo Ding was slammed to the ground. His body transformed into a grotesque mess, blood splattering everywhere. As the scent of blood permeated the air, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Did he just die? That was Luo Ding, the young master of the Luo family in Yang City. Was he truly struck down by that fellow in such a manner? And in the presence of Yipin Tianxia? Such an affront to both Yipin Tianxia and the Luo family. The middle-aged man, momentarily taken aback, had considered that Li Mu possessed some stature, and perhaps he was acquainted with Ji Xiaoyu. However, he never anticipated Li Mu would act with such resolute decisiveness. Luo Ding's mere proposition was swiftly dismissed with a single blow. How utterly terrifying. Yet this is Yipin Tianxia. How could they allow Li Mu such audacity? Thus, the middle-aged man immediately declared in a grave tone, "You are courting death." "Court death?" Li Mu replied with a cold smirk, and with a sweeping gesture of his hand. A force surged forth, tearing the iron cage asunder. Subsequently, with a gentle power, he lifted Ji Xiaoyu towards him. "Brother Li Mu, is it truly you?" Ji Xiaoyu slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Li Mu in disbelief. Was this merely a figment of her imagination before death? "Xiaoyu, it is I? I have come to take you home," Li Mu said tenderly as he looked at Ji Xiaoyu. This girl had always been his little shadow. The Li and Ji families had been close friends, and she would often visit his home, calling him Brother Li Mu. Later, due to a family misfortune, the Ji family sold him off, and it was Ji Xiaoyu who secretly aided his escape, leading to all that followed. "Brother Li Mu, it truly is you." Ji Xiaoyu felt the warmth of Li Mu's body and dared to confirm that she was not dreaming. She then threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably, releasing the grievances of the past 8 years. "Xiaoyu, it is my fault for returning late, causing you to suffer," Li Mu expressed with deep remorse. Had he returned sooner, Ji Xiaoyu would not have endured such hardship. "Brother Li Mu, I did not suffer too much. Just to see you again brings me satisfaction. Ji Xiaoyu sobbed. Then, recalling something urgent, she quickly warned, Brother Li Mu, you must leave at once. The people of Yipin Tianxia are demons. They are not human. You must hurry. However, Li Mu gently ruffled Ji Xiaoyu's hair and smiled. Xiaoyu, now that I am back, no one shall dare to bully you again. But Brother Li Mu, enough, you should rest. Leave the matters here to me. Li Mu smiled slightly and positioned Ji Xiaoyu behind him. The others, having regained their composure from the shock, eagerly awaited the outcome of this unfolding drama. After all, Li Mu had slain Luo Ding within Yipin Tianxia, and neither the Luo family nor Yipin Tianxia would let such a transgression pass unchallenged. You have committed murder in my Yipin Tianxia. Do you not owe us an explanation? The middle-aged man scoffed, and soon a throng of individuals poured in. Among them were 3 or 4 experts at the Blood Qi realm, and the middle-aged man himself was a formidable force at the opening Yuan realm. To dare to cause trouble in Yipin Tianxia, one must be prepared to pay the price. An explanation? You imprisoned Xiao Yu and even intend to auction off her first night? I have yet to demand an explanation from you, yet you dare to seek one from me? Li Mu mocked. Huh. Entering my Yipin Tianxia means you belong to Yipin Tianxia. We shall handle matters as we see fit. The middle-aged man sneered, and with a wave of his hand, several experts at the Blood Qi realm lunged towards Li Mu, courting death. Li Mu's expression darkened as he formed his fingers into a sword and swung it fiercely. With a whoosh, the sword aura sliced through the air, and within the blink of an eye, the throats of several experts at the Blood Qi realm were severed. How could this be? The middle-aged man was taken aback. These were formidable warriors who had already solidified their Blood Qi, possessing immense strength. To think that a mere flick of Li Mu's wrist could annihilate them. This individual is truly terrifying. A young noble gazed at Li Mu in horror. I remember now. He is the one who accompanied Zhou Qingyuan to the Zhou family. Yes, indeed, he was the one who brought ruin to both the Zhou and Zhao families. No wonder he dared to strike down Luo Ding with a single slap. However, having provoked the first-class world, he is likely doomed. The middle-aged man initially felt anxious, but upon recalling the backing of the first-class world, he regained his composure. Kid, you indeed possess some skill. You must be a master of the Qi manipulation realm. Otherwise, you could not kill from a distance. However, you should not cause trouble here in the first-class world. He sneered. Trouble? Is it not so? You disrupted our auction, stole our treasures, and killed our people. What else could it be if not trouble? Hand over Ji Xiaoyan now and surrender quietly, and perhaps you may remain intact. Otherwise, the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth curled slightly. He knew he was no match for Li Mu, but his backing was the first-class world. No matter how audacious Li Mu was, he would not dare to kill him. Enough. Li Mu snorted coldly, too disinterested in further banter to engage with the middle-aged man, and directly struck out with a palm. Bang! The once smug middle-aged man was reduced to a bloody pulp by Li Mu's blow. What? The gathering of young nobles was left dumbfounded. That was the head of the first-class world in Yang City, a formidable warrior of the opening origin realm. And yet, Li Mu had acted without hesitation, killing him with a single strike? This man is incredibly bold. How wonderful. Ji Xiaoya trembled at the sight. Clearly, during her time under the first-class world, this middle-aged man had tormented her severely. Were it not for the fact that they intended to profit from her innocence, he would have likely acted against her long ago. Now that this man had been slain by Li Mu, she felt no sympathy whatsoever and only wished to applaud in delight. I am the one who killed him, so feel free to report to the first-class world. Li Mu coldly addressed the crowd as he glanced at the corpse on the ground. The young nobles quivered in fear, although they often wielded power in Yang City. Before Li Mu, they dared not even breathe. This man is utterly fearsome. Now, I wish to take Xiaoya and leave. Do any of you have objections? Li Mu inquired. And no, not at all. The crowd dared not utter a single dissenting word. This individual had already killed both Luo Ding and the middle-aged man with a mere slap. Should they utter even a syllable of protest, they would likely meet the same gruesome fate. This man would not entertain reason. Best indeed. Li Mu chuckled coldly before departing the first-class world with Ji Xiaoya. As Li Mu and Ji Xiaoya approached the entrance, the two gatekeepers exchanged astonished glances. Goodness. I've heard that her auction price tonight is at least 50 million. No wonder she is associated with the prestigious Tiansheng Bank black card. Acquiring such an amount seems effortless. Thank heavens I didn't offend him. Naturally, if I hadn't informed you that was a Tiansheng Bank black card. While the guards conversed, they noticed the dignitaries from Yang City rushing out like frightened sheep. What on earth is happening? The guards were bewildered. These individuals seemed utterly lost. Once the crowd had dispersed, those who remained inside recounted the events, leaving the guards weak in the knees. Thankfully, they were unaware that Ji Xiaoya had been taken by Li Mu. Had they known, their attempt to intervene would have ended with Li Mu reducing them to mere pulp. The very thought sent shivers down their spines. This news quickly reached the headquarters of Yiping Tiantang in Jiangdong province. What? Daring to cause a ruckus at Yiping Tiantang and even killing our branch leader? They clearly don't regard us at all. A middle-aged man, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. Yiping Tiantang is a national powerhouse. If we can't manage a minor branch, how can we establish ourselves domestically? Therefore, regardless of who Li Mu is, he must perish. Xiaoya, it's truly you. In the cloud-top heavenly palace, Li Qianqian rushed towards Ji Xiaoya as she was brought back by Li Mu. Once, they had been inseparable companions, sharing everything as sisters. Regrettably, since the upheaval 8 years ago, they had not seen one another. Qianqian, I thought I would never see you again. Ji Xiaoya cried, embracing Li Qianqian. All right, you will have plenty of opportunities to reminisce. Let us eat first. Li Mu interjected. Yes. They nodded in agreement, sitting down hand in hand. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ji Xiaoya turned to Li Mu and said, Brother Li Mu, you've killed the leader of Yiping Tiantang in Yang City. They certainly won T. Let this go. I think you should leave Yang City. Huh. He dared to auction you. He deserves death. Li Mu reclined in a nearby armchair, unconcerned. Brother Li Mu, having been confined in Yiping Tiantang for so long, I've gleaned some understanding of their power. They are a vast force with numerous experts. I heard that the last time a master of the Eugene realm caused trouble at Yiping Tiantang, their headquarters dispatched people to eliminate him. Oh, a master of the Eugene realm was exterminated? Li Mu was somewhat surprised. Although he didn't regard such masters highly, they were undeniably top-tier experts within Jiangdong province. It seems Yiping Tiantang does possess some formidable assets. Nevertheless, given what Yiping Tiantang has done to Ji Xiaoya, even if they had the might of a celestial being, their demise is inevitable. Indeed, unless you. Enough said, just rest easy here. Do not concern yourself with matters regarding Yiping Tiantang. Li Mu gently ruffled Ji Xiaoya's hair before departing from the room, allowing the two of them to reminisce. Subsequently, Li Mu arrived at the chamber where Zhou Qingyuan was detained. Upon seeing him enter, Zhou Qingyuan immediately rushed towards him, intent on fighting. After all, with her family deceased, she had nothing left to lose. Sit down properly, Li Mu commanded with a wave of his hand, a force pinning Zhou Qingyuan to the ground, rendering her immobile. Li Mu, I beg you, kill me. Just kill me. Zhou Qingyuan cried, tears streaming down her face. She could no longer endure this existence worse than death. Rest assured, once Tai Shiluo arrives, I shall grant your wish. Li Mu replied with a cold smirk before settling down in a meditative posture. He refrained from performing the customary rites today, for he had discovered that after the dual cultivation session with Zhou Qingyuan 2 days prior, his Pure Yang Dao technique had progressed. This was perplexing. Both his master and mistress had stated that his technique could only advance through merging with a body of extreme yin. Why then? With her, Li Mu cast a glance at Zhou Qingyuan. There was nothing particularly unique about her physique. Why had she enabled his Pure Yang Dao to ascend a minor realm, reaching the mid-stage of the 6th layer? Regardless, he resolved to stabilize his realm first. Never mind, he muttered, closing his eyes to begin circulating the Pure Yang Dao. This process lasted an entire day and night, leaving Zhou Qingyuan bound to the ground, both hungry and thirsty. However, unwilling to show any dependency on Li Mu, she remained silent, not uttering a single sound. You possess quite a bit of spirit. Li Mu chuckled before releasing her from confinement and exiting the room. Mr. Li, trouble has arisen. As soon as Li Mu left, Zhang Dong rushed in, flustered. What is it? Li Mu inquired. The Luo family has arrived with members of the Yunlan sect. Zhang Dong reported. Oh, the Luo family? Li Mu replied, a sense of incredulity washing over him. Hadn't he just eliminated a Luo Ding? Why were they making such a fuss and coming to the Cloud Summit Palace? As for the Yunlan sect, hadn't he dealt with an elder from there as well? Were they also coming to meet their demise in Yang City? Mr. Li, the Luo family is not a significant concern, but the Yunlan sect does possess some influence in Jiangdong province. Although only an elder has come, they should not be underestimated. Very well, let us go see. Li Mu stretched lazily and made his way to the entrance of the Cloud Summit Palace. Li Mu, you have finally arrived. You killed my son, and I demand your life in return. Luo Yunqing glared furiously at Li Mu. The Luo family had only just ascended to become the premier family in Yang City after the Zhou and Zhao families were obliterated. Yet, before they could even settle in, his only son had been killed by Li Mu. How could he endure this? However, he was aware of Li Mu's formidable strength, which had deterred him from confronting him until now. With the elder from the Yunlan sect present, he had mustered the courage to seek vengeance against Li Mu. Oh, you seek my life? We shall see if you possess the capability. Li Mu beckoned with his finger towards Luo Yunqing. Luo Yunqing's mouth twitched as he turned to the elder beside him. You are quite arrogant, young man, daring to slay even the elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect. Showing no regard for us, the elder reprimanded. They obstruct my quest for vengeance, so naturally, I must eliminate them. Should I keep them around for the festivities? Li Mu shrugged, showing no regard for the old man before him. After all, this elder was merely at the pinnacle of the opening Yuan realm, not even reaching the level of the Qidong realm, hardly worthy of his attention. Seeking death, enraged, the elder declared that anyone daring to disregard the Yunlan sect in Jiangdong province deserved to perish. He then drew a long sword from his waist, emanating a crimson aura as he surged towards Li Mu with astonishing speed. Mr. Li, be careful, Zhang Dong exclaimed in alarm, for Li Mu stood utterly still. Ha! Has he been frightened into immobility? The elder rejoiced, the sword now poised at Li Mu's chest. However, as he approached within a meter, he found himself unable to advance any further. How could this be? The elder was astounded. Though he was a master of the opening Yuan realm, he could only project his internal energy outward, forming a layer of red protection. Yet, standing a meter away from Li Mu, he found himself utterly stymied. What realm was Li Mu at? The Qidong realm? The Eugene realm? Or perhaps even a higher echelon? Sighing, Li Mu gathered his strength, and the force erupted forth. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as his power shattered the elder's sword. The broken blade flew back, piercing straight through the elder's chest. With a gasp, the elder was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. How could this be? The elder gazed at Li Mu in disbelief, utterly unable to touch even the hem of his garment despite being a peak master of the opening Yuan realm. This man was truly terrifying. Flee! Luo Yunqing, now gripped by fear, turned to escape. To hell with you! Li Mu scoffed, waving his hand as the bloodied sword soared forth, sending Luo Yunqing to his demise. Enough! Come forth! After dispatching Luo Yunqing, Li Mu did not retreat, as he sensed another presence in the distance. Moreover, this individual surpassed the previous elder in strength. You are a devil. Indeed, you have discerned my presence. No wonder you dared to oppose me. Yipin Tianxia. A middle-aged man emerged from behind a large tree, seemingly indifferent, yet in the blink of an eye, he stood merely a few meters from Li Mu. Zhou Gang of Yipin Tianxia. Mr. Li, this man is not to be underestimated. He is a formidable master of the late Qidong realm. Zhang Dong hurriedly cautioned Li Mu. Late Qidong realm? Li Mu chuckled coldly, having no regard even for masters of the Eugene realm, let alone the Qidong realm. He then turned his gaze toward another tree and called out, You need not hide any longer. Come forth. There is someone else. Zhou Gang was taken aback, glancing toward the other tree, surprised that he had not detected anyone nearby despite their adept concealment. How did Li Mu notice? Furthermore, the presence was so subtle that it eluded even his senses, indicating superiority in cultivation. Haha, how intriguing. A figure leaped down from the tree, approaching with a grin. Iron Azura. So you are the Iron Azura? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Li Mu's fists clenched tightly. Due to the tragic fate of the Li family, the hidden mastermind is none other than this Iron Azura. Indeed, I am Iron Azura. It seems that Zhou Hongsheng has divulged everything to you. Fortunately, my communication with him has always been discreet. Iron Azura chuckled, not denying his identity. In his eyes, no matter how formidable Li Mu might be, he is no match for him. His schemes could be executed today, thus there was no need for concealment. Lord Iron Azura, please take action to eliminate this wretch. He is a remnant of the Li family and has destroyed my entire clan. Zhou Qingyuan emerged, pointing fiercely at Li Mu. Zhou Qingyuan, you truly are incompetent. You couldn't even manage to drug Li Qianqian properly. Iron Azura disdainfully regarded Zhou Qingyuan. Lord Iron Azura, I did drug Li Qianqian, but I do not understand why. Zhou Qingyuan hurriedly explained, admitting that she had indeed administered the drug to Li Qianqian, but it ultimately found its way into Li Mu's system. Moreover, Li Mu had even vented his frustrations upon her. Silence, worthless fool. If you possessed even a fraction of the ruthlessness of the other members of the Zhou family, this matter would have been resolved long ago. Iron Azura spat vehemently. What do you mean? Zhou Qingyuan's face was filled with confusion. The other members of the Zhou family are more ruthless? Li Mu furrowed his brow as well, pondering Iron Azura's insinuation that Zhou Qingyuan was different from the rest of her family. Upon reflection, it seemed that Zhou Qingyuan had indeed not participated in the entire incident back then. Even when the Zhou family initially sought to betroth her to him, she had been exceedingly reluctant. Was there a deeper secret lurking beneath the surface? What does it matter? You need not concern yourself with such things. Once I dispose of Li Mu, you will hold no further value. Iron Azura sneered coldly, then strode purposefully towards Li Mu. He took the life of my esteemed leader. His life is forfeit. Zhou Gang, seeing Iron Azura preparing to strike, charged towards Li Mu as well. Esteemed leader? Iron Azura scoffed. Perhaps his strength could not rival that of the esteemed leader, but those behind him were far from being trifled with by such a level. Thus, he extended no courtesy to Zhou Gang and unleashed a direct punch. The force of the punch surged through the air, causing Zhou Gang to retreat in fright. Peak of the Qi movement realm. Zhou Gang's brow furrowed, realizing that Iron Azura's prowess far surpassed his own. If he intended to kill Li Mu today, it seemed unlikely. Enough of your chatter. Let us confront him together. Li Mu scoffed, dismissing the two Qi movement realm combatants as if they were nothing. Did they truly believe they were formidable enough to claim his life? Li Mu, do you really think that after 8 years of training, you are my equal? What a farce. Iron Azura's expression turned grim as he advanced with great strides. With each step, the ground trembled beneath him, leaving deep imprints on the floor. A farce? I see you as the true jest. Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smirk. To others, the Qi movement realm seemed impressive, yet to him, it was nothing more than trivial. Thus, as Iron Azura charged, Li Mu merely waved a hand, and a massive palm shot forth, seizing Iron Azura by the throat. How is this possible? Iron Azura gasped in shock, for Li Mu's maneuver rendered him utterly immobile. What terrifying prowess does this individual possess? Did you truly instigate Zhou Hongsheng to massacre the Li family? I am eager to ascertain what you truly look like. With a cold sneer, Li Mu removed the iron mask of the Iron Azura. In an instant, an exceedingly grotesque visage appeared before him. His face was riddled with wrinkles and blemishes, evoking a sense of revulsion. No wonder you chose to conceal it beneath an iron mask. Li Mu spat disdainfully, then placed the mask back on, lest it spoil his appetite. You wretch, I will see you dead. The Iron Azura roared, born with such a countenance. He had been ostracized and bullied by his peers since childhood. Thus, he donned the iron mask, honing his martial skills and developing a merciless disposition. Every soul who had glimpsed his true face had met their demise at his hands. Heh, soon I shall end your life. Li Mu replied coldly, casting a glance at Zhou Gang, who shivered in fear and turned to flee. The peak of the Qi movement realm, the Iron Azura, was no match for Li Mu's single strike. Why would he dare engage him? Was this not a futile endeavor? Attempting to escape? With a swift gesture, Li Mu unleashed a surge of energy, striking Zhou Gang squarely in the back. Poof! Zhou Gang spewed blood, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed at Li Mu. You cannot kill me. I am one of the leaders of the first-class Tianxia in Jiangdong province. If you take my life, the first-class Tianxia will not spare you. Zhou Gang shouted desperately. Mr. Li, Zhou Gang truly cannot be killed. He humiliated the young lady last time, and she had no choice but to endure it. Perhaps you should remind Li Mu, Jiangdong, someone interjected. He dared to insult the third senior sister? A glint of icy fury flashed in Li Mu's eyes. The third senior sister treated him like family. How dare this scoundrel humiliate her? Initially, he contemplated ending Zhou Gang with a single strike, but now he felt compelled to torment him thoroughly. Thus, Li Mu withdrew several silver needles and sent them flying through the air. As the needles pierced Zhou Gang's body, he was immediately consumed by excruciating agony, wailing incessantly. The sound of his cries sent shivers down Zhang Dong's spine. To inflict such suffering upon a master of the Qi movement realm, Li Mu's methods were indeed formidable. Enough, let him suffer. We must converse. Li Mu directed his gaze towards the Iron Azura. There is nothing to discuss. The Iron Azura seethed, glaring at Li Mu. Oh, are you certain? Li Mu toyed with the silver needles in his hand, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Beholding the silver needles and the near-death condition of Zhou Gang, the Iron Azura's legs trembled uncontrollably. This man is a devil. He deeply regretted not eliminating Li Mu at the outset. After a moment's hesitation, the Iron Azura relinquished his struggle. His resolve was not much stronger than Zhou Gang's. Seeing Zhou Gang in such torment, why should he endure more suffering? Very well. Let us discuss why you orchestrated the Zhou family's deliberate bankruptcy, subsequently aligning with our Li family, and sought to unite me with Zhou Qingyuan. Li Mu inquired. What? Deliberate bankruptcy? Was it not your Li family that employed despicable tactics to usurp the Zhou family, and now you seek to forcibly claim me? Zhou Qingyuan glared furiously at Li Mu, outraged by the distortion of truth. Tai Xiu Luo glanced at the ignorant Zhou Qingyuan and then spoke. The reason is that your Li family possesses an overwhelming fortune, and your constitution is unique. Zhou Qingyuan's physique is also quite special. Should you unite, it would disrupt the fortune of your Li family. Our fortune is too strong. Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. While the Li family was indeed one of the prominent families in Yang City, it paled in comparison on a broader scale within Jiangdong province, let alone the entirety of Long Nation. Therefore, his disbelief in the notion of the Li family's overwhelming fortune was palpable. Indeed, your fortune is excessive. I intend to use Zhou Qingyuan to shatter the fortune of your Li family. Unfortunately, both you and Zhou Qingyuan are unwilling, which is why I had to wait until 8 years ago, when your family's fortune was at its weakest, to allow Zhou Hongsheng to act. Tai Xiu Luo declared. What did you say? Zhou Qingyuan collapsed onto the ground. Tai Xiu Luo's words implied that the Zhou family's bankruptcy was not the machination of the Li family. It was not the Li family that had consumed the Zhou family, but rather the Zhou family that had deliberately gone bankrupt to ally with the Li family. The aim was to disrupt the fortune of the Li family? But why did her grandfather tell her otherwise? Li Mu disregarded Zhou Qingyuan and continued to inquire. Then why did you want her to administer poison to Qianqian? I had hoped to completely eradicate your Li family 8 years ago. However, your parents went missing, and you two were nowhere to be found, leaving only Li Qianqian under the Zhou family's care. For years, I have used her to lure you out, yet there has been no movement. Thus, I resorted to this method to dismantle the fortune of the Li family. Tai Xiu Luo elaborated. What? Zhou Qingyuan suddenly felt a splitting headache. Was it not said that by drugging Li Qianqian, Tai Xiu Luo would assist her grandfather in healing? Instead, Tai Xiu Luo was seeking to unravel the Zhou family's fortune? What had she become? A complete villain. One final question. Who is behind you? Li Mu's gaze pierced through Tai Xiu Luo. I am alone in this. Everything is a product of my own scheming. Tai Xiu Luo vehemently denied, for he understood the terrors that lay behind him. Should he reveal names, even in death, he would likely be subjected to the indignity of his remains being desecrated. Is that so? Li Mu, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly produced 2 silver needles and plunged them into Tai Xiu Luo. Tai Xiu Luo began to wail, his eyes filled with terror. I care not how fearsome your backers may be. I can assure you that I am 100-fold more terrifying. Li Mu smiled, then drew a knife, making a small incision at Tai Xiu Luo's temple. A thin stream of blood immediately gushed from Tai Xiu Luo's vein. Though the stream was small, it was clearly visible, and at this rate, he should remain conscious for about an hour. During this hour, his suffering would intensify, providing ample time for him to reflect on all the malevolent deeds of his life. Eventually, due to excessive blood loss, he would gradually lose consciousness. However, my silver needles will stimulate your body to rapidly secrete adrenaline, keeping you awake, allowing you to be conscious for yet another hour. In this hour, you will witness your body gradually deflate, until your heart can no longer pump blood from this wound. At that moment, death may claim you. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Tai Xiu Luo trembled uncontrollably. He had contemplated many ways to die, but to endure 2 hours of torment? It was utterly terrifying. Furthermore, the agony of Zhou Gang in the distance continued unabated. It was evident that what Li Mu said was true. At that point, he would truly wish for death. Devil, you are a devil. Tai Xiu Luo looked at Li Mu in fear. I have stated before, to confront a devil, one must employ even more devilish methods. Li Mu shrugged, unfazed by the moniker. Quickly, procure the needle. I beg you, I beg you. Tai Xiu Luo was on the brink of collapse. He truly did not wish to experience the death Li Mu had described. Li Mu immediately retrieved the silver needle, and only then did Tai Xiao Luo's suffering cease. After a brief moment, Tai Xiao Luo finally spoke. How did you know someone was behind me? He chuckled. My constitution is unique. An ordinary person cannot discern it. Not even someone at the Qi movement stage. As for Zhou Qing Yuan's constitution, it is even more concealed, making it impossible for you to detect. Li Mu replied. Excellent. It seems my master was right. If you do not perish, you will surely become a great threat. Oh, your master? Indeed. The matters concerning the Li family's fortune were imparted to me by my master. All my arrangements were orchestrated under his guidance. What is his name? Which sect does he belong to? What grievances does he have with my Li family? Li Mu inquired. 8 years ago, the Li family merely held a slight influence in Yang City, while Tai Xiao Luo's master is, at the very least, a master of the Qi control realm. How could there be any connection? His name is Yulong Zhanren. As for his sect, I am unaware. Regarding grievances, according to him, he bears no animosity towards your Li family, but your family's fortune will greatly impact him. The specifics remain unknown to me. Tai Xiao Luo explained. Yulong Zhanren. Li Mu furrowed his brow. After much deliberation, the massacre of the Li family was instigated by someone named Yulong Zhanren, who believed the Li family's fortune would affect him. How could this lead to such devastation? Where can I find him? Li Mu inquired. Jiangdong Provincial City, Yushan Cave. That is where I cultivate. My master occasionally assigns me tasks, yet he never reveals himself. This is the only lead to find him. Jiangdong Provincial City, Yushan Cave? It seems a trip to the provincial city is in order. Li Mu sighed. He had initially intended to seek out his parents after rescuing his sister. It now appeared that the path of vengeance was still lengthy. Li Mu, I have said all that is necessary. Can you not grant me a swift end? Tai Xiao Luo felt a wave of relief. He did not wish to die, but at this moment, he no longer wished to live. He understood his master's methods. Once his master learned of this, he would truly suffer a fate worse than death. Certainly, Li Mu kept his word and prepared to act. Just then, a convoy suddenly sped towards them. A group of individuals clad in identical uniforms disembarked. Upon seeing these people, Tai Xiao Luo's expression became exceedingly complex. Curse it! Why did they come now of all times? Iron Azura is already despondent. Who are these people? Li Mu furrowed his brow upon seeing the newcomers. They donned identical uniforms and possessed formidable cultivation, with the weakest among them at the pinnacle of the opening Yuan realm, while one even reached the mastery of energy realm. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in Yang City. Even throughout the entirety of Jiangdong province, they are a rarity akin to phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This is bad. This is bad. They are members of the enforcement team. Zhang Dong's complexion changed instantaneously upon spotting them. The enforcement team? Li Mu was somewhat taken aback, recalling that he had heard of the enforcement team's reputation years ago, though he had never encountered them. What could they want here? Indeed, after your destruction of the Zhou family, they must have received word and come to investigate. Zhang Dong remarked. I annihilate the Zhou family, and they come to investigate? A glint of cold light flickered in Li Mu's eyes. Where were the enforcement team members when the Li family faced annihilation and his family fled for their lives? Now they come to investigate? It's truly a grand joke. You there, are you Li Mu? The middle-aged leader approached the Yunding Tian Palace, coldly scrutinizing Li Mu. I am Li Mu. Li Mu stepped forward without hesitation, confronting the middle-aged man. My name is Qin Shou, the squad leader of the enforcement team's Jiangdong province branch. We suspect you are involved in the massacre of the Zhou family in Yang City, and we must take you back to the division for questioning. The man declared. Qin Shou, what were your parents thinking? Li Mu was momentarily speechless. Such a name was rather peculiar. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched. He was indeed aware of the ambiguity of his name, but it was given by his parents, and he could do nothing about it. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to the squad leader in such a manner? A youth immediately stepped forth, reprimanding him sharply. I am speaking. When did it become your turn to interject? Li Mu's expression darkened, and he raised his hand, delivering a strike through the air. A formidable force surged forth, causing the youth to shudder in fear. Qin Shou promptly stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of energy to intercept Li Mu's strike. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the two forces collided midair, creating a shockwave that sent several nearby enforcement team members reeling back several meters. At such a young age, he has already achieved mastery in energy. No wonder he is so audacious. Qin Shou regarded Li Mu with astonishment. for only a mastery of energy expert could unleash such a powerful force from a distance. Furthermore, to attain such mastery at the age of 25 or 26 is indeed rare within the enforcement team. You are not without merit yourself. Li Mu replied with a casual smile, for his earlier strike had merely been a casual gesture, employing less than 1/10 of his strength. Although Qin Shou was a mastery of energy expert, in Li Mu's eyes, he was nothing to be concerned about. Li Mu, despite your exceptional talent, you have committed an offense within our squad's jurisdiction and must return with me for investigation. Qin Shou bellowed. Oh, why? Why? The enforcement team is responsible for the safety of the entire Jiangdong province. You annihilated the Zhou family. Naturally, we must take you back for questioning. Qin Shou asserted. Is that so? And what of the Zhou family's atrocities against the Li family 8 years ago? Where were you then? Having extinguished the Zhou family, do you now mobilize your forces to apprehend me? Li Mu's eyes burned with a crimson hue. Had the enforcement team intervened back in the day, how could the Li family have faced such annihilation? Humph. The massacre of the Li family remains under investigation by our enforcement team, and we shall ultimately deliver justice to them. Yet this does not justify your actions against the Zhou family. Qin Shou bellowed. Ha ha. Li Mu erupted into laughter. Are you saying the enforcement team could not ascertain the facts of a matter that even Senior Sister San could unravel? This is clearly a case of blatant double standards. What are you laughing at? Qin Shou inquired. I laugh because I have already avenged myself, and even unmasked the puppet master behind it all. How about you grant the Li family their justice right now? Li Mu retorted. The puppet master? Indeed, do you know him? Tai Xiu Luo. It is Zhou Hongsheng who acted on his orders to obliterate the Li family, and behind him lies the formidable Yulong Zhenren. Hence, capturing Yulong Zhenren would restore justice to the Li family. Why not proceed to apprehend him at once? Li Mu gestured towards the fallen Tai Xiu Luo. Qin Shou cast a glance at Tai Xiu Luo, his gaze flickering upon hearing the name Yulong Zhenren. Clearly, he was aware of the existence of Yulong Zhenren. It was entirely plausible that he knew Yulong Zhenren to be the true puppet master. Otherwise, after 8 years of investigation, how could there be no leads whatsoever? Bring him back. Qin Shou commanded with a wave of his hand, intending for Tai Xiu Luo to be taken for interrogation. Li Mu made no attempt to impede this, having already discerned the existence of Yulong Zhenren. Tai Xiu Luo had lost his significance. However, Tai Xiu Luo's complexion paled dramatically. Had he not exposed Yulong Zhenren, he would have preferred to be taken by the enforcement team, retaining a chance to escape. But now, having betrayed Yulong Zhenren, should he be taken to the enforcement team, Yulong Zhenren would have ample means to eliminate him. At that point, he would truly be in a living hell. Thus, Tai Xiu Luo cried out, Qin Shou, every word Li Mu speaks is the truth. My master, Yulong Zhenren, is indeed the puppet master. Yet I shall not accompany you back to the enforcement team. Not going back to the enforcement team? How will you provide a statement? Qin Shou scoffed. Do you think I am unaware of the dark secrets within your enforcement team? I have already divulged everything, and I shall take my leave first. With a fierce shout, Tai Xiu Luo seized a nearby broken sword and swiftly slashed his own throat. He preferred to die now rather than endure torment at the hands of his master. It appears Yulong Zhenren is indeed a figure to be feared. Li Mu shook his head. Individuals like Tai Xiu Luo would rather embrace death than face the enforcement team. This speaks volumes of the terror Yulong Zhenren instills. You have heard it too. Yulong Zhenren is the puppet master. Should you capture him and exact justice upon him, I would be willing to cooperate with your investigation. Li Mu asserted. Who can ascertain the veracity of his claims? If we randomly apprehend someone to act, shall we then pursue this Yulong Zhenren as well? Do you take the members of my enforcement team for fools? Qin Shou retorted disdainfully. Li Mu's eyes turned cold, a hint of murderous intent beginning to seep from him. Zhang Dong was taken aback and hurriedly urged, Mr. Li, please, do not act impulsively. The law enforcement team is a coalition formed by the 10 great families and 10 esteemed sects of the Dragon Kingdom. Once a conflict arises with them, it will be impossible to navigate through the Dragon Kingdom. To hell with the law enforcement team. Those who act without reason deserve their fate. Li Mu scoffed, recalling how he had once placed his trust in others, only to see the Li family bloodied and annihilated. Thus, for the past 8 years, he had relied solely on the strength of his own fists. Only when one's fists are formidable can one command respect and reason from others. Are you done yet? The atmosphere was charged with tension as Qin Shou prepared to apprehend Li Mu at any moment. Li Mu, exuding a fierce aura, resolved to annihilate the law enforcement team if they refused to reason. Zhang Dong positioned himself firmly in front of Li Mu, knowing that if Li Mu truly eradicated this small team, not only would Zhang Mingyao be powerless to intervene, but even those behind her would be unable to save him. In the Dragon Kingdom, the law enforcement team represented the dignity of the 10 great families and 10 esteemed sections. Anyone who dared to extinguish the law enforcement team would face a united onslaught from these powerful factions. No matter how formidable Li Mu might be, could he truly stand against such entrenched power? Mr. Li, heed my advice and refrain from acting rashly, Zhang Dong urged earnestly. Li Mu cast a glance at Zhang Dong, who had always been loyal and had never spoken to him with such gravity before. The strength behind the law enforcement team was indeed staggering. However, to suffer humiliation at their hands, he would never acquiesce. If necessary, he would obliterate the law enforcement team and then seek out the esteemed Yulong Jinren in the provincial city to avenge the bloodshed of the Li family. Once that was settled, there would be no lingering concerns, and he could confront the law enforcement team in a life-or-death struggle. Step aside. I wish to see if the members of the law enforcement team truly possess 3 heads. Li Mu sneered. Zhang Dong, rendered speechless, realized he could not possibly restrain Li Mu given his strength. Enough of this quarrel. Take me away. At that moment, the pale-faced Zhou Qingyuan suddenly spoke up. Who are you? Qin Shou cast a glance at Zhou Qingyuan. My name is Zhou Qingyuan, the sole survivor of the Zhou family. I can attest that what Tai Shilua said is true. It was indeed my Zhou family that was misled by Tai Shilua, leading to the destruction of the Li family. Zhou Qingyuan stated with an impassive demeanor. Preposterous. Just because you say so, does that make it true? Qin Shou replied with a sneer. How could the law enforcement team, which had conducted an 8-year investigation without uncovering this matter, allow Zhou Qingyuan to simply confirm it with a few words? If this were to be revealed, where would the law enforcement team's reputation stand? I am the only survivor of the Zhou family. Would I have any reason to lie? Moreover, my family brought this upon themselves. Their annihilation was a consequence of their own actions. I do not blame Li Mu. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Li Mu, her gaze filled with complexity. Once, she believed that Li Mu coveted her beauty, which prompted the Li family to conspire against the Zhou family. Therefore, she felt justified in the Zhou family's retaliation against the Li family. Later, when her grandfather fell gravely ill, Tai Shilua compelled her to poison Li Qianqian, leading her to betray her principles. Today, however, she realized that all of it was part of the conspiracy orchestrated by Tai Shilua and the Zhou family. She had been kept in the dark all along. The Li family has, from the very beginning, been the victim. The Li household was mercilessly slaughtered, with Li Mu missing for 8 years and Li Qianqian kept in confinement for the same duration. Each and every misfortune befalling them is a consequence of the Zhou family's actions. She can no longer bear to face Li Mu and Li Qianqian. Perhaps revealing the truth to the world is all she can do. Humph, you claim to be the sole survivor, and thus you are? Do you dare obstruct the law enforcement team from carrying out their duties? May you meet your demise. Qin Shou bellowed, and with a flick of his finger, a surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, transforming midair into a sharp arrow aimed directly at Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan shut her eyes. She had lost all shame in living, and death would be a welcome relief. Li Mu let out a cold snort, and a wave of energy immediately shattered Qin Shou's attack. Li Mu, why are you saving me? Zhou Qingyuan gazed at him with an expression of bewilderment. Did he not wish to kill her? Why then did he come to her rescue? I have stated that your life and death are under my control. He lacks the right to take your life. Li Mu replied with a chilly laugh, then waved his hand, summoning a gust of energy that swept Zhou Qingyuan behind him. After all, from Tai Shou's words, it was clear that Zhou Qingyuan had never been involved in the events of that year and had even discreetly assisted Li Qianqian over the past 8 years. She had only administered a love poison to Li Qianqian due to Zhou Hongxing's illness. Essentially, she was not of the same ilk as the Zhou family. Seeking death. Qin Shou's expression darkened. If Zhou Qingyuan remained alive, it would merely expose the laxity of the law enforcement team. He prepared to strike at Li Mu and ordered the other team members to capture Zhou Qingyuan. Once in the law enforcement team's grasp, he had myriad ways to coerce her into changing her testimony. Halt. At that moment, a delicate voice rang out. Everyone turned their gaze towards the distance. A young woman clad in a flowing white dress approached with graceful steps. Her alluring figure was barely concealed by the fabric of her dress. Her delicate face seemed to be crafted by the heavens. With a youthful ponytail, she exuded vitality. Her long legs were strikingly eye-catching, and her extraordinary aura captivated all who beheld her. Miss Zhang Dong immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully. That will suffice. You may withdraw. The woman in white nodded, then turned her attention to Li Mu. Little junior brother, why do you stand there in a daze? The woman in white spread her arms and smiled. Ahem. Third senior sister. Isn't this inappropriate? Li Mu felt a tad embarrassed. During their time in the heavenly domain, he and the third senior sister would always embrace upon meeting. But with so many witnesses present, it felt rather awkward. Are you still my little junior brother? Zhang Mingyao shot a glare at Li Mu. He offered an awkward smile and approached her, enveloping her in a warm embrace. In that instant, a wave of youthful fragrance enveloped him, stirring his senses. Though they frequently embraced in the heavenly domain, this was their first embrace since departing. Li Mu felt the pure Yang Dao formula within him begin to stir, while the warmth radiating from Zhang Mingyao perfectly quelled its restlessness. This sensation was utterly enchanting. Little junior brother, that's enough, Zhang Mingyao said, feeling a bit embarrassed as she sensed the pressure against her chest. Li Mu awkwardly released his grasp, finally comprehending why his master had urged him to seek out his senior sisters. Each of them possessed a physique of extreme yin, capable of counterbalancing the domineering power of his pure yang body. Otherwise, as he continued to cultivate the pure Yang Dao, his mortal form would be unable to withstand the strain. Third senior sister, you seem to have lost some weight, Li Mu observed Zhang Mingyao, noting that being in his arms felt slightly different than before. Although the difference was subtle, he could still discern it. Zhang Mingyao's gaze flickered momentarily. Though she quickly masked her reaction, Li Mu had already caught her unease. It seemed that third senior sister had encountered troubles outside as well, he mused. In the distance, Qin Shou was incensed and shouted, Hey, are you done yet? I'm still here. Ahem, I almost forgot about Captain Qin, Zhang Mingyao remarked, tapping her forehead with a hint of embarrassment. Right, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Mingyao from the Zhang family of Jiangdong province, she proclaimed with a smile. Zhang Mingyao, the one renowned as the Jiangdong flower. Qin Shou gazed at her in astonishment, as the first impression she left was undeniably stunning. He hadn't anticipated her fame to be so substantial. Ahem, that title is somewhat exaggerated, Zhang Mingyao blushed. Feeling it was a bit too much to claim the title of Jiangdong flower, Li Mu scrutinized Zhang Mingyao closely. Her beauty was indeed among the pinnacle in all of Jiangdong province. To label her as the Jiangdong flower was hardly an overstatement. Miss Zhang Mingyao, what brings you here? Qin Shou's tone turned noticeably more courteous. After all, Zhang Mingyao's reputation preceded her, and the Zhang family was a prominent clan in Jiangdong province. It was best to avoid conflict. Actually, I am here to convey an order, Zhang Mingyao stated. An order? Indeed, this is a directive issued by the headquarters of your enforcement team in the capital. The Zhou family orchestrated the bloodbath of the Li family back in the day, and their crimes must be punished. This case is no longer to be pursued. Upon finishing, she tossed a piece of paper over to him. Qin Shou took the paper and examined it carefully, his expression shifting dramatically. Enough, everyone disperse. Qin Shou sighed, then led the enforcement team members away. Third senior sister. What on earth is going on? Li Mu inquired. Little junior brother, I am aware of your formidable strength, but the enforcement team is established by the 10 great families and 10 major sects of the Dragon Kingdom. Should you annihilate this small enforcement team, the consequences would be dire, Zhang Mingyao cautioned. Then what of this order? Li Mu was puzzled. Initially, I planned to come to Yang City, but upon hearing that you had destroyed the Zhou family, I knew the enforcement team would inevitably intervene. Given the cumbersome structure and intricate factions within the enforcement team, I had to detour to the capital to ensure such an order was issued, Zhang Mingyao explained. Cumbersome structure, intricate factions? Li Mu was taken aback. Was the enforcement team so convoluted? Indeed, while part of the 10 great families and 10 major sects are located in the capital, others are spread across various provinces. Therefore, the enforcement team in this province will undoubtedly show favoritism in its enforcement. Zhang Mingyao elaborated. Are you suggesting that the figure of Yulong Jinren has deep connections with the enforcement team? Li Mu furrowed his brow. If this were indeed the case, the bloodbath surrounding the Li family was far from simple. No wonder, after 8 long years, the murderer remained at large. Even Zhang Mingyao could only temporarily suppress the matter by returning to the headquarters in Kyoto. Indeed, this situation required careful deliberation. which was why I visited the headquarters to resolve the grievances between you and the Zhou family for the time being. As for the Jade Dragon Master and the law enforcement team, that can wait for another day, Zhang Mingyao remarked. Thank you, senior sister. Li Mu recognized that Zhang Mingyao had his best interests at heart. Otherwise, the annihilation of the law enforcement team would carry unpredictable consequences. Although he was unafraid, Zhang Mingyao would undoubtedly become embroiled in the turmoil, and the repercussions would be too great. Junior brother, it has only been a few years. Why have you become so sentimental? Must we express gratitude between us? Zhang Mingyao chuckled, patting Li Mu on the shoulder. By the way, where is 7th senior sister? He gave me the card, but why hasn't she arrived? Li Mu inquired. 7th junior sister is quite busy. Her family business far exceeds mine, and she is perpetually occupied, Zhang Mingyao replied with a smile. Have you been in touch with the other senior sisters? Li Mu asked. Let's discuss that another time. Zhang Mingyao deftly sidestepped the question. Li Mu chose not to press further and turned his gaze to Zhou Qingyuan. Li Mu, I owe you and the Li family an apology. Please, in my life. Zhou Qingyuan closed her eyes, a hint of remorse in her voice. It is your family that has wronged the Li family, not you. And until the Jade Dragon Master is found, you cannot die, Li Mu declared, leading Zhou Qingyuan back to Yin Ding Tiangong. Does it matter whether we find the Jade Dragon Master? Zhou Qingyuan's expression was filled with bitterness. She already knew the truth and had lost the courage to continue living. She felt she owed too much to the Li family. I say it matters, so it matters. Li Mu responded impassively, while Zhang Mingyao remained silently amused. She understood Li Mu all too well. Had he remained oblivious to the truth, he would have shown no hesitation in killing Zhou Qingyuan. However, now that he was aware of the circumstances, there was no way Li Mu would take her life, for he was certainly not one to indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. Qianqian, I am so sorry. Upon entering, Zhou Qingyuan approached Li Qianqian and knelt before her. Had it not been for Li Mu's return, Li Qianqian's innocence would have been tarnished by the jade-faced Buddha, and she was the true culprit. Li Qianqian had also learned the truth and now felt deeply conflicted. For 8 years, she had been treated as less than human by the Zhou family. Yet Zhou Qingyuan was an exception. Occasionally, she would even scoldingly provide her with food, claiming it was to prevent her from starving and losing value. Moreover, her parents were still alive, and her brother was there to protect her. What of Zhou Qingyuan? Both her parents had perished, leaving her utterly alone. You, please rise, Li Qianqian said, her expression a tumult of emotions. Li Mu gently ruffled Li Qianqian's hair. Despite enduring 8 years of torment, her heart remained kind. Then Li Mu turned to Zhang Mingyao and said, By the way, 3rd senior sister, I plan to head to the provincial city next. What about you? I, too, shall return to the provincial city. I have matters to attend to at home. Zhang Mingyao replied. Then it is fortuitous that we can journey together. There is no need for that. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Senior sister, wait a moment. Li Mu immediately pursued her and produced a black pill from his pocket. This is the heart protection pill. Zhang Mingyao was taken aback. As a disciple of the esteemed healer from Gigu, she was well aware of the pill's value. Among the 7 sisters, none could concoct it. Yet Li Mu had managed to do so. Indeed, this is the heart protection pill. Just now, when I embraced you, I noticed your troubled state. This pill will safeguard your heart. Once you return to the provincial city, no matter what occurs, wait for me. Li Mu placed the heart protection pill in Zhang Mingyao's hand, speaking with utmost seriousness. Previously, in the heavenly domain, it had always been the senior sisters who cared for him. Now that they were out, he would face any troubles head-on for them. Silly boy, what trouble could I possibly have? I am the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Zhang Mingyao laughed heartily, then turned away. Yet, in that fleeting moment of turning, her eyes had already grown moist. She understood that with this parting, there was no telling when they might meet again. Captain, this Zhang Mingyao has gone too far, even rushing to the capital for orders from headquarters. In the Law Enforcement Division's building, Qin Shou slammed his weapon onto the table, his face filled with indignation. After all, we are merely a branch. We must adhere to the headquarters directives. Captain Lin Tao replied calmly. However, Captain, Jiangdong Province falls under our jurisdiction. Such orders should originate from our division. Zhang Mingyao's journey to the headquarters in the capital shows that the Zhang family does not regard our division with any respect. Nor you, the Lin family, Qin Shou asserted. I am fully aware of that, but this pertains more to Zhang Mingyao's personal connections and less to her family ties. Lin Tao shook his head. While the Zhang family is indeed a prominent clan in Jiangdong province, they pale in comparison to the Lin family. The Zhang family cannot even shake our division, let alone the headquarters in the capital. Zhang Mingyao's ability to procure this order undoubtedly stemmed from other relationships. However, this still tarnishes the reputation of our law enforcement division. Enough, there is no need to dwell on it. Zhang Mingyao will not be able to remain arrogant for long. Lin Tao smiled lightly, dismissing the matter. Captain, have you received some information? Haha, is it not said that Zhang Mingyao is the flower of Jiangdong? Naturally, a suitor will emerge. A suitor? Qin Shou's eyes brightened. Given Zhang Mingyao's temperament, she would never submit to someone she disliked. But what if that person was someone she could not provoke? Now that would be quite the spectacle. By the way, Captain, what about that young man Li Mu? Qin Shou promptly changed the topic. Although the headquarters order had concluded this matter, the blood incident of the Li family from years ago remained unresolved. Should Li Mu persist, it could eventually lead to exposure. Rest assured, there are those who fear the revelation of past events more than we do. If that young man remains in Yang City to enjoy his retirement, he may live on. But if he dares to seek out Master Yulong, Lin Tao let out a cold laugh, an aura of chilling menace immediately surrounding him, startling Qin Shou beside him. Clearly, the incident involving the Li family was far from simple. Brother, do we truly need to venture to the provincial capital? Inquired Li Qianqian. The Jade Dragon Master resides in the provincial capital. I must pay him a visit. Li Mu asserted with gravity. Brother Li Mu, perhaps we should reconsider our journey. The Supreme World has a branch in the provincial capital, and the Ji family is also there. If they discover your presence, they will undoubtedly retaliate. Ji Xiaoya expressed her concerns, aware that Li Mu had killed someone from the Supreme World, which would not be taken lightly. Moreover, the Ji family had betrayed him in the past, seeking to hand him over. Now that Li Mu had returned, would the Ji family remain idle? After leaving Yang City, the Ji family had established a firm foothold in the provincial capital and was thriving. She feared that with Li Mu's current capabilities, he might not survive 3 days in the provincial capital. Oh, the Ji family is also in the provincial capital? Li Mu scoffed, seizing the opportunity to settle old scores. He then prepared to escort them to the provincial capital. As they reached the door, they encountered Zhang Dong and the others standing respectfully outside. Mr. Li, the plane is ready, Zhang Dong announced with deference. You are still here? Li Mu expressed surprise. Having assumed that Zhang Dong and his companions would accompany the third senior sister back to the provincial capital. Mr. Li, the young lady has instructed us to heed your commands from this point forward, Zhang Dong explained. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Zhang Dong and his team were trusted confidants of the third senior sister. Now that matters in Yang City had been resolved, why did they remain by his side? Mr. Li, our Zhang family is also a prominent clan in Jiangdong province, with many kin. The young lady may have already acquired more capable subordinates. Zhang Dong remarked with a wry smile. Very well, then let us proceed to the provincial capital. Li Mu decided, dismissing any further thoughts. Whatever needed addressing would become clear upon their arrival. Thus, the group swiftly made their way to the airport to board a private jet, racing toward the provincial capital. Li Mu, you already intend to seek out the Jade Dragon Master. Why do you still bring me along? On the plane, Zhou Qingyuan looked at Li Mu in confusion. Leave you behind for you to take your own life? Li Mu replied, eyes closed, casually retorting. Whether I live or die seems to bear little relation to you now, does it? I have stated before, your life and death are under my control. Should you wish to end it, my consent is necessary. Zhou Qingyuan shot Li Mu a glare, but fell silent thereafter. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya chatted animatedly while gazing at the scenery below. Look, such towering snow-capped mountains. Li Qianqian exclaimed, leaning against the window, pointing at the distant peaks. Indeed, they stand majestically among the clouds. They are breathtaking. Ji Xiaoya responded, her face alight with wonder. Having been confined by the Supreme World for so many years, she had not even seen the smallest hills outside. Zhou Qingyuan also gazed at the snow-capped mountains, an odd expression crossing her face. Snow-capped mountains? Li Mu suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the distant peaks. Brother, what is it? Li Qianqian noticed the unusual expression in Li Mu's eyes and immediately inquired with curiosity. Yang City is 1,000 kilometers from the provincial capital, and there are no snow-capped mountains along that route. Li Mu swiftly turned his gaze to Zhang Dong. Despite having spent 8 years in the celestial domain, he was still generally aware of the outside situation. This was certainly not the path to the provincial capital. Li Qianqian and the others were also taken aback. They had just been mesmerized by the beauty of the snow-capped mountains and had not considered this aspect. Zhang Dong's mouth twitched awkwardly as he replied, "Mr. Li, the young lady instructed me to take you to the seaside for a respite first, and once you have recuperated, we shall proceed to the provincial capital." A seaside respite? Li Mu chuckled coldly, recalling Zhang Mingyao's strange behavior earlier. Something was definitely amiss. Thus, Li Mu fixed a serious gaze upon Zhang Dong and inquired, "Zhang Dong, did the third senior sister instruct you to stay by my side from now on?" "Indeed," Zhang Dong affirmed. "Then do you intend to heed my words?" "Mr. Li's words are tantamount to the young lady's orders. We shall naturally comply. Then speak the truth. What has transpired with the third senior sister?" Li Mu pressed. "Mr. Li, the young lady's final command was for me to escort you to the seaside, after which I am to follow your orders entirely. As for the rest, I truly do not know," Zhang Dong explained. You have no knowledge?" Li Mu was taken aback, observing that Zhang Dong genuinely seemed uninformed, merely executing Zhang Mingyao's commands. Consequently, Li Mu promptly declared, "Zhang Dong, immediately change direction towards the provincial capital." "Mr. Li, the young lady's command is for me to await your orders only after reaching the seaside. I must adhere to her instructions," Zhang Dong insisted. "Then I shall go alone." Li Mu's expression darkened. Zhang Mingyao's actions undoubtedly indicated she was in grave trouble and did not want him to reach the provincial capital, which only intensified his resolve to go. With that, Li Mu waved his hand decisively, a surge of power instantly penetrating the cabin door to manipulate the pilot, causing the aircraft to change its course immediately. Zhang Dong stood agape. Was it truly possible to control someone from a distance? Just how formidable was Li Mu's strength? "Mr. Li, your power is truly terrifying." But Zhang Dong hesitated for a moment before continuing. "But what?" But the young lady anticipated this. Thus, she ordered that the fuel on this plane is insufficient to reach the provincial capital. Zhang Dong stated. "What?" Li Mu was at a loss for words. This only further indicated that Zhang Mingyao was in serious trouble in the provincial capital. Moreover, it was a significant predicament. As Zhang Mingyao feared, he would intervene on her behalf upon arrival. "Mr. Li, why not first go to the seaside, refuel, and then proceed to the provincial capital?" Zhang Dong suggested. "No, there is no time." Li Mu shook his head. They were already over 1,000 kilometers from Yang City, and flying to the provincial capital would take several more hours. If they went to the seaside to refuel, it would lead to too much delay. "But Mr. Li, there is no but. If we delay, the third senior sister will be in danger." Li Mu roared, startling Zhang Dong. "Mr. Li, you mean the young lady. Do not overthink it. Consider why the third senior sister left you with me. Why was it imperative for you to take me to the seaside? It is precisely because she has encountered an insurmountable predicament and fears I might assist her." Li Mu asserted. "That cannot be possible, right? The young lady is indeed a master of the aerodynamic realm. Is there truly a dilemma she cannot resolve?" Zhang Dong was taken aback, for in his eyes, Zhang Mingyao was omnipotent. If she could even procure orders from the law enforcement headquarters, what kind of trouble could she possibly encounter? A master of the aerodynamic realm? Are you aware that beyond this realm lie the realms of energy command, true essence, divine travel, transcendence, and holy entry? Each of these stages is a chasm apart. Li Mu remarked. Zhang Dong's expression shifted. He had noted the peculiarity of Zhang Mingyao's command, insisting that no matter Li Mu's protests, he must be taken to the seaside. Could it be that Zhang Mingyao was in genuine peril? "Mr. Li, I shall personally pilot the aircraft, utilizing the auxiliary fuel tank, and endeavor to reach the provincial city with utmost haste," Zhang Dong resolved, immediately making his way to the cockpit. His life had been saved by Zhang Mingyao. If she were indeed in danger, he would defy her orders to rescue her, even if it meant bringing Li Mu back to the provincial city against her wishes. Li Mu finally settled into his seat. Although he could fly, his current abilities paled in comparison to the speed of an aircraft. By the time he reached the provincial city, it would be too late. Meanwhile, within a villa in the provincial city, Zhang Mingyao gazed into the mirror, a faint smile of bitterness gracing her lips. "Yao Yao, did I not send you to Kyoto to seek assistance? Why do you still wear such a troubled expression?" A middle-aged woman approached Zhang Mingyao and inquired softly. "Mother, I went, but she would only assist me with one matter." Zhang Mingyao replied with a bitter smile. "Isn't that a good thing? You could simply ask her to help decline this marriage proposal. Why the long face?" "Mother, I requested her to procure an order from the law enforcement headquarters," Zhang Mingyao explained. An order from the law enforcement headquarters? Why? The middle-aged woman was taken aback. She knew her daughter was opposed to the marriage. However, the other party was overwhelmingly powerful, to the point that the Zhang family held no authority to refuse. Thus, she had resorted to a favor from years past, sending Zhang Mingyao to Kyoto for help. Yet, Zhang Mingyao had used this favor to request an order from the law enforcement headquarters, and this order was not even related to her. Mother, please do not question me further. Zhang Mingyao shook her head with a bitter smile. In truth, when she first traveled to Kyoto, she had contemplated using this favor to resolve her own troubles. However, upon reflection, she realized that with Li Mu's temperament, a conflict with the law enforcement would be inevitable. In such a scenario, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at their hands. Hence, she exchanged this favor for an order from the law enforcement headquarters, thereby averting a confrontation between Li Mu and them. As for her own issues, she would bear them herself. Yao Yao. The middle-aged woman looked at Zhang Mingyao in astonishment. Throughout her life, Zhang Mingyao had always acted with composure, never allowing her emotions to dictate her actions. Yet this time, she seemed to be acting impulsively. Mother, I do not regret this decision, but I may no longer be able to fulfill my filial duties to you. Zhang Mingyao collapsed into her mother's embrace, tears soaking her garment. It is all right. We, the Zhang family, will endure together. The middle-aged woman comforted Zhang Mingyao. Madam, Miss, the Tang family has arrived. Just then, a maid entered, her expression fraught with urgency. Have they finally come? Zhang Mingyao wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her gaze imbued with a hint of resoluteness. Yao Yao, do not fear. We shall face everything together. A middle-aged woman gently patted Zhang Mingyao's shoulder before they proceeded toward the hall. As they reached the entrance, Zhang Mingyao spotted Qin Shou arriving at the Zhang residence with a group of people. Qin Shou, what brings you here? Zhang Mingyao inquired, her brow furrowed. Ah, Miss Zhang. As you are engaged to young Master Tang, our law enforcement team is here to extend our congratulations. Moreover, with young Master Tang visiting Jiangdong province, it is our duty to ensure his safety. Qin Shou replied with a cold smirk. You. Zhang Mingyao clenched her fists, realizing that Qin Shou had come merely to gloat over her misfortune. Enough of your nonsense. Young Master Tang is waiting inside. Qin Shou shrugged, his eyes glinting with mockery. Weren't you quite imposing when you wielded orders from the headquarters? Let us see how well you fare now. He added, and do refrain from any reckless actions. Should your family offend young Master Tang, your standing in Jiangdong province will be utterly compromised. Spare me your concerns. Zhang Mingyao shot a glare at Qin Shou before stepping into the hall. Inside, the family head, Zhang Zhendong, wore a furrowed brow, acutely aware of his daughter's temperament. She despised young Master Tang, and come what may, she would never consent to this union. Yet, the Tang family's power eclipsed that of the Zhangs, leaving him caught between his daughter's happiness and the survival of their clan. The decision ultimately rested solely with Zhang Mingyao. Beside Zhang Zhendong sat a young man, lounging nonchalantly with his legs crossed. His demeanor was frivolous, yet the aura surrounding him instilled trepidation in Zhang Zhendong. An elderly man stood beside the youth, exuding an even more formidable presence. They have arrived? The young man, sipping tea, suddenly widened his eyes upon seeing Zhang Mingyao at the door, dressed in a flowing white gown adorned with a purple sash, complemented by an expression of delicate beauty. She was the vision he yearned to behold. Given his status, he was accustomed to attractive women throwing themselves at him, yet he relished the challenge of conquering a woman like Zhang Mingyao, one who would rather perish than submit. Such conquests brought him a profound sense of achievement. Mr. Li, we are nearing the provincial capital. Once we land at the airport, you must head directly to the Zhang residence. Zhang Dong gestured towards the myriad of towering buildings ahead. No need to wait for landing. I can fly over the Zhang villa and jump down directly, Li Mu replied. What? Absolutely not. Zhang Dong gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. He understood that Li Mu was immensely powerful, potentially a master of the art of control. However, even a master would face perilous consequences jumping from such heights. As they were still nearly 1,000 meters above ground, he had brought Li Mu back to rescue Zhang Mingyao, not to lead him to his demise. There is no time to lose. If we wait until landing, I won't arrive in time, and the opportunity will be lost. Li Mu shook his head, recalling the peculiar glint in Zhang Mingyao's eyes when she left last time. This time, with Zhang Dong insisting on taking him to the seaside, he sensed trouble looming. He feared that with each passing minute, Zhang Mingyao's peril increased. Thus he had to hasten his descent from the skies. Mr. Li, perhaps you should take a parachute, suggested Zhang Dong. No need. Parachutes are a waste of time, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. Not only do they consume precious moments, but they are also difficult to control. I shall descend solely with my physical form, utilizing my power to manipulate direction and speed, allowing for a precise landing at the Zhou residence. Brother, isn't that too risky? Li Qianqian expressed her concern. Within her understanding, no one could leap from a height of 1,000 meters without a parachute. Qianqian, my third senior sister saved my life. I must rescue her, Li Mu declared. But you have yet to seek vengeance. Is it truly worth it? Zhou Qingyuan interjected. To take such a perilous risk for a senior sister with no blood ties? Huh. She is my senior sister. I would brave even a mountain of knives or a sea of flames without hesitation. As for vengeance, I shall ensure my survival. Li Mu laughed heartily, then approached the hatch. Mr. Li, ahead lies the Zhou villa. Please exercise caution, Zhang Dong said respectfully. Rest assured, I will be fine. You take them to safety and await my news. With that, Li Mu leapt into the air, diving from a height of 1,000 meters. What? Did I see that correctly? He really jumped without a parachute? A figure aboard a distant plane exclaimed, astonished. Is this some sort of extreme sport? Even so, one should at least have a parachute or, at the very least, a wingsuit. He is dressed in ordinary clothing. It's as if he is courting death. It truly proves the adage, your demise can surpass your imagination. At the Zhang family villa, Tang Xiaobai set down his teacup, surveying Zhang Mengyao with an expression of satisfaction. Tang family head, the wedding is no longer in question. Today, I will take Yao back to Kyoto. What do you think? Zhang Zhendong's face darkened, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Yet, he could not express it, for Tang Xiaobai held a special status. And the Tang family was a force he dared not provoke. Despite the Zhang family's prominence in Jiangdong province, they were inconsequential in the eyes of the Tang family. A single word from Tang Xiaobai could plunge the Zhang family into irretrievable ruin. Since there are no objections, I shall take Yao with me, Tang Xiaobai stated, rising and stretching as he prepared to depart. In the distance, Qin Shou observed with a light chuckle. It seems our captain was right. ISN T Zhang Mengyao, the belle of Jiangdong. Tang Xiaobai is merely the flower picker. Once Zhang Mengyao is taken to Kyoto, our enforcement team will have plenty of ways to deal with Li Mu. Wait. At that moment, Zhang Mengyao suddenly spoke up. Oh, Yao, do you have any objections to my arrangements? Tang Xiaobai inquired. Tang Xiaobai, here is a contract. Zhang Mengyao unexpectedly produced a document from her waist. A contract? Zhang Zhendong and the others were taken aback. What purpose could a contract serve at this juncture? Yao, what is your intention? Tang Xiaobai asked, perplexed. Tang Xiaobai, how can I trust that upon returning to Kyoto with you, you will not trouble the Zhang family? Therefore, I agree to accompany you back to Kyoto. But you must sign this contract, pledging from this moment forth to refrain from causing any distress to the Zhang family. Zhang Mengyao declared. No problem. Tang Xiaobai shrugged. Causing trouble for the Zhang family only meant coercing Zhang Mengyao into an alliance through marriage, which he had already successfully achieved. What further purpose would there be in tormenting the Zhang family? Thus, he took the contract, glanced over it briefly, and without hesitation, affixed his signature. Upon seeing Tang Xiaobai sign the contract, Zhang Mengyao felt a sense of relief. She then turned her gaze to her parents, tears welling in her eyes. Mother, father, I am an unfilial daughter, unable to remain by your side any longer. Zhang Mengyao knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Yao, do not speak such nonsense. It is I who am inadequate. Zhang Zhentong replied, his face etched with bitterness. Although the Zhang family was reputed as a prestigious clan in Jiangdong, he himself was merely at the mid-level of the Qi mastery stage. In contrast, Tang Xiaobai was already at the mid-level of Qi mastery, and the elder behind him was at the pinnacle of that realm. Furthermore, the Tang family boasted even more formidable experts. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as Zhang Mengyao was taken away by Tang Xiaobai. Enough with this nonsense, let us depart quickly. Tang Xiaobai, growing impatient, was eager to return to his bridal chamber. Zhang Mengyao cast a long, sorrowful glance at her parents before biting into a small pouch hidden in her mouth. In an instant, her complexion darkened, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Yao, the middle-aged woman gasped in shock, rushing to embrace Zhang Mengyao, only to discover that her life force had abruptly vanished. Zhang Mengyao, what have you done? Tang Xiaobai exclaimed in astonishment. If she were to die, what use would he have for a corpse? Tang Xiaobai, you signed the contract, and you cannot renege. Zhang Mingyao uttered with her fading strength. The contract stipulates that you must return to Kyoto with me. It does not specify that I must be alive. You can take my lifeless body back with you. A smile crossed her lips, stained with blood, mocking Tang Xiaobai. Why would you do this? Tang Xiaobai's anger surged. He had exerted immense effort to win Zhang Mingyao's affection. Why would she choose death over accompanying him? Because my heart belongs to another, yet alas, I shall never have the chance. Zhang Mingyao sighed and slowly closed her eyes. As a disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage, she had employed deadly poison. Even upon reaching Kyoto, no one would be able to remedy it. Tang Xiaobai, I will not let this go, the middle-aged woman roared. Her only daughter had been driven to death by Tang Xiaobai. Yet, Tang Xiaobai paid her no heed, gritting his teeth and declaring, damn it, even in death, you shall return to Kyoto with me. The woman I desire, even if she is a ghost, must remain by my side. You scoundrel! Zhang Jintong was utterly enraged. Even if he was no match for Tang Xiaobai, he was determined to seek justice for his daughter today. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the sky. Who dares to harm my senior sister? Who is that? Everyone in the courtyard looked up to the sky, only to see Li Mu descending rapidly. What astonishing speed! Tang Xiaobai was taken aback. Although he was a master of martial arts, the speed at which one descends from such heights could only lead to death or severe injury. The elder behind him furrowed his brow as well. The velocity at which Li Mu was descending suggested he was plummeting from several hundred meters above. At this altitude, even he would likely meet his demise. How dare this fool take such a risk? What are you doing here? In her final moments, Zhang Mingyao caught sight of Li Mu hurtling down from the sky and could only shake her head in resignation. The reason she had instructed Zhang Dong to take Li Mu far from the provincial city was to prevent him from becoming embroiled in this chaos. Yet, Li Mu had ultimately arrived. Her dear junior brother was simply too considerate. Unfortunately, she would not be able to witness what was about to unfold. With that thought, Zhang Mingyao closed her eyes, her vitality extinguished. Meanwhile, before Li Mu even landed, he sensed the extinguishing of Zhang Mingyao's life force, and an overwhelming fury surged within him. Though he hurried as swiftly as he could, he had not made it in time. Senior sister, Li Mu roared, and then, with the speed of a meteor, he crashed into the courtyard of the Zhang family villa. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled beneath him, and dust scattered in all directions. Is she dead? After the dust settled, Tang Xiaobai immediately turned his gaze toward the crater. He believed that such a rapid descent would surely spell doom for anyone. However, to his astonishment, Li Mu leaped directly from the pit and rushed to Zhang Mingyao's side, lifting her into his arms. Third senior sister, how could you be so foolish? Li Mu grasped Zhang Mingyao's wrist, checking her pulse, only to discover that it had entirely ceased. From a medical standpoint, Zhang Mingyao was indeed dead. However, upon examining her heart, he found that the heart-protecting pill he had previously given her had surprisingly taken effect. There remained a faint heartbeat. If he could detoxify her in time, he might still save her. What transpired? Why did you force third senior sister to her demise? Li Mu glared furiously at the middle-aged woman. You are the one whom Yao Yao risked everything to save? The woman appraised Li Mu, noting his youth, charm, and vigor. Indeed, he fit the type Zhang Mingyao favored. Yet, how could such a calm and wise individual make such a decision? Third senior sister risked everything to save me? Li Mu was momentarily stunned. You are unaware, are you? Her trip to Kyoto was actually for the middle-aged woman sighed and recounted the events leading to Zhang Mingyao's journey to Kyoto. Upon learning that Zhang Mingyao had willingly forsaken a chance to avoid an engagement with Tang Xiaobai to prevent conflict with the enforcement team, Li Mu's heart quaked involuntarily. Third senior sister still dotes on him, so even in the face of danger, she would not allow him to come to harm. Yet, she was so foolish. What of the enforcement team? What did he have to fear? So, it was they who forced third senior sister to her end? Li Mu cast a cold gaze at Tang Xiaobai, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Boy, just let it go. Yao Yao's actions are driven by her desire to prevent you from falling into a perilous situation. The Tang family is not one to be trifled with. The middle-aged woman implored Li Mu. Her daughter would rather sacrifice herself than allow Li Mu to become enmeshed in crisis. It was evident that her daughter held genuine affection for him. Now that her daughter has perished, she wished for Li Mu to survive as well. Those who harm my senior sister shall face death. Li Mu's countenance darkened as he returned Zhang Mingyao to the middle-aged woman. Young man, do not act impulsively. Yao Yao has already died. Do not let her efforts go to waste. The middle-aged woman continued her entreaty. Auntie, take good care of my third senior sister. She is not dead yet, and I possess the means to save her. However, before I can rescue her, they must all perish. Li Mu's gaze blazed crimson as he spoke to Tang Xiaobai. What? The middle-aged woman exclaimed with joy, realizing that Zhang Mingyao had studied medicine, and her master was exceptionally skilled. Could it be that Li Mu could summon her master? Regardless, as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would never surrender. Who do you think you are, brat? Zhang Mingyao is mine in life and in death. Even if she has passed, I must take her body with me. Tang Xiaobai scoffed. Tang Xiao, this is Li Mu, a remnant of the Li family from Yang City. Zhang Mingyao sought the order from the law enforcement headquarters in Kyoto for his sake, which is why we were unable to apprehend him. Qin Shou interjected, eager to win Tang Xiaobai's favor and ascend the ranks. Tang Xiaobai's expression immediately soured. Zhang Mingyao had gone to the law enforcement headquarters for Li Mu's sake. Furthermore, she had mentioned that her heart belonged to someone. It now appeared that her affections were directed toward Li Mu. As the illustrious young master of the Tang family, a master in his own right, and surrounded by countless experts, he had pursued Zhang Mingyao for years, yet had received naught but disdain. To think she would willingly sacrifice herself to save Li Mu. Why? Why was he inferior to Li Mu? You seek death. Tang Xiaobai seethed with fury. Even if Li Mu dared to leap from hundreds of meters above, he would meet his demise today. Seek death? Li Mu's eyes glinted with coldness as he advanced step by step toward Tang Xiaobai. Impudent. Dare you show disrespect to Tang Xiao? Someone seize him. Qin Shou immediately waved his hand, summoning the law enforcement personnel to attack. This was an opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, and he would not let it slip away. Qin Shou, do you truly believe I fear you? Li Mu bellowed. Had it not been for the intervention of his third senior sister last time, he would have already crushed Qin Shou. This fool genuinely thought he intimidated him with the law enforcement. Humph, to threaten the law enforcement is a grave offense. Seize him, Qin Shou shouted, and several law enforcement team members charged forward. Die! Li Mu roared, then formed his fingers into a sword. A wave of sword energy sliced through the air, and in an instant, several approaching team members were cleaved in two, leaving a gruesome scene in its wake. So powerful. Qin Shou was astonished. To eliminate several members of the law enforcement with a single strike, Li Mu's strength was indeed formidable. However, as a squad leader, he could not allow Li Mu to act with such arrogance. Little scoundrel, go to hell. Qin Shou roared as he charged forward. Die for me. Li Mu no longer held back. With a sweeping motion of his hand, Qin Shou was seized by an overwhelming force and was lifted effortlessly into Li Mu's grasp. Li Mu, you. Qin Shou's complexion paled drastically, realizing that as a master of the qi manipulation stage, he was utterly powerless against Li Mu's grip on his throat. Just how terrifying is this man? Young man, do not act impulsively. Zhang Zhendong was startled by Li Mu's ferocity. Qin Shou was the squad leader of the enforcement team, and should Li Mu kill him, the enforcement team would undoubtedly seek revenge. Although Li Mu sought vengeance for Zhang Mingyao, wasn't Zhang Mingyao's intent to prevent a deadly feud between Li Mu and the enforcement team? Impulsive? I am fully aware. Anyone who dares to harm my third senior sister must meet their end. Li Mu's eyes glowed crimson, his murderous aura sending Qin Shou's legs trembling in fear. Li Mu, do not act recklessly. This is the provincial capital, where our enforcement team has a division. We possess masters in the true essence realm. Should you kill me, our division, and even the headquarters, will issue a manhunt against you. Qin Shou hastily attempted to persuade Li Mu, desperate to avoid death. Now you fear? It is too late. Li Mu sneered coldly, then exerted a tremendous force. Bang! With a resounding crash, Qin Shou's head was crushed into a pulpy mess, his body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. This gruesome scene sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. He was a mid-stage qi manipulation master, a prodigy within the enforcement team, and yet, he was obliterated by Li Mu with a single squeeze. Little scoundrel. You have quite the audacity to kill even the squad leader of the enforcement team. Tang Xiaobai's fury ignited at the sight, yet he felt no fear. Behind him stood a peak-stage qi manipulation master, along with the entire Tang family as his backing. He believed that no matter how enraged Li Mu became, he would not dare to strike at him. What is the enforcement team to me? I will kill you. Li Mu glared at Tang Xiaobai, for he recognized that this very man was the root cause of Zhang Mingyao's tragic demise by poison. Relying on his noble lineage, he attempted to claim Zhang Mingyao for himself, and even after her suicide, he showed no remorse, wanting to bring her back to the capital. 100 deaths would not suffice as atonement. Kill me? You think you can? Tang Xiaobai scoffed, dismissing Li Mu entirely. He himself was a mid-stage qi manipulation cultivator, and his bodyguard was at the peak stage. What could Li Mu possibly use to challenge him? Old master, eliminate him. Tang Xiaobai commanded the elder behind him. Yes, young master. The elder advanced without hesitation. Run, kid. Zhang Zhendong exclaimed in alarm. Although Li Mu had slain Qin Shou, this elder was a peak-stage qi manipulation master. As Tang Xiaobai's bodyguard, he was undoubtedly a seasoned warrior, rich in combat experience, far beyond what Li Mu could contend with. Run? I came here to kill. Why would I flee? Li Mu's expression darkened. Perhaps to others, a peak-stage qi manipulation master appeared overwhelmingly powerful. In his eyes, the pinnacle of mastery was merely a slightly larger ant. Thus, when the old man charged forward, Li Mu remained utterly unmoved. Sword from the east, the old man bellowed, unleashing a torrent of power that coalesced before him into a formidable long sword. The sword grew ever larger, its might becoming increasingly terrifying. At the pinnacle of mastery, his internal strength had reached a horrifying level, capable of slaying foes from 100 paces away, possessing the terrifying prowess to contend with thousands. The young man was in peril. Observing this scene, Zhang Zhendong could not help but shake his head. Yet Li Mu remained unperturbed. As the long sword bore down upon him, he merely extended his right hand with serene composure. Slowly, he raised 2 fingers. Bang! The long sword descended violently, poised to cleave Li Mu into mincemeat. Yet, astonishingly, the sword came to a standstill, trapped between his fingers. What? The old man was momentarily dazed. This was his full-force strike, and under the pinnacle of mastery, no one could withstand it. How could Li Mu, with merely 2 fingers, block it? With such meager strength, he dares to act as a bodyguard? Li Mu cast a cold glance at the old man, then applied pressure with his fingers. Bang! The sword, forged of internal energy, disintegrated into nothingness. The immense shockwave sent the old man staggering back 2 meters, his eyes wide with terror as he regarded Li Mu. You are a master at the true element realm, the old man exclaimed in astonishment. What? The true element realm? Tang Xiaobai gazed at Li Mu with disbelief. He, a genius of the Tang family, had relied on the vast resources of his clan to break through to the mid-phase of mastery by the age of 25. Yet here was Li Mu, lacking any substantial background, achieving the true element realm at a similar age. He had heard that within the entire Dragon Nation, those who could ascend to the true element realm before 30 were as rare as phoenix feathers. At the very least, he is of the true element realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to so effortlessly neutralize my attack. Young master, you must flee. I will hold him back. The old man, now aware of Li Mu's formidable nature, urged Tang Xiaobai to escape. Tang Xiaobai, not lacking in wit, turned and fled. The one I intend to kill, even the king of heaven cannot protect. Li Mu sneered, then reached out into the air, a great hand materializing to seize Tang Xiaobai. Break for me. The old man unleashed a powerful punch toward the grasping hand. But Li Mu countered with a swift slap. Another invisible hand surged forth, sending the old man flying a dozen meters away. Puff! The old man coughed up blood, staring at Li Mu in disbelief. With a mere gesture, Li Mu could vanquish him. His strength was beyond what the old man had anticipated. Release the young master. Though the old man recognized he was no match for Li Mu, his duty was to protect Tang Xiaobai. If the young master perished, he too would not escape death upon returning. Thus, the old man charged at Li Mu once more. Seeking death, Li Mu's expression darkened. He had initially aimed to eliminate Tang Xiaobai alone, but as the old man sought his demise, Li Mu resolved to send him to his final rest. With a swift motion, he delivered a powerful slap. Smack! A colossal hand soared through the air, crashing down upon the old man and driving him into the ground. Crack! The old man was reduced to a mere pulp. What? Tang Xiaobai was utterly bewildered. A master at the pinnacle of martial prowess reduced to a mere pulp with a single slap? To what terrifying extent had Li Mu's cultivation reached? Zhang Zhendong too was in shock. He prided himself on being well-versed in the ways of the world, yet Li Mu's methods transcended his comprehension, at least within Jiangdong province. He had never encountered such a formidable individual. However, Zhang Zhendong quickly regained his composure and urgently remarked, Kid, while it may not pose a significant issue to eliminate that old man, you absolutely cannot kill Tang Xiaobai. Oh, and why is that? Li Mu inquired. The old man is merely a bodyguard. There remains room for negotiation. But if you were to slay Tang Xiaobai, the Tang family would pursue you relentlessly. Zhang Zhendong responded. Indeed, my Tang family holds considerable influence in the capital. A mere breath from us could obliterate the Zhang family. As for you, if you kneel and admit your wrongdoing, I may spare your life. Tang Xiaobai laughed boisterously. Your words have reminded me. You should promptly call the Tang family. Li Mu declared. Haha, are you frightened? Good. I shall make the call right away. Tang Xiaobai sneered, immediately dialing his father. Yet before Tang Xiaobai could utter a word, Li Mu snatched the phone and coldly stated. So, it is the Tang family of the capital? Consider this. Tang Xiaobai has been slain by my hand. Remember my name, Li Mu. If you wish to avenge Tang Xiaobai, come find me directly. Who are you? You dare to kill my son? I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Tang Yunxiong, seething with rage, responded. Though the Tang family did not rank highly in the capital, they were a behemoth in Jiangdong province. The thought that his son could be killed there was unfathomable. However, Li Mu had no intention of engaging in further conversation and hung up the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, Tang Yunxiong felt as though he might explode with fury. Find out who this Li Mu is. What is his identity and background? He commanded vehemently. Yes, third master. His subordinates did not dare to delay, fully aware of Tang Yunxiong's deep affection for his son. Should Tang Xiaobai truly perish, this Li Mu would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death. After hanging up, Li Mu turned his gaze back to Tang Xiaobai, who now appeared pale as a ghost. He had initially thought Li Mu wanted him to call his father to negotiate some advantage. Instead, it seemed Li Mu was merely informing his father to collect his remains. Kid, do not act impulsively. Zhang Zhendong quickly advised Li Mu. It is not too late to reconsider before killing Tang Xiaobai. Once he is dead, there will be no safe haven for you in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Impulsive? Li Mu shook his head, his eyes fixed intently on Tang Xiaobai. Li Mu, please do not kill me. Whatever you desire, I will provide. How much money do you want? What resources do you need? I can give you anything, I beg you. Spare my life. Tang Xiaobai pleaded desperately, realizing his trousers had grown damp with fear. Were you not so arrogant when you forced my third senior sister to her demise? Did you not wish to take her body back? Li Mu's cold gaze bore into Tang Xiaobai, his murderous intent causing the latter to tremble in terror. I was wrong. I will never dare again. If admitting one's mistakes were of any use, what purpose would fists serve? Li Mu coldly chuckled, then delivered a powerful punch. Bang! Tang Xiaobai's head was obliterated by Li Mu's blow, and his lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. It was over. Zhang Zhendong felt speechless. He had lost his daughter, and now even the one she cared for was gone. Uncle Zhang, please clear the battlefield. I require an utterly tranquil room. I must detoxify senior sister San. Li Mu said, accepting Zhang Mengyao from the middle-aged woman. You mean Yao Yao is still salvageable? Zhang Zhendong's excitement surged instantly. Of course. Our master is the medical immortal of Gigu. I have inherited her true teachings. Even if senior sister Sen has 1 foot in the realm of death, I shall bring her back. Li Mu replied with a cold smile. All right, I shall have preparations made at once. Zhang Zhendong bellowed, instructing his butler to prepare a room and sending others to clean up the battlefield. As Li Mu carried Zhang Mengyao into the room, the middle-aged woman quietly remarked, Donggu, what do you think of him? Decisive in action, loyal and principled. He is worthy of lifelong trust. However, it is unfortunate. He has killed members of the enforcement team and Tang Xiaobai, which likely means his time is limited. Zhang Zhendong replied with a bitter smile. Though the enforcement team tends to protect their own, it's just a small squad. As long as the Zhang family is willing to part with some resources, this matter can be smoothed over. However, the Tang family is a prominent clan in the capital, and Tang Xiaobai was the apple of Tang Yunxiong's eye. This matter may prove difficult to resolve. Regardless, once he detoxifies Yao Yao, I shall ensure they leave Jiangdong province to live their carefree lives. We shall deal with this mess ourselves, the middle-aged woman declared. Indeed, this time Yao Yao, in an effort to spare us trouble, even resorted to poisoning herself. I am an unworthy father, Zhang Zhendong lamented. In the room, Li Mu gently laid Zhang Mengyao upon the bed, carefully removing her gauzy dress to reveal her back, as pure as jade. Yet, he lacked the heart to appreciate the scene. Instead, he sat cross-legged and placed his hands on her back. A surge of energy flowed from his palms into Zhang Mingyao's body. As this energy coursed through her, the toxins surrounding her heart began to be gradually expelled. and her heart started to regain a faint rhythm. However, this was merely the beginning, for she had ingested a lethal poison known as the 10,000-year bitter herb, extracted from a plant called the 10,000-year cloud bitter grass. Once this toxin entered the body, it would accumulate in the blood and cling to the walls of the blood vessels near the heart. Even the slightest residue could be fatal. Had it not been for the heart protection pill he had previously administered, Zhang Mingyao would have already passed away. Nevertheless, Li Mu had to meticulously cleanse the venom adhering to the blood vessels through the power he was channeling. This was a monumental task. As time passed, the toxins within Zhang Mingyao were gradually purged, and she slowly began to regain consciousness. Zhang Mingyao opened her eyes, surveying the familiar surroundings, feeling somewhat dazed. As memories of her unconsciousness flooded back, Li Mu descending from the heavens, clarity washed over her. "Junior brother, how are you?" she inquired. "Third senior sister, do not speak. The millennium of bitter poison within you has not yet been fully purged. Refrain from moving," Li Mu cautioned. "Junior brother, why are you so foolish? Did I not instruct Zhang Dong to take you to the seaside? Why have you returned? Third senior sister, had I not returned, you would truly have perished. Would you have me be ungrateful? Junior brother, yet your return serves no purpose. There are members of the enforcement team and the Tang family, and you cannot contend with them. Moreover, I have ingested the bitter poison, and no one can remedy it." Zhang Mingyao replied with a bitter smile. "Third senior sister, I have slain Xin Shou, and as for Tang Xiaobai, he has also met his end at my hands. Regarding this bitter poison, I possess the capability to resolve it entirely. What you must do now is close your eyes and rest," Li Mu asserted. A warmth enveloped Zhang Mingyao's heart. After all, Li Mu had risked everything for her, eliminating members of the enforcement team and the Tang family, bearing immense pressure. Furthermore, how much stamina would he expend to unravel the bitter poison? Glancing down, she felt no shame. Before her junior brother, there was nothing to conceal. Thus, she closed her eyes, awaiting his assistance in detoxifying her. Once freed from the poison, she would face any danger or pressure alongside Li Mu. Meanwhile, as Li Mu worked to detoxify Zhang Mingyao, in the Jiangdong branch of the enforcement team, Captain Lin Tao was seething with rage. How dare Emir Li Mu dare to slay a squad leader of the enforcement team? This was a blatant disregard for their authority. This boy must die. Bring back all 10 squads currently on duty at once. Lin Tao ordered immediately. "Captain, Jiangdong province is vast, if we recall all squads. There may be those who take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble." A subordinate cautioned. "Cause trouble? Our squad leader has been killed, and we fear trouble." Lin Tao scoffed. As captain, if he could not handle a single Li Mu, how could he maintain his standing in Jiangdong province? "Yes, I will make the arrangements." The subordinate, intimidated, promptly left to contact the various squads. As the command spread, each squad began to return to the provincial capital from different corners of Jiangdong province. Such a significant commotion naturally aroused speculation among the prominent families and sects of Jiangdong province. What is happening? Is the enforcement team not patrolling in Jiangxing? Why have they suddenly withdrawn? I heard it was an order from the Jiangdong branch of the enforcement team. Apparently, a squad was annihilated in the provincial capital. What? A squad was wiped out? And in the provincial capital? That is akin to digging beneath the very feet of the sovereign. No wonder Lin Tao is mobilizing all squads back. But who possesses such audacity? I believe it is a person named Li Mu, who is currently at the Zhang residence. The Zhang family? Now this becomes intriguing. The various factions in Jiangdong province are engaged in fervent discussions, all recognizing that the annihilation of a mere law enforcement squad is not a trivial matter. If the intent were solely to apprehend a murderer, there would be no need to mobilize every team from the Jiangdong provincial division. In fact, Lin Tao could single-handedly capture the culprit. The commotion stirred by Lin Tao serves a dual purpose. It is also aimed at dismantling the Zhang family. Brother Dong, it seems that Lin Tao harbors ill intentions. Should we warn Li Mu? Song Lei gazed at Zhang Zhendong with concern. Indeed, he seeks to use this pretext to seize control of our Zhang family. Zhang Zhendong paced back and forth. What should we do? Should we send them away now? Song Lei inquired. Absolutely not. Li Mu is administering an antidote to Yao Yao. This is a critical moment, and it cannot be interrupted. We must bide our time. If Lin Tao truly approaches, I will risk my life to protect both Yao Yao and Li Mu. Zhang Zhendong clenched his teeth, recalling how his previous weakness led to Zhang Mingyao's tragic demise by poison. This time, he vowed that he would never allow her to suffer harm again. Meanwhile, In the room, Li Mu had nearly dispelled the lingering poison from Zhang Mingyao's body. She had regained full consciousness, but Li Mu, drained from the exertion, could only slump wearily to the side. Zhang Mingyao, not bothering to don her clothes, rushed to support Li Mu. In that moment, Li Mu found his face nestled in Zhang Mingyao's gentle embrace, the soft and tender sensation instantly uplifting his spirits. Little junior brother, why are you so foolish? You could have waited by the seaside until the matter was resolved before seeking revenge. Now you've completely offended both the law enforcement team and the Tang family. Zhang Mingyao, filled with compassion, offered her support to Li Mu. Third senior sister, without you, avenging the Li family's blood feud would hold no meaning. Li Mu gazed at Zhang Mingyao with a pale countenance. As time seemed to rewind to 8 years ago when he first entered the heavenly domain, gravely injured, and she had tended to his wounds. Zhang Mingyao felt a wave of emotion. No matter what, she sensed the depth of Li Mu's feelings. Third senior sister, perhaps you should put on some clothes first? Li Mu suggested awkwardly, having removed her attire for the sake of healing. Now, he lay in her embrace, exposed. Little junior brother, forget the clothes. I will carry you to bed. Zhang Mingyao smiled radiantly, then effortlessly lifted Li Mu into her arms. To bed? Li Mu was taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Little junior brother, when Tang Xiaobai pressured me before, I mentioned that my heart belonged to another. I felt a bit shy then. But now that you have risked your life to save me, I can no longer conceal my feelings. I like you. Zhang Mingyao's cheeks flushed as she gazed earnestly at Li Mu, her neck also tinged with crimson, evoking deep sympathy. Third senior sister, Li Mu was momentarily speechless. In truth, he harbored feelings for all 7 of his senior sisters, yet he had never dared to express them. Now, with the revelation from third senior sister, he felt a profound sense of reflection. Greetings, young junior brother. Rest assured, I shall take care of everything. After placing Li Mu onto the bed, Zhang Mingyao drew the curtains. As time passed, a few hours later, Zhang Mingyao found herself nestled in Li Mu's embrace, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Young junior brother, weren't you severely exhausted? How come? Zhang Mingyao shot an irritated glance at Li Mu, for she initially intended to reward him casually. Yet, to her surprise, the supposedly feeble Li Mu suddenly brimmed with vitality. Cough, cough. Third senior sister, you are of the extreme Yin constitution, while I possess the pure Yang physique. Thus, our union allows for a swift replenishment of my energy. Li Mu chuckled, for had it not been for this, he would have long since succumbed. Moreover, after their exchange, Li Mu discovered that his Pure Yang Scripture had astonishingly ascended to the pinnacle of the 6th level. He had progressed 2 minor realms, truly remarkable. Third senior sister, indeed. The power of this extreme Yin constitution far surpasses that of Zhou Qingyuan. Had I known this would occur, Zhang Mingyao covered her face, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. Well, time is of the essence. It is likely that the enforcement team will soon come knocking. Li Mu calmly stated as he donned his clothes. Young junior brother, I have exhausted my mother's favor. As for the enforcement team, I fear I am of little help. Zhang Mingyao confessed, a hint of shame in her voice as she dressed. Third senior sister, I have never regarded the enforcement team with any trepidation. Li Mu confidently patted Zhang Mingyao's shoulder. Zhang Mingyao was momentarily taken aback. The enforcement team was a formidable entity formed by the collaboration of the 10 great families and 10 leading sects of Longhua. Could it be that Li Mu was overly arrogant or perhaps deluded? Very well, let us depart. Li Mu smiled serenely and led Zhang Mingyao out of the room. Upon witnessing Zhang Mingyao emerge alive from the room, Song Lei and Zhang Zhendong felt their anxieties dissipate. Yao Yao, why must you be so foolish? Song Lei rushed forward, enveloping Zhang Mingyao in a tight embrace, tears streaming down her face. Mother, I simply did not wish to burden you, Zhang Mingyao replied, guilt gnawing at her heart. She had thought that by sacrificing herself, she would alleviate her parents' troubles, unaware of the profound sorrow her death would induce in them. By the way, why is your hair so disheveled? And your clothes are not properly fastened. Song Lei swiftly changed the subject, wishing to avoid excessive sentimentality. With this shift, Zhang Mingyao's face turned crimson, wishing fervently to vanish into the ground. Noticing her embarrassment, Song Lei suddenly grasped the implications. Disheveled hair, untidy garments. In the presence of a lone male, what could it signify? Song Lei felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing the topic transition had not been well executed. At that moment, Zhang Dong arrived with Li Qianqian and others, alleviating the awkward atmosphere. Zhang Dong, did I not instruct you to take the young junior brother to the seaside? Why have you brought him back to the provincial city? Do you treat my words as mere whispers in the wind? Zhang Mingyao scolded him vehemently. Zhang Dong was momentarily stunned. He knew that bringing Li Mu back would certainly incur Zhang Mingyao's wrath. Yet he had not anticipated that the usually gentle Zhang Mingyao would greet him with such ferocity. Cough, cough, it was I who insisted that he bring me back. Li Mu hastily intervened on behalf of Zhang Dong, for otherwise, the situation would indeed become untenable. In that case, I shall spare you this once. Zhang Mingyao exclaimed promptly. Zhang Dong, bewildered, wondered if Zhang Mingyao's wrath could dissipate as swiftly as it had arisen. Brother, let us not discuss that now. The enforcement team's squad has all returned to the provincial city. Li Qianqian urged anxiously. Indeed, brother Li Mu, if we delay any longer, it will be too late. Ji Xiaoya also pressed Li Mu, as these individuals were evidently after him. Mingyao, quickly lead Li Mu out through the back door, and then take a flight to leave the provincial city, never to return. Zhang Jintong insisted. Uncle Zhang, if we leave, how will you explain to the enforcement team? Li Mu replied with an indifferent smile, having gleaned some fundamental news about the provincial city after conversing with Zhang Mingyao. Although Jiangdong province lacked the 10 great families and 10 major sects of the enforcement team, the Lin family had formed a union with the Xianyuan family of Kyoto. The Xianyuan family is one of the 10 great families, and thus, the Lin family leveraged this connection to place Lin Tao in the position of captain of the enforcement team. The Lin and Zhang families had long harbored animosity, and Lin Tao had consistently sought opportunities to use the enforcement team to eradicate the Zhang family, though he had yet to succeed. If Li Mu were to leave with Zhang Mingyao now, Lin Tao would undoubtedly seize this chance to annihilate the Zhang family. Therefore, he could not leave. Moreover, what was Lin Tao to fear? Explanations? I owe him no explanations. I might as well fight to the bitter end. Zhang Jintong scoffed. There's no need. The trifling enforcement team is hardly worthy of my concern. Li Mu laughed heartily, for after his dual cultivation with Zhang Mingyao, his strength had indeed improved. Perhaps standing against the 10 great families and 10 major sects head-on might be beyond him, yet dealing with a division of the enforcement team posed no challenge. You arrogant wretch, how dare you speak so boldly? At that moment, Lin Tao's voice echoed from outside the door. Zhang Jintong's expression shifted instantly. Lin Tao had arrived with remarkable swiftness. As the words were spoken, a loud crash resounded as the door to the Zhang family villa was forcefully pushed open. With Lin Tao accompanied by 10 squad leaders and a throng of enforcement team members storming in. Although Zhang Jintong felt a pang of fear, he stepped forward and said sternly, Lin Tao, this is the Zhang family. What do you intend to do with the enforcement team here? What do you think? Zhang Jintong, you are harboring a notorious criminal. You deserve to be punished. Lin Tao replied coldly. A notorious criminal? What nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Mingyao interjected loudly. Humph. Li Mu has slain an entire squad of my enforcement team. Is he not a notorious criminal? You have sheltered him for many days, which makes you complicit. I have the right to act decisively. Lin Tao sneered. Oh, are you not curious as to why I killed them? Li Mu inquired. Irrespective of the reason. You have killed my enforcement team members, and you must die? Lin Tao declared. Huh, you all are just the same. Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Noting that Qin Shou indiscriminately sought to execute Zhou Qingyuan, the sole survivor. Lin Tao, regardless of any justification, knew that once he killed a member of the enforcement team, it would spell his doom. Are the enforcers truly so unreasonable? If even those who uphold the law disregard it, then such a force is rendered unnecessary. Humph. Dare to insult the enforcement team? Seize him. Furthermore, anyone who obstructs the enforcers will be deemed an accomplice and dealt with ruthlessly. Lin Tao bellowed. Yes. The 10 squad leaders nodded in unison, promptly leading their teams into the Zhang family villa, encircling Li Mu and his companions completely. The atmosphere grew tense. For the squad leaders of the enforcement team were all formidable experts. Lin Tao, the captain, was even a master of the true essence realm. Even the most ordinary enforcers possessed formidable qi manipulation skills, and with over 100 of them, they far outmatched their opponents in both numbers and combat capability. Lin Tao, is it? If there is something to be settled, come at me. Li Mu furrowed his brow, although he did not regard Lin Tao highly. The overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. Should a conflict arise, Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoya would be in grave danger. Humph, all are accomplices and must be eliminated. Lin Tao sneered, determined to eradicate everyone present and assert his will. Seeking death. Li Mu's expression darkened as he prepared to swiftly eliminate the 10 squad leaders before turning his wrath upon Lin Tao. Once these leaders were dispatched, the remaining enforcers would pose little threat. Stay your hand. Just as Li Mu was about to strike, an elderly figure suddenly soared into the air, suspended before them. Elder Wang. Lin Tao was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. This man was a member of the enforcement team's headquarters in the capital. What was he doing in Jiangdong province? Had the headquarters learned of Li Mu's slaying of Qin Shou? Were they here to hunt him down? Elder Wang states that Qin Shou, in blatant disregard for the law, abused his authority, and thus his actions warrant punishment. Li Mu's execution of Qin Shou serves to rid the enforcement team of a scourge. Elder Wang proclaimed. Why? Lin Tao erupted in fury. He had finally found an opportunity to eliminate Li Mu and the Zhang family, only to be informed that Li Mu's actions were justified as a cleansing of the enforcement team. What excuse did he have left to kill Li Mu? Moreover, he had boasted before departing that he would not only kill Li Mu but also wipe out the Zhang family. Now, returning empty-handed would leave him with no face to stand in Jiangdong province. Enforcement team, heed the command. Return to your posts. Elder Wang commanded with authority. The squad leaders exchanged glances, uncertain whether to follow Lin Tao or Elder Wang. Did they dare to rebel? Elder Wang's booming voice silenced their doubts, compelling the squad leaders to withdraw with their teams from the Zhang family villa. Lin Tao gritted his teeth and turned to Elder Wang. Elder Wang, I shall withdraw from the enforcement team and act on my own accord. Is that permissible? I am only concerned with the enforcement team's affairs. Elder Wang scoffed, ignoring Lin Tao entirely. He then cast a complex glance at Li Mu. Li Mu was taken aback. What was happening? Third senior sister, did you orchestrate this? Li Mu asked in astonishment, looking at Zhang Mingyao. Just moments ago, Lin Tao had been adamant about exterminating them, and now he was withdrawing from the enforcement team? Zhang Mingyao shook her head, claiming she had done nothing this time. What does it matter? Li Mu also shook his head. If all 10 team leaders of the enforcement team had joined forces, he would have been unconcerned. However, Li Qianqian and the others might have faced peril. Now that the enforcement team had departed, only Lin Tao remained, and he truly regarded him with disdain. Li Mu, I hope you mature swiftly. Elder Wang laughed heartily before soaring into the sky. Is that so? Li Mu pondered, perplexed. Did the enforcement team know of him? If that were the case, why did they remain silent when the Zhou family orchestrated the massacre of the Li family? It appeared a trip to Kyoto was indeed necessary. Li Mu sighed. The events surrounding the Li family massacre were shrouded in mystery. Even locating the true dragon would not guarantee clarity on the truth. Li Mu, you cunningly managed to connect to the headquarters. I admire your audacity. However, I have severed ties with the enforcement team and am no longer bound by their constraints. Today, I shall eliminate you. Lin Tao glared furiously at Li Mu. Eliminate me? Li Mu responded with a calm smile. Had Lin Tao remained with the enforcement team, his threats would have drawn intervention. But now that Lin Tao had severed his ties, Li Mu could indeed strike him down without interference. Not just you, but the entire Zhang family shall perish. Lin Tao roared, drawing his long sword, his murderous intent palpable. Haha, Captain Lin is truly a man. He would rather renounce the enforcement team than let this villain live. I commend your bravery. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed. Who is that? Lin Tao immediately turned to see a middle-aged man approaching. Oh no. Zhang Zhendong's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing this individual. Father, who is he? Zhang Mingyao discerned her father's concern. Evidently, this man held considerable stature. The vice master of Yunlan sect, Xiao Zun, a formidable warrior of the true essence realm. Zhang Zhendong elucidated. What? The vice master of Yunlan sect? Zhang Mingyao was at a loss for words. What had Li Mu done to offend such a significant figure? Yunlan sect ranked among the top 3 sects in Jiangdong province, and now their vice master had arrived. Ahem, a disciple of Yunlan sect was to marry her. But I accidentally struck him down, thus creating enmity, Li Mu awkwardly explained, gesturing toward Zhou Qingyuan. Do you fancy her? Zhang Zhendong queried, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Wasn't he supposed to sacrifice himself for his daughter? How could I possibly like her? Li Mu quickly shook his head. If you do not fancy her, why did you slay her fiancé and provoke a major sect like Yunlan? Zhang Zhendong pressed. Well, it's a long story. Li Mu was exasperated. His action against Zhao Yunjia was certainly not motivated by affection for Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan shot Li Mu a resentful glance, her wan visage suggesting she felt he was unwilling to admit his true feelings. Li Mu was even more bewildered. he truly did not harbor feelings for Zhou Qingyun. Yet their entanglements were more than one could easily explain. How could he clarify such a complex situation? Humph. Zhou Qingyun cast a glare at Li Mu. Although she could not exact revenge on him, creating a bit of trouble was certainly within her capabilities. After all, he had vented his frustrations upon her. Ahem. It would be prudent to first resolve the immediate predicament. Li Mu felt a throbbing headache. In hindsight, it would have been better to have dealt with Zhou Qingyun decisively from the start. Meanwhile, Xiao Zun stepped forward with a grin, saying, Captain Lin, since we are already intent on eliminating Li Mu, why not collaborate? It mattered little, for death awaited them all. Who delivered it was inconsequential. Lin Tao readily accepted, as his objective today was to eradicate Li Mu and annihilate the Zhang family. Haha, if that is the case, count me in. At that moment, another voice resonated in the air, and the crowd beheld a burly man striding into the Zhang family villa. It was Zheng Xiaohua, the overseer of Yiping Tiantang. Zhang Zhendong shuddered upon seeing him. Junior apprentice, you have also drawn the ire of Yiping Tiantang? Zhang Mengyao was at a loss for words. Ahem, Yiping Tiantang has taken Xiao Yu, and when I sought her release, they refused. Thus, I had no choice but to seize her. Li Mu shrugged. For Ji Xiaoya was indeed his savior. How could he remain indifferent? You certainly know how to pick your opponents, Zhang Mengyao remarked. For Yiping Tiantang was vastly superior to Yunlan's sect. No matter how formidable Yunlan's sect was, it remained a local sect in Jiangdong province. Above Xiaozun, there was only one sect master. Yet, above Zheng Xiaohua, one could only speculate the number of formidable experts. Even if Li Mu managed to escape today, he would inevitably face relentless assaults from Yiping Tiantang in the future. No, they will choose their opponents. Li Mu shrugged. Had Yiping Tiantang not captured Ji Xiaoya, he would not have sought trouble with them. You dare to argue? Once you enter Yiping Tiantang, you become one of us, and regardless of the distance, you must be retrieved. As for you, having slain two of our esteemed generals, I must ensure your demise today. Zheng Xiaohua sneered. Brother Li Mu, this is all my fault. Ji Xiaoya gazed at him with deep remorse, understanding that if not for her, he would not have incurred the wrath of Yiping Tiantang. Silly girl, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago. So, do not say it was merely Zheng Xiaohua. Even if the entirety of Yiping Tiantang came, they would not take you away. Li Mu replied with a smile. Ji Xiaoya, Li Qianqian. And Zhou Qingyun looked at him in astonishment, though unsure of the source of his confidence. Yet, hearing his words filled their hearts with a profound sense of security. Haha, what grandiose claims. With the three of us, true essence realm experts, do you truly believe you stand a chance of survival today? Zheng Xiaohua regarded Li Mu with disdain. Although they were unaware of Li Mu's true strength, he appeared to be merely 25 or 26 years old. Even if he were the most exceptional genius, his cultivation would hover around the true essence realm. The three of them were battle-hardened prodigies. United, Li Mu would undoubtedly fall within 3 moves. Indeed, do you comprehend the essence of true essence? It signifies that one's internal power has been cultivated to its zenith, crossing a threshold in quality. In a mere flick of the wrist, one can unleash devastation upon the world. You may slay a master of the Yujing realm, yet before the true Yuan realm, one would find themselves utterly powerless. This is precisely why those of the Yujing realm can only ascend to the position of team leader. While to become the captain of the enforcement squad, one must attain the true Yuan realm. Lin Tao spoke with a sense of pride. Oh, upon your words, I am compelled to experience the sensation of slaying a true Yuan realm expert. Li Mu chuckled mischievously. Haha, to think you could kill a true Yuan expert? How naive. Xiao Zun erupted into laughter, for in Jiangdong province, a true Yuan expert is an invincible force. How could Li Mu alone entertain the notion of defeating all 3 of them? It was nothing short of a grand jest. Enough chatter, let the 3 of you come at me together. Li Mu coldly gazed at the trio, beckoning them with a subtle motion of his fingers. Seeking death, the 3 were incensed, drawing their weapons. Boy, arm yourself. Don't accuse us of bullying you. Zheng Xiaohua sneered. Weapons? You are not worthy of me wielding a weapon. Li Mu retorted, arms crossed, his expression dripping with disdain. Good heavens. Zhang Zhendong shuddered at the audacity of Li Mu. If he were to become Li Mu's adversary, it would not be from being struck down, but rather from succumbing to the sheer frustration Li Mu inspired. Before Li Mu stood 3 formidable true Yuan experts, the pinnacle of prowess in Jiangdong province. Even in the capital, they would command respect. Yet, Li Mu claimed they were unworthy of his weaponry. Such arrogance was staggering. Brother Li Mu is so handsome. Ji Xiaoye gazed at him with starry eyes, reminiscent of her childhood. Back then, she and Li Qianqian were his loyal followers. Even if he stumbled, they found him strikingly charming. Let us hope he doesn't falter. Zhou Qingyuan murmured, but quickly shook her head. After all, Li Mu had annihilated her entire family. There was no reason for her to concern herself with him. Damn it! Xiao Zun cursed vehemently. He had encountered numerous prodigies, yet none flaunted their prowess quite like Li Mu. Thus, Xiao Zun was the first to charge at Li Mu. With a swift motion of his sword, a crimson energy immediately enveloped the blade. A fiery sword aura surged forth, slicing through the air. Void annihilation slash. Xiao Zun bellowed. As the sword energy descended upon Li Mu, a true Yuan expert had condensed their internal energy into a tangible form, amplifying both power and range. Capable of striking down foes from 1,000 meters away, Zhang Zhendong promptly elucidated to the others. At that moment, they grasped the gravity of the situation. They had witnessed Yujing masters before, yet they paled in comparison to the true Yuan experts. In terms of both momentum and might, the disparity was profound. In that instant, concern for Li Mu filled their hearts. However, Li Mu remained unfazed, effortlessly intercepting the sword aura with a wave of his hand. Oh, is this what is called a true Yuan expert? Hardly impressive, Li Mu remarked, grasping the sword energy, then unleashing a sudden surge of force. Bang! With a sharp crack, the sword energy was instantaneously rendered to nothingness. What? Xiao Zun was taken aback. Despite his initial stage in the true essence realm, his essence was formidable beyond measure. How could it be so easily unraveled by Li Mu? Let me show you. Li Mu scoffed, then formed his fingers into a sword. A fierce sword aura surged forth, slicing through the void and arriving directly before Xiao Zun. Retreat. Xiao Zun dared not underestimate the threat and immediately unleashed a torrent of true essence to shield himself. Boom. The sword aura collided with Xiao Zun's essence, shattering it instantaneously. The tremendous force propelled Xiao Zun back several dozen meters, crashing him violently against the wall. Quite interesting. Li Mu chuckled, reflecting on how most of his previous adversaries had been easily dispatched. This Xiao Zun had managed to withstand a sword strike. It appeared that the true essence realm indeed housed formidable practitioners. Impressive. Lin Tao was also astonished. Though not as strong as Xiao Zun, he too was at the initial stage of the true essence realm. Yet, after a full-force strike, he was not only effortlessly repelled by Li Mu, but also sent tumbling back. Now it's your turn. Li Mu coldly regarded Lin Tao and then exerted himself, propelling forward like an arrow released from its bow, transforming into a streak of light aimed directly at Lin Tao. A sword to break the yin and yang. Lin Tao bellowed, raising his sword with both hands, channeling a vast amount of true essence to coalesce upon the blade. Boom. With the surge of true essence, the sword aura extended to 10 meters in length. As Lin Tao brought his sword down, the aura surged towards Li Mu. Sword aura? A secret technique? I will shatter it with a single punch. Li Mu shouted, launching his fist forward. You intend to withstand a secret technique with your bare body? A path to demise. Lin Tao sneered, realizing that if Li Mu were to employ a technique and counter his sword with true essence, he might stand a chance. However, Li Mu's decision to confront his sword aura with mere flesh seemed a reckless gamble. Even a powerful practitioner in the true essence realm would have vulnerabilities in their corporeal form. Once a martial artist transcended to the blood chi realm, enveloping their body with vital energy, the significance of their physical form diminished. From that point onward, their focus shifted to cultivating secret techniques, consolidating inner strength, and transforming it into true essence. In this process, the physical body became less involved. Thus, the corporeal form of a practitioner in the true essence realm could not rival the techniques of their peers. Everyone anticipated that Li Mu would be cleaved in half by Lin Tao's sword. Yet, in the next moment, Li Mu's fist crashed against the sword aura. A sword to break the yin and yang? To hell with your yin and yang. Li Mu sneered, exerting himself fiercely, causing the sword aura to shatter completely. How is this possible? Lin Tao was astounded, fully aware of the immense power of his strike. Even Xiao Zun, if he exerted himself fully, might not withstand it. Yet Li Mu had effortlessly countered it with a mere fist. To what extent was this fellow's physical prowess? It seemed the Pure Yang body truly was formidable. Li Mu flexed his fist, discovering that not even his skin had been broken from the impact. After all, He was a pure yang body, cultivating the pure yang technique. Each breakthrough honed his form to the utmost. Thus, he treaded a path distinct from other martial artists, while others focus on enhancing their true essence. Studying secret manuals to confront adversaries, regarding the physical form as secondary, he harmonizes both body and technique, with his corporeal strength surpassing all expectations. Thus, he dares to clash with Lin Tao as Sword of Yin and Yang using nothing but his fists. Damn it, let us go together, Zheng Xiaohui shouted. Having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Li Mu, who he was reluctant to face alone, the three of them joined forces to attack Li Mu. Then let us have it, Li Mu sneered, grasping the air before delivering a forceful punch to the ground. With a resounding shout, a shockwave erupted forth, and three formidable streams of true essence ascended, transforming into three colossal dragons that lunged at the trio. The overwhelming pressure was astounding. The three were taken aback. How could Li Mu, facing three opponents, unleash such tremendous power? Just how formidable was his cultivation? Such a powerful technique had never been witnessed in the entirety of Jiangdong province. Zhang Zhendong was left utterly speechless as he observed Li Mu's attack. He had assumed that Li Mu's physical form was his greatest asset, yet this technique was astonishingly potent. Having previously witnessed battles among true Essence Realm experts, the strength of Li Mu's move was far superior. Yao Yao, is your sect truly this powerful? Song Lei inquired. Well, not exactly, Zhang Mingyao replied awkwardly. Among her 7 senior sisters, each possessed unique strengths. Although she ranked third, her combat prowess was the weakest. However, there were indeed few as formidable as Li Mu. As the conversation unfolded, the three colossal dragons unleashed by Li Mu collided with the trio. Despite their desperate efforts, they could not withstand Li Mu's onslaught. With 3 thunderous crashes, they were sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. Li Mu, what kind of move is this? Lin Tao gazed at Li Mu in disbelief. He considered himself exceptional, with a technique that was unparalleled. Yet, before Li Mu, he couldn't withstand a single strike. Do you wish to know? Go ask in the Hall of Yama. Li Mu retorted coldly, then flicked his finger, causing a stream of true essence to soar upward, morphing into an arrow that descended from the heavens. Li Mu, though I am no longer part of the enforcement team, I am a member of the Lin family. If you kill me, you'll offend the Lin family, Lin Tao hastily admonished. Sensing that Li Mu intended to strike with lethal force. Offend the Lin family? You're about to kill me, and you think I should respectfully send you back? How naive! Li Mu bellowed, and the arrow plummeted. With a piercing sound, the arrow pierced Lin Tao's chest, nailing him to the ground. Let us go. Xiao Zun and Zheng Xiaohui trembled in fear. If Li Mu dared to kill Lin Tao, he would have no qualms about eliminating them as well. Want to leave? Li Mu waved his hand, and 2 invisible hands rushed forward, seizing the pair and pulling them back. Li Mu, let us talk. Let us talk. Xiao Zun forced a smile, knowing that their sect, Yunlan's sect, was at best equal to the Lin family. If Li Mu disregarded the Lin family, he would certainly think little of Yunlan's sect. Talk. What is there to discuss? Initially, I bore no grievances against your Yunlan sect. Yet, for the sake of one Zhao Yunjia, you sought to take my life. Are you now filled with regret? Li Mu inquired. Young brother, it is entirely our fault. Upon my return, I shall certainly inform the sect master that Zhao Yunjia must perish. We will promptly expunge him from our ranks. Xiao Zun replied. Had you possessed this awareness earlier, would you have faced annihilation? Li Mu chuckled. Annihilation? What do you mean? Xiao Zun's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that Li Mu harbored intentions of not sparing him or the Yunlan sect. Nothing of great significance. I am a person who believes in eradicating threats entirely. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to my kin and friends. Li Mu sneered coldly. Then with a single strike, he reduced Xiao Zun to mere pulp. If it were only him, sparing the Yunlan sect might have posed no issue. After all, they did not pose a threat to him. However, with Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhang Mingyao still in the picture, could he truly afford to ignore the potential danger they faced? Should they suffer even the slightest harm, regret would come too late. Therefore, to avert such a calamity, he resolved to act decisively. Li Mu, I am a member of Yiping Tianting. If you intend to eradicate all threats, you must eliminate the entire Yiping Tianting. But within Yiping Tianting, experts abound. You are no match for us. Thus, your only option is to allow me to leave. Upon my return, I will resolve this matter, and from then on, we will maintain a peaceful coexistence. Zheng Xiaohua hastily asserted. Oh, peaceful coexistence? Li Mu's lips curled into a cold smile. Though he had not engaged much with Yiping Tiantang, how could such a formidable sect truly seek to bury the hatchet? Indeed, if you let me go, we can overlook your actions regarding Ji Xiaoya. Zheng Xiaohua continued. You wish to overlook this? Li Mu's countenance darkened instantly. You indiscriminately captured Ji Xiaoya, and when I sought to rescue her, you claim we can overlook this? What a grand jest. Do you truly believe Yiping Tiantang resides in an exalted position? Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Li Mu, Zheng Xiaohua quickly recognized his blunder. His earlier intention was to find an opportunity to return and summon Yiping Tiantang's experts to besiege Li Mu, yet a single utterance had incited Li Mu's wrath. Li Mu, let us discuss this. However, before Zheng Xiaohua could finish, Li Mu had already delivered a decisive blow. Bang! Zheng Xiaohua was instantly reduced to mere pulp. Uncle Zhang, I must trouble you to clean up this battlefield, Li Mu said, somewhat awkwardly glancing at Zhang Zhendong. Although he had previously eliminated a few individuals, that had been manageable. This time, however, 3 formidable true essence realm experts lay vanquished, and the cleanup would indeed be more cumbersome. Not a problem at all. Zhang Zhendong coughed lightly and promptly instructed Zhang Dong and the others to tidy up the scene. Upon their return to the hall, Zhang Zhendong produced a bank card and handed it to Li Mu. Li Mu, this encompasses the entirety of the Zhang family's fortune. You must leave Jiangdong province at once. The further, the better, Zhang Zhendong declared solemnly. Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that? Li Mu questioned. Li Mu, Lin Tao is the future star of the Lin family. Having slain Lin Tao, the Lin family will undoubtedly seek retribution. Moreover, the Yunlan sect possesses strength that rivals that of the Lin family. There is also the enigmatic Yiping Tianxia. While you may revel in your act of murder today, the consequences will be dire. You should take Yao Yao and leave this matter to me, Zhang Zhendong advised. Indeed, you have also killed Tang Xiaobai. The Tang family's vengeance will soon follow. If you do not depart, the repercussions will be severe. Song Lei also urged him to reconsider. Look at your words. I am the one who committed the act, so let them come after me. Furthermore, my journey to the provincial city is not solely to rescue Senior Sister San. I have far more pressing matters to attend to, Li Mu asserted. You have further business? Of course. Li Mu nodded. His primary purpose in coming to the provincial city was to locate the revered Yu Long and uncover the truth behind the Li family massacre of years past. As for the Lin family and the Yunlan sect, it would be preferable for them to refrain from causing him trouble. Should they hinder his investigation, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. As for the Tang family and Yiping Tianxia, while he may currently lack the strength to eradicate them in the capital, once he reunites with his other senior sisters and engages in profound discussions, his Pure Yang Dao Ju will ascend to greater heights, making the destruction of the Tang family and Yiping Tianxia a trivial task. After a brief respite, Li Mu departed from the Zhang family villa and sought out the training grounds of the Iron Azura, the Yushan Cave. According to the Iron Azura, Yulong had only a singular line of communication with him. Each time, it was Yulong who came to the Yushan Cave, thus to find him. Li Mu had no choice but to search for clues here. However, upon arriving at the cave, he discovered it in utter disarray. The Iron Azura had previously commanded a group of subordinates, all of whom now lay lifeless. Someone seeks to sever the threads of connection? Li Mu furrowed his brow. Their actions only served to indicate that the Li family massacre harbored deeper secrets. Consequently, Li Mu ventured into the cave, preparing to investigate thoroughly. What he found was a scene of ruin, devoid of any lingering aura. Alas, I have arrived too late. Li Mu sighed. If he could not locate Yulong here, any leads regarding the Li family massacre would be lost. Just as he prepared to exit the Yushan Cave, he unexpectedly sensed a peculiar essence emanating from the debris. Without hesitation, Li Mu approached, clearing the surrounding rubble to reveal what appeared to be an ordinary herb trapped beneath the wreckage. It seemed to have been buried for several days, yet showed no signs of wilting. This is the jinchi grass. Li Mu was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a precious herb growing within the Iron Azura's cave. This herb is a primary ingredient for refining the Bu Yuan Dan, which can directly enhance the true essence of those at the true essence realm. Thus, in the eyes of major sects, it is a rare and invaluable treasure. However, its unassuming appearance often leads ordinary alchemists to overlook it. Notably, this jinchi grass serves another crucial purpose, preserving the essence of true energy. In other words, if someone were to unleash their true essence nearby, it could retain the aura of that essence. It is precisely due to this unique characteristic of the sensing herb that the elixirs crafted from it can directly enhance the true essence within the realm of true essence practitioners. I wonder if the one who acted was indeed a practitioner of the true essence realm. Li Mu murmured to himself as he plucked the sensing herb. If the individual were merely at the qi manipulation level, or even lower, the leaves of the sensing herb would leave no trace. However, upon extracting the herb, Li Mu immediately sensed the powerful essence. How formidable! His eyes brightened, for each true essence practitioner possesses a distinct essence, unique in both hue and aura. As soon as the opponent manifests their essence again, he would be able to track them down. You calculated and schemed. Yet could not have predicted the presence of a sensing herb here, could you? With a cold smile, Li Mu departed from the Jade Mountain Cave, the herb in hand. Meanwhile, in a tavern, a middle-aged man was embracing a beautiful woman, indulging in fine wine while playfully toying with her. Ding ding ding. The middle-aged man's phone rang, and with a hint of impatience, he answered the call. Have you accomplished the task I assigned? Came a stern voice from the other end. Rest assured, I have razed Tai Xiu Luo's cave to the ground. Even if that brat shows up, he will find no clues. The man chuckled. This Li Mu is unlike any ordinary person. We must exercise utmost caution. Return to Kyoto promptly to avoid any complications. Do not worry, nothing will go awry. I shall return in a couple of days. The middle-aged man hung up the call, his annoyance palpable. As long as Li Mu could not locate the real person behind the Jade Dragon, everything would remain problem-free. Who is this Li Mu? The woman in his arms inquired, wrapping her arms around his neck with a playful smile. The man's expression darkened instantly, and he seized her throat. She struggled to speak, unable to utter a single word. With a sharp crack, her neck snapped. Displeased, the man spat at her lifeless body, took a swig from the wine jug, and leaped out of the tavern. For the next few days, Li Mu wandered through the provincial city, hoping to uncover the identity of the true essence practitioner. However, after several days of searching, he found not a single lead. Upon reflection, it made sense. With millions of inhabitants in the provincial city, true essence practitioners were exceedingly rare. Moreover, without them manifesting their essence, he could not identify them. Continuing this way was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Furthermore, the individual might have already departed from Jiangdong province, severing this lead entirely. Then, as Li Mu strolled, a sudden thought struck him. Did he not possess the sensing herb? If he were to refine it into an essence-replenishing elixir and use it as bait, the true essence practitioners of Jiangdong province would surely be drawn forth. After all, the allure of the essence-replenishing elixir was irresistible to any practitioner of the true essence realm. Thus, Li Mu sought out Zhang Mingyao to inquire where he might procure an alchemical furnace. Although he had previously practiced alchemy in the celestial domain, he certainly could not transport an entire alchemical furnace. Therefore, to concoct the vitality restoration pill, he first needed to procure a furnace and gather the requisite supplementary materials. Unfamiliar with the provincial city, his only choice was to seek assistance from Zhang Mingyao. What? You wish to craft pills? Zhang Mingyao gazed at Li Mu, somewhat bewildered. Alchemical pills were markedly different from ordinary medicinal tablets. For instance, the heart protection pill that Li Mu had once given her could be produced using a simple pot. However, alchemical pills demanded a specific furnace and precise control of temperature. In her recollection, among the 7 disciples, only the eldest sister possessed the skill to refine pills. Could it be that Li Mu had also mastered this art? Why? Is it impossible? Li Mu inquired. Junior brother, after we departed, did the master's wife perhaps provide you with special training? Zhang Mingyao looked at him with a hint of confusion. After all, when she left the celestial domain, Li Mu's strength was inferior to hers, and his medical skills were merely rudimentary. Yet now, not only had his prowess surpassed hers, but he also excelled in the healing arts. He had alleviated her long-standing afflictions and could now even refine pills. Beyond special training, she could hardly fathom how he had progressed so swiftly. Cough. Indeed, the master's wife did provide me with special training. Would you like me to offer you some as well? Li Mu grinned, his gaze sweeping over Zhang Mingyao, his manner becoming increasingly audacious. A shiver ran down Zhang Mingyao's spine as she recalled that fateful day of tumultuous passion. Her legs trembled at the memory. Perhaps it was best not to entertain such special training. As for Li Mu's claim about the master's wife, she found it hard to believe. The master's wife had always maintained her virtue. How could she possibly offer Li Mu such training? Junior brother, The Starry Pavilion ranks among the top 3 trading houses in the Dragon Kingdom. They offer a plethora of resources and host various auctions. Almost everything you can conceive of is available here. Hence, purchasing an alchemical furnace here is the optimal choice. Zhang Mingyao explained as she led Li Mu to a grand edifice. Oh, almost everything is for sale? Li Mu was taken aback. It seemed the Starry Pavilion indeed possessed remarkable capabilities. Once he successfully concocted the Vitality Restoration Pill, he could bring it here for auction. At that time, the true Essence Realm cultivators from Jiangdong Province would surely come running. As long as that individual remained, he would find a way to locate them. Very well. Let us proceed, Zhang Mingyao declared, guiding Li Mu into the building. Miss Zhang, what brings you to our Starry Pavilion? Upon their entrance, a middle-aged man approached with a welcoming smile. After all, Zhang Mingyao was a notable figure in Jiangdong Province. Cough, I brought my junior brother to explore. Zhang Mingyao replied cheerfully. Junior brother? The middle-aged man scrutinized Li Mu, noting the friendly rapport between them. By the way, let us get straight to the point. Does your Starry Pavilion have any alchemical furnaces? Zhang Mingyao inquired. What? An alchemical furnace? The middle-aged man appeared taken aback, for such items were exceedingly rare. Generally, in the vast Jiangdong province, the number of individuals capable of refining pills could be counted on one hand. The alchemists, skilled as they may be, do not necessarily possess an alchemical furnace. Thus, the number of alchemists in the entire Jiangdong province is indeed quite limited. You do not have any? Zhang Mingyao inquired. May I ask, Miss Zhang, have you found an alchemist? The middle-aged man immediately whispered. This is unrelated to the alchemical furnace, is it not? Zhang Mingyao chuckled, refraining from providing a direct answer. No worries, no worries. However, if Miss Zhang happens to know any alchemists, it would be splendid if you could introduce them to us at the Star Pavilion. With the vast resources of Star Pavilion, you still cannot find an alchemist? Zhang Mingyao expressed her confusion. One would assume that as one of the top 3 merchant associations in the Dragon Kingdom, they would know a few alchemists. Cough. To be candid with you, Miss Zhang, our alchemists are unable to concoct this particular elixir, the middle-aged man admitted. With so many high-ranking alchemists at your disposal, they still cannot manage it? If it were a high-tier elixir, that would be simpler. But this elixir, while not of high rank, poses significant challenges in its formulation. Many esteemed alchemists have attempted it, only to fail. Our guild leader has stated that should an alchemist successfully concoct this elixir, Star Pavilion will offer substantial rewards. He added. Li Mu, however, did not take this matter to heart. His sole desire was to locate that individual. The prospect of Star Pavilion's rewards held little interest for him. Noticing Zhang Mingyao's disinterest, the middle-aged man chose not to elaborate further. After all, if even the numerous alchemists of Star Pavilion could not succeed, it was improbable that the alchemist known to Zhang Mingyao could manage it either. The middle-aged man then led Zhang Mingyao and Li Mu to the basement, where alchemical furnaces were stored, as they were seldom purchased. Soon, they arrived in a room where a furnace, over 1 meter tall and half a meter wide, stood before Li Mu. He knocked on the furnace, discerning that its quality was significantly inferior compared to the one he had in the celestial domain. However, given the distance, he had no choice but to make do. Miss Zhang, this furnace is of mediocre quality, so I shall offer you a fair price of 1 billion. The middle-aged man stated. 1 billion? A fair price? Li Mu was utterly speechless. In Yang City, such an amount could secure the foundation of a grand family. Yet now, it could only procure a single furnace? Cough. Junior apprentice, 1 billion is indeed not excessive for an alchemical furnace. Zhang Mingyao replied with an awkward smile, acknowledging that the liquidity of such furnaces was low, and few were inclined to purchase them. With numbers lacking, costs could not be distributed, resulting in inflated prices. Very well then, I shall pay by card. Li Mu decided, prioritizing the acquisition of the furnace to concoct the replenishing elixir. He then produced the black gold card issued by his senior sister from Tiansheng Bank. Upon seeing the black gold card, the middle-aged man could not help but shudder. If it pleases you, we can offer a 10% discount, he exclaimed, taking the card with a broad grin. Li Mu was bemused. Merely presenting the black gold card had resulted in a deduction of 1 billion. It seemed his senior sister wielded considerable influence. Moments later, the middle-aged man returned, respectfully handing the black gold card back to Li Mu. Sir, this furnace is rather large. Shall I arrange for someone to deliver it to you? He inquired. Very well. Li Mu replied. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Indeed, carrying such a large object down the street was rather conspicuous. If only I had a storage ring, Zhang Mingyao sighed. Ahem, we do possess a storage ring here, but it can only be utilized by those of extraordinary realm, the middle-aged man interjected. That is true. Only those of transcendent capability can unlock the mysteries of a storage ring, Zhang Mingyao lamented. Is a storage ring truly a marvelous device that allows one to stow items away for convenient transport? Li Mu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. During his time in the celestial domain, he had witnessed his master utilize such an item. If that is the case, my master must be at least a formidable practitioner of extraordinary realm. If so, I could purchase as many items as I wished and store them within the ring, making it incredibly convenient. Indeed, while such an item is advantageous, the threshold for its use is quite high. Zhang Mingyao shook her head. Are storage rings available for purchase? Li Mu inquired. Ah, sir, while storage rings can indeed be bought, the middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. Although he was unsure of Li Mu's exact level of cultivation, he knew that the lowest age for extraordinary realm practitioners he was acquainted with was 60. Li Mu, at merely 25 or 26, had already achieved remarkable prowess at the inner strength level. As for extraordinary realm, that was a distant dream. Let us give it a try, Li Mu declared. He practiced the Pure Yang Taoist technique, so his cultivation was not comparable to that of ordinary martial artists. Uncertain of his exact realm, he was eager to test the ring. If it did not open, so be it. Very well. The middle-aged man sighed in resignation, realizing that Li Mu possessed a prestigious black gold card from Shengtian Bank, a rarity in the country. Such an individual was not someone he could easily offend. Thus, he promptly led Li Mu and Zhang Mingyao to another secluded chamber where a brocade box awaited. He retrieved the box, revealing a ring within. Junior brother, perhaps it would be best not to attempt it, Zhang Mingyao urged, concerned about the potential embarrassment if it were to remain closed. I will give it a try, Li Mu replied, lacking confidence yet determined. He grasped the ring, and a surge of true essence immediately leaped forth, enveloping the storage ring. Sir, if it fails, the middle-aged man murmured, prepared to dissuade Li Mu. However, in the next moment, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and the storage ring emitted a brilliant light. Both Zhang Mingyao and the middle-aged man were left utterly astonished. This young man, despite his youth, possessed the strength of extraordinary realm? Was this the marvel of a storage ring? Through the luminous glow, Li Mu glimpsed an entire world within the ring and widened his eyes in disbelief. This storage ring, which appeared no different from a typical ring, contained a space comparable to that of a detached villa. Truly, it exemplified the adage, outwardly unremarkable, yet brimming with hidden wonders. With such an item, one could carry an abundance of belongings without feeling encumbered. The most astonishing aspect was that items stored within bore no weight, showcasing the miraculous nature of the storage ring. If the alchemy furnace from earlier were placed inside, it would occupy merely a tiny corner. No wonder his master had always seemed to perform magic, effortlessly producing vast quantities of items from her storage ring. Once Li Mu examined the spatial contents of the storage ring, he withdrew his focus and turned his attention to Zhang Mingyao and the middle-aged man. What's the matter? Li Mu inquired, feeling a bit awkward as their gazes were filled with confusion and astonishment. After a brief moment, Zhang Mingyao came to a realization and asked softly, Junior brother, please tell me honestly, has your strength reached the extraordinary realm? Extraordinary? I'm not quite sure. Li Mu shook his head, as he cultivated the Pure Yang Dao Sutra, where strength is measured by levels, while martial artists gauge their prowess by realms. Thus, he was uncertain of his exact standing. However, the ability to unlock the storage ring suggested that his strength must be considerable. Zhang Mingyao appeared speechless, questioning why he needed to be so secretive, even withholding information from her. Li Mu then turned to the middle-aged man, asking, how much is this storage ring worth? Coughing slightly, the man replied, to be candid, sir, this storage ring has been in our branch for many years, and no one has been able to unlock it, so I am unaware of its value. Let me consult the headquarters. The middle-aged man, shaking off his shock, promptly called to inquire with the headquarters. This item was rare, yet he dared not set an exorbitant price, lest the reputation of the starry pavilion be tarnished. Li Mu remained patient, waiting alongside Zhang Mingyao. Third sister, aside from our master, do any of the other sisters possess storage rings? He inquired. The second sister has one. I've seen her use it, Zhang Mingyao responded. The second sister possesses a storage ring? Li Mu was taken aback, indicating that she must be a formidable practitioner of the extraordinary realm. It seemed that each of his sisters had their unique strengths. Once he resolved the troubles with the Jade Dragon Master, he would have to seek them out. As he pondered, the middle-aged man returned after consulting the headquarters. Sir, I have received word from the headquarters. They wish to gift you this storage ring as a gesture of friendship, he announced. What? A friendship gift? With a storage ring? Zhang Mingyao was utterly astonished. She had some understanding of the Starry Pavilion, and even the branches in various provinces held high standards. The fact that the headquarters decided to present a storage ring to Li Mu was quite astonishing. How esteemed must Li Mu be in the eyes of the Starry Pavilion? Simply for being able to unlock the ring at the age of 25? Oh, a gesture of friendship? Are you not concerned about potential losses? Li Mu, intrigued, sensed that the Starry Pavilion harbored some interesting intentions. Sir, you jest. A storage ring is within the means of our Starry Pavilion. The middle-aged man chuckled. Then, I shall accept this storage ring, and I will repay this favor in due time, Li Mu said without pretense, as possessing the storage ring would greatly facilitate his endeavors. He could easily carry the alchemy furnace with him and find a suitable spot to concoct potions. As for the favor owed to the Starry Pavilion, they were seeking an alchemist to craft a special elixir, and once he dealt with the Jade Dragon Master, he could fulfill this obligation. Very well. The middle-aged man smiled slightly and then brought forth the alchemy furnace to present to Li Mu. Li Mu opened his storage ring, and a brilliant light emanated as the alchemical furnace soared into the confines of the ring. By the way, I possess a list of medicinal herbs. Surely the Starry Pavilion has all of them? Li Mu inquired as he produced the list. Naturally, the Starry Pavilion boasts the most comprehensive array of resources, and these herbs will certainly be available. I shall fetch them at once. The middle-aged man did not hesitate and promptly set off to gather the herbs. As Li Mu departed with the herbs, a young lad curiously asked, Shopkeeper, that is indeed a storage ring. Did the headquarters truly gift it to him? I recall a transcendent figure requesting one last time, and the headquarters refused to sell. What do you know? He is merely in his 20s and can already access a storage ring. He must possess at least transcendent strength. Just imagine if he were granted a decade. How formidable would his power become? The middle-aged man replied. Does he truly possess transcendent strength? The boy was somewhat incredulous, as Li Mu appeared to be no more than 25 or 26. Even if he were a prodigy, it seemed implausible that he could have attained such a level. This is the headquarters' intent. Just wait and see. The middle-aged man sighed. Upon returning to the Zhang family villa with the alchemical furnace, Li Mu prepared to commence his potion crafting. Senior sister, are you not going to rest? Li Mu noticed Zhang Mingyao watching him with curiosity. Rest? I wish to observe your alchemy. Zhang Mingyao shook her head, for during their time in the heavenly domain, only the matriarch and the senior sister engaged in alchemy. When they did, she was not permitted to watch. This further piqued her curiosity. She longed to understand the intricacies of potion crafting. Very well. Observing the determination in Zhang Mingyao's eyes, Li Mu could only shake his head in resignation as he began to arrange the herbs meticulously. He released a great deal of true essence, transforming it into fierce flames to ignite the alchemical furnace. Zhang Mingyao's eyes widened in astonishment. These steps required utmost precision. A moment's carelessness could result in failure. She pondered how a man like Li Mu could maintain such focus on such delicate tasks. By the way, I heard the matriarch mention that one must not be disturbed during alchemy, as it can lead to unstable flames and subsequent failure, correct? Zhang Mingyao queried. Is that why the matriarch and senior sister do not allow you to watch them? Li Mu asked while manipulating the flames. That seems to be the case. But why are you not concerned about my influence? Zhang Mingyao was perplexed. Logically speaking, with the matriarch's formidable strength, she should not be worried about distractions. Yet, it seemed that while the matriarch feared disturbance, Li Mu remained unperturbed and even had the leisure to converse with her. Because you are my senior sister, and your beauty only enhances my alchemical efficiency. Li Mu chuckled, causing Zhang Mingyao's cheeks to flush crimson. After a moment, Zhang Mingyao rose, shooting Li Mu a glare. Junior brother, where did you learn to be so glib? Senior sister, this is not mere flattery, it is the truth. Li Mu replied with a smile. I shall not speak with you any longer. Zhang Mingyao retorted, her face aflame, as she departed with a hint of triumph glimmering in her eyes. Oh, my dear junior apprentice, you remain the same as ever, Li Mu remarked, his words a blend of sincerity and jest. Indeed, Zhang Mingyao possessed a beauty that rivaled that of celestial beings, an exquisite sight to behold. However, His audacity to allow Zhang Mingyao to observe his alchemical practices and engage in conversation with her stemmed from his enhanced ability to multitask following his cultivation of the Pure Yang Dao Sutra. This remarkable skill enabled him to perform 2 tasks simultaneously without interference. As for his master's wife, despite her formidable prowess, her mental acuity did not permit such dual focus, thus preventing her from allowing Zhang Mingyao to witness the alchemical process. Any unforeseen incident could lead to catastrophic failure in the refinement. Li Mu, on the other hand, felt no trepidation. He could converse with Zhang Mingyao throughout the process without hindrance to his alchemical endeavors. Such is the terrifying power of the Pure Yang Dao Sutra. With a wry smile, Li Mu resolved to concentrate on his alchemy, having initially intended to engage in a more leisurely dialogue with Zhang Mingyao. Nevertheless, with her departure, he dismissed any further thoughts. As he continuously cast herbs into the alchemical furnace, the materials began to release their medicinal properties under the intense heat. Li Mu channeled his true essence to condense these properties, a process of remarkable complexity, as each herb possessed unique characteristics and the sequence of their combination demanded absolute precision. Even Li Mu dared not act carelessly. After a grueling day and night of meticulous crafting, he finally succeeded in producing a batch of recovery pills. It has been quite some time since I practiced. I seem to have grown a bit slow. He sighed, gazing at the several recovery pills in his hand. In his past life within the celestial realm, he could refine such pills in merely half a day. Yet, after this prolonged absence, it had taken him an entire month. Although he had reacquainted himself with the alchemical furnace, it was clear that his alchemical skills required further honing. Is this truly the coveted recovery pill sought after by those in the true essence realm? Zhang Zhendong observed the pills in Li Mu's grasp, swallowing hard. As a mere practitioner of the Qi mastery stage, he had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the true essence realm. However, he understood the immense allure that recovery pills held for those at that level. If word of Li Mu's pills were to spread, practitioners throughout the Jiangdong province would undoubtedly scramble to obtain them. Uncle Zhang, allow me to gift you one, in hopes that you may soon reach the true essence realm. Li Mu chuckled, tossing a pill to Zhang Zhendong. What? You are giving me one? Zhang Zhendong trembled slightly. Such a treasure was indeed priceless. And yet Li Mu offered it so freely. Do you not want it? Of course I do. Zhang Zhendong quickly stowed the pill away. While he had no immediate need for it, its future utility was undeniable. My junior apprentice, your strength has surely surpassed the true essence realm. So why do you still engage in crafting these? Zhang Mingyao inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. There is certainly a purpose for it. Li Mu grinned, then made his way to the starry pavilion. Ah, young brother, are you perhaps returning the alchemical furnace? The middle-aged man noted with a frown upon seeing Li Mu's arrival once more. Not returning it. Rather, I have a request for your assistance. Li Mu replied. Oh, a request? Speak freely. The middle-aged man immediately broke into a smile. After all, Li Mu was someone capable of opening a storage ring, and his cultivation level likely reached the extraordinary realm. Such an individual was someone he wished to curry favor with. I have 2 recovery pills and wish to auction them at the Starry Pavilion, Li Mu declared. Recovery pills? The man paused momentarily, then exclaimed, Are you referring to the pills that can directly enhance one's strength in the true essence realm? Indeed, they are recovery pills. I intend to auction them, and I want the entire Jiangdong province to know about it. Li Mu replied. Cough, forget the auction. How much do you want? I will pay you. The middle-aged man exclaimed with excitement. Though he was not in the true essence realm himself, he had elders who were. If he possessed a recovery pill, he would not flinch at any price. After all, a single recovery pill could earn him a favor from a true essence expert. It was worth it. If you desire it, I shall gift you one, but we must hold an auction. The more grandeur, the better, Li Mu insisted. He then tossed a recovery pill to the middle-aged man, leaving him utterly astonished. This is a recovery pill, and you are simply giving it to me? The man gazed at Li Mu in disbelief. This item could sell for several billion. Yet, Li Mu simply offered it. If you do not want it, then so be it. Li Mu remarked. Want it? How could I not? The middle-aged man hurriedly concealed the recovery pill. It was beyond mere monetary value. He then asked, By the way, do you have any requirements regarding the price? No requirements. Just hold the auction, but it must be grand. Li Mu replied. If it needs to be grand, we may need to wait a couple of days, as creating the buzz takes time. That is not an issue. I can wait. Li Mu was not in a hurry. Once the news of the recovery pill spread, He was confident that the true essence experts in Jiangdong province could not resist its allure. As soon as a true essence expert appeared, he would be able to discover leads on the whereabouts of Master Yulong. Thus, the Starry Pavilion announced that an auction for recovery pills would take place 3 days later. This news detonated like a bomb, causing a stir throughout Jiangdong province. The law enforcement team, am I this fortunate? Just appointed as the captain in Jiangdong province. And I encounter a recovery pill auction? A middle-aged man chuckled while reclining comfortably. The previous captain, Lin Tao, had exited the law enforcement team to hunt Li Mu, leading to his reassignment from the capital to Jiangdong province. Initially, he felt somewhat displeased, having transitioned from the bustling capital to this remote province. Yet upon seeing the news of the recovery pill, his spirits lifted. As long as he obtained a recovery pill, his cultivation could potentially advance from the early stages of the true essence realm to the mid-stage. This trip would be worthwhile. Louis, do not forget the purpose of your visit to Jiangdong province. Elder Wang admonished the middle-aged man. Rest assured, with me and the law enforcement team, chaos shall not ensue. Lu Hui replied with a grin, for the law enforcement team in Jiangdong province had previously been under the Lin family's influence. And the Lin family was backed by the Xinyuan family. Now, he has assumed the role of captain, and the Xinyuan family is undoubtedly scheming behind the scenes. However, Lu Hui is not one to be trifled with. The Yunlan sect? An auction for the recovery pill? A marvelous treasure. It seems I must make a personal visit. The sect leader, Yun Kong, declared. Sect leader, you are already in the late stage of the true essence realm. If you obtain the recovery pill, you are likely to break through to the pinnacle of the true essence realm. At that point, no one in Jiangdong province will be your match. A subordinate immediately chimed in. Once I seize the recovery pill, it will spell the end for that brat. Yin Kong exclaimed furiously. After all, the Yunlan sect is a prominent faction in Jiangdong province. Yet, Li Mu has been ruthlessly eliminating the Yunlan sect's experts, showing utter disdain for their power. Once he acquires the recovery pill and advances to the late stage of the true essence realm, he will crush Li Mu with a mere flick of his wrist. Little does he know, the coveted recovery pill he desires is simply something Li Mu concocted in a day with ease. In 3 days, news of the recovery pill auction at the Starry Pavilion spread throughout the upper echelons of Jiangdong province. There will actually be a recovery pill? It appears I cannot leave today. The middle-aged man, who had originally planned to return to Kyoto, promptly changed his mind upon hearing this news. After all, he is in the late stage of the true essence realm. If he obtains the recovery pill, he may very well break through to the pinnacle of the true essence realm. It is well known that advancing even a small realm in the true essence stage is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The opportunity to have the recovery pill as an aid is indeed a rare chance. Thus, the middle-aged man made his way directly to the Starry Pavilion, intending to secure the recovery pill being auctioned today. Meanwhile, inside the Starry Pavilion, Li Mu sat in a private room, with the auction hall just beyond the glass. The auction room was gradually filling with attendees. Li Mu observed each individual through the glass. Little brother, if I am not mistaken, you wish to familiarize yourself with these individuals through the auction of the recovery pill, correct? Qian Feng inquired softly, standing beside Li Mu. After all, the recovery pill, even at auction, would fetch at most a few billion, and with Li Mu holding a Tiansheng Bank black card, such an amount was merely a drop in the bucket for him. There was no need for such elaborate efforts. Furthermore, Li Mu had directly gifted him a recovery pill, further indicating that the pill and money held little significance for him. As he continued to observe the participants, he felt justified in his assessment. Perhaps. Li Mu replied with a nod, not explicitly stating his intent. Qian Feng introduced. The first to enter is the newly appointed captain of the enforcement team, Lu Hui. In the mid-stage of the true essence realm, he has been dispatched from Kyoto and possesses extensive connections worth cultivating. Oh, the new captain? Li Mu was taken aback. It had barely been a few days since he eliminated Lin Tao, and already a new captain had arrived. The individual accompanying him, named Lin Shui, is in the late stage of the true essence realm and the head of the Lin family. Given that the previous captain was a member of the Lin family, Lin Shui harbors considerable dissatisfaction towards the newly appointed Lu Hui. Qian Feng continued with his introduction. It seems I will inevitably have to deal with him. Li Mu smiled nonchalantly. After all, he had killed Lin Tao, who was the most promising genius of the Lin family, and Lin Shui would certainly seek to retaliate. However, he did not take it to heart. If Lin Shui truly sought his demise, he could simply annihilate the Lin family. As for the ties between the Lin family and the 10 prominent families of the law enforcement, he regarded them with disdain. As for the individual who entered afterward, Yun Kong, he was in the late stage of the true essence realm and the head of Yunlan's sect. Qian Feng gestured towards the newcomer. Oh, the head of Yunlan's sect? It seems they are quite interested in the recovery pills, Li Mu remarked with a cold smile. After all, he had an irreconcilable feud with Yunlan's sect. Even if Yun Kong did not seek trouble with him, he would still eradicate Yunlan's sect to prevent any future threats to Li Qianqian and Ji Xiaoye. Ridiculous. Anyone in the true essence realm would naturally be intrigued by the recovery pills, Qian Feng exclaimed. Had it not been for Li Mu providing him with one, he would likely have participated in the auction himself. By the way, the individual who just walked in, named Duan Changhe, is in the mid-stage of the true essence realm and is a vassal of the Ji family, Qian Feng added. The Ji family? Is that the same Ji family that relocated from Yang City? Li Mu inquired, surprised. Back in Yang City, the Ji family was merely a second-rate family, thriving only due to their association with the Li family. After the bloodbath that befell the Li family, the Ji family fled to the provincial capital. To think that such a family could secure a cultivator in the true essence realm as a vassal. Indeed, it is that Ji family. Remarkably, their son turned out to be a prodigy, accepted into Xianyang's sect. Duan Changhe is actually a protector sent by Xianying's sect to safeguard the Ji family, Qian Feng explained. Oh, the Ji family experienced such fortune? Li Mu was taken aback. However, he could not forget that the Ji family had once betrayed him, nearly leading to his demise. This matter could not simply be overlooked. Once he resolved the issue with Master Yulong, he would certainly address the Ji family's transgressions. This individual, Zhao Yuhui, is in the late stage of the true essence realm and hails from the Zhao family in the provincial capital. He possesses no background and has solely relied on his own efforts to cultivate. However, due to his lack of connections and his stubborn nature, he has offended many upon entering the arena. Thus, despite his strength surpassing Lin Shui's, the Zhao family remains overshadowed by the Lin family in Jiangdong province. Qian Feng elaborated. Li Mu was astonished. To reach the late stage of the true essence realm without any connections by the age of 40 or 50 was indeed a mark of genius. Subsequently, Qian Feng introduced several more individuals to Li Mu, all prominent figures in Jiangdong province. Naturally, there were also some in the Qi realm. Although they currently had no need for recovery pills, once they broke through to the true essence realm, they could significantly enhance their essence. Who would refuse such an opportunity? Haha, I must join in the festivities of the recovery pill auction. Just then, a middle-aged man entered the auction room. I haven't seen this person before. He should not be from Jiangdong province. Qian Feng paused, but then contemplated that in 3 days, news would indeed have spread to neighboring provinces. Thus, it was not surprising for true essence realm cultivators from other provinces to arrive for the auction of recovery pills. Li Mu glanced at the middle-aged man, realizing he was a peak true essence realm expert, seemingly intending to leverage the recovery pills to ascend to even higher realms. Little brother, I must go preside over the auction now. Take your time to digest the information regarding these individuals and choose wisely whom to befriend. Qian Feng chuckled softly before departing from the private room. Did he intend to build rapport? Li Mu smiled indifferently, realizing that Qian Feng mistakenly believed his auctioning of the recovery pill was aimed at ingratiating himself with those in the true essence realm. In truth, his sole objective was to uncover the identity of the individual who had ravaged the Jade Mountain Cave. Thus, he remained indifferent to the auction process. Unaffected even as the crowd fervently vied for the recovery pill, their faces flushed with excitement. Ultimately, the price of this recovery pill soared to 20 billion, a revelation that startled Li Mu. He recalled that he had refined a total of 10 recovery pills in a single furnace. Should he decide to auction them all, it would amount to 200 billion, a sum substantial enough to place him among the wealthiest in the provincial capital. Remarkably, his production costs were merely a few tens of thousands for the medicinal materials. It was no wonder that alchemists were in such high demand. 20 billion. If no one bids higher than me, this recovery pill shall be mine. The middle-aged man who had just entered laughed heartily. Duan Changhe, Lu Hui, and others frowned. Having never encountered this individual, who was evidently a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the true essence realm. Just as the crowd hesitated, Li Mu suddenly unleashed his true essence, reaching across the private room in an attempt to seize the recovery pill. How dare you attempt to snatch my recovery pill? The middle-aged man roared, immediately summoning his true essence. Lu Hui, Duan Changhe, Lin Shui, and others also sprang into action. Qian Feng was bewildered. Was that not Li Mu in the room? Was he really attempting to seize his own recovery pill? Had Li Mu lost his mind? Observing the others unleash their true essence in a bid to thwart his acquisition of the recovery pill, Li Mu ceased his actions. For his intention had merely been to lure them into revealing their true essence. Once they did, he would be able to discern the identity of the one responsible for the destruction of the Jade Mountain Cave. It was you. After discerning the true essence of those present, Li Mu swiftly identified the middle-aged man based on the aura reminiscent of the day when the spirit grass had been released. This man's true essence was the most ferocious, identical to that of the spirit grass. What is happening? The crowd, noticing the abrupt halt of the true essence, found themselves in a state of confusion. Why had this individual, who sought to seize the recovery pill, suddenly stopped? Was he intimidated by the Star Palace? Sir, what is your intent? The middle-aged man glared toward the private room in anger. Nothing much, merely inspecting the authenticity of this recovery pill, Li Mu replied casually, opting for silence thereafter. The middle-aged man seethed with anger, then turned to Qian Feng, saying, "Will your Star Palace allow him to act so recklessly?" Cough, cough. The recovery pill remains here, does it not? Qian Feng chuckled before adding, "If no one else bids higher, this gentleman shall claim the recovery pill." Although the middle-aged man felt a twinge of fury, he chose not to press the issue further. After all, acquiring the recovery pill could lead to his advancement. And once he obtained it, he could return to the capital. The others exchanged glances, refraining from further bids until the middle-aged man ultimately secured the recovery pill. This trip was not in vain. Not in vain at all. The middle-aged man exclaimed with a hearty laugh as he departed the Star Palace, clutching the recovery pill. Oh, what a futile journey. The long river of time saw Duan Changhe and his companions share a resigned smile before departing. Qian Feng, on the other hand, made his way to the private room, intending to hand over 20 billion to Li Mu, only to discover that Li Mu had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Qian Feng shook his head in resignation, having initially believed that Li Mu intended to auction the recovery pill to foster connections with the true essence realm of Jiangdong province. Yet, with the arrival of these individuals, Li Mu had mysteriously departed. What sort of scheme was this? With the recovery pill in hand, he could return to Kyoto to report back and perhaps even receive additional rewards. The middle-aged man toyed with the recovery pill in his hand as he drove into the outskirts. Suddenly, he spotted a figure appearing ahead, standing resolutely in the middle of the road, seeking death. The middle-aged man seethed with rage, accelerating his vehicle with the intent to run Li Mu down. For someone with a penchant for killing, honking the horn to urge someone away was a mere insult. When faced with the speeding car, Li Mu remained unfazed. With a swift motion, he struck, and the car's front was immediately pressed to the ground by an overwhelming force, igniting a shower of sparks. A master. The middle-aged man was taken aback. The formidable true essence was undeniably powerful. He promptly exited the vehicle and locked eyes with Li Mu. "Who are you, boy? Why do you block my path?" The middle-aged man barked. "The Jade Mountain Cave. Did you destroy it?" Li Mu stated bluntly, his shock evident. "What?" The middle-aged man's face paled. He believed his actions were flawless. How could Li Mu possibly know it was him? Could this fellow possess some sort of divination ability? Yet, even a master of the extraordinary realm could not deduce such matters. "You destroyed the Jade Mountain Cave after I eliminated Tai Xiao Luo to sever the connection." Li Mu continued, "I concede, you acted swiftly, but you overlooked one crucial detail." What did I forget?" The middle-aged man inquired. "The recovery pill in your pocket." "The recovery pill?" The middle-aged man paused, contemplating, before exclaiming, "It's the inside herb. The inside herb preserved the aura of my true essence when I obliterated the Jade Mountain Cave. Indeed, it is the inside herb. However, even if you possess it, how could you possibly track me down?" The middle-aged man pressed further. "Are you foolish? The inside herb is the primary material used to concoct the recovery pill. Once the recovery pill is refined, can you true essence realm practitioners resist such temptation?" Li Mu chuckled. "So, you were present at the auction? You were the one who acted?" The middle-aged man's expression darkened. It became apparent that each step had been orchestrated by Li Mu. The moment he revealed his true essence, Li Mu could pinpoint him through the aura of the inside herb and intercept him. "Very well. I executed my plans with such precision, yet you managed to uncover the flaw. You are indeed the son of that person. But you come alone to intercept me without any allies? Truly seeking death. The middle-aged man regarded Li Mu coldly. He was a pinnacle true essence realm practitioner. While Li Mu appeared to be merely in his mid-20s, how could he possibly be a match? Where is Master Yulong? Is he the mastermind behind the scenes? What is the truth behind the Li family massacre? Li Mu shouted, desiring to know the truth. Such a wish is nothing but a delusion. The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, then pointed a finger, causing a flying sword to soar into the air behind him. The sword, imbued with the essence of countless spirits, radiated a light capable of extinguishing worlds. With a mighty roar, the man concentrated a vast amount of true energy into the flying sword. Immediately, a formidable sword aura enveloped the blade. Then, that sword aura cleaved through the heavens, heading straight for Li Mu. Your technique is rather weak. Li Mu replied with a calm smile, then unleashed a punch. You dare to withstand my technique with mere flesh? What a joke. The middle-aged man scoffed, and the sword aura collided with Li Mu's fist. Bang! At the moment of impact, the sword aura fractured, yet Li Mu's fist remained unscathed. Boom! Another resounding sound echoed as the entire sword aura shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He was at the pinnacle of the true energy realm. His attack could annihilate an average practitioner in that realm. Yet, Li Mu had not employed any techniques, relying solely on his fist to obliterate his assault. This fellow's physical prowess was utterly terrifying. Even those formidable beings in the divine travel realm likely could not boast such strength. You had best reveal the truth now, or you will regret it shortly. Li Mu strode forward, his aura pressing down on the man, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. What of your formidable physique? Only lowly warriors resort to brawling. We are true energy realm experts, and we harness true energy. The middle-aged man sneered, then clasped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of true energy from within. The energy coalesced, forming a colossal figure. Die! He bellowed, as the massive silhouette lunged at Li Mu. I can't even be bothered to use my true energy against you. Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smile. This man's true energy was indeed powerful, unmatched within the true energy realm. However, regrettably for him, this level of true energy was insufficient to contend with Li Mu. Arrogant, the middle-aged man snorted, commanding the giant figure to strike Li Mu. Arrogant, Li Mu's smile widened. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged forward like a released arrow. This is my full-force strike. Do you dare to withstand it with your flesh? Truly seeking death. The middle-aged man regarded him with disdain. His ultimate attack was something even the strongest in the divine travel realm would hesitate to face with mere flesh. How could Li Mu possibly withstand it? Is that so? As he spoke, Li Mu collided with the enormous figure. In that instant of contact, Li Mu felt an immense force strike him, as if his fist might shatter. Yet, through sheer physical fortitude, he endured the onslaught. Then, with a sudden surge of strength, he rebounded the colossal force back. Crack! The giant figure emitted a series of sharp sounds as fissures began to appear. Shatter! Li Mu exerted himself once more, and the overwhelming force obliterated the figure into fragments. What? The middle-aged man was on the verge of despair. The true energy attack he so proudly wielded had been shattered by Li Mu's fist. Are you a body refiner? The middle-aged man gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. Oh, a horizontal cultivator? You are unaware of what a horizontal cultivator is. It refers to those who, after becoming martial artists, solely focus on the physical cultivation of the body, eschewing the path of refining vital energy into true essence. Ultimately, one can achieve a sacred body. However, this path is fraught with peril and exceedingly challenging. He exclaimed, Is it truly possible for a horizontal cultivator to attain a sacred body? Li Mu was taken aback. For typically, martial artists transcend beyond the extraordinary realm to enter the sacred realm. The notion that a horizontal cultivator could also achieve a sacred body suggested that these two paths converge, ultimately leading to the same destination of sanctity. His Pure Yang Dao Scripture, which cultivates true essence while also refining the body, raised the question, could it be traversing both paths? However, he could only seek clarity on this matter upon returning to consult his master. You are ignorant of these things? How can you claim to be a horizontal cultivator? The middle-aged man scornfully rebuked. Who informed you that I am a horizontal cultivator? Li Mu rolled his eyes, then waved his hand, summoning a surge of true essence to materialize at his fingertips. What? The middle-aged man was further bewildered. Li Mu's physical prowess was already formidable, and now his true essence was equally potent. Where did this individual find such boundless energy? Particularly in terms of physical cultivation, it required relentless effort to even consider the path to achieving a sacred body. Enough. I shall grant you one final opportunity to divulge the truth. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Li Mu produced several silver needles. Humph, reveal the truth to you? Not a chance. The middle-aged man sneered, then leapt into the air, manifesting a surge of true essence beneath his feet. Attempting to flee, Li Mu smirked coldly. Though one could soar through the skies in the realm of true essence, escaping beneath his very gaze was a ludicrous notion. With a flick of his middle finger, a burst of true essence shot forth. Boom. The true essence beneath the middle-aged man dissipated instantly, causing him to tumble to the ground. Subsequently, Li Mu propelled the silver needles, driving them directly into the man's temples. In an instant, the middle-aged man felt as though 1,000 ants were gnawing at his heart, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Scoundrel, what have you done? The words stumbled from the middle-aged man's lips as he glared at Li Mu in fury. Fear not. This is merely the most elementary form of pain. Soon, I shall subject you to far greater agony. Li Mu chuckled wickedly, producing a few more silver needles. You. The middle-aged man was on the brink of despair. One needle had rendered him nearly insufferable. If more were to follow, he would truly be unable to endure. Stop. Stop. I will speak. I will speak. The middle-aged man hastily begged for mercy. If only you had agreed sooner, you would not have to suffer. Li Mu chuckled darkly, retracting the silver needles. Sweat beaded on the middle-aged man's forehead as he finally spoke. I was ordered to destroy the Jade Mountain Cave, for it is the sole channel through which commands are issued to the Iron Azura. Ordered? By whom? Furthermore, who is the Jade Dragon True Man? And where can he be found? Li Mu inquired. In the capital, the Xianyuan family. As for the Jade Dragon True Man, such a person does not exist. It is merely a code name used to relay commands to the Iron Azura. Sometimes it is I who issue commands, and at other times, it is another. The middle-aged man explained. The Jade Dragon True Man is but a code name? Surely the Iron Azura must be aware of this. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Taisho Luo was indeed a disciple of the Jade Dragon Master. Could he truly discern the differences among the various visitors? He is merely at the Qi movement realm and dares not raise his head before us. How could he possibly differentiate between them? The middle-aged man scoffed. Are you all members of the Xianyuan family? Li Mu inquired further. No, we are not all from the Xianyuan family. I merely heed their commands. Are you suggesting that the Jade Dragon Master is merely a code name for orders issued by Taisho Luo? And that behind this code name, there lies the Xianyuan family. But not solely them. Li Mu's brow tightened. The Xianyuan family was one of the 10 great families of Long Country and a pivotal force in the formation of the law enforcement team. Such a family was already quite a headache. To think there might be other powers behind it? Indeed. To my knowledge, there are at least 3 more. And these 3 powers are unlikely to be inferior to the Xianyuan family. But why is this? Our Li family is merely a clan in Yang City. In the eyes of the Xianyuan family, we might as well be less than ants. How could we possibly provoke such a colossal entity, and not just one? Li Mu was perplexed. We are merely following orders. However, all of this is related to fate. The specifics elude me, for I am merely a messenger. The middle-aged man replied. You too are but a messenger? Li Mu felt a headache coming on. A peak true essence realm expert, and yet he was merely a messenger. Just how formidable was the Xianyuan family? What secrets lay hidden behind this? The more he delved, the more it seemed to spiral into depths that instilled fear within him. Yet, the blood feud of the Li family remained unresolved, and his parents were still missing. He had no choice but to continue his pursuit. Well, I have told you all that I know. May I be allowed to leave now? The middle-aged man asked. Let you leave? How naive you are. Li Mu was at a loss for words. As one of the masterminds behind the scenes, how could he possibly let this man go? How could he justify the deaths of so many of the Li family? Kid, you cannot go back on your word. Go back on my word. I never said I would let you go. I merely offered to spare you some suffering. With a cold laugh, Li Mu then struck the middle-aged man, reducing him to a mere pulp. Afterward, Li Mu hurried back to the provincial city. Not long after he left, Lin Shui and others arrived. Upon seeing the pool of flesh on the ground, they were rendered speechless. A peak true essence realm master had been reduced to such a state. Jiangdong province, indeed, was on the brink of upheaval. Young brother, I thought you wouldn't return. Qian Feng sighed with relief upon seeing Li Mu back. Nothing significant, just resolved a minor issue. Li Mu replied with a casual smile, offering no further explanation. By the way, here is the 2 billion from the auction. Xingqian Pavilion has not charged any handling fees. Qianfeng handed over a bank card. Thank you. No, we should be thanking you. After all, this auction has significantly enhanced the reputation of Xingqian Pavilion. Qianfeng chuckled. By the way, how much do you know about the Xianyuan family? Li Mu suddenly asked. After all, the middle-aged man was obedient to the commands of the Xianyuan family, as well as to the clues from other prominent families. However, his only course of action was to first approach the Xianyuan family, for only then could the truth be unveiled. The Xianyuan family? Why do you inquire about them? Qianfeng asked, his gaze wary as he scrutinized Li Mu. Nothing much. Just a casual question. If you're not aware, then forget it, Li Mu replied with a nonchalant smile, showing no urgency. In any case, he would eventually head to the capital, where he would naturally learn about the Xianyuan family's circumstances. After a moment of hesitation, Qianfeng decided to divulge everything he knew to Li Mu. After all, he had received Li Mu's revitalizing elixir and could not afford to be ungrateful. Little brother, whatever your intentions may be, I must advise you to steer clear of the Xianyuan family, Qianfeng said with gravity. Oh, what brings you to that conclusion? You are aware that the enforcement team is a coalition formed by the 10 great families and the 10 prestigious sects of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, among these 20 powers, there exists a hierarchy. The Xianyuan family stands at the pinnacle of this hierarchy. Just previously, the Lin family managed to secure Lin Tao's position as the captain of the Jiangdong branch of the enforcement team solely due to their favorable relations with the Xianyuan family. Qianfeng explained. Oh, the Xianyuan family, is that formidable? They are not only formidable, but also fiercely protective of their own and vengeful. Thus, regardless of any grievances you may hold against the Xianyuan family, it is best to keep them buried within your heart, for they are exceedingly powerful. Even our Starry Pavilion headquarters would rather avoid conflict with the Xianyuan family, Qianfeng advised earnestly. Is that so? Li Mu shrugged, refraining from further inquiry, and then rose to depart. As soon as Li Mu left, Qianfeng received word that the individual who had acquired the revitalizing elixir had been reduced to a mere pulp by a single strike on the outskirts of the provincial city. What? Could it be him? Qianfeng was taken aback. Apart from Li Mu, it seemed no one possessed such power. Moreover, Li Mu's actions, from purchasing the alchemy furnace to auctioning the revitalizing elixir, were quite unusual. Furthermore, during the auction, he had attempted to seize the elixir. Was it possible that Li Mu deliberately incited others to act, thereby discerning a particular individual? Was this the true motive behind his auction of the revitalizing elixir? Qianfeng swallowed hard. To identify someone, he bought an alchemy furnace, auctioned a pill, tested the waters, and then committed murder? What a meticulous mind! Qianfeng muttered to himself. Any deviation in any of these steps would have rendered the plan unfeasible. Wait, Qianfeng suddenly had a realization. From purchasing the alchemy furnace and herbs to auctioning the revitalizing elixir and committing murder, Li Mu had been personally involved in all these actions. So, who concocted the elixir? Zhang Mingyao? Unlikely, as she did not possess the requisite ability. Could it be that he concocted it himself? Is he an alchemist? Qianfeng was taken aback by his own deductions. If Li Mu truly was an alchemist, could they not request the kind of elixirs needed by the Starry Pavilion from him? It seemed an opportunity must be sought. Qianfeng pondered. Regardless of whether Li Mu could indeed concoct the elixirs, it was worth attempting. What if he could? Meanwhile, Li Mu returned to the Zhang residence, only to find that Zhang Qianqian and Ji Xiaya were not home, though he paid it little mind. After all these days in the provincial capital, they had been cooped up at Zhang's residence and were nearly driven to madness. A stroll outside would do them good. However, before Li Mu could return to his room, he saw Zhang Mingyao with blood at the corner of her mouth, rushing back in a state of alarm. Senior sister, what happened? Who hurt you? Li Mu hurried forward to support Zhang Mingyao, inspecting her for injuries. Upon finding that she was not gravely harmed, he felt a sense of relief. Junior brother, trouble has arisen. Zhang Mingyao wiped the blood away and began to recount the events. It turned out that they were simply bored and had gone shopping at the market when Ji Xiaoya unexpectedly encountered members of the Ji family, who attempted to take her back. Naturally, Li Qianqian would not permit this, leading to a confrontation with the Ji family. As Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan were merely ordinary individuals, they stood no chance against their adversaries. Thus, Zhang Mingyao single-handedly defended against the entire Ji family. However, when a formidable expert from the Ji family appeared, Zhang Mingyao found herself outmatched and had to flee to seek assistance. Before I left, I used poison outside the room. They likely won breach in for a while. However, the Ji family has a true essence realm elder, so it's hard to say. Zhang Mingyao gasped for breath as she spoke. Scoundrels! Li Mu fumed. He had intended to resolve the blood feud with the Li family before confronting the Ji family. Yet they had the audacity to assault Ji Xiaoya. The critical point was that they had even injured Zhang Mingyao and surrounded Li Qianqian and the others. If a single hair was harmed, he would see the entire Ji family obliterated. Junior brother, perhaps we should plan carefully? The Ji family has a true essence realm elder, and they are backed by a major sect. Zhang Mingyao cautioned. Senior sister, there's no time for deliberation. The poison array you set will not last long. If anything happens to them, I will have no time for regret. Without further contemplation, Li Mu turned and departed. Junior brother, should we take a car? Driving is too slow. Li Mu shook his head. Previously, he had opted for cars and planes out of convenience, but for this short distance, he deemed that flying was far swifter. Thus, he soared into the air, racing towards the site of the incident. Meanwhile, in the room, Ji Xiaoya felt a pang of guilt as she looked at Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. Xiaoya, what are you saying? We are sisters. Besides, it's the Ji family that is shameless. They expelled you from the family, and now that you've grown beautiful, they want to capture you for a marriage alliance with the clan. It's utterly beastly. Li Qianqian responded. Indeed, they are even more outrageous than the Zhou family. Zhou Qingyuan scoffed. But I still have burdened you. What nonsense, Xiaoya. Senior sister has escaped, and she will seek my brother's help. He will surely come to our rescue. Li Qianqian asserted confidently. As they spoke, the poisonous mist that Zhang Mingyao had deployed outside the room had dissipated. The members of the Ji family kicked open the door, surrounding them completely. Xiaoyu, I never imagined that after all these years, you have transformed from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. The leader, a young man, scrutinized Ji Xiaoyu from head to toe. His gaze also swept over Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan, revealing a glimmer of greed in his eyes. The patriarch's intention is to take Ji Xiaoyu back for a marriage alliance. However, the patriarch did not mention anything about bringing other women back. Li Qianqian and Zhou Qingyuan are equally exquisite women, and after indulging in their company here, bringing them back to cultivate would be quite delightful. Ji Songhai, you once expelled me from the Ji family. What right do you have to take me back? Ji Xiaoyu immediately retorted angrily. Hee. We expelled you from the Ji family because you let Li Mu go. Now that you have grown stronger and can contribute to the Ji family, it is only natural for us to bring you back. Ji Songhai chuckled sinisterly. Humph, you want me to return for a marriage alliance? To become a mere tool for the benefit of your Ji family? I will not go back. Hee. That may not be up to you. You should know that your cousin Ji Xiaodian has already joined the Xianin sect. If we use you to forge a marriage alliance with the aristocracy of the capital, our Ji family will become an evergreen tree in Jiangdong province. You should feel honored to contribute such a great deal to the Ji family. Ji Songhai sneered. Don't you feel ashamed? Li Qianqian looked at Ji Songhai with disdain. Humph, what business is it of yours? Soon enough, I will have you under me, and then we shall see who feels ashamed. Ji Songhai gazed greedily at Li Qianqian. You dare? Li Qianqian fumed. Yet the three of them were utterly defenseless, unable to contend with these men. Take Ji Xiaoyu away. Leave these two with me. Ji Songhai scoffed, then advanced toward Li Qianqian. Qianqian, hurry and go. I will hold him off. Zhou Qingyuan gritted her teeth and pulled a knife from her pocket, charging at Ji Songhai. Originally, this knife was intended for Li Mu, but having learned the truth of the past, she had no intention of harming him. For days, she had awaited the opportunity to atone for her sins. And now the moment had finally arrived. Although she knew she might not be able to save Li Qianqian, she had to act with a clear conscience. Zhou Qingyuan, what are you doing? Li Qianqian gasped in shock. Zhou Qingyuan was merely an ordinary person, and Ji Songhai was formidable. Was she not courting death? Qianqian, our Zhou family has wronged you. I will go first. Zhou Qingyuan smiled faintly, then dashed in front of Ji Songhai, striking down with her knife. Enough noise. Ji Songhai cursed, still daring to use a knife against him? Though he was merely at the Kaiyuan realm, dealing with a weak woman like Zhou Qingyuan was child's play. With that, Ji Songhai unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! The knife in Zhou Qingyuan's hand shattered instantly, and Ji Songhai's fist crashed into her shoulder. Bang! Zhou Qingyuan was sent flying, crashing hard against the ground. Uffed. As she spat out a mouthful of blood, she nearly lost consciousness. Zhou Qingyuan. Li Qianqian rushed over to help her up, tears brimming in her eyes. Xianxian, I apologize to your family, the Li family. I shall repay you in the next life. Zhou Qingyuan spoke weakly. Zhou Qingyuan, this is the fault of the Zhou family, not yours. Li Xianxian replied with a hint of a sob. Yet she felt utterly powerless to save Zhou Qingyuan. Enough. It's time for us to get intimate. Ji Zonghai laughed heartily, lunging towards Li Xianxian. Run. Zhou Qingyuan summoned her last ounce of strength to push Li Xianxian away. Just as Ji Zonghai was about to close in, a formidable force descended from the heavens. Die! With a resounding shout, a surge of energy plummeted directly onto Ji Zonghai's head. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Ji Zonghai was reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, creating a large crater in the ground. In the distance, a young man suddenly opened his eyes. He was a master of energy manipulation, and it was his arrival that allowed for the unraveling of the poison formation laid by Zhang Mingyao. How dare someone commit murder right before his eyes? Li Mu descended from above, landing beside Li Xianxian. Xianxian, are you all right? He asked with genuine concern. Brother, don't worry about me. Quickly check on Zhou Qingyuan. Li Xianxian urged, pointing towards Zhou Qingyuan not far away. Once assured of Li Xianxian's safety, Li Mu approached Zhou Qingyuan. Zhou Qingyuan, I have repaid all my debts to your family. She spoke, her face devoid of color. Do not speak. Li Mu examined Zhou Qingyuan's pulse. It was growing faint. For anyone else, saving her would be impossible. However, as the heir of the Ghost Valley medical sage, his skills were unparalleled. As long as Zhou Qingyuan still breathed, he could save her. Thus, Li Mu administered a pill to Zhou Qingyuan and channeled his energy to heal her internal injuries. Li Mu, please, let me die. Zhou Qingyuan cried out. I have long declared that your life and death are solely in my hands. If I do not wish for you to die, not even the King of Heaven can take you. Li Mu responded earnestly. Why? Why? Zhou Qingyuan wept, her heart wrenching. She had been deceived by her family for so many years, playing the role of a villain. Today, all she desired was to save Li Xianxian, to atone for her sins, and finally find liberation. But why did Li Mu insist on saving her? Because you are my woman, Li Mu asserted seriously. Despite Zhou Qingyuan belonging to the Zhou family, they had indeed shared intimate moments, more than once. Moreover, she had no knowledge of the past events and had not participated in them. Now, she was unequivocally his woman. How could he allow her to perish? Zhou Qingyuan's expression became complex. Li Mu had annihilated her family, yet remained her only man. How was she to navigate her future? Rest well, leave the rest to me. After tending to Zhou Qingyuan's injuries, Li Mu stood up. As Zhou Qingyuan gazed at Li Mu's retreating figure, she found herself momentarily entranced. At that moment, she suddenly realized how handsome Li Mu was. Zhou Qingyuan, what on earth are you thinking? She chuckled bitterly. Meanwhile, in the distance, the Ji family prepared to take away Ji Xiaoya. With a swift motion of his hand, Li Mu unleashed a surge of true essence, instantly slaying all those surrounding Ji Xiaoya. It was only then that she broke free from her constraints and hurried to Li Mu's side. Brother Li Mu, I am frightened. Ji Xiaoya quivered in fear. Had he been even a moment later, she would have been captured. Do not be afraid, Xiaoya. As long as I am here, no one shall take you away. Li Mu gently ruffled her forehead before turning his gaze toward the members of the Ji family. Huh, what a valiant hero saving a damsel in distress. Alas, you have provoked the wrong person. The young man eyed Li Mu coldly. Oh, Li Mu was taken aback. He had encountered many who were oblivious to their own peril. Yet, this individual, knowing full well Li Mu wielded true essence, still dared to act so arrogantly despite being merely at the qi condensation stage. Was he truly a fool? Oh, you believe I have provoked the wrong person? Do you think being from the Xianin sect makes you significant? Li Mu observed the youth with keen interest. Although our Xianin sect may not be part of the enforcement team, our strength certainly rivals that of the top 10 sects in the Dragon Kingdom. By killing members of the Ji family, you have declared war against the Xianin sect. Kneel and apologize now, and surrender them to us. Perhaps you might leave with your life intact. The youth regarded Li Mu with a chilling confidence, convinced that Li Mu would not dare to confront the Xianin sect. You, a mere qi condensation practitioner, do you not see that I am using true essence? Li Mu chuckled, having encountered arrogance before, but never to this extent. Even if you are at the true essence stage, it matters not. You are still no match for our Xianin sect. If you dare to harm me, my master will appear immediately, and you will find yourself on a path to demise." The young man shouted defiantly. "Your master? Duan Changhe? HM, you know my master?" The youth furrowed his brow, clearly dismissive of Li Mu's mention of his master. Could it be that this man truly feared the Xianin sect? "I certainly do," Li Mu replied with a sly grin. Duan Changhe was present during the auction of the replenishing elixir and had fought fiercely for it. Would he fear Duan Changhe? Absurd. "Since you know, why do you not surrender at once?" the young man demanded. "Enough. I tire of your prattle. Come here," Li Mu replied with a cold smile, raising his hand to cast a binding true essence that ensnared the youth. With a flick of his wrist, the young man was pulled before him. "Brat, what do you intend to do?" the youth exclaimed in alarm. "Rest assured, I will not kill you. You are to return to the Ji family and deliver a message. Within 3 days, have your master bring the entire Ji family to kneel and apologize. Otherwise, not only will the Ji family be annihilated, but you and your master will also meet a grim fate. Understand?" Li Mu commanded. "You bastard, you know," the young man, infuriated, attempted to retort, only to be met with a resounding slap. Smack. Blood immediately trickled from the corner of the youth's mouth, 2 teeth knocked out by Li Mu, leaving half his face swollen. "If you do not deliver the message, I shall simply kill you and personally pay a visit to the Ji family," Li Mu stated casually. I will deliver it." The youth was genuinely terrified, for the aura exuded by Li Mu was utterly suffocating. He suspected that if he uttered another word of defiance, Li Mu would undoubtedly strike him down. "Get out." Li Mu forcefully tossed the youth aside. "You'll pay for this." The youth cursed vehemently before scurrying away in disgrace. "You shouldn't have let him go. He will inform the Ji family, and the Xianin sect will learn of it. You will be in peril," Zhou Qingyuan remarked, frowning. "Oh, are you concerned for my well-being?" Li Mu shot a glance at Zhou Qingyuan. Her cheeks flushed, and she replied earnestly, "I am not concerned for you. I fear for the consequences of provoking the Xianin sect and the potential danger to Qianqian and the others. Qingyuan, I believe you should focus on recuperating first," Li Xianxian advised, supporting Zhou Qingyuan. "I'm already well. Your brother's elixir is remarkably effective," Zhou Qingyuan declared. "Are you truly recovered? Then what was that about my brother calling you his woman?" Li Xianxian suddenly inquired. "What? You must have misheard." Zhou Qingyuan's face turned crimson in an instant. "I heard it too," Ji Xiaoya chimed in, joining the conversation. After the tumult at the Ji family, the barriers among them began to dissolve. Observing the trio's beaming faces, Li Mu smiled gently and led them back to the Zhang family villa. "Junior apprentice, it's good to see you back. No lives were lost, I hope?" Zhang Mingyao inquired. "Well, not too many died," Li Mu replied nonchalantly. "Not too many. So that means there were casualties." Zhang Mingyao expressed her disbelief. The enforcement team would inevitably intervene. "Huh. They dared to lay hands on my sister. Would I allow them to depart unscathed? Besides, I instructed that young man to inform Duan Changhe that within 3 days, they must obliterate the Ji family and come to apologize or face annihilation." Li Mu asserted. "What? Not only did you kill someone, but you also let them go to spread the word?" Zhang Mingyao felt a headache coming on. Li Mu's actions were utterly confounding. Wasn't he this just inviting trouble? "Li Mu," Zhang Zhendong interjected, "the newly appointed captain of the enforcement team is quite ruthless. If you proceed to eliminate the Ji family, he will certainly not let it slide." "Huh. I've given him 3 days to prepare," Li Mu replied casually. In truth, a mere Ji family was no challenge for him. He could dispatch them with ease. Even if Duan Changhe was a true Essence Realm expert, he would not impede him in the slightest. However, should he annihilate the Ji family, the enforcement team would undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, Lu Hui from the enforcement team had recently arrived from the capital and had a contentious relationship with the Lin family. This implied that the family backing Lu Hui bore a grudge against the Xian Yuan family, which supported the Lin family. While he was unafraid of offending the enforcement team, the individuals they previously dispatched had still sought to curry favor with him. Thus, he granted Lu Hui 3 days. If Lu Hui managed the situation adeptly, he would not be averse to befriending certain members of the enforcement team. If not, he would simply eradicate them all. You've given Lu Hui 3 days? Zhang Zhendong was taken aback. Li Mu truly possessed a sharp intellect. Very well, let us observe how the situation unfolds over these 3 days. Li Mu smiled calmly, and then turned his gaze towards Zhou Qingyuan. "What are you doing?" Zhou Qingyuan looked at Li Mu warily. "What do you think?" Do you believe that a full-force strike from a formidable opponent in the opening Yuan realm can be easily healed? Li Mu replied, Are you suggesting that I should come to your room for treatment? As soon as Li Mu finished speaking, he stepped into the room. The onlookers exchanged glances, questioning whether Li Mu's intentions were genuine or feigned. Qing Yuan, go on, Li Xianxian urged, pushing Zhou Qing Yuan into the room. Zhang Zhendong turned to Zhang Mingyao and inquired, Yao Yao, don't you possess medical skills as well? What do you think? Could it be true? Her injuries are indeed severe. Only the abilities of the junior disciple can aid in her recovery, Zhang Mingyao asserted. All right then, everyone disperse. Zhang Zhendong replied with a faint smile before departing. Meanwhile, in the room, Zhou Qingyuan blushed and asked, Are you being serious? Of course I am serious. I still need to treat your injuries. Do you think I summoned you here for no reason? Li Mu responded. I didn't think. Zhou Qingyuan stammered, her face turning as red as an apple as Li Mu teased her. I didn't mean that. Oh, you didn't mean it? Then why do you think I had such thoughts? I want to tell you. All right, now take off your clothes. I shall begin your treatment. Li Mu, I feel so hot, Zhou Qingyuan exclaimed, feeling warmth radiate from her body. Bear with it. This is normal, Li Mu said, channeling his true essence to heal her, not daring to relax for a moment. Okay, Zhou Qingyuan replied, but beads of sweat began to trickle down her body, rendering her even more alluring. After a while, Li Mu ceased his healing, and Zhou Qingyuan felt as if her strength had been completely drained, collapsing into Li Mu's embrace. Please help me sit up. Zhou Qingyuan gazed at Li Mu with a dazed expression, feeling shy about being in his arms while unclothed. Just remain still, we've just begun the treatment, Li Mu instructed, focusing on regulating his own breath. A little later, the heat within Zhou Qingyuan began to subside, only for a chill to surge forth within her. As the cold air met the pure yang energy within Li Mu, it instantly triggered a wave of energy. What is happening? Zhou Qingyuan suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, casting a shy glance at Li Mu. It appears that Taisho Luo spoke the truth. You indeed possess a unique constitution, and what? Nothing much, you shall find out soon. With that, Li Mu lifted Zhou Qingyuan and carried her towards the bed. What do you intend to do now? Zhou Qingyuan shivered, recalling her previous encounters. Li Mu nodded and then gently tossed her onto the bed. Zhou Qingyuan was taken aback, realizing that Li Mu had misinterpreted her words. However, she was no match for him and could only submit to his desires. This time, her mindset was different from before. Meanwhile, in the Ji family villa, Duan Chang's beard bristled with anger. Did he truly say that? Duan Chang bellowed. Master, he indeed said so, and he also demanded that within 3 days, you bring all the members of the Ji family to apologize to him, or else he would annihilate us all. The young man lamented, tears streaming down his face. This is outrageous. How dare this insolent brat demand an apology from me? Duan Changha cursed vehemently. Senior Duan, this boy is named Li Mu, a remnant of the Li family. Ji Changming, the head of the Ji family, hastily reminded. It matters not who he is, he shall meet his demise. Did he not say 3 days? I shall remain still, and if he dares to come after 3 days, I will crush him. Duan Changha declared furiously. With Senior Duan's assurance, I can finally rest easy. Ji Changming felt a wave of relief. After all, Li Mu's sudden strength genuinely frightened him, as he feared Duan Changha might hand him over. Given his previous betrayal of the Li family, Li Mu could easily tear him apart. Meanwhile, within the enforcement team, Lu Hui furrowed his brow. Captain, this Li Mu has instigated another bloodbath. Should we intervene? A squad leader inquired. A bloodbath? It was the Ji family that struck first. Can we blame Li Mu for that? Lu Hui questioned. But the Ji family merely intended to capture someone, while he resorted to murder. So you all initially listened to Lin Tao's orders to apprehend Li Mu? Lu Hui probed. The group exchanged glances, unsure of Lu Hui's perspective. You are all too heavily influenced by Lin Tao. Captain, what do you mean by that? They responded, puzzled. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that when Li Mu realized the Ji family intended to apprehend him, he should refrain from killing? Should he have respectfully delivered Ji Xiaya back to the Ji family? Lu Hui queried. Certainly not, but by killing members of the Ji family, he has committed murder. And we, the enforcement team, must respond, right? Exactly. If a murder has occurred, the enforcement team must take action. So, did the enforcement team intervene during the Li family massacre? Lu Hui asked again. The group exchanged glances, recalling that during the Li family massacre, They had indeed been caught off guard. They hastily dispatched 2 individuals, and then there was no further development. At that time, we also consulted Lin Tao, who stated that the captain of the enforcement team possesses discretionary authority and mentioned that he would send someone to investigate later. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. A squad leader recounted. Lin Tao was correct. The captain of the enforcement team does indeed possess discretionary authority, yet his actions undermine the authority of the enforcement team. Hence, Li Mu would rather commit murder than allow the enforcement team to interfere. Lu Hui remarked. Then why did he allow the person to return? Furthermore, he boldly proclaimed that if the Ji family does not apologize within 3 days, he will wash them in blood. He is completely disregarding our enforcement team. Another squad leader interjected. Do you think Li Mu is afraid to kill that person? In truth, he is merely granting me time to ponder. Lu Hui said with a wry smile. He is giving you time to ponder? Indeed. You are to dispatch an enforcement squad to Yang City immediately to thoroughly investigate the events of that year. I will personally lead the investigation into the Ji family's capture of Ji Xiaoya. If Li Mu has granted me time, I, as captain, cannot be idle. Lu Hui proclaimed loudly. As the days passed, Duan Changhe showed no intention of taking the Ji family to apologize to Li Mu. The entire provincial capital was eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Li Mu's misfortune. They believed he would undoubtedly refrain from provoking the Ji family, especially given the formidable presence of Duan Changhe, who had the backing of the Xianin sect. Moreover, Li Mu had already made enemies of the law enforcement team and the Yunlan sect, while the Lin family merely watched the unfolding drama with amusement. This sentiment was shared not only by the onlookers, but also by Ji Xiaoya, who expressed her concern, Brother Li Mu, perhaps it would be best not to go. She understood that he intended to seek retribution on her behalf, but the peril was immense. This was not merely a matter concerning the Ji family. It entangled the interests of the entire provincial elite. Should Li Mu find himself besieged, the consequences could be dire. Why would I not go? They betrayed me, and I must settle the score, Li Mu declared. But, Brother Li Mu, what if the law enforcement team? Ji Xiaoya faltered. Are you worried the law enforcement team will act as they did before? The entire province's true essence realm will surely unite against me, correct? Li Mu inquired. Indeed. With so many true essence practitioners collaborating, you would certainly be outmatched. I fear for you. Do not fret. To me, the true essence realm is utterly inconsequential. Li Mu laughed heartily and strode towards the Ji family villa. Utterly inconsequential? Zhang Jindong and the others exchanged glances, for in their eyes, the true essence realm was akin to divine beings, capable of extraordinary feats. Yet, Li Mu boldly asserted that they were of no significance to him. The crucial point was that he had previously annihilated 3 practitioners of the true essence realm with ease. Yao Yao, what manner of person is your junior brother? Zhang Jindong asked with a wry smile. I am unsure, but he is undeniably formidable. Zhang Mingyao replied. Indeed, he is quite impressive. Zhou Qingyuan remarked. Somewhat unsteady on her feet, her gaze peculiar. Master, today marks the 3rd day. Do you think Li Mu will cause a ruckus at the Ji family? A subordinate inquired at the Lin family villa. Of course he will go. The Ji family betrayed him during the Li family massacre. Given Li Mu's nature, he would never let the Ji family off the hook. Lin Shui proclaimed confidently, reclining with his legs crossed. Since Li Mu is bound to show up, should we not join the fray? Naturally, we must attend. After all, Li Mu killed our most talented member, Lin Tao. Furthermore, as he aims to obliterate the Ji family, the law enforcement team will not stand idly by. It would be best if they engaged in conflict. Only then can my Lin family reap the benefits. Lin Shui chuckled coldly. Li Mu had slain Lin Tao, and Lu Hui was set to take his place. Therefore, both were his adversaries. With their irreconcilable differences, he was determined to fan the flames. The fate of the Ji family was of no concern to him. Let us proceed and enjoy the spectacle. Lin Shui laughed heartily, leading his entourage towards the Ji family villa. Simultaneously, various factions within the provincial capital had caught wind of the news, prompting many to flock to the Ji family villa to witness the drama unfold. Meanwhile, within the Ji family villa, Ji Changming remained unfazed. After all, he had already alerted his son, who had sought intercession from the Xianin sect. The Xianin sect had issued orders to Duan Changhe to protect the Ji family at all costs. Thus, as long as Li Mu dares to come, Duan Changhe will undoubtedly eliminate him. As for whether Li Mu is a match for Duan Changhe, must that even be questioned? 8 years ago, Li Mu was but a worthless wretch. Even if he has made remarkable progress over these 8 years, relying on daily elixirs, how formidable could his strength truly become? Today, he must depend on the esteemed Elder Duan. Ji Changming spoke with utmost respect. Well said, well said. As long as in the future, young Master Ji can speak a few kind words for me within the sect. Duan Changhe replied with a smile, exhibiting no airs. After all, Ji Changming had the fortune of a fine son. If all goes as expected, Ji Xiaodian shall become the backbone of the Xianyin sect in the future. Hence, even though he is a formidable practitioner, he remains courteous to Ji Changming, for the other son would eventually be his superior. As they conversed, they spotted Li Mu arriving at the villa entrance. He comes alone. Ji Changming was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Li Mu. He had anticipated Li Mu would summon Zhang Jindong for support, yet here he was, boldly approaching alone. It's not a den of dragons and tigers. No assistance is required. Li Mu smiled nonchalantly, then stepped into the villa. Master, it is him. The youth immediately pointed at Li Mu, commencing his accusation. Did you convey my message? Li Mu cast a cold glance at the youth, causing him to shudder in fear. He seemed to recall the terror he had experienced 3 days prior at Li Mu's hands. Do not be arrogant. My master is present. You are no match for him. The youth stammered. I merely ask you, did you deliver the message? Li Mu spoke in a low, firm tone. Brat, my disciple has informed me of everything, but you expect me to bring the Ji family to apologize to you? From where do you derive such courage? Duan Changhe strode forward, his gaze icy as he addressed Li Mu. It appears he has indeed delivered the message. Yet you failed to bring the Ji family to apologize to me. It seems you have squandered your only chance at survival. Li Mu shook his head. He had contemplated that if Duan Changhe had brought the Ji family to apologize, he might have spared his life. However, over the past 3 days, Duan Changhe had made no move whatsoever. Thus, he would not grant Duan Changhe an opportunity to live. What a joke. Elder Duan is a practitioner of the true essence realm. How could you, a mere remnant of the Li family, threaten him? Ji Changming stepped forward, glaring coldly at Li Mu. Li Mu immediately shifted his gaze to Ji Changming, his eyes filled with murderous intent. 8 years ago, had it not been for Ji Xiaoye risking her life to release him, he would have likely been handed over to the Zhou family by Ji Changming. Once in the hands of the Zhou family, he would have faced certain death. Thus, the Ji family owed him a life, while he owed Ji Xiaoye a life as well. Now, with Ji Changming before him, Li Mu was in no rush to act. Ji Changming, why did you betray my father? Li Mu demanded. Betrayal? What a way to phrase it. Your father and I are not in a hierarchical relationship. How can there be talk of betrayal? Moreover, he left you in the Ji family, as the head of the Ji family. Do I not have the right to decide your fate? Ji Changming retorted. What a splendid notion of deciding fate. Li Mu laughed raucously, for the excuses of these individuals were always so ostentatiously grandiloquent. There is no need to dwell on the past. After all, today you are but a mere specter. Let me share one more revelation with you. You see, my friendship with your father was not born out of mere affection. Ji Changming laughed heartily. With an ulterior motive? Li Mu was taken aback, realizing that this man had approached his father with a hidden agenda. Was the bloodshed of the Li family a consequence of his actions, or his father's? Indeed, my purpose was to earn his trust. Initially, I pondered how to disguise my intentions flawlessly, yet your father proved to be rather gullible, placing his faith in me so readily and entrusting you to my protection. Ji Changming laughed uproariously. Li Mu clenched his fists tightly. His father was known for his penchant for camaraderie, his generous spirit. Yet, Ji Changming revealed himself to be insidiously cunning, having plotted this scheme long ago. So, you were aware that a tragedy would befall the Li family? Li Mu inquired. I cannot claim to have known that, but aligning myself with him surely bore advantages. Otherwise, do you believe our Ji family could have thrived to such heights in such a brief span after leaving Yang City? Ji Changming chuckled. Li Mu was rendered speechless. He had always understood the Ji family to be a modest clan. Yet, in merely half a year in the provincial capital, they had become remarkably formidable. There were secrets lurking beneath the surface. Enough of this idle chatter. Did you not assert that the 3-day deadline has arrived? Go ahead and make your move. Let us see how Elder Duan deals with you. Ji Changming bellowed with delight. Ji Changming, you are the most despicable kind of person. Li Mu's expression darkened. If the villainy were overt, he would harbor less disdain. Yet, it was Ji Changming's insidious nature that truly incited his ire. What can you do about it? Ji Changming shrugged, dismissing Li Mu entirely. At that moment, Duan Changhe interjected. Boy, make your move. Very well, you have successfully provoked my anger. Li Mu's face grew somber as he summoned his inner energy, preparing to strike. Alas! Outside the villa, Ji Xiaoye sighed and shook her head. Though she had been cast out from the Ji family, their blood coursed through her veins. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Ji clan, but could not bear to witness the demise of her kin. She now comprehended Zhou Qingyuan's sentiments. What if I am enraged? Then go ahead and make your move. As Ji Changming observed Li Mu preparing to act, he remained unperturbed. With Duan Changhe present, he doubted Li Mu could rival him. Stop! Just as Li Mu was about to strike, a commanding voice echoed. Then, everyone beheld a contingent approach, halting several dozen meters from Li Mu. Lin Shui? Members of the Lin family? Li Mu scoffed, not surprised. After all, having slain Lin Tao, it was only natural that the Lin family would seek retribution. Elder Lin's arrival is fortuitous. This fellow has taken Lin Tao's life. How about you and Elder Duan join forces to eliminate him? Ji Changming suggested eagerly. Eliminate him? There is no need. Lin Shui shrugged. Recognizing that Li Mu had indeed defeated formidable opponents like Yiping Tiantang and Yunlan Sect's true origin realm masters, he saw no need to risk confrontation with Li Mu. Why did the elder refrain from killing him? What is your purpose here? Ji Changming inquired. Of course, I am here to witness the excitement. Lin Shui replied. Witness the excitement? What do you mean? Ji Changming furrowed his brow, pondering whether it concerned the confrontation between Duan Changhe and Li Mu. Considering how your family betrayed him back then, he certainly won't spare you. However, this is the provincial capital, beneath the watchful eyes of the enforcement team. If a massacre were to occur, do you think the enforcement team would remain idle? Lin Shui chuckled. Elder Lin, are you suggesting that you wish to observe a bloody battle between Li Mu and us, enticing the enforcement team to intervene, and then use Li Mu to deal with them? Ji Changming, not lacking in intelligence, recognized Lin Tao's previous position as the head of the enforcement team, now succeeded by Lu Hui. Thus, Lin Shui bore a grudge against Lu Hui, seizing this opportunity for a conflict between Lu Hui and Li Mu. Regardless of the outcome, the Lin family would reap the benefits. Truly cunning. And what of it? Lin Shui shrugged, confident that even if he revealed his true intentions, Li Mu would be powerless against him. He could not fathom that Li Mu would spare the Ji family before turning on him. Old Lin, you are indeed shrewd. Your calculations are audacious. At that moment, Yun Kong, the leader of Yunlan sect, approached. Just SOSO. Lin Shui shrugged, dismissing Yun Kong's words. Elder Yun, are you here to witness the excitement as well? Ji Changming asked. What? Who says one cannot enjoy the spectacle? Yun Kong chuckled, as he held no particular affection for the enforcement team. As for Li Mu, having slain the deputy sect master and several elders of Yunlan sect, he harbored a deep-seated hatred. Thus, it would be ideal for Li Mu to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the enforcement team. Have you never considered that the enforcement team might not arrive? Li Mu interjected. Not come. What a joke. You made it clear 3 days in advance that if the enforcement team fails to show, it would be dereliction of duty. Does Lu Hui wish to resign? Lin Shui laughed heartily. Li Mu furrowed his brow. It seemed Lin Shui was indeed quite calculating. He was undoubtedly set on dealing with the Ji family. Yet once he struck, the enforcement team would certainly not stand idly by. Although he feared not the enforcement team, the thought of Lin Shui and Yun Kong profiting from the chaos unsettled him. Moreover, with the enforcement team still silent at this juncture, it appeared Lu Hui was no different from Lin Tao. With that thought, Li Mu resolved to take action against Duan Changhe and Ji Changming. Stop. Just then, Lu Hui finally arrived with members of the enforcement team. The show is about to commence. Lin Shui exclaimed, immediately requesting a chair to settle in as a spectator. Captain Lu, your arrival is timely. This audacious Li Mu dares to threaten the annihilation of my Ji family. As the head of the enforcement team, will you not intervene? Ji Changming demanded vocally. Li Mu cast a cold glance at Lu Hui, contemplating that if this fellow favored the Ji family as Lin Tao had, he would not hesitate to eliminate Lu Hui as well. Lu Hui cast a glance at the onlookers in the distance, then turned his attention to Ji Changming, ultimately settling his gaze on Li Mu. So, you are the survivor of the notorious Li family massacre from years past? Lu Hui inquired. And what of it? Li Mu responded. Over the past 3 days, I have dispatched personnel to investigate the events of that fateful day. While some details remain unclear, The general outline has been established, Lu Hui asserted. Oh, you've managed to clarify the matter? Li Mu's interest was piqued. Lu Hui appeared to be more credible than Lin Tao, who had never conducted an inquiry. Captain Lu, are you out of your mind? Li Mu is currently intent on annihilating the Ji family. What purpose does your investigation serve? Lin Shui mocked sharply. Indeed, regardless of what transpired back then, the law enforcement team has already reached a conclusion. You must understand that he aims to trample the authority of the law enforcement team into the ground. As the captain, shouldn't you act to apprehend him? Ji Changming pressed. While the law enforcement team has indeed concluded matters regarding the Li family incident, I have uncovered certain details. Lu Hui replied. And how does that pertain to today's events? Ji Changming questioned. Of course it is relevant, for your family deliberately approached the Li family, only to betray Li Mu. You are truly lacking in both righteousness and morality. Lu Hui sneered. And what of righteousness? It still bears no relation to the current situation, Ji Changming countered. No relation? As the captain of the law enforcement team, I possess discretionary power. I could easily turn a blind eye to your moral failings, and even if the headquarters were to learn of it, they would not intervene. Moreover, you dispatched someone to capture Ji Xiaya 3 days ago, which is a grave offense. I should be grateful to Li Mu for dealing with you. Lu Hui chuckled. What? Ji Changming's lips twitched. He had anticipated Lu Hui would assist them against Li Mu, yet Lu Hui stood by, indifferent. In the distance, Lin Shui bellowed, Lu Hui, as the captain of the law enforcement team, are you truly going to be an accomplice to this? An accomplice? This is the discretionary power of the law enforcement team. If you object, feel free to report me to headquarters. Lu Hui shrugged. During his time in the provincial city, he had garnered a thorough understanding of its prominent families and held the Ji family's rise in disdain. With Li Mu taking action against them, he found himself quite at ease. Oh, it seems you are not a fool after all. Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his 3 days of effort had not been in vain. At last, Lu Hui had made a prudent choice. Lu Hui, if you continue in this manner, you are unworthy of being the captain of the law enforcement team. Lin Shui exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. My position as captain was conferred directly by headquarters. If you are dissatisfied, you may lodge a complaint there. Furthermore, I am currently investigating Lin Tao's transgressions over the past decade. Once I reach a conclusion, I will be at the Lin family's door to seize their ill-gotten gains. Even if Lin Tao is deceased, I shall ensure he is held accountable. Lu Hui declared with a cold smile. You dare. Lin Shui was filled with rage. It was one thing for this fellow to not confront Li Mu, but to investigate the crimes committed by Lin Tao as well. Lin Tao was already deceased. Was this not a direct affront to the Lin family? What have I to fear? If you dare obstruct the enforcement team, I possess the authority to apprehend you. You may test that. Lu Hui bellowed. Lin Shui's lips twitched. He lacked the audacity to confront the enforcement team head-on. If it were a trivial matter, the Xianyuan family could manage it. However, should a conflict arise with the enforcement team, it was likely the Xianyuan family would be unable to protect them. What of the Yun leader? Are you prepared to stand for the Ji family? Lu Hui turned his gaze toward the distant Yun Kong. Cough. No need to look at me. I am merely here to witness the spectacle. Yun Kong shrugged. He had initially intended to observe the clash between Lu Hui and Li Mu. But given Lu Hui's declaration, it appeared the anticipated excitement would not materialize. In that case, do as you wish, Lu Hui said, directing his gaze toward Li Mu. Li Mu nodded, then cast a glance at the distant Ji Xiaoye. Moments later, he addressed Ji Changming and the others. Anyone who participated in the betrayal of the Li family must perish. As for those Ji family members who were not involved, you may depart. Captain Lu has granted leniency, and I shall extend the same courtesy. If he truly annihilated the Ji family, Lu Hui would find it difficult to explain to his superiors. Of course, the most pressing concern was that Ji Xiaoye was still watching. If he inadvertently implicated the innocent members of the Ji family, how could Ji Xiaoye reconcile that? The Ji family members exchanged glances. With the enforcement team siding with Li Mu, remaining would be tantamount to courting death. Thus, those who had not participated in betraying the Li family began to flee for their lives. Get back here. Ji Changming glared at the crowd. Although the enforcement team would not intervene, was Duan Changhe not still present? Could Li Mu truly be a match for Duan Changhe? Boy, do you genuinely believe that without the enforcement team's involvement, you stand a chance against me? Duan Changhe observed Li Mu with a cold gaze. Duan Changhe. Oh Duan Changhe, I offered you a chance at survival, yet you squandered it. Now you shall meet your demise. Li Mu scoffed. then waved his hand, unleashing a surge of true essence that soared into the air. Humph, we are all in the realm of true essence. Who fears whom? Duan Changhe sneered coldly. He was a member of the Xianyin sect, and neither his physical prowess nor his techniques could be compared to those of an ordinary true essence practitioner. With that, Duan Changhe drew a long sword from his back, channeling his true essence into it. The river sword, Duan Changhe shouted, the sword's energy immediately surging upwards before crashing down. The river sword? A worthless trinket. Li Mu waved his hand, and his true essence transformed into a beam of sword light. Swish! The sword light shot forth, and the so-called river sword crumbled upon first contact. How could this be? Duan Changhe was momentarily dazed. His technique was immensely powerful, yet it vanished in an instant. Was Li Mu's strength truly this formidable? Not just Duan Changhe, but all those watching were taken aback. They had assumed Li Mu's previous annihilation of 3 initial true essence practitioners was merely a stroke of luck. It was now evident that Li Mu's power was indeed not to be underestimated. Die! Li Mu formed a seal with his hands, and a stream of true essence swiftly coalesced into a circle before his chest, from which an arrow shot forth with blinding speed. Whoosh! The arrow darted towards Duan Changhe in an instant. With no time to waste, Duan Changhe unleashed his true essence, erecting a defensive wall before him. The renowned technique of the Xianyin sect, the copper wall and iron bastion, was put to the test against the boy's onslaught. Lin Shui's heart raced with anxiety, while the others fixated intently on Li Mu's attack. Bang! A thunderous sound erupted as the arrow collided with the defense. Crack! Immediately, fissures appeared in the wall, and to everyone's astonishment, the arrow shattered the defense entirely. What? Duan Changhe's composure began to crumble. Was Li Mu's strength truly this formidable? Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, the arrow had already pierced through his chest. Impossible. He swallowed hard, but the gaping wound in his torso was irrefutable. Master! The youth gasped in shock, rushing to assist Duan Changhe, only for the arrow to curve mid-flight, striking him through as well. Boom! Boom! Both master and disciple collapsed to the ground, having failed to invoke the might of the Xianyin sect against Li Mu. Lu Hui was left in a state of shock. Although he too could have slain Duan Changhe, he could never match Li Mu's ease in doing so. This meant that Li Mu's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. Even if he joined forces with Duan Changhe, they would likely still fall short against Li Mu. The realization struck him. Had he dared to intervene today, aligning with Duan Changhe against Li Mu, he would have met the same grim fate as his companion. Death. The thought sent a chill down Lu Hui's spine, grateful for his prudent decision. Li Mu, you are finished. You have killed a member of the Xianyin sect, and they will not let you escape. Ji Changming bellowed. Not only shall I kill him, but I shall also eliminate you. Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh, striding purposefully towards Ji Changming. Li Mu, do not approach. My son, Ji Xiaodian, is a direct disciple of the Xianyin sect and a candidate for its future leader. If you dare to harm me, my son will undoubtedly seek retribution. Ji Changming shouted desperately. Ji Xiaodian, that little brat from before. I never imagined he had awakened his talent. Rest assured, once I have dealt with you, I shall personally see to his demise. Li Mu scoffed, recalling how Ji Xiaodian had been the most exuberant in betraying him. Indeed, Ji Xiaodian was the second most deserving of death, right after Ji Changming. Even if Ji Xiaodian did not seek him out, Li Mu would still make his way to the Xianyin sect to eliminate Ji Xiaodian himself. Captain Lu, as the leader of the law enforcement team, you must uphold justice. He has committed murder. Will you not apprehend him? Ji Changming's lips twitched as he turned anxiously towards Lu Hui. I already stated that your Ji family reaps what you sow. He has rid the world of your kind. I owe him my gratitude. Lu Hui shrugged dismissively. What a farce. Duan Changhe had been dispatched in an instant. If he intervened, he would simply meet the same fate. Furthermore, having painstakingly cultivated a rapport with Li Mu, he would certainly refrain from provoking him. Noticing Lu Hui's reluctance to intervene, Ji Changming felt a surge of panic and swiftly turned his gaze towards Li Mu. Dear nephew, your father and I were once bosom friends. If he were to discover your intentions to take my life, he would undoubtedly disapprove. Ji Changming hastily exclaimed. Bosom friends? Friends to betray? Li Mu sneered, advancing towards Ji Changming with deliberate intent. Ahem, dear nephew, I was merely jesting. In truth, your father and I share a genuine camaraderie. As for my betrayal, it was merely a deception orchestrated by the Zhou family. Spare me this once, and when your father returns, I shall personally explain. Deceiving me? Truth be told, had you not spoken, I might not have given it a second thought. Li Mu regarded Ji Changming with a frigid stare. He had always deemed the Ji family fortunate to have produced Ji Xiaotian, thus securing a connection with the Xianin sect. Yet, upon reflection, Ji Changming's close ties with his father seemed exceedingly suspicious. Moreover, the Ji family's meteoric rise was undeniably peculiar. There was certainly something amiss. Since you've admitted it, let us clarify why you sought proximity to the Li family back then. Li Mu confronted Ji Changming, his formidable aura rendering Ji Changming breathless. Regretting his earlier bravado, Ji Changming now longed to slap himself for his reckless words. Clearly, Li Mu was not one to be easily dismissed. With a wry smile, Ji Changming pleaded, "Dear nephew, I was merely boasting. Do not take my words to heart. I was indeed deceived by the Zhou family. Refusing to speak, are we?" Li Mu, uninterested in further discourse, swiftly thrust several silver needles towards him. The subsequent cries of anguish from Ji Changming echoed through the air. "Cease. Please, stop," he cried out in desperation. Yet Li Mu showed no sign of mercy. Minutes later, with Ji Changming's trousers thoroughly dampened, Li Mu finally withdrew the needles. "Speak, or your suffering will multiply 100-fold," he commanded. "What have you endured over the years?" Ji Changming gazed at Li Mu in terror. Just 8 years had passed since Li Mu was a defenseless youth, reliant on the Ji family for survival. Yet now he had become a force to be reckoned with. "That is not the answer," Li Mu pressed, sending more needles into him. "Ah!" Ji Changming cried out in renewed agony, the torment lasting even longer this time. The ruthlessness of this man was astounding. Lin Shui furrowed his brow. To elicit such cries from a grown man like Ji Changming indicated that Li Mu's methods surpassed their expectations. If he could eliminate Duan Changha, how could they possibly contend with Li Mu? After a few more minutes, Li Mu retracted his needles once more. "This is your final opportunity. If you evade the question again, I shall render your existence a living hell." Li Mu sneered. "Li Mu, do you truly believe your parents are ordinary people?" Ji Changming lay on the ground, his voice weak and breathless. "Ordinary people?" Li Mu furrowed his brow. While one might classify them as such, they had undeniably elevated the Li family to the status of a prominent clan in Yang City. Yet, to assert they were not ordinary seemed equally unfounded, as they appeared to blend seamlessly with the common populace. "Do you genuinely believe they are ordinary? If ordinary people were involved, the Li family massacre would not have occurred," Ji Changming remarked. "What do you mean?" Li Mu furrowed his brow. Previously, he had learned that Yulong Junren was not a singular individual, but rather a code name, implying that the shadows of the Xianyuan family loomed behind the Li family massacre. Now, with Ji Changming's words, it appeared that aside from the Yulong Junren connection, there were other motives at play. "My approach to the Li family and my association with the Zhou family are not aligned. Yet I can unequivocally state that both are intertwined with your parents," Ji Changming declared. "And what is your aim?" "My goal is rather straightforward. Gain proximity to your father and extract valuable information from him. However, before I could achieve this, the Zhou family launched their attack, and your father fled. Thus, I found no further need for concealment, leading to my betrayal of the Li family," Ji Changming confessed. What information are you trying to extract? Whose orders are you following?" Li Mu immediately pressed for answers. "I am uncertain about the specifics of the information to be extracted, as we have yet to reach that stage. As for whose orders I follow," Ji Changming intended to elaborate, but suddenly his heart convulsed violently. "Help me." Ji Changming's eyes turned crimson, his body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground. "You must not die," Li Mu shouted, rushing forward to channel his true essence in an attempt to stave off Ji Changming's demise. However, upon entering Ji Changming's body, he discovered that it had already succumbed to decay. What a potent poison, which only activates when he is about to divulge the underlying information. What a masterful tactic. Li Mu's expression darkened, for he lacked such skills at present. He even questioned whether his master possessed such extraordinary prowess in poisoning. With Ji Changming's death, this lead had vanished. It seemed he would only be able to continue his investigation upon locating Ji Changming's father. "Li Mu, the mastermind is deceased. Can we depart?" Ji Changhai inquired softly. "Depart? You, who conspired to betray the Li family, think I would allow your escape?" Li Mu responded coldly, a smile devoid of warmth on his lips. Ji Changhai was Ji Changming's brother and also the father of Ji Xiaoya. He had been complicit in the betrayal of the Li family and the expulsion of Ji Xiaoya from the Ji family. And now he was involved in the attempt to capture her. There was no way he would let Ji Changhai leave. Xiaoya, please intercede for me. I am your biological father. You cannot be so heartless. Ji Changhai turned desperately to Ji Xiaoya, who stood at a distance. You are unworthy to be my father. Ji Xiaoya glared at Ji Changhai, having seen through his true nature since the moment they cast her out of the Ji family. She had come this time to plead with Li Mu to spare the innocent members of the Ji family. Now that Li Mu had already released the innocent, those remaining deserved their fate. Her biological father deserved it even more. Ji Xiaoya, without a father, how can you exist? Have you truly forgotten your roots? Ji Changhai bellowed. Yet, before his words could fully register, Li Mu struck him down with a single blow, reducing him to a pulp. The rest of the individuals from the Ji family who had participated in the events of that year also met their demise at Li Mu's hands. Subsequently, Li Mu directed his gaze towards Lin Shui and Yun Kong. Upon meeting Li Mu's piercing stare, both of them couldn't help but furrow their brows. Let us depart. Lin Shui, naturally unwilling to act at this moment, left alongside Yun Kong. Li Mu, however, was not in a hurry to take action. After all, the Lin family was a vassal of the Xinyuan family. He needed to devise a careful plan, waiting for the Xinyuan family to become entangled before he could uncover the truth behind the codename Jade Dragon. As for the Yunlan sect, he could extinguish it at an opportune time. What piqued his curiosity now was whether Captain Lu Hui was an ally or an adversary. Xiaoyu, you should return first. I have matters to discuss with Captain Lu. Li Mu instructed Ji Xiaoyu. Understood. Ji Xiaoyu nodded obediently and made her way back to the Zhang family villa. It was only after that Li Mu approached Lu Hui and remarked, Captain Lu, do you not fear the law enforcement headquarters will hold you accountable for witnessing my actions? Huh. I have mentioned before that every captain of the law enforcement has discretionary power. With a few lives lost, I can feign ignorance. And the headquarters would not dare to take action against me. Moreover, those individuals deserve their fates. Had you not eliminated them, I would have apprehended them myself. Lu Hui replied, Oh, as captains, you and Lin Tao are quite unlike each other. Li Mu observed Lu Hui with curiosity. After all, during the Li family massacre 8 years prior, Lin Tao must have been aware of the events, yet showed no reaction. The discretionary power of this captain seemed excessively vast. Do you believe the law enforcement is a monolith? Lu Hui inquired with a smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? You are aware that the law enforcement comprises the 10 prominent families and the 10 major sects of the Dragon Nation, tasked with maintaining order. Each province has its own branch. In truth, if their role were merely to uphold order, conflicts would be minimal. However, the 10 families and 10 sects harbor irreconcilable differences. And with abundant resources across provinces, conflicts inevitably arise, leading to significant divisions within the law enforcement, Lu Hui explained. Oh, significant divisions? So, you and Lin Tao represent different interests? Thus, the same situation handled by different individuals would yield vastly different outcomes? Li Mu inquired. Precisely. There is no absolute right or wrong. It is merely a matter of differing perspectives on interests. The Li family massacre, advantageous to the Xinyuan family behind the Lin family, prompted them to signal Lin Tao to refrain from intervening. Now that my family holds the upper hand, it is only natural that we must deal with the Lin family and sever the wings of the Xinyuan family. Li Mu smiled calmly. He was no longer the impulsive youth of yore. He understood that every matter must be assessed for its rightness or wrongness. He recognized the truth in Lu Hui's words. There are no absolutes, only varying perspectives on interests. However, he held his own convictions. So, the conclusion regarding the Li family massacre has already been reached within the law enforcement? Li Mu asked. Truthfully, had it solely been the Xinyuan family involved, such a conclusion would not have been possible, Lu Hui responded. However, after this period of investigation, it should be evident to you that the tragic incident involving the Li family is not solely linked to the Xinyuan clan. There are other families involved, and even entities beyond the jurisdiction of the law enforcement team. Thus, Lu Hui remarked. Li Mu furrowed his brow, acknowledging that behind the investigation codenamed Yulong Zhenren, there indeed exist forces beyond just the Xinyuan family. These forces are intricately intertwined, and given that the Li family is regarded merely as an ordinary family by the law enforcement team, there was no compelling reason to delve deeper. Consequently, the conclusion regarding the Li family tragedy was hastily drawn. I understand your dissatisfaction, but as I mentioned earlier, the law enforcement team is responsible for the majority of public security in Longhua, while a small fraction falls outside our reach. Those are entities we dare not provoke. Therefore, with the Zhou family eradicated and the Ji family brought to justice, let us consider this matter concluded. Lu Hui patted Li Mu on the shoulder and said, Captain Lu, if there are entities that even your law enforcement team cannot provoke, why would they involve themselves with our insignificantly family? Li Mu inquired. I am merely a minor figure. Do you think I would be privy to such matters? I know you are an astute individual, or else you would not have granted me 3 days. And precisely because you possess such intelligence, you should understand what actions to take, Lu Hui replied. Captain Lu, I do not consider myself astute. I am merely persistent. Although the Zhou family has been annihilated and the Ji family punished, the puppet master behind it all still roams free, Li Mu declared with a solemn expression. Lu Hui's lips twitched, as he had presumed that upon finishing his remarks, Li Mu would relent. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Mu grasped the gravity of the situation and remained undeterred. Li Mu, do you comprehend the consequences of your actions? Lu Hui queried. I understand that this matter is fraught with complexities, which is why you will not easily intervene. I do not hold you responsible. However, I carry the bloodline of the Li family within me. My parents remain missing, and the souls of my dozens of kin still lack repose. So I cannot simply let this matter rest. But do you realize the strength of those involved? Captain Lu, the individuals your law enforcement team dares not offend, I will confront. Those you cannot investigate, I will pursue. And those you cannot eliminate, I will eliminate. In short, all who participated in the tragedy of the Li family must perish. Regardless of their status or power, in my eyes, they are enemies, Li Mu asserted. Sigh. Lu Hui could not help but express a lament. It appeared that Li Mu had not yet faced the harsh realities of the world, which is far from as simple as it seems. Lu Hui continued, I recognize your confidence, but once you resolve the troubles in Jiangdong province, you will come to understand the intricacies involved. Oh, troubles in Jiangdong province? Indeed, the Lin family and Yunlan sect. If these two troubles remain unresolved, you will find it impossible to exit Jiangdong province, let alone contend with the Xianyuan family or the entities beyond the law enforcement team's reach, Lu Hui stated. Will you intervene in my grievances with them? As I previously mentioned, there are no absolutes of right or wrong, only interests at stake. My own family is at odds with the Xianyuan clan, so I will certainly assist you against the Lin family. However, do not underestimate the Xianyuan clan. Remember, you have decimated the Ji family, and Ji Xiaodian has the Xianyuan sect backing him. Moreover, you have slain a member of the Yipin Tian Xia, and naturally, they shall not rest until they exact their vengeance. Thus, what lies ahead for you is the turmoil of Jiangdong province. Lu Hui remarked. Turmoil? I have always favored a swift resolution to chaos. Li Mu scoffed, then departed. Even if Lu Hui had remained silent, he would have taken action against the Lin family, while simultaneously obliterating the Yunlan sect. For he was now aware that only the Xianyuan family had been involved in the bloodbath of the Li family years ago. The fates of other families, even those surpassing the enforcement squad, remained shrouded in mystery. Thus, the Xianyuan family would be the target. A swift resolution to chaos? I hope your blade is indeed swift. Lu Hui sighed, then retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Have you conveyed the message to him? A voice emanated from the other end. Master, I have elucidated the stakes, even mentioning entities that the enforcement squad dares not provoke. Yet, judging by his demeanor, he seems resolute. Even if the heavens were to collapse, he would not waver. Lu Hui replied. It truly aligns with what she foretold, but it remains to be seen how far he can advance. Master, what of my role? Within the confines permitted by the enforcement squad, do your utmost to assist him. Indeed, Master. In Kyoto, how fares the enforcement squad headquarters? My junior disciple is quite stubborn, isn't he? A young woman in white set down her teacup, smiling. Indeed, he is remarkably obstinate. My disciple has laid out the situation, yet he persists in his folly. The elder sighed. If he were so easily dissuaded, he would have perished 8 years ago. The young woman in white smiled serenely, reminiscing about the day her master brought Li Mu back. He was on the brink of death, yet upon realizing that following his master offered a chance for vengeance, he summoned an extraordinary resolve. Otherwise, he could not have achieved so much within a mere 8 years. By the way, you and Zhang Mingyao are indeed sisters of the same school, are you not? Why did you not present yourself when she last visited the enforcement squad? The elder inquired. Alas, we sisters share a temperament akin to that of our younger disciple. Had I intervened, my third sister would surely have felt discomfort. Moreover, this ordeal has only served to deepen her bond with our junior disciple. The young woman in white chuckled. Observing the peculiar glint in her eyes, the elder shook his head. He understood her identity, one that is rarely encountered by ordinary folk. Yet, she had come personally regarding Li Mu's affairs. Who exactly is Li Mu? Well then, since matters have been settled, I shall not intrude further. The young woman in white rose to her feet. Please take care. The elder promptly stood to pay his respects, escorting her to the entrance of the enforcement squad. Master, who is she? She appears to be merely in her mid-20s, yet you treat her with such reverence. A boy queried in bewilderment. His master held a position of considerable authority within the enforcement squad, even surpassing that of a division leader. Yet, despite this, he showed utmost deference to a mere girl. What is her true standing? Let me put it this way. Even if our family head were to arrive, he would be obliged to smile in her presence. The elder replied. What? The disciples were taken aback. Although their master was not one of the 10 prominent families of the Dragon Kingdom, he undoubtedly held a significant status in the capital. To their astonishment, their master was obliged to accompany the young lady with a smile. It seemed prudent to hasten their training, for the influential figures were beginning to make their moves, and it appeared that unrest loomed over both the capital and the Dragon Kingdom. The old man murmured to himself, bewildered by the events that had transpired since the infamous Li family incident. Upon returning to the Zhang family's villa, Li Mu sought out Zhang Zhendong. Uncle Zhang, I apologize for the disturbances these past few days. We are preparing to leave, Li Mu stated. What? Depart? Haven't you been quite comfortable here? Zhang Zhendong was taken aback, especially considering how well Zhang Mengyao and Li Mu got along. Her sorrow at his departure was palpable. Firstly, I have matters that necessitate my absence. Secondly, having eliminated Tang Xiaobai several days ago, it is likely that the Tang family has already begun their investigation. Remaining at the Zhang residence would undoubtedly attract misfortune upon you. Li Mu explained. What are you saying? You offended the Tang family to save my daughter. Should I fear the repercussions? Zhang Zhendong declared, thumping his chest. Had it not been for Li Mu, Zhang Mengyao would have met her demise. Thus, he was resolute in not allowing Li Mu to face the wrath of the Tang family alone. Uncle Zhang, you are merely at the mastery level, to put it bluntly. One finger could extinguish you. If the Tang family truly comes after us, you would hardly withstand a minute. So let us not dwell on this, Li Mu smiled. Zhang Zhendong's mouth twitched. While Li Mu's words were harsh, they were indeed grounded in truth. Duan Changhong, at the mid-true essence stage, was no match for Li Mu. What assistance could he possibly offer? Little junior brother, are you truly leaving the provincial city? Zhang Mengyao inquired. We do have a foothold in the provincial city. However, it requires some tidying up. We are not abandoning the city, Li Mu chuckled. You have a foothold in the provincial city? Zhang Mengyao was taken aback, unaware of this fact. Meanwhile, Li Qianqian suddenly exclaimed, Brother, you mean our Li family's villa in the West Mountain, right? Indeed, that very villa. We have not visited for 8 years. It has likely fallen into disrepair. Our parents often took us there, and now that we are in the provincial city, it is time we pay a visit, Li Mu remarked. Li Qianqian nodded. The Li family of yesteryears had turned into a wasteland. The villa housed the memories of their family, and after years apart from their parents, they could only seek solace there. Well, I have nothing pressing, so I shall accompany you. Zhang Mengyao smiled. Yes. She has no plans anyway. Following you will allow her to lend a hand. Both Song Lei and Zhang Zhendong nodded in agreement. Through their interactions, they had come to recognize that Zhang Mengyao was steadfastly devoted to Li Mu. Given this, they were pleased to entrust Zhang Mengyao to Li Mu. Very well, Li Mu nodded, for she was already one of his own, and there was no harm in them traveling together. Then, I bid you farewell. Li Mu bowed slightly to Zhang Zhendong before departing from the Zhang family villa with Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, Zhou Qingyuan, and Zhang Mengyao. Xishan, situated at the western edge of the provincial city, is a realm far removed from urban clamor, embracing the tranquility of majestic mountains. The air here is remarkably pure, and even a stroll at the foot of the mountain allows one to savor nature's serenity. Zhang Mengyao was astonished by the unexpected stillness of Xishan. Having lived in the provincial city for many years, she had been unaware of such a splendid locale. In the past, her parents had brought them here for vacations, where peace was indeed paramount. Li Mu smiled and led the group along a path until they reached the mountainside. However, just as they were about to venture further, they found the trail ahead blocked. You wish to enter for a visit? That will require a fee. A staff member, noticing Li Mu and his companions, promptly pointed to a nearby QR code. What? We have to pay to enter? Li Mu was rendered speechless, His parents had invested a fortune to acquire this mountain. Yet now, upon returning to his own home, he was being asked to purchase tickets? It was utterly absurd. Humph, this is a scenic area operated by our company. So, of course, you must buy tickets to enter. The staff member declared with an air of authority. What company do you represent? By what right do you claim this as a scenic area? On what grounds do you charge for entry? Li Mu's inquiries left the staff member momentarily dumbfounded. Moments later, the staff member noticed a young man approaching from a distance and immediately straightened his posture, shouting, "Other visitors have paid without hesitation. You are the only ones who are argumentative. Either pay for tickets or leave. What? Is your backup arriving? Unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong person to provoke." Li Mu's countenance darkened, and an aura of menace surged forth. "Security! Security!" The staff member shouted loudly upon sensing Li Mu's intent to act. "Are you not the security yourself?" Zhang Mingyao remarked, bemused, as she observed the staff member calling for assistance while wearing a security uniform. The staff member's expression twitched, but he quickly regained his composure, turning to the approaching youth and exclaiming, "Lu Xiao, come quickly. There are troublemakers here." "Humph. I dare anyone to cause a ruckus on my Lu family's territory," the young man bellowed as he strode forward with determination. "Oh, Lu family, what is their standing in the provincial city?" Li Mu inquired of Zhang Mingyao beside him. "An inferior family, merely surviving on the coattails of the Lin family." Zhang Mingyao responded. "What? Surviving on the Lin family's coattails?" Li Mu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. This was truly serendipitous. He had previously contemplated how to deal with Lin Shuri should he pose a threat. Yet Lin Shuri seemed to be cautious, refraining from taking action even after suffering losses. Now, with the Lu family coming to him, wasn't this dragging the Lin family into the fray? Once the Lin family sank, how could the Xianyuan family extricate themselves? "Who do you think you are? Do you not realize that Xishan is the property of my Lu family? Either pay for tickets, or I will break your limbs." The young man sneered, casting a glance at the stunning women beside Li Mu, swallowing hard. If he could spend a delightful evening with these beauties, it would surely be a great pleasure in life. "Is Xishan your Lu family's property? Do you have the title deed?" Li Mu inquired. "Title deed? My face is the title deed," the youth retorted fiercely. "In Jiangdong province, who would dare deny that Xishan belongs to the Lu family? Indeed, not just you. Even if it were the king of heaven himself, he would need a ticket to enter Xishan." The security guard echoed, his demeanor growing defiant. "How interesting," Li Mu remarked with a cold smile, and with a swift motion, he sent the guard flying with a single slap. "Huh, you dare to strike? Do you know I am a master of the Qi movement realm? Just watch me," the youth exclaimed angrily, feeling emboldened to confront them, believing it was intolerably audacious to assault him within their scenic area. However, before he could finish his words, Li Mu struck him again with a resounding slap. Smack! The sound echoed as the youth's face swelled grotesquely. "You scoundrel, how dare you hit me?" The youth fumed. Yet, before he could utter another word, Li Mu delivered another slap. Smack! Another sharp crack resounded, leaving the youth's face unrecognizable and two of his teeth knocked out. "You scoundrel, you scoundrel!" The youth was in tears, for in his life, no one had ever dared to strike him so brazenly. "Are you seeking help? I will let you go. Hurry and bring your companions. I will be waiting for you at Xishan." Li Mu chuckled darkly, then kicked the youth away with a forceful shove. "Fine, just you wait." The youth seethed before turning to flee, vowing to return with vengeance against Li Mu and relish the company of beautiful women afterward. "Junior brother, are you letting him go to catch a bigger fish?" Zhang Mingyao asked, intrigued, for given Li Mu's temperament, she thought the youth would have met a grimmer fate. Yet, Li Mu had only given him 2 slaps, evidently with a deeper intention. Indeed, Lin Shui is a cunning old fox who won't act rashly. I must apply some pressure. Only then can I draw the Xianyuan family into the fray. Li Mu replied. "Are you prepared to confront the Xianyuan family?" Zhang Mingyao questioned. "One step at a time." Li Mu sighed, uncertain of his own limits and whether he had the strength to confront the Xianyuan family head-on. Nevertheless, once he uncovered their role as the puppet masters, he had no choice but to exert himself fully, regardless of the odds. Subsequently, Li Mu led them into Xishan and arrived at the villa, a place where their family had often vacationed. He expected the villa to be overrun with weeds, but upon reaching the entrance, he was astonished to find it remarkably clean and tidy, devoid of any weeds. The courtyard was adorned with blooming flowers. "Is someone here?" Li Mu's brows furrowed. already irked by the encroachment upon their land, and now incensed by the occupation of their villa. Such a transgression could not go unpunished. He stepped into the courtyard. But the moment he crossed the threshold, he felt a chill run down his spine. Whoosh! At that instant, an arrow whistled through the air. Watch out! Li Mu shouted in alarm, swiftly pulling Zhang Mingyao and the others close, then delivering a powerful punch to intercept the arrow. Bang! The arrow shattered upon impact with Li Mu's fist, though the force of the blow caused him to stagger back a step. How formidable! Li Mu was taken aback. He had not retreated an inch against the full force attack of a true essence realm expert. Yet, a single arrow had caused him to step back? How formidable was the archer? Stay behind me. Li Mu quickly urged his companions to retreat, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Intruding upon another's domain is unforgivable. A sharp voice rang out, and Li Mu then witnessed several beams of sword light surging from the depths of the estate. Break it! Without hesitation, Li Mu grasped with his hand, summoning a massive hand of true essence that instantly seized the sword lights, dispersing them with a single forceful motion. The voice expressed surprise, evidently taken aback by how effortlessly Li Mu had shattered her attack. Who are you, and why are you in my estate? Li Mu bellowed immediately. Presumptuous. This is the young lady's estate. Who do you think you are? Upon hearing Li Mu claim it as his estate, the voice was instantly incensed. Striding forth with determination, a girl clad in a purple gown, sporting twin ponytails, with an enchanting figure and a round face emerged, glaring at Li Mu with fury. The young lady's estate? This estate was purchased by my parents many years ago. When did it become yours? Li Mu sneered. Purchased long ago? Let me inform you. This estate was part of the young lady's dowry, over 20 years ago. It could not possibly have been bought. The girl retorted irately. There's no point in further discussion. Li Mu was disinclined to waste words. They had vacationed here every year. How could there be a mistake? As for this girl's young lady, it was clear she sought to usurp what was not hers. Thus, Li Mu shouted and lunged toward the girl. To covet another's residence, and to do so presumptuously? You seek death. The girl was equally unyielding, charging forward as well. Bang! Bang! The two exchanged a punch, the immense force propelling Li Mu back several meters. The girl, too, felt her arm numb, staring incredulously at Li Mu. Interesting. Li Mu mused, surprised, although he had not exerted his full strength. The fact that she could match him in a punch indicated that her strength must exceed that of the true essence realm. She appeared to be just in her early 20s, yet possessed such formidable power. Truly a genius. Who exactly are you? To possess such strength. You must be no ordinary individual. Why do you insist on occupying another's dwelling? The girl glared at Li Mu, anger radiating from her. How dare you? This is my parents' property. How can it be considered usurping? Li Mu retorted, equally vexed. Humph. I told you, this is the young lady's dowry. Your young lady's dowry? Then summon her forth, so we may confront each other. Li Mu replied coldly. Humph. If my young lady were here, would you dare to be so arrogant? The girl chided. Then it is mere empty words? If that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Mu scoffed. This estate was a legacy from his parents, and no amount of beauty could change that. Just as tensions escalated, Li Qianqian suddenly spoke up. Brother, is it possible that you are both referring to the same person? The same person? Li Mu was taken aback, realizing that the young lady the girl spoke of could very well be his mother. If that were the case, he could not have possibly never encountered this young lady. Indeed, in all these years, have you ever met your mother's relatives? Has she ever mentioned them? Li Qianqian inquired. Li Mu was taken aback, then shook his head. He had been by his mother's side for 18 years without ever hearing her speak of her family. Could it be that his mother hailed from a prominent family as well? Li Qianqian then turned her gaze to the girl and asked, What is your young lady's name? And where has she gone? The girl eyed Li Qianqian warily, but, upon realizing she was merely an ordinary person, relaxed her guard. I do not know my young lady's name, nor do I know where she has gone. The girl replied. The crowd fell silent. Perplexed. How could one claim this residence as her dowry without knowing her name or whereabouts? Humph. Although I do not know her name, I am aware that she went missing 8 years ago. Then my master instructed me to guard this place, declaring that no one was permitted to seize it. The girl asserted. What? Missing 8 years ago? Both Li Mu and Li Qianqian were taken aback. The timeline coincided. Could it be that her young lady was indeed their mother? Indeed, although she has vanished, this residence belongs to her, and I must protect it. You should leave at once, or do not blame me for being impolite. The girl declared fiercely. Then who is your master? What is their relationship with your young lady? Li Mu inquired. My master is my young lady's subordinate. Subordinate? Li Mu felt even more bewildered. He had no knowledge of his mother having any subordinates. Could it be mere coincidence? This girl's young lady just happened to be the one who went missing 8 years ago? Brother Li Mu, I don't think it's that coincidental. Ji Xiaoya suddenly interjected. What? What is your name? The youth stared at Li Mu in astonishment. Li Mu, what of it? Li Mu was taken aback. Could this be related to his name? Just as Li Mu finished speaking, the girl stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and respectfully stated, Subordinate Nangongyu pays respect to the young master. Everyone present was left in shock. Just moments ago, she had been ready to fight. And now she was paying homage to the young master? The reversal was astonishingly swift. Hold on a moment. Li Mu felt exasperated. Even with a courageous heart, he could hardly process this turn of events. My master instructed that if a person named Li Mu were to arrive at this residence in the future, he would be the young master, and any command must be executed. The girl explained. What? Any command must be executed? Li Qianqian asked. Indeed. So, if he were to ask you to be his woman, would you comply? Li Qianqian pressed further. Of course. Should I disrobe right now? Nangongyu stood up and feigned the act of removing her clothing. Stop. Stop. Li Mu shot an irritated glance at Li Qianqian. Could such jokes be made so casually? Was he truly that kind of person? He then turned to Nangongyu and urged, Please elaborate. 8 years ago, I was still in training when my master suddenly found me and brought me here, informing me that my young lady had gone missing and instructing me to guard this place against any usurpation. Nangongyu recounted. And your master? What happened after that? After that year, my master also vanished, but I have remained steadfast in adhering to his command. Nangongyu replied. What is the name of your master? I do not know. I only know he is called Huang Longzhenren. Li Mu found himself at a loss, unaware of both his master's name and the young lady's identity, as well as the reason for her presence here. She truly was oblivious to everything. He had initially hoped to glean some information about his mother through her, but alas, he learned nothing at all. Young master, surely you know where the young lady has gone, do you not? You must also be aware of her status? Nangongyu inquired. I wish I knew. Li Mu retorted, bewildered. Why was he being questioned? Nangongyu must have been rather peculiar. What? You do not know either? Nangongyu exclaimed, astonished. Li Mu shook his head in resignation, truly perplexed by the intentions of this girl's master. How had she managed to avoid being deceived with such a mind? By the way, what is your cultivation level? Li Mu asked. I am at the pinnacle of the divine travel realm. Is that not too weak? Nangongyu replied, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. What? The pinnacle of the divine travel realm? And you consider that weak? Zhang Mingyao nearly choked upon hearing this. There was not a single practitioner of the divine travel realm in the entire Jiangdong province, and yet she, in her early 20s, had reached its zenith and still claimed to be feeble? Was she attempting to flaunt her prowess or merely being boastful? Do you seldom venture outside? Li Mu queried. My master instructed that I was not to leave the courtyard until the young master arrived. Thus, I have never set foot outside. Nangongyu replied. Li Mu was at a loss. How had she managed to survive all these years? All right, please rise. Li Mu gestured for her to get up, for his elevated position allowed for a clear view of the surroundings. Thank you, young master. Nangongyu promptly stood, then respectfully took her place behind Li Mu. By the way, is this the young lady? Are these the young mistresses? Nangongyu pointed to Zhang Mingyao, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan. Li Qianqian was indeed Li Mu's sister, and it was not incorrect to refer to her as a young lady. Given the beauty of these women and their close proximity to Li Mu, their relationship must be quite favorable. Furthermore, with Li Mu's striking appearance and formidable strength, it was only natural for him to have several women by his side. Do not speak nonsense. Li Mu's lips twitched. What was this about young mistresses? Such a title was far too premature. Although he had engaged in intimate relations with both Zhang Mingyao and Zhou Qingyuan, calling them young mistresses was still a stretch. As for Ji Xiaoya, he had always regarded her as a sister. How could she possibly be a young mistress? Young master, you are exceptionally handsome and powerful. You will surely win their hearts. Nangongyu asserted. Ha. Li Qianqian laughed heartily, as the matter she had hesitated to voice was now revealed by Nangongyu upon their first meeting. One could only say that Nangongyu was quite the eccentric. Young master, the arrangement here has remained unchanged from 8 years ago. I did not dare to touch anything. Following Li Mu, Nangongyu respectfully described her observations, as the scenes from his memories unfolded unchanged before his eyes. An inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within Li Mu. 8 years had passed, and he knew not where his parents were. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to reunite with them. You have worked hard, Li Mu remarked. It is my honor to serve the young master. Nan Gongyu replied with reverence. Indeed, Shishan has been designated as a tourist attraction. There must be a considerable number of visitors here, right? Li Mu inquired. Initially, there were indeed tourists, but I drove them away. Subsequently, some skilled individuals arrived and were also repelled by me. After that, no one dared to come again. Nan Gongyu replied. Li Mu felt a wave of helplessness. It seemed that reasoning was futile, and it was more effective to speak with one's fists. However, in the past 2 years, a few experts have come by, Nan Gongyu added. Experts? How formidable? Li Mu asked, somewhat astonished. After all, this was merely a vacation spot for his parents. Could there truly be experts visiting? There were 2 at the True Origin realm, and another 2 had already reached the Divine Travel realm. Their strength was not to be underestimated, but they were all driven away by me. Nan Gongyu patted her chest proudly. Driven away? Did you not capture them and inquire why they came here? Li Mu asked, glancing at Nan Gongyu's swaying bosom. Feeling somewhat speechless. Why should I question them? My master instructed me to guard this place and prevent anyone from entering. I did not allow them in. Nan Gongyu responded. You truly are. Li Mu was at a loss for words, ultimately muttering something about her being big-chested and brainless. If only he had managed to capture one, he could have resolved many of his doubts. By the way, young master, I suspect their presence here should be related to the back courtyard. Nan Gongyu suddenly stated. Related to the back courtyard? How do you know? Because every late night, I can sense a slight restlessness in the back courtyard. Although the commotion is minimal, I can still detect it. Did you not take a closer look? Zhang Mingyao inquired. My master only instructed me to guard this area and did not permit me to touch anything in the back courtyard. Thus, even though I sensed the disturbance, I have never ventured into the back courtyard. Nan Gongyu explained. Everyone was left speechless. How had she managed to restrain her curiosity? Had they known there was something unusual, they would have certainly investigated it tonight. Yet, Nan Gongyu had remained for 8 years without exploring. As darkness fell, let us take a look. Li Mu felt a spark of curiosity. They had previously vacationed here and had not sensed anything amiss at night. Thus, the group made their way to the back courtyard, just in time to witness the moonlight casting its serene glow upon the yard, creating an atmosphere of profound tranquility. In that moment, Li Mu felt as though he had returned to 8 years prior. Though he had been utterly powerless then, he had experienced immense happiness. Now, despite his increased strength, the absence of his parents had extinguished that joy. Young master, did you not perceive anything unusual? Nan Gongyu asked. Zhang Mingyao and the others sought to sense something as well, but felt nothing at all. Nan Gongyu, did you perhaps misinterpret? Zhang Mingyao questioned. Li Qianqian and the others nodded, as they too felt no sensations whatsoever. There is no mistake. Especially during nights of a full moon, the disturbances become more pronounced. Nan Gongyu asserted with certainty. Is that so? Li Mu felt a twinge of doubt, as he too had initially perceived nothing. Yet, observing Nan Gongyu's serious demeanor, he sensed it could not be false. Thus, Li Mu closed his eyes to truly absorb the surrounding circumstances. However, after a moment, he discovered not a single anomaly. Could it be that Nan Gongyu possesses some extraordinary abilities? Young master, you need to enter a state of spiritual wandering to discover it. Hurry and embark on that journey, urged Nan Gongyu. Enter a state of spiritual wandering? How does one do that? Li Mu was taken aback. He understood that beyond the true essence realm lay the realm of spiritual wandering, yet he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept. What? You do not know how to wander spiritually? Nan Gongyu looked at Li Mu in astonishment, as she had battled with him before and was confident that she was not his equal. The fact that Li Mu seemed oblivious to spiritual wandering was incomprehensible. I am aware of the existence of the spiritual wandering realm, but I am unaware of how to achieve it. Li Mu stated solemnly. Young master, you must be testing me. However, since you have inquired, I shall share this with you. The true purpose of a martial artist cultivating true essence is not merely to confront enemies. That is merely a supplementary function. Nan Gongyu explained. The ability to confront foes is merely an ancillary function? Li Mu was taken aback, as this was the first time he had encountered such a theory. Indeed, the genuine aim of a martial artist cultivating true essence is to envelop the soul. Nan Gongyu spoke with grave seriousness. Envelop the soul? Zhang Mingyao and the others were bewildered, having never been exposed to such knowledge. Indeed. Do you not often dream, envisioning yourself in various places? Nangongyu inquired. The group nodded, although these dreams faded quickly upon waking, and they soon forgot them. In truth, it is the soul that journeys to another realm or experiences something. However, due to the lack of true essence enveloping your soul, it cannot endure for long, and the memories dissipate swiftly. Yet, if one reaches the realm of spiritual wandering, the abundant true essence will allow the soul to exist for an extended period, perceiving things unseen by others and experiencing sensations beyond the reach of ordinary folk. Nangongyu elucidated. Ah, I see. Li Mu exclaimed with a newfound understanding. He finally grasped why it was called the realm of spiritual wandering. The soul could indeed venture forth. Young master, your prowess surpasses mine. Has your soul never ventured forth? Nangongyu gazed at Li Mu with curiosity. Li Mu's lips twitched. For having cultivated the Pure Yang Scripture, both his physical form and spirit were somewhat different from others. Nangongyu's question left him feeling rather awkward. While his strength indeed exceeded Nangongyu's, he had never allowed his soul to wander. You must be testing my knowledge, right? To see if, as one at the pinnacle of the spiritual wandering realm, I comprehend these fundamental concepts? Nangongyu immediately speculated. Li Mu's lips twitched again, and he could only nod in agreement. Thus, Nangongyu instructed, young master, first, close your eyes, then release your true essence. Gradually attempt to envelop your soul within it, ultimately guiding your soul away from your body, and you shall make new discoveries. Li Mu began to follow Nangongyu's guidance, slowly enveloping his soul in true essence. And to his astonishment, he truly departed his physical form. When he turned around and beheld his own body, he was instantly struck with a shiver. It was even clearer than seeing himself in a mirror. Young master, you have never wandered spiritually before? Nangongyu gazed at Li Mu with a hint of perplexity. For Li Mu's prowess far surpassed her own. How could he possibly lack the experience of astral projection? Yet, Li Mu himself was uncertain about the art of astral travel. And when his soul departed from his body, he appeared somewhat uneasy. Indeed, I have not, Li Mu admitted candidly. Despite his formidable strength, he had never ventured into the realm of astral projection, primarily due to the unique nature of his cultivation in the Pure Yang Dao, which differed from others. Young master, if you have never engaged in astral projection before, it is imperative that you do not prolong your journey this time. Otherwise, your spirit, being fragile, may wither without the sustenance of your body, and it could take a considerable amount of time for it to recuperate. Furthermore, you must not attempt astral projection lightly in the future. Should you encounter other adept souls in the astral realm, whose powers are formidable, they could extinguish your spirit, rendering you a mere vegetable. Nangongyu cautioned. Is it truly feasible? Li Mu was taken aback, recalling tales of individuals who, after a mere slumber, required days to recover. It appeared that their souls had sustained damage. Furthermore, combat in the astral realm could indeed be waged by the spirit itself. It was evident that he had remained in the celestial domain for too long, remaining oblivious to many matters. Precisely. The reason the true Yuan realm cannot contend with the astral realm is that the latter can launch attacks with the soul. The true Yuan practitioners may not even discern the location of their adversary, rendering them susceptible to becoming utterly incapacitated. Nangongyu elaborated. Are you implying that the spirit can traverse great distances from the body? Li Mu inquired. I am at the pinnacle of the astral realm. My spirit can venture up to 300 meters from my physical form, enveloped in true Yuan. Beyond that distance, my strength begins to wane. Moreover, I can only project my soul at night, and even then, it must be shrouded in true Yuan. If I were to attempt this by day, the sunlight would harm my spirit, rendering the true Yuan's protection ineffective. Nangongyu explained. Only at night, Li Mu mused. To project during the day would require the capabilities of the transcendence realm. As for the saintly realm, one can freely traverse their spirit under the sun, even traveling several kilometers without issue. Nangongyu continued. This is the essence of transcendence into the saintly realm? Li Mu's understanding deepened. He had previously only heard whispers of the transcendence and saintly realms, yet the specific distinctions eluded him. Now, the implications were becoming clearer. The ability to project one's spirit in broad daylight implied that one could be ambushed from hundreds of meters away. Was this not the essence of transcendence? The saintly realm, even more formidable, allowed for soul travel without the need for true Yuan's concealment. After all, true Yuan emanates a certain aura, detectable even by those in the transcendence realm. However, the saintly realm remained undetectable. At times, a sudden chill might sweep through on a sunny day, and a person would simply vanish. Wait, how does this relate to your awareness of anomalies? Limu suddenly felt a twinge of confusion. Although Nangonyue's description of astral projection was enchanting, he had not sensed anything amiss. Young master, astral projection allows the soul to wander through the cosmos, thereby perceiving many phenomena that the physical body cannot detect. You envelop your spirit with true essence, and under the illumination of the moonlight, you are certain to uncover something extraordinary, said Nangongyu. I shall give it a try? Limu nodded, subsequently closing his eyes. In that fleeting moment, Limu indeed sensed a remarkable transformation in his surroundings. Previously, while cultivating the Pure Yang Dao Scripture, his six senses had been notably acute, leading him to believe his perception of the environment was unparalleled. However, in comparison to the present experience, it was as if he were in an entirely different realm. In the past, he could hear the heartbeat of a human several dozen meters away. Yet now he could even detect the movements of ants at that same distance. Furthermore, the environment around him materialized in his mind like a radar image. This was the terrifying aspect of astral projection. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Limu was taken aback, he suddenly heard a faint sound akin to the ringing of a sword. Although it was barely audible, his spirit captured it nonetheless. Young master, did you hear that? Nangongyu noticed Limu's reaction and realized he had also detected it. Indeed, it is the sound of a sword. Limu replied, sword sound? You are quite remarkable. Nangongyu was somewhat bewildered. It was merely Limu's first experience of astral projection, yet he could discern the sound of a sword? After years of listening, she could only identify an unusual noise, but could not determine its source. You cannot hear it clearly? Limu was puzzled. Was not Nangongyu at the pinnacle of astral projection? Should not her spiritual capacity surpass his? Ahem, I truly cannot hear it clearly, Nangongyu admitted, somewhat embarrassed. At that moment, Limu suddenly trembled, his physical form shaking slightly. Young master, this is your first astral projection. You must swiftly return your spirit to your body, or it may suffer damage, Nangongyu urged. Wait a moment. Limu shook his head. Since there was a sword sound, it signified something was indeed present. He needed to discern its direction to ascertain whether there was truly something in the courtyard. Young master, perhaps we should postpone this. Nangongyu hastily cautioned Limu. Should the spirit sustain damage, it could take 10 days or more to mend. If it could not be repaired, she would bear immense guilt, especially since it was she who taught Limu astral projection. There is no need to postpone. Let us proceed now. Limu closed his eyes once more, focusing intently on determining the direction of the sword sound. After several instances of the ringing, Limu finally discerned its location. Just then, he felt his spirit nearing its limits and quickly returned to his physical form. Upon opening his eyes, he found Zhang Mingyao and Li Qianqian gazing at him with curiosity. What is the matter? Limu touched his face, wondering if something appeared amiss. Junior brother, were you asleep? Zhang Mingyao inquired. Asleep? Yes. You all remained still for several minutes. I thought you had fallen asleep, Zhang Mingyao murmured. Limu was taken aback, but soon chuckled. After his astral projection experience, he and Nangongyu had been communicating on a spiritual level. Since Zhang Mingyao and the others could not engage in astral projection, they naturally could not hear the exchange between him and Nangongyu. To them, it merely appeared as if he and Nangongyu had both drifted into slumber. Nangongyu then spoke. Young master, henceforth, in the absence of safety assurances, do not embark on the journey of the spirit lightly. Otherwise, should your physical body be harmed, your soul shall find no refuge, and you will swiftly face obliteration. Indeed, Limu nodded, acknowledging that while spirit travel has its merits, being physically immobile renders one akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. By the way, have you discovered anything unusual? Li Qianqian inquired. Limu rose and gazed towards the northwestern corner of the courtyard. During his recent spiritual journey, he had discerned that the anomaly lay beneath that very spot. Could it be that a peerless sword was buried below, causing the incessant sound of sword cries? Brother, shall we excavate here? Li Qianqian looked at Limu with curiosity, wondering if they were truly about to embark on a significant construction endeavor upon their return. Indeed, something lies beneath. What exactly it is, I cannot ascertain, Limu replied. Then let us begin digging. Zhang Mingyao had already procured a hoe, rolling up her sleeves and preparing to start. The hoe is too slow. Watch me. Limu chuckled, and with a flick of his finger, he unleashed a blade of sword energy. Bang! A sharp sound resonated as a large pit immediately appeared in the ground. With several more strikes of his sword, Li Mu deepened the pit significantly. Li Qianqian and the others exchanged glances, astonished that Li Mu had achieved such depth in mere moments. If it were an excavator, it would likely take several days to achieve the same result. As they peered into the pit, they were astonished to find a sword hilt emerging from the depths. Remarkably, it remained intact despite Li Mu's formidable onslaught. The moment the hilt appeared, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees, causing everyone to shiver involuntarily. A magnificent sword. Just a glance was enough for Li Mu to ascertain that this blade was of extraordinary quality. But why was it buried so deeply underground? Precisely beneath the villa purchased by his parents? With a graceful leap, Li Mu descended into the pit, grasping the hilt with the intent of drawing the sword forth. However, despite exerting considerable strength, he was unable to budge it. What is happening? Li Mu was perplexed. With such formidable power, why could he not extract it? Resuming his excavation, as he gradually unearthed more of the sword, he discovered that it was embedded within an enormous hand. This hand measured a full 5 meters in length. Clearly not human in origin. No wonder he had been unable to pull the sword free with such effort. What a colossal hand. Could it belong to some monstrous beast? Zhang Mingyao pondered, her expression one of bewilderment. I have heard from my master that there are many mythical beasts in this world, immense in size and unlike the wild creatures outside. Perhaps this hand belongs to one of those beasts. Nangon Yu remarked. Regardless of whose hand it may be, we must first extract the sword, Li Mu declared, once again attempting to pull the sword from its resting place. Yet, no matter how much strength he exerted, the sword remained steadfast, unyielding. Is it lodged in there? Li Mu furrowed his brow. If the sword were not stuck, it wouldn't emit such faint sounds of a sword cry. However, how could the sword be lodged? Come forth. Li Mu exerted a tremendous amount of true essence, preparing to forcibly withdraw the long sword. Yet, regardless of how much true essence he summoned, he could not budge the sword even slightly. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the massive hand trembled, transmitting an overwhelming force to the sword, which in turn coursed through to Li Mu's hand. The immense power compelled Li Mu to spit out a mouthful of blood. What? Nangon Yu was astonished. Li Mu's strength surpassed hers by a significant margin. How could he not withstand even a tremor from that gigantic hand? How formidable must that hand be? Li Mu, unable to endure, was hurled backward, crashing violently against a pillar. Simultaneously, the blood he expelled splattered upon the long sword. At the moment his blood made contact with the sword, a resonant sword cry echoed forth, a sound that resonated with all who were present. What is happening? Li Mu was somewhat bewildered. Had his blood actually awakened the sword? As he pondered, the previously clear sky was abruptly shrouded by dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. In an instant, the lightning converged, coalescing into a bolt of electricity a meter wide, plummeting from the heavens to strike West Mountain directly. Meanwhile, the entire provincial city was left in awe at this spectacle. Lu family, what is going on? Patriarch Lu Zhenfeng was utterly shocked. Father, I told you there was treasure on West Mountain, but you did not believe me. Now that fellow has just entered West Mountain, and such a phenomenon occurs at night. He must have discovered something valuable. A young man exclaimed angrily. He was Lu Ku, the youth who had nearly been killed by Li Mu earlier that day. He had come seeking assistance, yet his father intended to confront Li Mu the following day. However, with this extraordinary occurrence, it was evident that Li Mu might have already seized the treasures. Damn it, such a massive phenomenon undoubtedly signifies valuable treasures. You fool, why didn't you mention this sooner? Lu Zhenfeng glared at Lu Ku in exasperation. This lad had been wandering around West Mountain. Why hadn't he discovered the treasures earlier? Now, someone else had gotten there first. Lu Ku felt wronged. He had been beaten and returned seeking help. Yet it was his father who insisted on waiting until tomorrow. There is still time to go now. West Mountain is our territory, and any treasures there belong to the Lu family. Lu Zhenfeng bellowed, swiftly leading the Lu family towards West Mountain. Lin family. Isn't that in the direction of West Mountain? Lin Shui observed the path of the lightning. Indeed, it is West Mountain, and since it is under Lu family control, they must have already claimed any treasures. A disciple remarked. The Lu family is merely our vassal. Any treasures they find are rightfully mine. Lin Shui laughed heartily. The reason he had refrained from attacking Li Mu previously was due to a lack of certainty. If he were to acquire the treasures, he could eliminate Li Mu. Should Lu Hui interfere, he would not hesitate to dispose of Lu Hui as well. At that time, the Xianyuan family would surely intervene to protect him. Haha. Let us go to West Mountain. Lin Shui commanded, then swiftly made his way towards West Mountain. Meanwhile, various factions in the provincial capital had also taken note of the unusual phenomena occurring in the Western Mountains. Unable to contain their curiosity any longer, they converged towards that direction. A treasure capable of causing such an extraordinary occurrence would undoubtedly be extraordinary itself. Securing it would surely enhance one's power immensely. At this moment, within the law enforcement team, Lu Hui was experiencing a considerable headache. Just as he had resolved the troubles with the Ji family, yet another commotion arose, and he was unaware of who was responsible. Lu Hui sighed. Captain, perhaps we should take a look ourselves, and you need not go, suggested a squad leader. However, Lu Hui shook his head. It's not that simple. With such a significant disturbance, Lin Shui and Yun Kong must have already set out. You wouldn't be able to manage the situation. If another bloodshed occurs, I would have no face to return to the capital. But Captain, enough. I will personally go, while you all are responsible for maintaining order throughout the provincial capital. We cannot afford any further chaos. Lu Hui commanded. Understood, Captain. The group promptly departed. As the people of the provincial capital gathered towards the western mountains, a bolt of lightning had already struck down upon the long sword. In that instant, the sword vibrated with a profound hum, and its radiance surged magnificently. As the brilliance intensified, the colossal hand seemed to sense a threat and prepared to retaliate. However, empowered by the lightning, the sword's might escalated significantly. A tremendous beam of sword light descended, piercing through the massive hand. With a resounding thrust, the sword penetrated the hand, and the lightning surged into it. A low, rumbling roar emanated from the hand, which then began to tremble violently. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed, and the entire hand shattered into fragments. Yet, after the explosion, there was no trace of blood. The hand appeared to have vanished entirely, leaving no remnants. What is happening? The crowd was bewildered. Such a large hand should have left behind some traces of blood, yet there was utterly nothing. However, Li Mu did not dwell on this and approached the long sword. Having absorbed Li Mu's essence previously, the sword seemed to develop a sense of affinity towards him, and it flew into his hand willingly. How heavy! After weighing the sword in his hand, Li Mu was taken aback. Despite his considerable strength, the sword felt substantial. Moreover, holding it bestowed upon him an overwhelming sense of dominance. Brother, does the sword have any inscriptions? Li Qianqian inquired as she leaned closer. Li Mu scrutinized the sword carefully and found no inscriptions. Since it lacks a name, allow me to bestow one upon it. Li Mu contemplated while playing with the sword, and after a moment, he declared, since it was discovered during a divine journey and aided by the power of lightning to vanquish such a formidable hand, let it be called the Godslayer sword. Godslayer sword? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. The name seemed excessively grandiose. Yet, the sword seemed to resonate with this title. Emitting a melodious hum, it appears you favor this name. Henceforth, let us embark on a path of conquest. Li Mu chuckled and subsequently stored the Godslayer sword within his storage ring. Subsequently, Li Mu filled the pit. As the pit was filled, the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, restoring the serene beauty of the moonlit night. Young master, someone is approaching. Nangong Yu suddenly furrowed her brows. Quite normal. Li Mu replied with a calm smile, for after such a commotion, it would indeed be strange if no one came. However, he had already secured the God-slaying sword, so he held no fear of the approaching guests. Thus, Li Mu promptly led everyone to the entrance of the villa, where they beheld Lu Jinfeng accompanied by Lu Ku and others, arriving in a grand procession. This is the spot. The lightning struck right here. Quickly, surround this area. Not a single fly must escape. Lu Jinfeng commanded without delay. Immediately, dozens of individuals rushed to the entrance, preparing to enter the villa. Get out of my way. Li Mu bellowed, and a wave of energy surged forth, instantly frightening the crowd back. You scoundrel, it's truly you. Lu Ku exclaimed, his anger igniting upon seeing Li Mu. And if it is indeed me, what of it? Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. He had anticipated that this fellow would summon the Lin family that afternoon, yet here he was now, only bringing along members of the Lu family, which seemed rather pathetic. Dad, he assaulted me earlier and now has stolen my treasure. You cannot let him go. Lu Ku shouted, pointing at Li Mu. Lu Jinfeng shot a glance at Li Mu, sneering, boy, After such a ruckus, that treasure must be significant. Hand it over, and I may spare your life. Spare my life? You? Li Mu found himself at a loss for words. This fellow was merely at the chi movement stage and dared to boast before him? Truly a foolhardy venture. This western mountain is my territory. You obtained the treasure here. Shouldn't you return it to me? Lu Zhenfeng questioned. Your territory? How audacious. Li Mu scoffed. His parents had purchased the western mountain many years ago, just because they had been missing for 8 years. The Lu family believed they could claim it as their own? What a farce. Enough nonsense. This is your last chance. Surrender it or not. Lu Zhenfeng barked. If you have the capability, come and take it yourself. Li Mu chuckled, beckoning Lu Zhenfeng with a finger. Enraged, Lu Zhenfeng waved his hand, and the crowd surged forward. Trespassing into private property will lead to death, Li Mu coldly remarked, and with a swift gesture, a surge of sword energy shot forth. With a piercing sound, dozens were cleaved in twain by the sword energy, the scent of blood immediately permeating the air. Lu Ke trembled at the sight, astonished by Li Mu's formidable strength. Had Li Mu unleashed such ferocity upon him, he would have surely perished. You scoundrel, you are a master of the chi movement stage. Lu Zhenfeng's expression turned grave. After all, one could only unleash sword energy with at least the cultivation of that realm. Chi movement? Suit yourself. Li Mu shrugged. For he was uncertain of his precise capabilities, yet he knew dispatching them would pose no challenge. Even if you are of the chi movement stage, what of it? I, from the Lu family, am associated with the Lin family, and the head of the Lin family, Lin Shui, is indeed a formidable, true Yuan realm expert. Do you dare to oppose the Lin family? Lu Zhenfeng admonished. Consider this. If I were afraid of the Lin family, would I have dared to let him go? Li Mu pointed at Lu Ku, chuckling. Are you suggesting that you were already aware of our affiliation with the Lin family, and that you deliberately released him? Lu Zhenfeng furrowed his brow. If that were the case, what could Li Mu possibly gain from such a risk? Was he not afraid of being killed by Lin Shui? Indeed, I intentionally let him go. Otherwise, how would you have come here? However, it seems I may have acted unnecessarily. Li Mu shook his head, realizing that had he known about the sword of severing the gods, he would have been disinclined to release Lu Ku. Regardless, the commotion would surely draw Lin Shui's attention. Father, stop wasting words with him. Just kill him. Lu Ku shouted. Kill your mother. Lu Zhenfeng cursed vehemently. After all, others were at least experts of the chi movement realm, while he was merely of the chi activation realm. Was he courting death? The only viable option now was to wait for Lin Shui to arrive. With such a significant uproar, Lin Shui would undoubtedly come swiftly. Then, Lu Zhenfeng coldly regarded Li Mu and said, Boy, the head of the Lin family will be here shortly. I advise you to obediently hand over the treasure, or you will truly find yourself in a dire predicament. Oh, if he is coming, then it is fortuitous. I look forward to having a conversation with him. Li Mu grinned, for his aim was to draw Lin Shui into the fray. Even if Lin Shui chose to remain a coward, the Lu family would certainly uncover the Lin family's dark secrets. At that point, Lin Shui would find it impossible to extricate himself from the situation. What is the meaning of this? Just then, a middle-aged man arrived at the entrance of the Western Mountain Villa, observing the standoff between Li Mu and Lu Zhenfeng with a hint of puzzlement. He had thought he had arrived early enough, only to find that a confrontation was already underway. Zhao family head, you have arrived just in time. Please adjudicate this matter. Is the Western Mountain not the territory of our Lu family? This man has intruded upon our domain, seized our treasures, and has even killed dozens of our family members. Do you not agree that he deserves to be punished? Lu Zhenfeng immediately began to lament upon seeing the middle-aged man. Li Mu also turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man. According to Qian Feng's previous accounts, this individual was named Zhao Yuhui, a late-stage expert of the true Yuan realm. Furthermore, this man had no backing and had ascended to this level solely through his own diligence. He could be considered a true genius. However, his temperament was peculiar, and he did not curry favor with anyone, which had prevented him from gaining support in Jiangdong province, thereby confining him to that region. Zhao Yuhui cast a sidelong glance at Lu Zhenfeng and remarked, Lu Zhenfeng, when did the Western Mountain become your Lu family's territory? The Lu family took over the Western Mountain 8 years ago. How can you deny our claim? Lu Ke challenged. Took over? How did you do that? I see it as an occupation. Zhao Yuhui sneered. Although he was unaware of who previously owned the Western Mountain, it was certainly not the Lu family. 8 years prior, the Lu family had suddenly seized the Western Mountain. He had little interest in the Western Mountain and had thus never inquired further. At this moment, Lu Jinfeng was taken aback by the audacity of claiming that Xishan belonged to the Lu family. This was quite amusing. Li Mu chuckled to himself. It appeared that Zhao Yuhui was indeed, as Qian Feng had said, rather eccentric. I shall not engage in idle chatter with you. Since you refuse to assist me, I must ask you to vacate the territory of the Lu family. Lu Jinfeng admonished sternly. And what if I choose to stay? Zhao Yushan shrugged nonchalantly. This was never the Lu family's domain to begin with. There was still much entertainment to be had. Why should he leave? Lu Jinfeng, in a fit of frustration, realized that as a mere practitioner of the Qi movement realm, he stood no chance against Zhao Yuhui. If this fellow chose not to depart, all he could do was glare in exasperation. What's the treasure that has surfaced in Xishan? At that moment, Lin Shui strode over with purpose. However, upon spotting Li Mu, his composure faltered entirely. Why is Li Mu everywhere I go? Is this fellow a harbinger of trouble? Brother Lin, your arrival is fortuitous. This rascal not only injured my son, but also made off with treasures from Xishan. You must take action. Lu Jinfeng lamented, tears streaming down his face as he sought Lin Shui's intervention. Lin Shui immediately turned his gaze to Li Mu, inquiring, So, you are the one who injured Lu Ku and killed members of the Lu family? Indeed, I am responsible for their demise. Is there an issue with that? Li Mu replied with a shrug, unfazed. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Shui suddenly erupted into laughter. He had not previously had the opportunity to confront Li Mu. But now that Li Mu had invaded Xishan and slain so many members of the Lu family, if the enforcement team were to remain inactive, he could escalate the matter to Kyoto. Then, with a cold smirk, Lin Shui commanded, immediately notify Lu Hui that Li Mu is wreaking havoc in Xishan and instruct him to apprehend Li Mu at once. Yes, master. His subordinate was about to call Lu Hui when a voice interrupted. No need for a call. I am here. At that moment, Lu Hui arrived, accompanied by 2 team leaders. He was well aware that such a commotion would undoubtedly attract numerous onlookers. If he did not come to restore order, he would bear the consequences of a potential bloodbath. Haha, Captain Lu, your timing is impeccable. Li Mu has openly confessed to trespassing in Xishan, assaulting Lu Ku, and slaughtering many members of the Lu family. The evidence is irrefutable. You may arrest him now, correct? Your discretionary power has no relevance in this situation. Lin Shui taunted. Lu Hui furrowed his brow, astonished that this incident was linked to Li Mu. He was utterly unprepared for the revelation that Li Mu had killed so many, on someone else's turf, no less. Even if he wished to assist Li Mu, he found himself devoid of any justification. Haha, Lu Hui, last time you indiscriminately aided Li Mu. This time, there is surely no defense for you. Yun Kong chimed in, mocking him loudly. Ignoring Yun Kong and Lin Shui, Lu Hui focused on Li Mu, stating, Li Mu, you have trespassed into Xishan, assaulted Lu Ku, and killed numerous members of the Lu family? Indeed, I am responsible for all of it, Li Mu affirmed. Then the recent phenomenon was also a result of these treasures, which I have already claimed. Lu Hui was left speechless, incredulous at Li Mu's nonchalance. To speak so brazenly, it puts him in a difficult position. Captain Lu, he has admitted it himself. Why do you not apprehend him? Lin Shui inquired. On the side, Zhao Yuhui interjected, Captain Lu, to my knowledge, Xishan is not the territory of the Lu family. They have been charging fees here, and I believe this young brother is doing a service to the community. Zhao Yuhui, I advise you to refrain from making baseless accusations. We have owned Xishan for 8 years. How can it not belong to us? Lu Jinfeng retorted. Bought it. From whom did you purchase it? Zhao Yuhui pressed. Humph, that is none of your concern. If this land does not belong to the Lu family, then explain why we have occupied it for 8 years without anyone coming to claim it? Lu Jinfeng challenged. Zhao Yuhui's lips twitched. He had no answer to that. Meanwhile, Li Mu paid them no mind and turned his gaze to Lu Hui, stating, Captain Lu, I have already confessed. How do you propose to handle this matter? I must ascertain who truly owns Xishan. As it pertains to the final resolution of this issue, Lu Hui declared gravely. Li Mu nodded, recognizing that Lu Hui was no fool. If he were to arrest him outright, it would indeed be foolish. He then addressed Lu Jinfeng. You claim Xishan is yours. Do enlighten us on from whom you purchased it? That question had already been posed by Zhao Yuhui. Lu Jinfeng scoffed. But you did not provide a direct answer. I need you to explicitly state to whom this estate belongs. Li Mu rebuked. I own it now. Otherwise, how could the original owner have failed to come and claim it for 8 years? Lu Jinfeng snapped back. Indeed, Captain Liu, you must apprehend him swiftly. Lu Ku added. Yet, Li Mu merely chuckled derisively. If you cannot articulate it, allow me to enlighten you. This estate at Shishan is the property of the Li family. 8 years ago, a massacre befell the Li family, resulting in the tragic loss of dozens of lives. My parents vanished, and my sister was taken captive. I have been absent for these 8 years, which is why no one has come to confront you. Now that I have returned, do you still have the audacity to claim that Shishan belongs to the Liu family? Upon hearing Li Mu's declaration, the crowd was taken aback. This estate belonged to the Li family? To return home only to be required to pay an entrance fee? Had they been in his position, they too would have been outraged. Lu Zhenfeng had evidently encountered a formidable opponent. What did you say? This estate belongs to your Li family? You are speaking nonsense. Lu Zhenfeng glared at Li Mu. If what Li Mu said was true, they had acted in vain. Nonsense. You may request Captain Liu to verify the property records from that time, or I can produce the deed myself, and then you shall know whether I speak the truth. Li Mu replied with a cold smirk. Lu Zhenfeng's lips quivered. Now that Li Mu had come this far, he must possess absolute certainty. Even if they investigated, it was clear that Shishan belonged to the Li family, and he had occupied it for 8 years, only for the rightful owner to return. Captain Liu, since this estate is indeed the property of my family, does Liu's actions not constitute trespassing? Li Mu inquired. Certainly. Lu Hui nodded, relieved that he no longer had to deliberate on whether to arrest Li Mu. This was a remarkable turn of events. Given that it is trespassing, would it not be justifiable for me to take action? Li Mu questioned. Certainly. They forcefully intrude upon your territory, and even if they are all slain, my enforcement team will not intervene, Lu Hui proclaimed. Therefore, I am now poised to eliminate them, and none of you possess the authority to obstruct me, correct? Li Mu inquired once more. The crowd exchanged glances. They had initially come to seize treasures, only to discover that these treasures belonged to Li Mu's domain. What a futile endeavor. The most troubled countenance belonged to Lin Shui, who had intended to use this opportunity to have Lu Hui capture Li Mu. Regardless of the outcome, both Lu Hui and Li Mu would be left in ruin. However, with Li Mu's unexpected declaration, the Liu family faced complete annihilation. Observing the silence among the crowd, Lu Zhenfeng's heart sank. It was evident that they tacitly accepted Li Mu's assertion. This implied that if Li Mu chose to kill him now, none would intervene. Immediately, Lu Zhenfeng turned to Lin Shui, pleading, Brother Lin, I am one of your people. You cannot stand by and watch me perish. Lin Shui's expression was grim. Under different circumstances, he might have extended assistance. However, the Liu family had trespassed, leaving him powerless. Should he intervene, Lu Hui would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to strike against the Lin family. Thus, he had no choice but to abandon the Liu family. Lu Zhenfeng, who claimed you were my subordinate? Lin Shui thundered. Brother Lin. Lu Zhenfeng was taken aback. Had he truly been forsaken by Lin Shui? Hadn't he just mentioned the treasures within his territory? Silence. Who is your elder brother? Lin Shui rebuked furiously. You. Lu Zhenfeng was utterly flustered. If Lin Shui would not protect him, he was indeed facing certain death today. Huh. How foolish it is that you have followed the Lin family for so many years, only to be cast aside so easily. Was it worth it? Li Mu chuckled. Li Mu, do not accuse without basis, who claim they have followed my Lin family for years. Lin Shui promptly admonished, not wishing to attract trouble. Lu Zhenfeng, having followed Lin Shui for many years, understood all too well his cold-hearted nature. If he could abandon the Liu family, he would. Hence, Lu Zhenfeng turned to Li Mu, saying, Young brother, I was unaware that Shishan belonged to your family. It was wrong of me to occupy Shishan all these years. I am willing to surrender all business earnings from Shishan over the years to you, and I can offer you a substantial compensation, provided you spare us. I will comply with any conditions. Oh, any conditions? Li Mu regarded Lu Zhenfeng with keen interest. Indeed, any conditions. Lu Zhenfeng, sensing Li Mu's willingness to negotiate, felt a surge of excitement. Very well, as long as you report Lin Shui's illegal activities and provide concrete evidence, I shall grant you and your son clemency. Li Mu smiled. A chill coursed through Lin Shui as his expression shifted dramatically. He suddenly realized that from the very beginning, Li Mu's aim at the Liu family was merely a ruse, while the true intention was to ensnare the Lin family. He had anticipated a simple treasure heist, only to find himself ensnared. Lu Hui was equally taken aback. Having sought evidence of the Lin family's transgressions for many days in the provincial capital without success, Li Mu had arrived at Xishan and unearthed Lin Shui's vulnerabilities. After all, Lu Zhenfeng had been with Lin Shui for many years and undoubtedly knew many secrets about him. With but a hint of evidence, he could apprehend Lin Shui at his discretion. Capturing Lin Shui would ultimately result in the complete expulsion of the Xianyuan family from Jiangdong province. It is fair to say that Li Mu has rendered him a tremendous service. Are you suggesting I betray Brother Lin? Lu Zhenfeng's countenance darkened. Having followed Lin Shui for many years, he was acutely aware of Lin's methods. Should he betray Lin Shui, his demise would be swift and brutal. Indeed, I am urging you to betray him, for in doing so, you may yet have a chance to survive. If you refuse to betray him, today will be your end. The choice lies with you. Li Mu chuckled ominously. This was his stratagem. Lu Zhenfeng's expression grew grim, for Lin Shui had already forsaken him. If he chose not to betray Lin, he would face immediate death. Yet, should he betray Lin Shui, as long as Li Mu and Lu Hui succeeded in capturing him, there remained a glimmer of hope. He then cast a glance at Lin Shui, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Lu Zhenfeng, you would do well to silence yourself, or I shall ensure that your entire family meets a fate devoid of burial. Lin Shui discerned Lu Zhenfeng's gaze and understood that this man was on the verge of betraying him. Lu Zhenfeng was his confidant, privy to many of his secrets. Even a single revelation could spell his doom. Devoid of a burial? Brother Lin, if I do not betray you, I shall perish at this very moment. If you were in my position, what would you choose? Lu Zhenfeng inquired. You. Enough. Lu Zhenfeng shook his head, dismissing Lin Shui, and turned his attention to Li Mu, saying, Young man, encountering you today has been my misfortune. I can betray Lin Shui. The information I provide could lead to the Lin family's utter ruin, but you must guarantee that after I speak, you will spare both my son and me. Do you possess any room for negotiation? Li Mu replied with a cold laugh. Lu Zhenfeng's lips twitched, yet he found himself with no alternatives. Listening to Li Mu offered a sliver of hope. Otherwise, it was a path to certain death. Thus, gritting his teeth, Lu Zhenfeng declared, I shall trust you this once. I will report Lin Shui. 5 years ago, he committed a heinous massacre, annihilating an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. Members of the Lin family took turns violating the mother and daughter, then slaughtered the entire family of 4, burying them in a canyon east of the provincial capital. What? Upon hearing Lu Zhenfeng's words, the crowd was left in utter disbelief. The Lin family members took turns violating the mother and daughter? They slaughtered an entire family. This was utterly barbaric. Lu Zhenfeng, cease your baseless accusations. Lin Shui's face paled, for if this were substantiated, Lu Hui could use this incident to ensure his eternal downfall. Baseless accusations? I personally buried the bodies. How could there be any error? That girl, before her death, proclaimed that she, Xue Xiaomei, would haunt us as a ghost. Lu Zhenfeng sneered. What did you say? What was her name? Zhang Mengyao, upon hearing this name, was instantly struck dumb. Her eyes filled with shock. Zhang Mengyao's reaction surprised everyone. Could she possibly know this Xue Xiaomei? What an incredible coincidence. Third senior sister, do you know her? Li Mu was somewhat perplexed. He had utilized Lu Zhenfeng to implicate Lin Shui, and astonishingly, Lu Zhenfeng casually revealed a transgression of Lin Shui that was connected to Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao did not respond to Li Mu, but instead turned to Lu Zhenfeng, solemnly inquiring, Is the Xue Xiaomei you mentioned the one with a black birthmark on her hand? Indeed, she has a black birthmark on the back of her right hand. However, her beauty and physique are exceptional, making that birthmark insignificant to the Lin family. Lu Zhenfeng did not finish his thought, but everyone understood that for such beasts, a birthmark could not deter their vile actions. You are all a bunch of beasts. Zhang Mengyao glared furiously at Lin Shui and the others. This man, despite being in his twilight years, still engages in such heartless acts. Senior sister, do you truly know her? Li Mu asked. Zhang Mengyao shook her head, saying, Junior brother, I do not know this Xue Xiaomei, but regardless of how you intend to deal with Lin Shui or utilize him, you must act swiftly. For Lin Shui has but a few days left to live. What? He has only a few days left? Li Mu was taken aback. Zhang Mengyao would not utter such words without reason. It appeared that Xue Xiaomei's identity was far from simple. Once this matter was exposed, Lin Shui would undoubtedly meet his end. Since he aimed to use Lin Shui to bring down the Xianyuan family, it was imperative to act quickly. Lu Zhenfeng, immediately take Captain Lu to gather evidence and swiftly apprehend Lin Shui. Li Mu wasted no time in issuing his command. Lu Hui was equally eager to capture Lin Shui and promptly accompanied Lu Zhenfeng to unearth the remains and secure evidence. Lin Shui, aware that once the corpse was exhumed, the Lin family's days of prosperity would be over, prepared to flee. As long as he left Jiangdong province, even if Lu Hui found evidence, there would be nothing they could do to him. Thinking of escaping? Li Mu scoffed. He still intended to use Lin Shui to entangle the Xianyuan family. There was no way he would let Lin Shui leave. Li Mu, I advise you not to seek death, or you will find it a most gruesome end. Lin Shui bellowed. Audacious! How dare you show disrespect to the young master? Nangong, you stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Lin Shui. She then turned to Li Mu, saying, Young master, with a single word from you, I shall tear him to shreds. Unnecessary. Li Mu shook his head. Lin Shui still held value. Otherwise, he would have long since dispatched him. After all, in the bloody incident involving the Li family years ago, Lin Tao was one of the culprits, and the Lin family remained complicit. However, to unearth the entire truth from that time, he needed to drag the Xianyuan family down with him. Lin Shui, I suggest you do not attempt to leave. At this moment, Zhao Yuhui approached, flanking Li Mu, effectively cornering Lin Shui. Zhao Yuhui, what do you mean by this? Lin Shui furrowed his brow. Lin Shui, your family has repeatedly humiliated a mother and daughter duo. This is an act that has incited the wrath of both gods and men. How could I possibly allow you to depart? Zhao Yuhui reprimanded. Zhao Yuhui, do you know who I am? Do you know who stands behind me? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Huh? Who does not know that your Lin family is backed by the law enforcement Xianyuan family? But so what? You have committed an act that incites the wrath of heaven and man, and I shall intervene. Zhao Yuhui declared fiercely. You seek death. Lin Shui retorted in fury, preparing to strike. Both he and Zhao Yuhui were at the late stage of the true essence realm. Even with Li Mu behind him, if he exerted his full strength, escape was still within the realm of possibility. As for the other members of the Lin family, they could only wish for their own safety. Thinking of fleeing? Zhao Yuhui scoffed, unleashing a torrent of true essence as he engaged Lin Shui in battle. Junior brother, are you not going to intervene? Zhang Mingyao inquired, noticing Li Mu's passive observation. Wasn't he filled with hatred towards Lin Shui? If I intervene, Lin Shui would stand no chance, Li Mu replied with a calm smile, harboring no intention of stepping in. Moreover, he was curious to assess Zhao Yuhui's capabilities. After several minutes of intense conflict, Lin Shui was panting heavily, and Zhao Yuhui was not faring much better. Zhao Yuhui, step aside immediately. Lin Shui roared, realizing that if he delayed any longer, Lu Hui would return with evidence, and his escape would be impossible. What a naive thought. If a beast like you were to escape, who knows how many would suffer? Zhao Yuhui retorted with a cold laugh. Damn it. Lin Shui seethed, biting his finger to unleash a surge of blood essence that enveloped his true essence, exploding crimson flames. Break for me, he shouted, directing a blade of energy towards Zhao Yuhui. Zhao Yuhui's expression shifted dramatically. Lin Shui's strike was exceedingly formidable. Despite being on equal footing, he dared not withstand it directly and could only evade. Seeing Zhao Yuhui dodge, Lin Shui seized the moment to flee with all his might. What a pity. Zhao Yuhui sighed, allowing Lin Shui to escape. Once out of Jiangdong province, with the relationship between the Lin family and the Xianyuan family, even the enforcement team would be unable to capture Lin Shui. From that moment on, he would roam free. Flee. Escape? Li Mu scoffed, raising his hand as a massive hand of true essence shot forth through the air. With a resounding crack, the hand struck Lin Shui, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. What? Zhao Yuhui was left dumbfounded at this scene. He had exerted all his effort to match Lin Shui, yet Li Mu, with a mere flick of his hand, had utterly defeated him. Although Lin Shui was significantly drained from their fight, being dispatched with a single blow indicated the terrifying strength of Li Mu. You little pest, my backing is the Xianyuan family. Lin Shui exclaimed in anger. I am aware of your connection to the Xianyuan family, but my objective is precisely the Xianyuan family. Li Mu replied with a chilling smile. What? Lin Shui's heart sank. He had initially thought Li Mu's actions against the Lu family were aimed at him, only to realize that Li Mu was targeting the Xianyuan family behind him. This fellow was audacious beyond measure. Just stay put. You shall not come to harm before the Xianyuan family acts. Li Mu coldly stated. I hope the Xianyuan family will take action soon. Zhang Mingyao remarked with a resigned smile, knowing that once this news spread, others would soon come. Once she arrives, Li Mu may not be able to protect Lin Shui. As he spoke, Lu Hui and Lu Zhenfeng returned. Lin Shui, you are suspected of the heinous crime of murdering a mother and daughter. As the captain of the enforcement team, I hereby arrest you. Lu Hui glared at Lin Shui with fury. Before this, he had merely targeted Lin Shui due to conflicting family interests. However, after the discovery of the bodies, he deemed Lin Shui a beast. Even without the entanglements of family interests, he felt compelled to see Lin Shui face the gallows. Such a person is indeed worse than a beast. Even if you apprehend me, it will be futile. Someone will come to rescue me. Although Lin Shui was captured by Lu Hui, he remained unperturbed. As long as he was alive, the Xianyuan family would undoubtedly send someone to save him. As a subordinate of the Xianyuan family, he was well aware of the dynamics between the 10 great families and the 10 major sects within the enforcement team. What is deemed illegal or criminal is merely a tool for the various powers to eliminate their adversaries. The same event can hold entirely different meanings depending on one's perspective. In other words, as long as the Xianyuan family provided Lu Hui's backing with sufficient benefits, he would have nothing to fear. As for the murdered family of 4, who would care? In this day and age, those without power, influence, or connections are destined to be mere pawns. Lin Shui, if this were a minor issue, the Xianyuan family could indeed rescue you, but what you've done is beyond human decency. The Xianyuan family cannot save you. Lu Hui rebuked. Time will tell. Lin Shui scoffed, then was escorted away. Subsequently, Li Qianqian turned to Li Mu and asked, "Brother, do you think Lin Shui might truly be rescued?" "It is not impossible." Li Mu replied with a resigned smile, recalling Lu Hui's previous remarks. What law does this so-called enforcement team uphold? Is it not merely the pursuit of their own interests? As long as the benefits are substantial, Lin Shui could very well be released. However, this matter bears little significance to him, as his ultimate goal is to drag the Xianyuan family into the quagmire. Once the Xianyuan family intervenes, his objectives will be achieved. Should Lin Shui be rescued, he could simply strike him down later. As for justice and fairness, in this world, he held no faith in the enforcement team. The most reliable ally remains one's own strength. Then, Li Mu glanced towards Zhao Yuhui in the distance and tossed him a recovery pill. This is a recovery pill, Zhao Yuhui exclaimed in astonishment. The last time the Starry Pavilion auctioned off recovery pills, one was purchased by a peak True Essence Realm cultivator, leaving him regretful for days. Yet today Li Mu directly gifted him one. Indeed, the recovery pill. After your battle with Lin Shui, you sustained some injuries. Taking this pill will not only enhance your true essence, but also aid in healing your wounds, Li Mu explained. How much is it? I will transfer the money, Zhao Yuhui offered. No need for payment. Consider it a personal favor. Li Mu replied with a calm smile. He was never in want of money. And while the recovery pill was precious to others, it was merely one batch of pills for him. Zhao Yuhui was somewhat taken aback. For the recovery pill was indeed a rare commodity. Otherwise, during the last auction at the Starry Pavilion, the excitement among all those in the True Essence realm would not have been so palpable. How could such a precious essence recovery pill be so easily bestowed upon him by Li Mu? What scheme lies behind this fellow's actions? Do not regard me with such suspicion. I merely find you agreeable, Li Mu remarked with a casual smile. Finding me agreeable warrants the gift of an essence recovery pill? Zhao Yuhui was somewhat taken aback. Li Mu truly was a man of considerable wealth. Consider it a debt of gratitude owed to me, Li Mu continued with a grin. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Zhao Yuhui, not one to be overly sentimental, recognized the immense value of the essence recovery pill, which might even allow him to ascend to the pinnacle of the True Essence realm. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhao Yuhui inquired, by the way, that essence recovery pill auctioned at the Starry Pavilion a few days ago, was it yours? Indeed, it was, Li Mu confirmed. So, the middle-aged man who acquired the pill was also your doing? Zhao Yuhui asked. Oh, you are all aware of this? Li Mu expressed his surprise. Not just me. Many in Jiangdong province are in the know. Zhao Yuhui nodded. After all, how could one conceal the fact that a man, having purchased an essence recovery pill, met his demise before even leaving Jiangdong province, especially one at the peak of the True Essence realm? Moreover, given how effortlessly Li Mu subdued Lin Shui, it was only natural for Zhao Yuhui to surmise that Li Mu was responsible for that man's death. If you know, you know, Li Mu replied without reservation, as he had already gleaned the connection to the Xianyuan family through that middle-aged man. In that case, I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform me. I, Zhao Yuhui, will be there, Zhao Yuhui said with a respectful gesture before departing from Xishan. In truth, Li Mu discerned that Zhao Yuhui still harbored questions, though he dared not voice them. Not only Zhao Yuhui, but even Lu Hui wished to inquire. After all, such an extraordinary phenomenon could not stem from an insignificant treasure. Yet, they were all acutely aware of Li Mu's formidable strength, and thus, despite their curiosity, they refrained from pressing further. Once they had all departed, Li Mu turned his attention to Zhang Mingyao, asking, "Third senior sister, is there something amiss regarding Shui Xiaomei?" "Junior brother, it would be best if you did not pry further. We must act swiftly." Zhang Mingyao sighed, for this news was bound to become public. Regardless of how the Xianyuan family intervened, they could not protect Lin Shui. "Very well," Li Mu replied with a resigned smile. Since Zhang Mingyao chose not to elaborate, he too felt no inclination to inquire further. After all, Lin Shui was destined to perish. Subsequently, he instructed Nangang Yu to prepare several rooms for Li Qianqian and the others to rest. He then retreated to the courtyard, retrieving the god-slaying sword to examine it closely. The sword, measuring approximately 1 meter in length, was extraordinarily sharp, having been buried underground for an unknown number of years without a trace of rust. Perhaps due to the absorption of his blood essence, Li Mu felt an unexpected familiarity as he held it. "What is your origin? What about that great hand? And how did you come to be in my family's courtyard?" Li Mu mused aloud while caressing the god-slaying sword. However, the sword offered no response, leaving Li Mu to chuckle at the absurdity of expecting a mere weapon to answer his queries. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Xianyuan family in Kyoto, an elderly man paced back and forth, his brow furrowed in concern. "Has there been any news from Xie Gang?" the old man inquired. "Third elder, Xie Gang is still missing. I fear he may have perished." A middle-aged man spoke respectfully. "Perished? That fool. I had warned him long ago to destroy the Yushan cave and return swiftly. Yet he insisted on lingering in Jiangdong province. Now, look where we are. He's dead. And who knows if the secrets have been compromised," the old man said with a fierce glare. "Third elder, there is another piece of bad news," the middle-aged man continued. Is there news worse than this?" The elder was at a loss, wondering why the Xianyuan family seemed to be plagued with troubles as of late. "Lin Shui has been captured by Lu Hui," the middle-aged man announced. "What? Captured? Has Lu Hui lost his senses?" The elder erupted in anger. The Lin family was a subordinate of the Xianyuan clan. "Third elder, Lu Hui did not act without reason. A vassal family of Lin Shui was apprehended, and they revealed the heinous crimes of Lin Shui, including the assault on a mother and daughter," the man explained. "What? That fool Lin Shui?" The elder trembled with rage. The loss of Lin Tao as the captain of the enforcement team was already a significant blow to the Xianyuan family. Now that Lin Shui was captured, if he began to speak recklessly, the losses for the Xianyuan family would only deepen. "Third elder, shall we rescue Lin Shui?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Of course we must. Lin Shui is privy to many of our secrets, and should he divulge them, the Xianyuan family shall suffer grievously," the elder replied tersely. "However, if Lu Hui has taken the initiative to capture him, there must be someone orchestrating this from behind. If we intervene, it could play directly into their hands. Let it play into their hands. We must first save Lin Shui. Otherwise, who will remain loyal to the Xianyuan family? As for the cost, we shall provide some benefits to the family behind this." The elder sighed heavily. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements at once." The middle-aged man nodded and departed. "Damn it. Had I known, I would have dealt with that fool sooner," the elder muttered angrily. In the provincial city, within the enforcement team's prison. "Li Mu, you wish to see Lin Shui?" Lu Hui inquired, puzzled. Before Lin Shui's capture, Li Mu had numerous opportunities. "Why now?" "Indeed, I have matters to discuss with him," Li Mu replied. "Then come with me." Lu Hui nodded, leading Li Mu to the prison. Lin Shui was held in solitary confinement, with reinforced bars ensuring his escape was impossible. "What? Come to witness my disgrace?" Lin Shui coldly regarded the two. "I am not here to mock you. I have come to offer you a chance at redemption," Li Mu declared. "A chance? The predicament I find myself in is entirely your doing. And you dare to speak of redemption?" Lin Shui cursed vehemently. Had it not been for Li Mu's meddling in Xishan, capturing Lu Zhenfeng, he would not have fallen to such depths. "Even had I not gone to Xishan, your crimes would have been exposed in due time. And you would still have been apprehended," Li Mu countered. "Humph, and what of being apprehended? Do you know who stands behind me? The Xianyuan family. They are not to be trifled with, and I have been detained for a day. The Xianyuan family must have already acted. I shall soon be free from this place." Lin Shui boasted proudly, gazing at Li Mu with confidence. Although he has been captured now, once he escapes the clutches of the law enforcement. He possesses myriad means to eliminate Li Mu. Even if he fails to extinguish Li Mu's life, he is confident in his ability to eliminate Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and others. In any case, he will spare no effort to exact revenge on Li Mu, ensuring that Li Mu experiences no respite. You think I cannot kill you? Li Mu chuckled. Lin Shui's lips twitched. After all, Li Mu's strength was formidable, and should he truly seek to kill him, Lin Shui would be no match. Thus, I offer you a chance at survival. Will you seize it? Li Mu inquired. Boy, do you take me for a fool? You wish for me to betray the Xianyuan family, do you not? Your endeavor would be in vain. If I were to betray the Xianyuan family, they would surely forsake me. However, if I remain tight-lipped, they will come to my rescue, granting me the opportunity to escape this prison. Once I am free, I shall head directly to the Xianyuan family in Kyoto. How will you kill me then? Lin Shui laughed heartily. Huh? Do you truly believe that once you reach the Xianyuan family, I cannot reach you? You are indeed Navi. Li Mu's cold smile sent shivers down Lin Shui's spine. This individual truly feared nothing. Moreover, I am not asking you to betray the Xianyuan family. I merely require you to pose a question. Li Mu stated. Pose a question? Indeed, you need only assist me in inquiring about one matter, and I shall guarantee your life. Li Mu affirmed. What question? Lin Shui asked, somewhat perplexed. Although he was uncertain if Li Mu possessed the capability to kill him under the Xianyuan family's protection, he was willing to consider asking a single question. During the time of the Li family massacre, did Lin Tao, as the captain of the law enforcement, receive orders from the Xianyuan family not to investigate the incident? Li Mu queried. At that time, Lin Tao did indeed receive such orders. So what? Behind the Li family massacre was an individual known by the codename Yulong Junren. I need you to ascertain the identity of the person responsible for Yulong Junren within the Xianyuan family. Li Mu explained. The codename Yulong Junren? How am I to inquire about that? You hold secrets of the Xianyuan family. Extracting the identity of the responsible party should not pose a challenge. As for how to proceed, that is for you to determine. Rest assured, if you fail to uncover this information, I shall undoubtedly eliminate you. No one can save you. Li Mu warned. Lin Shui's lips twitched. It was clear that Li Mu had him in a bind. Then Lin Shui asked, with your immense strength, why do you not seek out the Xianyuan family yourself? Just ask the question as instructed, and spare me your superfluous chatter. Li Mu retorted coldly. Very well. Lin Shui shook his head in resignation. He was, after all, under their roof and compelled to comply. Besides, posing this inquiry bore no detriment to him. And it was not impossible to ask. As they conversed, Lu Hui entered, his expression grim. Li Mu, someone from the Xianyuan family has arrived. So soon? Li Mu was taken aback. He had anticipated that the Xianyuan family would take several days to act, yet they dispatched someone the very next day? Clearly, Lin Shui was privy to numerous secrets of the Xianyuan family. Otherwise, they would not be so eager to extricate Lin Shui. However, these secrets held little allure for Li Mu. He solely desired to uncover the identity of the individual responsible for Yulong Junren within the Xianyuan family. He indeed could have captured a member of the Xianyuan family and directly interrogated him. However, this would certainly alert the Xianyuan family. Thus, he chose to send Lin Shui to inquire, allowing him to devise a strategy to deal with the person in charge thereafter. It's good that you've arrived. It's good that you've arrived. Lin Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the Xianyuan family would undoubtedly find a way to rescue him. As long as he posed the questions for Li Mu and was subsequently rescued by the Xianyuan family, he would be spared from death. At that moment, a middle-aged man arrived at the enforcement team's prison. Upon seeing this individual, Lu Hui couldn't help but furrow his brow. Do you know him? Li Mu inquired. He is a master from the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Su, serving in the enforcement team's headquarters. In terms of position, he is, in fact, my superior. Lu Hui replied. Oh, your superior? It seems the Xianyuan family is indeed putting in considerable effort this time. Li Mu chuckled. However, this is advantageous. The more formidable the person who arrives, the greater the likelihood of discovering the identity of the one in charge. Lu Hui, how audacious of you. Do you even know who Lin Shui is that you dare to arrest him? Xianyuan Su stepped forward, immediately reprimanding him. Xianyuan Guan, Lin Shui has committed heinous crimes, having murdered a mother and daughter and exterminated an entire family. The evidence is irrefutable. Such scum deserves to be apprehended. Lu Hui stated solemnly. Irrefutable evidence? Once your superior arrives, you'll realize the truth of the evidence. I have no desire to engage in further conversation with you. Xian Yuansu sneered, then approached the prison door. Dear nephew, save me. Lin Shui quickly pleaded with Xian Yuansu. Lin Shui, as long as you remain tight-lipped here, I guarantee your safe departure from the enforcement team's prison, Xian Yuansu declared sternly. Li Mu was taken aback. Such an overt attempt at collusion? They weren't even attempting to conceal it. Rest assured, dear nephew, I will remain utterly discreet and will not divulge a single word. Lin Shui nodded, fully aware of the Xianyuan family's capabilities. As long as he did not betray them, the Xianyuan family would undoubtedly possess the means to extricate him. Very well. The family is already exerting all efforts. Within 3 days, you shall be free. Xian Yuansu assured him. That's splendid. That's splendid. Lin Shui finally exhaled in relief. 3 days was a brief span for him. I have come today to assure you. Simply await your release with peace of mind, Xian Yuansu stated. All right. Lin Shui nodded, then glanced at Li Mu, before asking, by the way, dear nephew, regarding the Li family massacre, does your Xianyuan family possess any connections to the Jade Dragon? Why do you inquire about this? Xian Yuansu frowned. This matter seemed unrelated to Lin Shui. Ahem, to be candid with you, dear nephew. My son was in charge of the enforcement team in Jiangdong province during the Li family massacre. Consequently, there was almost no commotion throughout Jiangdong province regarding such a significant incident. However, just before his demise, he acquired crucial intelligence concerning the Jade Dragon. He had intended to report to the Xianyuan family headquarters, but after this incident, he entrusted me with vital information, instructing me to deliver it personally to the individual responsible for the Jade Dragon. Lin Shui explained. Is the Jade Dragon not a singular entity? Where does this person in charge come from? Xian Yuansu queried. Dear nephew, do not jest with me. Lin Tao mentioned that the Jade Dragon is merely a code name. Xian Yuansu gazed at Lin Shui with a hint of astonishment. After all, few were privy to the alias of Yulong Zhenren. Could it be that Lin Tao had indeed acquired crucial intelligence regarding Yulong Zhenren before his untimely demise? If this were the case, it would certainly warrant a report to the Third Elder. The moniker Yulong Zhenren was not solely associated with the Xianyuan family, but also entangled with various other clans and sections. If a misstep were to occur, he could not bear the weight of such responsibility. Thus, Xian Yuansu inquired, where's the item? I shall retrieve it personally. Cough, cough, my dear nephew. My advancing years have dulled my memory. Could we perhaps deliberate upon this once I am outside? Lin Shui replied. Xian Yuansu found himself at a loss for words. Lin Shui was indeed pressuring them to hasten the rescue. Yet, this also indirectly confirmed that Lin Tao had indeed obtained some vital information. Gritting his teeth, Xian Yuansu declared, in that case, upon my return, I shall consult the Third Elder and urge him to intensify the rescue efforts. Then I am most grateful. Dear nephew, Lin Shui responded with a respectful gesture. Xian Yuansu scoffed. Once Lin Shui was rescued, he would seize an opportunity to eliminate him, lest prolonged entanglements arise. However, as he prepared to depart, he cast a sidelong glance at Li Mu and sneered. Lu Hui, this is the stronghold of the enforcement team. Can any stray creature simply wander in? Indeed, you are right, Manager Xian Yuan. Lu Hui replied with a smile, recognizing that it was prudent to avoid conflict with the Xian Yuan clan at this juncture. Li Mu, however, remained unfazed, silently condemning Lin Shui to a death sentence in his heart. Once he dealt with the Third Elder of the Xianyuan family, Xian Yuansu would inevitably meet his end. With a swift motion of his sleeve, Xian Yuansu departed. Li Mu, I have uncovered that the individual responsible for Yulong Zhenren is none other than the Third Elder of the Xianyuan family, named Xian Yuanjingda. A formidable master. Though I am unclear of his exact realm, he is indeed a figure of utmost prominence in the capital. Lin Shui hastily conveyed. Xian Yuanjingda? How could he not be called Xian Yuan Keida? Li Mu retorted with a cold chuckle, recalling how he orchestrated the Li family massacre, resulting in his kin being either dead or scattered, never to reunite. Li Mu, I have fulfilled my part. You must not renege on your promise. Lin Shui exclaimed. That is assuredly the case. If the Xian Yuan family truly rescues you, I shall not raise a hand against you. My word is my bond. Li Mu asserted solemnly. Let us hope so. Lin Shui exhaled with relief. After all, learning the identity of the responsible party bore no detriment to him. Securing a promise from the formidable Li Mu not to kill him meant that upon his release, he could indeed rest easy. Li Mu, if Lin Shui truly evades justice, you will not take his life? Lu Hui questioned, his brow furrowed with uncertainty at the prison gate. Captain Liu, the evidence is irrefutable. We possess both witness and material proof. Do you truly believe he can evade justice? Li Mu countered. Lu Hui sighed. Li Mu, I have previously conveyed to you that there exists no absolute right or wrong in this world, nor is there a simplistic dichotomy of black and white. Capturing Lin Shui is merely a strategic maneuver. Should the Xian Yuan family play a card we cannot counter, Lin Shui shall naturally be released. I, Li Mu, stand by my word. Regardless of the outcome, I shall not pursue Lin Shui further, for I, Li Mu, am a man of my word. Li Mu let out a hearty laugh before departing. Observing Li Mu's retreating figure, Lu Hui's expression grew increasingly complex. As the captain of the enforcement team, he naturally wished to eliminate Lin Shui outright, for the latter's behavior was utterly beastly. However, as a member of the Lu family, he understood that the most likely outcome was Lin Shui being rescued from the enforcement team, only to be inexplicably brought back to the capital by the Xianyuan family, where he would meet an untimely demise. This sense of knowing that the opponent deserved punishment, yet being powerless to act, was driving him to the brink of madness. In truth, he had harbored hope that after Lin Shui was taken away, Li Mu would disregard everything and eliminate him. However, it now seemed that such hope had been extinguished. Li Mu would not take action against Lin Shui again. I hope you possess some integrity, Lu Hui sighed. It was not just within the Lu family. Even the Tianyu sect, which stood behind them, was hardly different from the Xianyuan family. If the Xianyuan family offered a substantial benefit, the Tianyu sect would undoubtedly compel the Lu family to release him. How would he then find his place? As time flowed steadily by, negotiations between the Xianyuan family and the Tianyu sect in the capital were underway, and soon they bore fruit. The outcome was that the Xianyuan family presented an irresistible temptation to the Tianyu sect, the condition being that Lu Hui must release Lin Shui. When this order reached Lu Hui, his countenance shifted dramatically. The individuals behind him, after all, lacked the necessary resolve. With such irrefutable evidence, they still intended to release Lin Shui? Furthermore, the deadline imposed upon him was by the following afternoon. He had only one day to ponder this matter. As Lu Hui contemplated his predicament, Li Mu had already arrived at the Zhao family's doorstep. Li Mu, do you seek me for something? Zhao Yuhui inquired, somewhat perplexed at Li Mu's arrival. Last time, you owed me a personal favor concerning the replenishing elixir, did you not? Li Mu stated. Speak. How might I repay this favor? It is quite simple. Assist me in eliminating someone. Li Mu replied. You wish for me to kill? Your strength surpasses mine. Would it not be swifter for you to do so? Zhao Yuhui questioned. For certain reasons, I have vowed not to take action against him. Yet, a person of his ilk must meet his end. Thus I can only implore you to intervene. Li Mu articulated. Oh, at your level of expertise, you still adhere to promises? Zhao Yuhui expressed curiosity. After all, the more formidable one became, the less weight such commitments seemed to carry. If someone was displeasing, a mere slap could extinguish their existence. Why then would one constrain themselves for the sake of abstract promises? Breaking one's word may yield temporary gains, but in the long run, it inevitably rebounds. Li Mu chuckled. Is that so? Zhao Yuhui remarked in surprise, casting a glance at Li Mu. Such a mindset at such a young age surely foretold greatness. It was no wonder Li Mu had achieved such strength at an early age. Now tell me, whom shall I eliminate? Zhao Yuhui inquired. Lin Shui. Li Mu responded. Lin Shui? Is he not confined within the enforcement team's prison? Moreover, having committed such a grave offense, how could the enforcement team possibly let him go? You are of a certain age, yet still believe that the enforcement team acts solely for justice? They merely represent different interests. Lin Shui holds the secrets of the Xianyuan family, and the members of the Xianyuan clan would never stand idly by in the face of danger. As long as they are offered sufficient benefits, the forces behind Lu Hui will certainly release him, and Lu Hui will be powerless to intervene. Li Mu remarked. Zhao Yuhui smiled helplessly, for he understood that Li Mu spoke the truth. It is precisely for this reason that he refrains from aligning himself with any faction. Once he does, he can no longer live according to his own desires. If you want me to kill Lin Shui, does that not mean opposing the Xianyuan family? Zhao Yuhui inquired. What? Are you lacking the courage? Li Mu chuckled. I, Zhao Yuhui, fear neither heaven nor earth. Why should I hesitate? Lin Shui is a vile criminal deserving of death, and even if it offends the Xianyuan family, I shall still kill him, Zhao Yuhui declared. Seeing Zhao Yuhui so resolute, Li Mu nodded in satisfaction. In truth, the Xianyuan family would save him merely to eliminate him afterward. Thus, should you kill Lin Shui, the Xianyuan family will not only refrain from blaming you, but will also express gratitude, ensuring that you do not offend them. That would be even better. Zhao Yuhui responded. Very well, I shall take my leave, Li Mu said before departing. Shortly thereafter, a young boy approached and asked, Dad, are you truly going to help him kill Lin Shui? His strength is formidable. Why does he not act himself? Do you genuinely believe he is a man of his word? Xiao Tian, a man without integrity cannot stand. Once you are perceived as untrustworthy, no one will follow you in your endeavors. This Li Mu is not only powerful but also decisive. He is destined for greatness. I have no reliable ally. So when the opportunity arises, you should follow him. Zhao Yuhui replied. Follow him. Dad, you know nothing of his background, do you? Zhao Xiaodian asked curiously. The background is inconsequential. What truly matters is the man himself. Zhao Xiaotian felt speechless. Had his father not always refused to align with anyone? Why this time allow him to follow Li Mu? Was this Li Mu truly so extraordinary? Junior disciple, have you accomplished your task? Zhang Mingyao inquired of Li Mu. It is done. Lin Shui holds no value for me anymore, and tomorrow marks his demise. Li Mu stated. That is good, for that individual will also arrive tomorrow. Lin Shui's death is assured. Zhang Mingyao replied. Oh, I am quite eager to see who it is. Li Mu chuckled. Although he was aware of the existence of such a person, he still urged Zhao Yuhui to take action, for scum like Lin Shui must meet their end. The following day, at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Division branch, Lu Hui, I told you that you cannot kill me. What does it matter if you capture me yourself? You still must release me. Lin Shui said, his tone icy. Lin Shui, do not be so arrogant. If I can capture you, I can certainly kill you. Once you step outside the gates of the Law Enforcement Division, even if it costs me my position as the division chief, I will slay you. Lu Hui retorted fiercely. Huh, what a naive thought. The Xianyuan family has someone to receive me. Do you truly believe you can kill me under their watch? Lin Shui sneered. With a glance at Xianyuan Su outside the gate, he felt assured that Lu Hui would not dare to act against him. Even if I cannot kill you, I shall make the attempt. As the captain of the enforcement team, it is my duty to eliminate harm for the people. Lu Hui declared, his fists clenched tightly. Then give it a try. Lin Shui laughed heartily, striding towards the entrance. Swish. In that moment, Zhao Yuhui soared to the door of the enforcement team. Zhao Yuhui? What brings you here? Lin Shui frowned slightly. I come bearing a request to kill you. Zhao Yuhui replied with a grin. A request? From whom? That is not for you to know. Regardless, you shall meet your end today. Zhao Yuhui chuckled. Lu Hui gazed at Zhao Yuhui in astonishment. Then turned to Li Mu. Could it be that Zhao Yuhui was acting on Li Mu's orders? Exactly. I told you. Li Mu would never let such a beast as Lin Shui go simply on the basis of a promise. By employing Zhao Yuhui to execute Lin Shui, he neither breaks his vow nor spares the life of this wretch. I have not misjudged Li Mu. Ridiculous. With a member of the Xianyuan family present. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Lin Shui bellowed with laughter. Xianyuan Su then spoke up. Lin Shui, have you ever betrayed the Xianyuan family while inside? Rest assured, my esteemed nephew, I am as tight-lipped as a vault. Lin Shui chuckled slyly. In that case, you may proceed to kill him. However, this matter shall be resolved here. Xianyuan Su waved his hand. In truth, the Xianyuan family had long desired Lin Shui's demise, but had been wary that he might divulge their secrets while imprisoned. Now that he had been rescued, they had no lingering concerns. Lu Hui and Zhao Yuhui were prepared to eliminate Lin Shui, thus sparing Xianyuan Su from dirtying his own hands. What? Esteemed nephew, what do you mean? Lin Shui exclaimed in shock. What do I mean? You, who cannot even clean your own rear. Believe you still hold value after the third elder has paid a heavy price for your sake? Xianyuan Su sneered. Scoundrel, are you not afraid I shall reveal the secrets of the Xianyuan family? Lin Shui shouted. Do you think you will have the chance to speak? Xianyuan Su replied with a cold laugh. With so many of them present, the moment they attacked, Lin Shui would have no opportunity to retaliate. Enough. Let us begin. Lu Hui shouted, preparing to strike. Zhao Yuhui and Xianyuan Su also readied themselves. This time, they were remarkably united in their intent to end Lin Shui's life. Everyone halt. Lin Shui's life is mine. At that moment, a sudden, powerful voice rang out from afar, followed by a surge of true essence, as a long spear, enveloped in energy, was thrust fiercely into the ground before Lin Shui. The overwhelming aura left everyone in shock. Lin Shui grimaced slightly. Was he cursed today? Why did everyone wish to kill him? That voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon hearing the cry, Li Mu froze, then glanced at Zhang Mingyao. Zhang Mingyao offered an awkward smile and said, "Junior brother, you guessed correctly. The newcomer is your fifth senior sister, Shui Hongxia." Fifth senior sister? Shui Xiaomei. Could it be that they are related? Li Mu suddenly connected the dots, as they both bore the surname Shui, indicating a familial bond. Indeed, Shui Xiaomei is the sister of the fifth junior sister, and the family that perished at the hands of Lin Shui was entirely composed of her kin. Zhang Mingyao exclaimed. Cursed be it. Li Mu clenched his fists, recalling how the fifth senior sister had abruptly vanished from the heavenly domain 5 years ago, never to be heard from again. It was because her entire family had been lost, and they had been ruthlessly slain by Lin Shui. No wonder it is said that no one could save Lin Shui. With the temperament of the fifth senior sister, indeed, no one could rescue him. As they spoke, a figure clad in red appeared in the air. The newcomer, adorned in crimson attire and a scarlet sash that accentuated her waist exquisitely, with perfectly painted red lips and a spear embedded in the ground, evoked thoughts of a legendary female general from antiquity. Truly, the fifth senior sister exuded an air of valor. Make way. Lin Shui's life is mine, otherwise. Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Shui Hongxia descended to the ground, retracting her spear and casting a cold gaze upon the crowd. Lu Hui, Zhao Yuhui, and Xian Yuansu instinctively took several steps back. Though they were adept masters in the true essence realm, they were filled with genuine dread when faced with Shui Hongxia. Since they intended to eliminate Lin Shui, they conceded to Shui Hongxia. Who are you? Lin Shui stammered, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Shui Hongxia. I ask you, 5 years ago, did you not murder a girl named Shui Xiaomei? Did you not slay her entire family? Shui Hongxia rebuked fiercely. And if I did? The law enforcement team has already released me. This matter is in the past. What more do you desire? Lin Shui retorted defiantly. The law enforcement team may have released you, but I shall not. Shui Hongxia, wielding her spear, pointed it angrily at Lin Shui. Humph. Do you dare kill me in front of the law enforcement team? Lin Shui questioned. Law enforcement team? Do not delude yourself. Even if you were the captain of the law enforcement team, or even at their headquarters, should I wish to slay you, who would dare stop me? Shui Hongxia glared at Lin Shui, her imposing presence rendering Lu Hui and the others speechless with fear. Do you know who she is? Lu Hui inquired of Zhao Yuhui and the others. Zhao Yuhui shook his head, and Xian Yuansu could only do the same, for he had never encountered her before. Yet the aura she exuded instilled trepidation in them, evidently indicating she was not to be trifled with. Humph. You are willing to oppose the law enforcement team and seek my death for an unrelated family? Lin Shui said with a hint of reluctance. Unrelated family? Shui Xiaomei is my sister. They are all my kin, and you dare utter the words unrelated to me? Shui Hongxia scolded vehemently. What? Li Mu was taken aback. They were indeed the fifth senior sister's family? How had he not known? Zhang Mingyao sighed. Little junior brother, the fifth junior sister was, in fact, an orphan, taken in by that family from a young age. By chance, she entered the heavenly domain, believing that upon her return after mastering her skills, she could provide a better life for her family. Instead, she received the tragic news of their disappearance. After leaving the heavenly domain, she has spent years pursuing the culprits, yet with no leads. If it weren't for your fortuitous encounter with Lu Zhenfeng, she would likely still be searching. Scoundrel! That scoundrel Lin Shui. Li Mu clenched his fists tightly. The fifth senior sister had shown him such kindness, yet her family had been tragically harmed by Lin Shui. Though they were not bound by blood, he understood that with Shui Hongxia's character, her family was closer than any blood relatives. Otherwise, she would not be so enraged. Heroine, the deceased cannot be revived. May you find solace in your grief. How about this? I will give you money if you spare my life. If you can help me escape, I could even offer you all of the Lin family's assets. Lin Shui hastily proposed. Do you think I am in need of your measly coin? Shui Hongxia retorted furiously. For the sake of her kin, she had pursued this matter relentlessly for 5 long years. Now, Lin Shui sought to resolve the issue with mere money? Not a chance. Heroine, please calm your anger. A life once lost cannot be regained. Why not look to the future? Lin Shui desperately urged Shui Hongxia. Look to the future? I shall not be so foolish. Shui Hongxia shouted in wrath, then seized her red tassel spear and thrust it forward. With a sickening sound, the spear pierced Lin Shui's chest. Lin Shui could scarcely fathom that he would lose his life due to a mistake made 5 years prior. Afterward, Shui Hongxia kicked his lifeless body aside. retracting her spear and casting a glance at the crowd. What of Lu Zhenfeng? They too were complicit in the events of that year. Come forth. Shui Hongxiao bellowed. Fifth senior sister, Lu Zhenfeng, is at the Lu residence, Li Mu quickly informed her. Thank you, junior brother. Let us save the pleasantries until after I have exacted my revenge. Shui Hongxiao replied, cupping her hands in gratitude before leaping away swiftly. Li Mu's lips twitched. Indeed, this fifth senior sister was a force to be reckoned with. She arrived and departed with such speed. Furthermore, no one dared intervene during her execution of Lin Shui. Now that Lin Shui is dead, I shall not linger. When we meet again, it shall not be under such peaceful circumstances, Xian Yuansu remarked coldly, casting a glance at Lu Hui. Indeed, Li Mu concurred, for the third elder of the Xian Yuan clan was in charge of the Yulong Zhenren, and he was certain he would confront him again. However, by that time, Xian Yuansu would surely meet his demise. Humph. Xian Yuansu sneered disdainfully at Li Mu, unaware of his true identity, mistaking him for merely Lu Hui's subordinate, and thus dismissing him entirely. Subsequently, Xian Yuansu leaped away from the enforcement team. At this moment, Zhao Yuhui approached Li Mu, saying, Ahem, it appears I owe you a debt of gratitude. After all, Li Mu had sent him to eliminate Lin Shui, only for Lin Shui to perish at the hands of Shui Hongxiao, rendering his efforts futile. Master Zhao, do not mention it. Since you are here, consider our debt settled. Perhaps we shall have opportunities to collaborate in the future. Li Mu replied. Li Mu, if you insist on saying that, I actually have an opportunity for us to work together. Zhao Yuhui suddenly exclaimed with a grin. Oh, what opportunity? Have you ever heard of the Forbidden Grounds in Jiangdong Province? Zhao Yuhui inquired. The Forbidden Grounds in Jiangdong Province? Li Mu was taken aback. This was the first he had heard of it. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name, Zhang Mingyao furrowed her brows and cautioned, Junior brother, do not listen to his nonsense. There is no such forbidden grounds in Jiangdong Province. Lu Hui hesitated for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further. However, Li Mu was intrigued, sensing that this forbidden area in Jiangdong Province held some allure. Oh, pray tell, what kind of place is this forbidden land? Li Mu inquired. Little junior brother, you would do well to refrain from probing. Zhang Mingyao quickly cautioned, for this forbidden land was no ordinary place. Third senior sister, are you familiar with this location? Li Mu asked. Little junior brother, just heed my advice and do not inquire further. I have no intention of causing you harm. Zhang Mingyao replied, casting an annoyed glance at Li Mu. Li Mu was fully aware that Zhang Mingyao meant him no malice, but given that it was a forbidden land, it was evident that it housed something significant. Otherwise, it would not bear such a designation. Then I shall take my leave, Zhao Yuhui sighed, clearly recognizing Zhang Mingyao's considerable influence over Li Mu. Since Zhang Mingyao had advised against Li Mu's inquiries, he too resolved to remain silent. Yet, Li Mu smiled and said, Head of the Zhao family, there is no haste. Do share what you know. Are you certain? I am indeed. Please elucidate the nature of this place. And I shall decide whether to venture forth, Li Mu responded. Very well, Zhao Yuhui replied with an awkward smile. Before continuing, the territory of Jiangdong Province is not extensive, nor does it boast formidable experts. The highest cultivation level is merely at the true element realm. However, there exists a location that attracts even those of the divine travel realm and the transcendent realm. Oh, even the divine travel realm and transcendent realm are drawn to it? Li Mu was taken aback, astonished that such a place existed, one he had never heard of before. Indeed, this place is known as the Forbidden Land of Yinfeng Ridge in Jiangdong Province, Zhao Yuhui explained. Yinfeng Ridge. It sounds intriguing. What makes it a forbidden land? To the extent that even those of the divine travel and transcendent realms are eager to enter? Li Mu queried. It is perilous within, and the level of danger is irrespective of the strength of the entrance. In other words, the survival probability remains constant regardless of one's cultivation level. There have been instances where powerful transcendent beings entered, never to return, while at times, a mere chi manipulation realm practitioner emerged unscathed. According to those who survived, the key within Yinfeng Ridge lies in one's willpower. Willpower? Indeed, willpower. However, those who return all seem unable to recall the specifics of their experiences. They only know that a sufficiently strong will is essential for survival. Hence, so many are drawn to it. Yet due to the high mortality rate, it has earned the title of Forbidden Land, Zhao Yuhui elaborated. Oh, if that is the case, why do you seek to collaborate with me? Surely you could venture there alone? Li Mu questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. Zhang Mingyao interjected. Little junior brother, he no longer has the opportunity to enter. Oh, and why is that? Li Mu was taken aback, having thought it was a forbidden land accessible to all. Because Yinfeng Ridge has entry requirements. The criterion is that one must be a male under the age of 30. Zhang Mingyao stated. Males under 30? Such an odd stipulation. Li Mu was at a loss for words. He had heard of many peculiar places in the celestial domain, but never had he encountered such an unusual condition. Indeed, this is a conclusion drawn from the experiences of countless predecessors. Zhang Mingyao affirmed. Are you suggesting that I should enter? Li Mu turned his gaze toward Zhao Yuhui. Indeed. I mention this with the intention of urging you to assist Zhao Xiaotian, who lacks physical training. I hope he can venture into Yinfeng Ridge for some experience. As you have noted, that place is forbidden. Even those at the divine travel and extraordinary realms risk perishing there. He is merely at the Qi control realm. And I cannot guarantee his safety, Li Mu remarked. Do not worry. I merely wish for you to impart some wisdom. If he fails to return, that is his fate. Zhao Yuhui chuckled casually. He certainly did not wish for Zhao Xiaotian to take such risks. However, he, being of advanced age, could no longer forge ahead. Thus, he placed all his hopes on Zhao Xiaotian. Only through trials in a place like Yinfeng Ridge could Zhao Xiaotian potentially inherit his legacy. Junior brother, I have shared with you the circumstances surrounding Yinfeng Ridge. Still, I hope you refrain from going, especially since matters concerning the Xianyuan family remain unresolved. Zhang Mingyao advised. If the junior brother wishes to go, then let him. Do you not know his temperament? Can he be deterred? At that moment, a cheerful voice interjected. Fifth junior sister, how can you say such things? Zhang Mingyao glared at Xue Hongxia with irritation. A man's ambition lies beyond the horizon. If he dares not enter a mere forbidden area, how can our junior brother traverse the magnificent landscapes of Longhua? Xue Hongxia replied with a smile. But why? Now that you are in a relationship with him, you hesitate to let him take risks? Third junior sister, this is unacceptable. Xue Hongxia playfully draped her arm over Zhang Mingyao's shoulder, grinning widely. Fifth junior sister, what are you talking about? Zhang Mingyao's face flushed suddenly, and she shot a disapproving glance at Xue Hongxia. What am I saying? Third junior sister, do not forget that we are all disciples of the master. Though my medical skills may not match yours, I am no novice. Can I not discern that you are no longer a maiden? As Xue Hongxia attempted to continue, Zhang Mingyao swiftly covered her mouth, insisting that the conversation must not proceed, lest she truly wished to vanish into the earth. You insolent girl, should you continue to babble, I shall tear your mouth apart. Zhang Mingyao retorted irritably. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Xue Hongxia had surpassed the true element realm, yet Zhang Mingyao threatened to tear her apart. Remarkably, Xue Hongxia appeared unfazed, even cooperating with Zhang Mingyao. Are masters typically so easygoing? Or do they share a strong bond? Enough, enough. I shall cease my words. Is that agreeable? Xue Hongxia glared at Zhang Mingyao, then tidied her attire, tossing the red spear into her storage ring. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. They all understood that to utilize a storage ring, one must possess at least the extraordinary realm of cultivation. This indicated that this young woman, barely in her 20s, was indeed at least an expert of the extraordinary realm. How extraordinary! Xue Hongxia approached Li Mu, smiling. Junior brother, after these years apart, you have grown stronger and more handsome. Even I, fifth junior sister, find myself rather fond of you. Ahem, fifth junior sister, you too have become more beautiful and well endowed. Li Mu remarked with a hint of amusement as he glanced at Xue Hongxia's figure. Tisk, it's no wonder that the third senior sister has fallen for you. Your silver tongue is truly captivating. As Xue Hongxia chuckled, a delicate blush graced her cheeks. Lu Hui and the others stood in stunned silence, having just witnessed her fiercely confront Lin Shui, yet now she appeared as bashful as a bride. Is this truly the same person? Fifth senior sister, let us put that aside for now. Do you believe I should venture to Yinfeng Ridge? Li Mu swiftly shifted the topic, fearing that the conversation might lead to the fifth senior sister's playful antics. When he first arrived in the celestial domain, it was she who had most often teased him. After all, her boisterous personality often led her to playfully torment him. Junior brother, your talent is remarkable, yet having remained in the celestial domain without facing any true crises. You are akin to a flower that has never weathered a storm. It cannot grow. Xue Hongxia remarked. But my brother is already so formidable. I do not wish for him to take risks. Li Qianqian interjected, grasping Li Mu's wrist. Formidable? Perhaps in Jiangdong province, or even in the Dragon Kingdom. He may be considered a master, yet in the grand scheme of the world, there are countless experts, and in the eyes of some, I am even less than an ant. Shui Hongxiao sighed. What? How is that possible? Zhao Yuhui exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. She could wield a storage ring, which indicated she was at least a transcendent-level expert. How could such a powerful individual be regarded as lesser than an ant in the eyes of some? What sort of strength must these individuals possess? Do not find this hard to believe. Do you think that in your eyes, being transcendent is the pinnacle? Shui Hongxiao queried. The group exchanged glances, perplexed. Was it not so? Was not being transcendent already beyond mortal comprehension, if not the most formidable? To tell you the truth, the so-called transcendent is not even qualified to meet those great figures. Shui Hongxiao said with a bitter smile. What? At this, the others were even more bewildered. Not even being transcendent was sufficient? How powerful must one be? However, fifth senior sister, Yinfeng Ridge is still too perilous. Junior brother cannot afford to take such risks. Zhang Mingyao protested. Third senior sister, junior brother is no longer the inexperienced lad he once was. He has matured, as you have already experienced. Shui Hongxiao retorted. Zhang Mingyao paused, then quickly blushed in realization. Fifth senior sister, what are you saying? Li Mu's lips twitched at her unexpected boldness. The fifth senior sister certainly had a knack for innuendo, and with a rather swift pace. When Master was still with us, he remarked that junior brother is destined to stand among the dragons and phoenixes of this world, and that experiencing some danger would ultimately benefit him. Shui Hongxiao continued. Master. The mention of Master brought forth a vivid image in Li Mu's mind, a visage of unparalleled beauty, regrettably one he would never see again. Junior brother. Were it not for the fact that Yinfeng Ridge only permits men to enter, I would gladly accompany you for protection. It seems that you must venture there alone. Shui Hongxiao stated. Thank you for your kind intentions, fifth senior sister. I shall manage on my own. Li Mu nodded. Since the fifth senior sister had expressed her sentiments, he felt compelled to journey to Yinfeng Ridge. By the way, fifth senior sister, what are your current plans? Li Mu, filled with curiosity, inquired. For it was evident that Su H. Engxi had departed from the Tianyu due to the disappearance of her kin. Now that her relatives had perished and her enemies vanquished, only her mentor remained in the Tianyu. Junior brother, now that the third senior sister belongs to you, would you mind taking me in as well? Su H. Engxi approached Li Mu, her unique fragrance enveloping him, causing his heart to race. The fifth senior sister was as carefree as ever. Ahem, fifth senior sister. You are always welcome here, Li Mu replied. Humph. Your hesitation betrays your sincerity. It seems that with them around, you no longer cherish me. Su H. Engxi shot a glare at Li Mu and gestured towards Zhou Qingyuan and the others. Ahem, fifth senior sister, you misunderstand. I am Li Qianqian, and he is my brother. I am not his woman. However, I do believe you would make a splendid sister-in-law, considering your beauty and prowess. Li Qianqian interjected hastily. Your tongue is as sharp as junior brother's. But I was merely jesting. I have matters to attend to and shall depart shortly, Su H. Engxi remarked. Wait, you are leaving so soon? Li Mu was taken aback, a sense of reluctance stirring within him. Junior brother, aside from searching for my family, I have been preoccupied with various matters in the capital. Once I have resolved everything, I shall return to find you, Su H. Engxi explained. Very well. Li Mu conceded helplessly. Before you go, may I have a hug? Su H. Engxi smiled, opening her arms wide. Li Mu, not one to hesitate, embraced her warmly. In that moment, he experienced what it felt like to be struck by an unstoppable force. Yet, this embrace was quite comforting, astonishingly. The pure Yang Dao Ju within him began to operate autonomously. This sensation mirrored the profound exchanges he had with Zhou Qingyuan. It indicated that the extreme Yin energy within Su H. Engxi was far more potent than that of Zhou Qingyuan or even Zhang Mingyao. Junior brother, no? The time has not yet come. Su H. Engxi seemed to perceive Li Mu's thoughts, pressing a finger gently against his lips, her voice laced with tenderness. Fifth senior sister. Enough. I know what you are thinking. When the time is right, I will seek you out. Su H. Engxi smiled enchantingly, and then released Li Mu. Very well. Until we meet again, Li Mu said. Su H. Engxi nodded and, with a graceful leap, departed using her true essence. Impressive. Observing Su H. Engxi's retreating figure, Li Qianqian, Ji Xiaoya, and Zhou Qingyuan wore expressions of envy. After all, the ability to soar through the skies was something they believed they could never attain. Do not fret. I shall concoct some elixirs for you. While you may not possess the strength of fifth senior sister, You will certainly be able to fly freely in the future. Li Mu assured them. Really? Ji Xiaoya gazed at Li Mu with wide-eyed amazement. Of course. When my brother first came to find me, I was frail and weak, hardly able to lift a finger. Yet now I possess the strength of the Qi and blood realm, so I have faith in my brother's capabilities. Li Qianqian declared. Well then, I shall not impose any longer. Farewell. Lu Hui stepped forward, marking the beginning of a moment of solitude between Li Mu and the others. His presence would merely serve as an unwelcome distraction. Zhao Yuhui remarked, Li Mu, take some time to rest. In a few days, I will have Xiao Tian take you to Yin Fengling. I shall entrust you with that. All right. Li Mu nodded in agreement. Though he hesitated to assure Xiao Tian's safe return, fully aware of the perils that Yin Fengling harbored. After their departure, Li Qianqian turned her curious gaze towards Zhang Mingyao and said, Sister-in-law, I have a question. You impudent girl, refrain from calling me sister-in-law. I am his third senior sister. Zhang Mingyao replied, somewhat irked. Even if you are the third senior sister, it doesn't hinder you from being my sister-in-law. Li Qianqian chuckled. Zhang Mingyao, exasperated, felt her cheeks flush at the thought of her intimate moments with Li Mu. Enough of that. What is your question? Zhang Mingyao inquired. Sister-in-law? You are my brother's third senior sister, while Shui Hongxia is his fifth senior sister, which means you entered the sect before her, correct? Li Qianqian questioned. Yes. So what of it? Then why is she more formidable than you? Li Qianqian asked, her curiosity piqued. The atmosphere grew tense, and even Li Mu's lips twitched in response. Qianqian, hurry and prepare dinner. Li Mu quickly intervened, aware that Zhang Mingyao's strengths had never lied in cultivation. Otherwise, she would not have yet attained the Yujing realm. Li Qianqian's inquiry placed Zhang Mingyao in an awkward position. Taking a deep breath, she finally replied, It's all right. Qianqian considers me family, which is why she poses such questions. Sister-in-law, I, Li Qianqian, also feel a bit embarrassed. Actually, before our junior brother arrived, we had a total of 7 senior sisters. Zhang Mingyao sat down and spoke softly. 7 senior sisters? The others were taken aback, which meant that along with Zhang Mingyao and Shui Hongxia, Li Mu had 5 more. How fortunate. Indeed, I have 7 senior sisters in total, and our ranks are determined by the order of our entry into the sect. I was the third to join, thus my position. She continued, however, our ages are quite similar, and our strengths vary considerably. Strengths? Yes, for instance, the eldest sister excels in alchemy. Her skills are undoubtedly among the finest in the Dragon Kingdom. The second sister possesses unparalleled calligraphy skills. The fifth junior sister's cultivation is akin to that of a rocket, while the seventh junior sister has a business acumen that is unmatched. Zhang Mingyao elaborated. I see. Li Qianqian and the others finally understood. It appeared that their rankings bore no relation to their abilities, which were solely contingent upon the timing of their entry into the sect. This also clarified why Zhang Mingyao's prowess did not surpass that of her junior sisters. By the way, sister-in-law, you rank 3rd. What is your forte? Surely, it isn't merely caring for my brother? Li Qianqian inquired. You. Zhang Mingyao shot Li Qianqian an annoyed glance. Qianqian, enough of that. Li Mu interjected, delivering a playful tap to Li Qianqian's forehead, causing her to shiver in pain. Brother, you are already protecting sister-in-law. I shall not play with you any longer. Li Qianqian shot a glare at Li Mu before departing with Ji Xiaoya and Zhou Qingyuan. Once they had left, Li Mu awkwardly turned to Zhang Mingyao and remarked, Third senior sister, please do not take Qianqian's immaturity to heart. Ah, little junior brother, in truth. Qianqian's words carry some weight. Among our 7 sisters, I possess the least talent, Zhang Mingyao sighed. Third senior sister, do not speak so harshly. Is it not true? The first senior sister's alchemy skills are unparalleled. The second senior sister's calligraphy reaches extraordinary heights, and the fifth junior sister's combat prowess is exceptional. As for me, my only distinction lies in my early entry into the sect. Had I joined later, I might not have qualified at all, Zhang Mingyao lamented with a bitter smile. Third senior sister, your greatest asset is your beauty, Li Mu stated earnestly, gazing intently at Zhang Mingyao. Little junior brother, she replied, ever since I joined the heavenly domain, your meticulous care has been unwavering. Without your support, I would not be where I am today. Moreover, once I left the heavenly domain, you took it upon yourself to handle so many matters for me. Perhaps you lack the capabilities of the other sisters, but to me, you are the most beautiful and capable. Li Mu cupped Zhang Mingyao's face and spoke gently. The more she heard, the redder her face became. She was unaware of her significance in Li Mu's heart. Little junior brother, you must be teasing me, Zhang Mingyao said, lowering her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Why would I deceive you? If you wish, I can swear an oath. Li Mu declared, preparing to do so, only to be enveloped in Zhang Mingyao's embrace. Little junior brother, no need for oaths. I believe you, she whispered, leaning closer to his ear. This proximity ignited the Pure Yang Taoist technique within Li Mu, causing his Pure Yang body to stir restlessly. Coupled with Zhang Mingyao's extreme nature, they embraced even tighter. Just as they were enveloped in their intimate moment, an elderly man arrived in the provincial city. Have you gathered the information? The old man inquired coldly, seated at a table. Manager Wang, we have confirmed that Li Mu resides in Xishan. His subordinate replied with utmost respect. Oh, quite bold indeed. To personally call the Tang family and now reside in Xishan without a care for us. The old man smirked coldly. Manager Wang, this young man possesses some skill. The subordinate promptly recounted the events surrounding Li Mu's arrival in the provincial city. Upon analysis, the old man concluded, so he leveraged Lu Jinfeng's actions to expose Lin Shui, forcing the Xianyuan family to pay a hefty price for Lin Shui's rescue, only for Lin Shui to end up dead? Indeed. But it was not he who killed Lin Shui. It was one of his senior sisters, whose strength may very well be extraordinary. Extraordinary? The old man was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Mu had a senior sister of such caliber. However, upon reflection, it made sense. How could Li Mu have the audacity to kill Tang Xiaobai and provoke the Tang family without significant backing? Is his senior sister still in the provincial city? The old man inquired. Actually, she left on the same day. That is well and good. As long as the experts of the transcendent realm are absent, he shall not be my adversary. The old man chuckled coldly. Manager Wang, when shall we take action? There is no rush. I wish to prepare a surprise for him. The old man grinned, for after all, Li Mu had slain Tang Xiaobai, and it would not merely be a simple act of killing Li Mu in return. Anyone daring to oppose the Tang family would find Li Mu's demise to be quite a spectacle. Is it truly Yi Pin Tianxia? Has he committed so many deeds? Upon hearing his subordinate's report, the person in charge, Yang Chao, was somewhat astonished. Previously, he had been in seclusion, rendering him incapable of avenging Yi Pin Tianxia's significant losses at the hands of Li Mu. Yet, upon his emergence, he was informed of the destruction of the Ji family, the obliteration of the Lin family, and the reshuffling of power within the provincial city. Captain, he effortlessly subdued Lin Shui. Thus, Li Mu's strength may indeed be at the pinnacle of the true origin realm, or perhaps even beyond, his subordinate remarked. At the pinnacle of the true origin realm? Perhaps even higher? That is easily resolved. In a few days, we shall ascertain his capabilities. Regardless of how formidable he may be, anyone who dares to oppose Yi Pin Tianxia will meet a grim fate. Yang Chao scoffed. Testing? How shall we test him? Surpassing the true origin realm implies he has entered the divine wanderer realm. Experts of the divine wanderer realm can traverse the realms at night, enveloping their spirits with true origin. Once the divine wanderer experts from headquarters arrive, we shall naturally conduct our investigation. Yang Chao explained. Experts from headquarters are coming? His subordinate was quite excited, for he had never witnessed a master of the divine wanderer realm. Meanwhile, at the Tang family, Yi Pin Tianxia was stirring restlessly, yet Li Mu remained utterly unconcerned. He was aware that these two forces would inevitably seek to trouble him, but he paid them no heed. After covering Zhang Mingyao with a blanket, he made his way to the starry pavilion. Little brother, it has been a long time. Qianfeng greeted Li Mu with great enthusiasm. After all, the last time the starry pavilion had utilized Li Mu's rejuvenating pills, it had significantly enhanced their presence, elevating Qianfeng's status within the headquarters. All right, I shall not waste words. During my first visit to your starry pavilion, I heard you are in search of an alchemist to concoct a certain pill that, while not of high grade, possesses great difficulty in its preparation? Li Mu inquired. You came for this matter? Qianfeng was taken aback, but his enthusiasm quickly intensified. This issue had been announced at all branches of the starry pavilion, yet no alchemist had offered assistance. If Li Mu could lend his aid, it would be splendid. Indeed, I can assist you in concocting this pill, but you must do me a favor in return, Li Mu stated. What favor? Qianfeng hesitated to agree immediately, for Li Mu had previously been capable of concocting pills, yet had not come to aid the starry pavilion. Thus, this favor of Li Mu's was surely not simple. Let us discuss it after I have finished the concoction. First, present the name of the pill and the required herbs. I shall begin the preparation now, Li Mu declared. Now you wish to begin? Qian Feng was somewhat bewildered. Li Mu was indeed remarkably decisive. I have little time. If you do not desire my assistance, then it matters not. Li Mu replied impatiently, for he would soon be heading to Yinfeng Ridge, and thereafter, he would have no time for alchemy. Of course, we would not refuse. I immediately instructed someone to prepare the medicinal herbs, and now allow me to introduce this elixir to you. Qian Feng hastily led Li Mu to the attic. Subsequently, Qian Feng elaborated on the elixir, known as the Baiyu Dan, which serves as an antidote. However, this particular elixir is effective solely against the Baiyu toxin, exhibiting no resistance to other poisons. Furthermore, the complexity of concocting this elixir is exceedingly high. It is virtually impossible for an alchemist below the realm of Shun Yu to succeed. For this reason, the Baiyu Dan is rarely crafted. The Baiyu toxin? It is an exceedingly rare poison, extracted from the ancient ice silkworm found in frigid lands, requiring the assistance of numerous precious herbs to produce. Since the Baiyu Dan is seldom crafted, both the elixir and the toxin are seldom encountered, Li Mu remarked. Upon hearing Li Mu casually describe the method of crafting Baiyu Dan, Qian Feng realized that Li Mu must be an adept. It seemed there was hope for the Baiyu Dan. Indeed, the Baiyu Dan necessitates at least the cultivation of Xinyu. And if one's alchemical skills are too advanced, they may ironically fail to concoct the Baiyu Dan, resulting in its near extinction within the Dragon Kingdom. However, Qian Feng intended to say more, but he swallowed his words after a moment. Li Mu did not press further. He understood that some prominent figures within the Xingqian Pavilion had likely succumbed to the Baiyu toxin and required the Baiyu Dan as an antidote. Yet, due to confidentiality, this could not be disclosed. Nevertheless, Li Mu was uninterested in such matters. He merely sought to broker a transaction with the Xingqian Pavilion. Very well. I am indifferent to the uses of your Baiyu Dan. I shall concoct it for you, and in return, you may assist me with a favor. And we shall be even. Li Mu smiled serenely, then produced the alchemical furnace. Moments later, the staff of the Xingqian Pavilion brought forth the necessary herbs for crafting the Baiyu Dan. Li Mu then commenced the alchemical process. The procedure bore little difference from that of crafting the Buyuan Dan. Yet Li Mu's speed was notably swifter. With his experience from concocting the Buyuan Dan, many steps became more proficient, allowing him to complete the Baiyu Dan in less than a day. Is it done already? Qian Feng gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. Having expected him to toil for several days and nights, yet here he had accomplished it in a mere day. What else could I have done? Li Mu replied with a calm smile, tossing a Baiyu Dan to Qian Feng. It truly is the Baiyu Dan. Upon catching the elixir tossed by Li Mu, Qian Feng couldn't help but lick his lips. Their Xingqian Pavilion had searched for it for over half a year, yet Li Mu had completed it in a single day? Quite astonishing. After a moment of exhilaration, he hesitated to accept the Baiyu Dan and spoke. Young brother, the Baiyu Dan is immensely challenging to craft. The favor you seek from us must also be substantial, correct? This favor is both simple and complex. Li Mu chuckled. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you know the third elder of the Xinyuan family? Li Mu inquired. The Xinyuan family, third elder? Qian Feng furrowed his brow. Li Mu had previously asked him if he was aware of the Xinyuan family. He had already informed Qian Feng of their formidable reputation. Yet Li Mu was still probing for information about the Xinyuan family? Could it be that Li Mu wished for the Xingqian Pavilion to assist in dealing with the Xinyuan family? With merely a white jade pill in hand, he dared not take this matter lightly. What? Are you not familiar with him? Li Mu inquired. Of course, I am acquainted. This third elder is named Xinyuan Zend, a prominent figure within the Xinyuan clan, and a master of the divine wanderer realm. Young brother, I understand that you may possess extraordinary strength. Yet the chasm between the divine wanderer and the extraordinary realms is not negligible. Moreover, Xinyuan Zend is formidable. Please do not act foolishly. Qian Feng hastily cautioned Li Mu. After all, Li Mu, at such a tender age, was capable of refining a pill of this caliber. If he were to develop properly, his alchemical skills could reach unparalleled heights. However, should he insist on opposing the Xinyuan family, the consequences could be dire. Leave that to me. I shall not require your assistance from the Starry Pavilion to confront the Xinyuan family. I merely ask that you find an opportunity to lure Xinyuan Zend out of the capital. Ideally, we should draw him to Jiangdong province. Beyond that, you need not concern yourselves, Li Mu stated. Just to lure Xinyuan Zend out? No other demands? Qian Feng was taken aback. having initially believed that Li Mu sought their help to confront the Xianyuan family directly. Instead, he only required their assistance in drawing Xianyuan Zend out. This task was not overly challenging, as the Starry Pavilion, with its capabilities, could easily concoct a pretext to discreetly escort Xianyuan Zend away from the capital. With this single request, should you agree, the white jade pill shall be yours. If you decline, consider my visit today as if it never occurred, Li Mu declared. I shall consult with my superiors. Qian Feng frowned, for this matter involved opposing the Xianyuan family, though it was merely a matter of luring him out. If the Xianyuan family pursued the matter, they would undoubtedly uncover traces. Thus, he needed to seek approval from headquarters. Immediately, Qian Feng contacted headquarters, receiving the response to proceed without hesitation in acquiescing to Li Mu's request. The white jade pill was of paramount importance to the Starry Pavilion. As for luring Xianyuan Zend, it was a trivial task. Oh, your headquarters agreed without a hint of hesitation? Li Mu pondered, perplexed. Was the Xianyuan family not formidable? How could the Starry Pavilion so readily comply with his terms? Or perhaps Xianyuan Zend's standing within the clan was not as elevated as presumed. Young brother, your alchemical skills are exceptional. Perhaps you should consider joining our Starry Pavilion. Qian Feng swiftly attempted to recruit him. Joining the Starry Pavilion is unnecessary. I have matters to attend to, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. He had no interest in joining another sect. After all, he still had his master's legacy. Even though his master had passed, leaving behind a mistress and 7 senior sisters. How could he possibly join another faction? Very well, Qian Feng did not press further. Recognizing that even if he could not recruit such a talent, having someone of Li Mu's caliber associated with the Starry Pavilion would undoubtedly bring benefits without drawbacks. The following day, Zhao Yuhui, accompanied by Zhao Xiaotian, sought out Li Mu, for today marked the optimal time to venture into Yinfeng Ridge. You must exercise utmost caution. Little junior brother, if danger arises, prioritize your safety, Zhang Mingyao advised. Rest assured, third senior sister, I am well aware of my limits. Li Mu replied with a slight smile, preparing to depart. Li Qianqian leaped into Li Mu's embrace, a hint of concern etched on her face. Brother, you must return safely. Foolish girl, I'm merely embarking on an adventure, not venturing into a realm of peril. What is there to worry about? Li Mu gently ruffled her hair. It's because I care about you, Li Qianqian replied, rubbing her nose, feeling a pang of sorrow. Be cautious, brother, urged Ji Xiaoya, her voice laced with worry. Rest assured, I am aware. Li Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Young master, go without concern, I shall protect them. No one shall harm them while I am here. Nangong Yu declared confidently, her chest puffed out. As a peak expert in the realm of divine travel, she was nearly invincible in Jiangdong province. With her presence, it was indeed improbable for anyone to threaten Li Qianqian and the others. Stay safe. Zhou Qingyuan cast a glance at Li Mu, her eyes holding a complexity of emotions, as if there were unspoken words lingering on her lips, yet she swallowed them back. Li Mu nodded, recognizing the subtle shift in his relationship with Zhou Qingyuan over the past 2 months. Where it would ultimately lead, he could not ascertain. However, it was evident that she was getting along well with Li Qianqian and the others. Brotherly, you are truly fortunate to be surrounded by such exquisite beauties. After leaving the Shishan villa, Zhao Xiaotian gazed at Li Mu with envy. Each of those women was a paragon of beauty, and here Li Mu was, blessed with 5. What are you daydreaming about? Today we are heading to Yinfeng Ridge. Zhao Yuhui scolded, delivering a playful kick to Zhao Xiaotian. Father, I understand. Zhao Xiaotian pouted, refraining from saying anything further. Before long, the trio arrived at the foot of Yinfeng Ridge. Gazing at the towering mountain that seemed to touch the clouds, Li Mu furrowed his brow. Is this truly Yinfeng Ridge? He inquired. Indeed, this is Yinfeng Ridge. Since it is a mountain, can we not simply fly up? Li Mu asked, puzzled. After all, upon reaching the realm of flight, one could traverse short distances through the air. Li Mu, we once thought the same. But this Yinfeng Ridge is peculiar. No matter how strong one's true essence may be, flight is impossible here. It seems as though the miasma can decompose true essence. Even those of the extraordinary realm cannot ascend beyond a few meters before plummeting back down, Zhao Yuhui explained. Oh, how remarkable. Li Mu was taken aback, and with a swift motion of his hand, he unleashed a surge of true essence. The essence soared into the air, transforming into a blade of energy that cleaved toward the fog above. Normally, such a strike would leave a scar of several dozen meters in length. Yet, As Li Mu's sword energy met the miasma, it was gradually consumed, dissipating entirely after traveling just a few meters. What an enigmatic miasma, Li Mu marveled. The ability to silently decompose true essence meant that within this realm, those proficient in true essence would find their advantages diminished. Many techniques required true essence to execute. If they vanished after merely a few meters, one's combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. Within the enigmatic confines of Yinfeng Ridge, possessing a robust physical form indeed confers significant advantages. The noxious mists here not only have the capacity to decompose true essence, but also inflict harm upon the soul. It was once recounted that a formidable being of extraordinary caliber, under the cover of night, endeavored to probe the secrets lurking deep within Yinfeng Ridge using their spirit, only to suffer grievous damage to their soul, ultimately rendered a mere shell of existence. Zhao Yuhui continued, an extraordinary being transformed into a mere shell? This Yinfeng Ridge is becoming increasingly ominous. Nevertheless, Li Mu refrained from unleashing his spirit, as it was broad daylight, and he harbored uncertainties regarding his spirit's ability to wander in the light of day. Thus, even a being of saintly realm venturing into Yinfeng Ridge could only rely on their physical prowess, and the perils within were not overly abundant. Survival bore little correlation to one's might, Zhao Yuhui remarked. My curiosity only deepens, Li Mu chuckled. By the way, we ascended to the skies for a reconnaissance and discovered that Yinfeng Ridge is shrouded in mist for hundreds of kilometers, rendering its true appearance a mystery. The scant knowledge of its terrain is gleaned solely from the accounts of those fortunate enough to emerge unscathed, Zhao Yuhui elucidated. How intriguing. As soon as Li Mu's words fell, a gust of ominous wind swept through. The mists at the entrance parted to reveal a gap. Now is the perfect moment to enter. Once inside, Xiaotian, you must closely follow Li Mu, understood? Zhao Yuhui advised. Understood. Zhao Xiaotian nodded before trailing closely behind Li Mu. As Li Mu strode towards Yinfeng Ridge, he sensed an increasing pressure upon his soul. As if his internal essence were being stifled, an unsettling chill creeping along his spine. By the way, brotherly, we may encounter others once inside, Zhao Xiaotian remarked. Others? Wasn't it deserted outside just moments ago? Li Mu inquired. Brotherly, the Yinfeng Ridge spans hundreds of kilometers, crossing Jiangdong Province, Lingnan Province, and Yujing Province, with numerous entrances scattered across other locales. Though the chances of encountering others remain slim, Zhao Xiaotian explained. Li Mu's understanding dawned. Indeed, with such vastness, there must be several entrances within the outer expanse of 1,000 kilometers. Despite the inherent dangers, the eerie allure of the unknown would inevitably draw individuals into its depths, some willing to embrace their demise. Brotherly, look ahead. Zhao Xiaotian suddenly pointed. Li Mu turned to see a thick mist drifting toward them. He furrowed his brow. For upon entering Yinfeng Ridge, they had been enveloped in fog, yet this particular mass of mist was distinctly more concentrated. What could be the nature of this phenomenon? As the mist drew near, Li Mu was suddenly struck by a force that rendered his spirit immobilized. When he attempted to warn Zhao Xiaotian, he found him frozen in place, as if his spirit had been subdued. Such formidable power. Li Mu furrowed his brow, although he was uncertain of his spirit's strength. It was certainly not feeble. Yet, if his spirit was rendered motionless by this overwhelming force, then Zhao Xiaotian's spirit would undoubtedly fare even worse. Yet in the next moment, Zhao Xiaotian stirred slightly, then resumed his demeanor as if nothing had occurred. Have you regained your composure? Li Mu inquired. His gaze filled with skepticism as he observed Zhao Xiaotian. This individual was merely at the qi manipulation stage. Logically, his spirit should be quite feeble. How could he recover his wits so swiftly? Brotherly, did my father not mention that in this place, the stronger one's abilities, the greater the potential dangers faced? As I am only at the qi manipulation stage, the pressure from this mist upon my spirit is not overwhelming, allowing me to regain my senses quickly. Yet, given your formidable strength, one would expect you to endure considerable pressure, and yet you awakened even earlier than I. Truly, your prowess is unfathomable. Zhao Xiaotian exclaimed, astonished. Unfathomable? Li Mu shook his head, pondering whether he could divulge that his spirit had only been capable of wandering freely for a mere few days. By the way, brotherly, let us proceed, Zhao Xiaotian suggested. Li Mu chose not to linger on his thoughts and led Zhao Xiaotian deeper into the mist. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a ferocious roar erupted from the depths of the fog. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long cheetah burst forth, charging directly at them. Seeking death, Li Mu's expression darkened. How dare a wild beast assail them? Such audacity was truly remarkable. With that, Li Mu formed his fingers into a sword, channeling his true essence into a blade of energy that struck toward the cheetah. However, before the sword energy could reach its target, it was dissipated by the surrounding mist. Brotherly, in the Yinfeng Ridge, true essence is ineffective. Zhao Xiaodian hurriedly clarified. Since true essence is futile, let us resort to brute strength. Li Mu, undeterred, unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The cheetah's paw collided with Li Mu's fist, the tremendous force propelling Li Mu several meters back. The cheetah, too, was sent flying, landing dozens of meters away, gazing back at Li Mu in astonishment. Impressive, Zhao Xiaodian marveled. It was evident that this cheetah was no ordinary feline. In terms of sheer physicality, he would have certainly been no match for such a creature. The fact that Li Mu could repel the cheetah with a single punch was astonishing. Just how formidable was Li Mu's physique? Roar! The cheetah, taken aback by Li Mu's strength and recognizing its own inferiority, swiftly turned to flee. Follow it, Li Mu urged, pursuing the cheetah, for as a native beast, it would undoubtedly possess greater familiarity with this terrain. Moreover, that punch had surely inflicted injury upon the creature. In accordance with the instincts of wild animals, an injured beast would seek means of healing, and the most effective remedy would naturally be to consume herbs. This secluded Yinfeng Ridge must be abundant with such flora. Even if they could not uncover the secrets of this place, returning with precious herbs would not render their journey futile. The cheetah, renowned for its speed, darted ahead. Yet Li Mu was not far behind. Were it not for the need to consider Zhao Xiaoyan's safety, he would have already closed the distance. After all, he had been entrusted with this task by Zhao Yuhui, and he could not afford to take it lightly. As anticipated, the cheetah led them through the mist to a patch of grassland. The grassland is adorned with an abundance of grass, most of which is merely inconsequential weeds. However, the cheetah has discovered a pale yellow flower, boasting 7 petals. The petals are yellow, the stamen is red, and the stem is blue. Astonishingly, a tricolor flower. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Mu could not restrain his exclamation, for such a rare flower is seldom seen. Even during his time in the celestial realm, he had only encountered a single specimen that his master had preserved. And yet, here in the Yinfeng Ridge, there are several living specimens. After consuming one of the tricolor flowers, the cheetah's internal injuries were remarkably healed, illustrating the flower's potent medicinal properties. Brotherly, Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly arrived, his speed lagging behind Li Mu's. However, Zhao Xiaotian's voice startled the cheetah, which let out a roar in Li Mu's direction before dashing away. Brotherly, did I cause trouble? Zhao Xiaotian felt a sense of awkwardness. Not at all, Li Mu replied, shaking his head. After all, there were still several tricolor flowers remaining, and as long as he could take them with him, the trip would not be in vain. Thus, he stepped forward to pluck the remaining flowers. Yet, just as Li Mu prepared to depart, a group of individuals suddenly appeared. Kid, those tricolor flowers belong to us. Hand them over, and I might spare your life. The leader spoke with a chilling tone. Oh, they belong to you? Then why are they in my possession? Li Mu inquired. Brotherly, do not act rashly. They are from the Song family of Lingnan province. We cannot provoke them. Zhao Xiaodian quickly urged. Oh, the Song family of Lingnan province? Indeed. Their overall strength surpasses that of our Jiangdong province, and the Song family is a century-old lineage, with their patriarch possessing the prowess of a transcendent being. Zhao Xiaodian elaborated. A transcendent being? I thought that was supposed to be impressive. Li Mu replied, somewhat bemused. Not only he, but even Nangong Yu possessed the pinnacle strength of a transcendent being. If the Song family were to engage in conflict with him, he would not need to intervene. A mere command to Nangong Yu would suffice to obliterate them. Humph, you little brat, do you look down upon our Song family? The youth seethed, his companions glaring at Li Mu with indignation. And if I do? Li Mu retorted coldly, unperturbed. Humph, do you even know where you are? This is Yinfeng Ridge, where true essence is rendered useless. The individuals I've brought are all masters of physical training. While their true essence may be lacking, their physical strength is immensely formidable. I brought them here to uncover the secrets of Yinfeng Ridge. Since you refuse to hand over the tricolor flower, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you and claim the flowers for myself. The youth sneered. You wish to kill me? Li Mu's gaze turned frigid. What of it? I, Song Jia, can kill anyone I desire, and even the heavens cannot save you. The youth declared coldly. It seems you are truly seeking your demise. Li Mu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. Initially, he had no intention of taking a life, but since Songja had chosen this path, he would oblige him. Attack! With a thunderous roar, Songja gestured, and behind him, 7 or 8 skilled fighters lunged towards Li Mu. Protect yourself. Li Mu cautioned Zhao Xiaodian, realizing that in this realm, true essence wielded limited power, and he could not constantly oversee Zhao Xiaodian's safety. Rest assured, brotherly. Zhao Xiaodian nodded, aware that although his strength was limited to the qi manipulation realm, he was not entirely defenseless. While he might not be able to vanquish these foes, it would not be an easy task for them to take his life. Li Mu surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, plunging into the fray. How foolishly overconfident. Songja sneered coldly. This elite group of fighters I have meticulously trained is prepared for the challenges of Yinfeng Ridge, and today, you shall be our test subject. Despite Li Mu's formidable prowess outside, once within the confines of Yinfeng Ridge, even the mightiest techniques and most profound true essence would render themselves impotent. Here, sheer brute strength reigned supreme. As he spoke, 3 men charged toward Li Mu, brandishing their weapons, prepared to strike. The 3 Stooges? Li Mu scoffed, noting that the trio wielded swords and moved in perfect unison, a testament to Songja's careful orchestration. However, he dismissed them as trivial adversaries. His Pure Yang body's greatest asset was not his true essence or techniques, but his physical form. Against such weaklings, they might as well be tickling him. With that, Li Mu unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! One of the swordsmen swung his sword at Li Mu's fist, only for the blade to shatter upon impact. The broken fragments shot forth, piercing the man's chest. Gurgling, he spat blood and fell lifeless to the ground. What? Songja gasped in disbelief, witnessing the supposed elite he had trained crumble so easily before Li Mu. Could he also be a master of physical training? Huh? A master of physical training? Hardly. Li Mu wasted no time, ravaging through the throng like a wolf in a flock of sheep, dispatching each opponent with ease. Within mere moments, the fighters Songja had brought were all slain at Li Mu's hands. Zhao Xiaodian stood in stunned silence. He knew Li Mu was powerful, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming strength. To dispatch so many skilled fighters in less than half a minute was astonishing. What the hell? Who are you? Songja gaped at Li Mu, incredulous. Years of preparation had culminated in this moment, and now, on the very first day within Yinfeng Ridge, his entire cadre was annihilated. How could he hope to seek fortune in this place? Does it matter? Li Mu replied with a cold smile. If this man had not sought to seize his prized tricolor flower, he would have spared him. However, the moment he attempted to rob him, it was clear he was no virtuous soul. Thus, Li Mu felt no compunction in dealing with him. Humph. I am a member of the Song clan. You have wronged me, and you shall find it impossible to navigate the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Songja warned. Not only do I intend to wrong you, but I also plan to end your life. Li Mu retorted with a chilling smile. Kill me? You dare. If you were to kill me, the Song clan would never let you off the hook. Besides, I am not so easily dispatched. Songja sneered. First and foremost, do those who exit Yinfeng Ridge not forget the specifics of what transpires within. Moreover, peril lurks within, where anyone could meet their demise. Who would know that I am the one who ended your life? Furthermore, with your meager skills, you wouldn't even suffice to fill my gaps. Li Mu laughed heartily. How dare you look down upon me? Songja seethed with rage, immediately lunging toward Li Mu. Unaware of your own limitations, Li Mu shook his head. Songja's physique was inferior even to the previous bodyguards. Could he truly contend with him? As Songja charged, Li Mu swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. Smack! Songja received a solid blow, his head spinning a full 360 degrees before it fell to the ground. Had he unleashed his true potential outside, Songja would have been reduced to mere pulp. My goodness! Zhao Xiaodian trembled, astonished by Li Mu's formidable strength. He had dispatched Songja with a single strike. And remarkably, Li Mu's expression remained unfazed. Brotherly, you shouldn't have killed him, Zhao Xiaodian lamented. Oh, why is that? Brotherly. Though those who emerge from Yinfeng Ridge generally forget the events that transpired within, some memories do linger. If the Song family were to investigate, they would inevitably trace it back to you. Zhao Xiaodian warned. Let them investigate. A mere spirit wanderer poses no threat to me. Li Mu dismissed the concern. For the spirit wanderer was of little consequence to him. Zhao Xiaodian was left speechless. A mere spirit wanderer? In Jiangdong province, such a being is considered invincible. Enough. Let us proceed and see if we can encounter other medicinal herbs. Li Mu stated, collecting the 3-colored flower into his storage ring before departing. What? Zhao Xiaotian was momentarily stunned by Li Mu's actions. The ability to utilize a storage ring indicated that Li Mu's prowess was at least that of the transcendent realm. At merely 25 or 26 years of age, he had already attained such a level? It was no wonder Li Mu disregarded the Song family. Setting aside the influence behind Li Mu, his innate talent alone could attract the attention of numerous prominent families and sections. The Song family truly could not afford to provoke Li Mu. Thus, Zhao Xiaotian eagerly followed Li Mu, convinced that as long as he stayed close to him, no misfortune would befall them in Yinfeng Ridge. Shortly after their departure, another group arrived at the scene. An elderly man crouched down to examine the bodies of Song Zhe and his companions, his brow furrowing in concern. These individuals exhibited hardened skin. With muscles and bones honed through years of training, they were undoubtedly formidable fighters. In the outside world, they could at least contend with those at the mastery realm. Within Yinfeng Ridge, even experts of the true essence realm might not match their resilience, the old man assessed. Their physical prowess may even surpass that of true essence realm experts? If I am not mistaken, this one appears to be Song Zhe, the scion of the Song family from Lingnan province. With such status and strength, how could they have been utterly annihilated? A young man in splendid attire questioned, astonished. Not merely annihilated. Judging by their wounds, they were all taken down with a single strike, having had no chance to escape. The one who strikes must either be a true master of martial arts or possess extraordinary cultivation, allowing their physique to be so formidable. The old man remarked, "Oh, it seems there are indeed experts within Yinfeng Ridge. However, this makes it all the more intriguing. I have traveled a great distance from the capital, and it would be rather dull to encounter no challenges at all." The young man chuckled, displaying heightened excitement. "Young master, it is best to exercise caution. Our purpose in coming to Yinfeng Ridge is a serious one," the old man advised. "I am well aware of our mission, yet that does not hinder my pursuit of thrills." The young man replied with a grin. "In any case, I shall remain vigilant and avoid crossing paths with such individuals." The old man sighed, understanding his young master's temperament, as he always sought to challenge geniuses. Thus, the two departed from that place and began their journey deeper into Yinfeng Ridge. At that moment, Li Mu had already led Zhao Xiaotian several kilometers into Yinfeng Ridge, where the dense fog thickened progressively. Earlier, on the outskirts, his true essence could still extend several meters. However, here, the moment his essence left his body, it would be disintegrated by the miasma. Consequently, while on the outside, true essence realm experts could engage from a few meters away. Within this region, their reliance on true essence had vanished. Here, a true essence realm expert might struggle against even a chi movement realm individual. Furthermore, this miasma exerted a significant suppressive effect on the soul. Li Mu had attempted to envelop his soul, but as soon as it emerged, it felt as though it were being torn apart. Thus, within this place, the only viable asset was the physical body. "Zhao Xiaotian, how is your physical condition?" Li Mu inquired. "Though I am merely at the chi control realm, I anticipated coming to Yinfeng Ridge, so I specifically enhanced my physique years ago. My physical strength should be comparable to that of a true essence realm individual. Perhaps not inferior to those you recently dispatched," Zhao Xiaotian replied. "That should suffice for self-defense." Li Mu nodded and subsequently handed a few medicinal pills to Zhao Xiaotian. "Brotherly, these are for healing and calming the mind, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. They may prove vital for your survival," Li Mu stated. After all, the deeper they ventured into Yinfeng Ridge, the greater the danger. He might not have the time to protect Zhao Xiaotian then. "Thank you, brotherly." Zhao Xiaotian was not one to be overly sentimental, as he understood that in times of trouble, Li Mu's priority would be his own safety rather than his. Moreover, he had come to train, not to indulge in leisure. When necessary, one must fight with all their might. Yet, as Li Mu continued deeper with Zhao Xiaotian, he soon realized they seemed to have returned to the starting point, for he encountered the same tree thrice. An illusion? Li Mu furrowed his brow, then closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. He shook his head. This was not an illusion, but rather they were lost. The swirling mists of Yinfeng Ridge made it exceedingly easy to misjudge direction based solely on sensory perception. Additionally, the rugged terrain rendered it impossible to ascertain whether they were ascending or descending. Li Mu then pulled out his phone, only to discover that the device's location and compass functions were entirely inoperative. Li Mu's face displayed a hint of difficulty. It seemed that the Infeng Ridge was indeed formidable. If one were to be trapped for too long, it would likely lead to despair. Where is Zhao Xiaotian? Turning around, Li Mu discovered that the shadow of Zhao Xiaotian had vanished. This fellow had been trailing him closely. How could he suddenly disappear? Big brotherly, I'm here. At that moment, Zhao Xiaotian hurriedly ran back to Li Mu's side. Do not stray away. The situation here is intricate, and it is easy to lose one's way. Li Mu cautioned. Understood, big brotherly. Zhao Xiaotian nodded. However, just as Li Mu turned to proceed, Zhao Xiaotian unexpectedly drew a bone knife from behind and lunged towards Li Mu's waist. I have long sensed something amiss. Li Mu scoffed, swiftly sidestepping Zhao Xiaotian's assault. He then delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Xiaotian's back, sending him flying several meters away, crashing to the ground. How did you discover me? Zhao Xiaotian gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. He believed his disguise was flawless, and that Li Mu would never detect him. Hee. The gaze you cast upon me is one of greed, while Zhao Xiaotian looked upon me with reverence. Thus, you cannot be him, Li Mu articulated. Could you discern my identity merely through a glance? Of course, one can also perceive through the spirit. Now speak. Who are you, or what are you? Li Mu demanded coldly. Even if you have uncovered my true self, it matters not. You cannot detain me. Zhao Xiaotian sneered, then leapt to escape. Trying to flee? Li Mu chuckled lightly, striding forward. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several meters and seized Zhao Xiaotian by the neck. What incredible speed and formidable physique. Are you a body refiner? Zhao Xiaotian looked at Li Mu in surprise. Outside, some individuals possessed great speed, relying solely on true essence and techniques. But here, such swiftness stemmed from sheer physical prowess. Who I am is inconsequential. What truly matters is your identity. Li Mu retorted with a cold smile. I am yours. Zhao Xiaotian replied with a beguiling smile, then began to transform, gradually morphing into the form of Lung Qingzhu. Master. Li Mu shuddered. Although he was fully aware that the figure before him was merely a transformation, he could not bring himself to grasp the neck of his master. Oh, so you have feelings for your master? Haha, what a rebellious disciple. Lung Qingzhu swayed her waist, a playful smile gracing her lips as she regarded Li Mu. I care not who you are. Hasten and assume a different guise, lest I be unmerciful. Li Mu admonished. You two are interested in your master. Why not indulge in that interest? Being a rebellious disciple has its merits, and I am right here. Come to me. I promise I shall not resist. Lung Qingzhu beckoned Li Mu with a finger, slowly shedding her sheer veil to reveal her flawless, radiant skin, tempting beyond measure. Though fully aware that the individual before him was an illusion, Li Mu found himself wavering upon witnessing the form of his master. After all, it had been nearly 2 months since leaving the celestial realm, and he found himself yearning for his master. Upon perceiving a shift in Li Mu's gaze, Lung Qingzhu realized that she had succeeded in swaying him. Thus, she continued to tempt him, even shedding all her garments. Come now, there is no one here. She smiled enticingly. All right. Li Mu decided against prolonging the stalemate and approached her, enveloping her in his embrace. Shizhuan, wait for me. Once the year is up, I shall take you away. He murmured softly. Very well, I trust you, but first, close your eyes. Allow me to make you comfortable, she replied with a smile, attempting to unfasten his trousers. However, Li Mu grasped her wrist firmly, stating with seriousness, enough of that, the longing has been alleviated. It is time to attend to matters at hand. Lung Qingzhu was taken aback, realizing that Li Mu had not been ensnared by her allure. Rather, he had used her to quell his yearning. How resolute his mind is. Enough with the trivialities. Reveal your true form. Li Mu commanded coldly, observing her intently. Your will is unyielding. I can only concede. She sighed in resignation, slowly transforming into a fox. A fox? Li Mu was momentarily startled. Can a fox truly shapeshift? How peculiar. I am indeed a fox, but I do not possess the ability to transform in the traditional sense. Instead, my body emits a certain fragrance. Once you have inhaled it, your mind will be influenced, and you will perceive me as the embodiment of your deepest desires. The fox explained. Is it possible for such a small creature to wield such power? I am no ordinary fox. I am a spirit beast. The fox retorted with a smirk. Spirit beast? What constitutes a spirit beast? Are you unaware of spirit beasts? The fox gazed at Li Mu with astonishment, for given his formidable strength, he must belong to a prestigious sect or a prominent family. By all accounts, his knowledge should be extensive enough to comprehend spirit beasts. Yet, his expression revealed his ignorance. I shall enlighten you, but you must promise not to harm me. The fox insisted. Speak freely. I will not harm you. Li Mu agreed nonchalantly, recognizing that she posed no threat to him. A spirit beast is a wild creature that has attained sentience. For instance, I am a three-tailed spirit fox, capable of human speech and inducing illusions. In this Yinfeng Ridge, even those in the true essence realm are no match for me, the fox declared with confidence. Li Mu found her assertion credible. Had he not remained vigilant, he might have fallen prey to her tricks. Though a single wound would not gravely incapacitate him, his combat effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish. If he was so easily swayed, those in the true essence realm, once ensnared in her illusions, would likely be slain, blissfully unaware they were not in a realm of comfort. Spirit beasts are indeed formidable. Of course, some spirit beasts cannot articulate human language. Yet they too can cultivate their strength, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars. Upon reaching a certain level, they are capable of speech, and some can even genuinely shapeshift. Unlike my illusions, the three-tailed spirit fox elaborated. True shapeshifting? Li Mu was taken aback, realizing that even formidable spirit beasts, when transformed into human form, might elude his recognition. Indeed, this formidable beast is at least comparable to the extraordinary realm of your kind, hence its scarcity, remarked the three-tailed spirit fox. But enough of that. Where is my companion? Inquired Li Mu. Over there. The three-tailed spirit fox flicked her tail, and a gust of wind swept past, revealing Zhao Xiaotian, vigorously brandishing a stick in the air. In my illusion, I discovered a legendary tome. I'm practicing it with great zeal, the three-tailed spirit fox announced, sighing with exasperation. Li Mu chuckled. Zhao Xiaotian truly is a martial arts enthusiast. With that, the three-tailed spirit fox dispelled the illusion, and Zhao Xiaotian immediately awoke. Upon seeing Li Mu, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, Brotherly, I just found a legendary tome. Once mastered, it will allow me to transcend into the sacred realm. It's simply astounding. We must seek it out immediately. There is no legendary tome. You have fallen victim to an illusion. Li Mu countered. Impossible. I saw it clearly and even practiced it. Such a vivid existence cannot be mere illusion. Zhao Xiaotian fervently shook his head, insisting he was not mistaken. Do you still doubt me? Li Mu sighed, then gestured towards the three-tailed spirit fox, saying, the illusion was conjured by her. Her? Just a small fox. Naturally, Zhao Xiaotian found this hard to believe, convinced that Li Mu doubted him. You're the small fox. Your whole family is full of small foxes. The three-tailed spirit fox retorted, baring her teeth at Zhao Xiaotian. Who is speaking? Zhao Xiaotian exclaimed in shock, scanning his surroundings but finding no one else. It is I who speaks. What of it? The three-tailed spirit fox replied. What? Zhao Xiaotian stared at the three-tailed spirit fox in terror. A fox can talk? Could it be that Su Daji is real? After a moment of astonishment, he turned to Li Mu, asking, Brotherly, is it truly an illusion? How did you escape? Such trifling illusions cannot bind me. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. The three-tailed spirit fox seethed with frustration. She had nearly succeeded. So, that legendary tome is indeed a fabrication? Zhao Xiaotian's expression reflected lingering regret. That tome could supposedly enable one to directly transcend into the sacred realm. Of course, it is false. If there truly existed a tome capable of directly enabling one to transcend into the sacred realm, wouldn't extraordinary beings be a common sight in this world? Li Mu reasoned. That does seem plausible. Zhao Xiaotian chuckled helplessly, realizing he had been misled. However, his admiration for Li Mu grew. He had been profoundly affected by the illusion, and had it not been for Li Mu's timely awakening, he would have remained ensnared. Not only did Li Mu extricate himself from the illusion, but he also managed to capture the three-tailed spirit fox. Such prowess was indeed remarkable. It was fortunate that his father had advised him to accompany Li Mu. Otherwise, he might never have emerged from this Yinfeng Ridge. Now, tell me about the situation in Yinfeng Ridge. Li Mu turned to the three-tailed spirit fox. Yinfeng Ridge is vast. I have never traversed its entirety. I only know that we beasts are unaffected by the miasma, and within my roaming grounds, there are numerous other beasts. As for the true nature of Yinfeng Ridge, I cannot say, the three-tailed spirit fox explained. Very well, you may depart. Li Mu shook his head, Since this fellow was oblivious, he would have to continue his exploration alone. Are you all still planning to venture deeper? If you proceed further, you will encounter even more formidable beasts, and your true essence and spirit will be significantly affected, spoke the three-tailed spirit fox. Oh, do you not wish for us to enter? As outsiders of Yinfeng Ridge, wouldn't greater danger be advantageous for you? Li Mu inquired curiously, observing the three-tailed spirit fox. The greater the peril, the greater the opportunity. If you were to reach the end and seize the fortunes of Yinfeng Ridge, it may no longer exist, which would not bode well for me. The three-tailed spirit fox replied. After all, without the protection of these miasmas, with her strength, even a practitioner of the Qi mastery realm could easily subdue her. Oh, you and I are not related. What concern is this of mine? Li Mu asked. The three-tailed spirit fox was momentarily taken aback. Li Mu's words were indeed poignant. However, upon reflection, she recalled her previous intent to kill him. It was already remarkable that Li Mu had not harmed her. Why would he consider her plight? With a flicker of thought, the three-tailed spirit fox suggested, "How about I lead the way for you?" "Then let us proceed," Li Mu replied, not refusing. For the fox was undoubtedly more familiar with this place, and having a guide would be beneficial. "Brotherly, can we truly trust her?" Zhao Xiaodian expressed his concern while following Li Mu. After all, the adage states that those not of one's kind harbor different intentions. Moreover, the three-tailed spirit fox had previously attempted to harm them. Could she genuinely be offering her guidance now? She may not have the best of intentions. But do you possess a better plan? Li Mu countered. Zhao Xiaodian shook his head. After all, he had never been to Yinfeng Ridge and was utterly ignorant of its conditions. Had he not been with Li Mu, he would have perished numerous times. Thus, following the three-tailed spirit fox seemed to be the only viable option, surely better than recklessly charging through the depths. A millennium soul-nurturing tree. At that moment, Li Mu's gaze fell upon a large tree ahead, and he was instantly astonished. A millennium soul-nurturing tree? What is that? Zhao Xiaodian inquired. A millennium soul-nurturing tree, as the name suggests, is something that nourishes the spirit. As long as there is such a tree in the courtyard, it greatly benefits the soul. For those in the spirit journey realm, the soul can remain outside for an extended duration. Of course, its primary use is in the refinement of soul-nurturing pills. If one's spirit is damaged, consuming a soul-nurturing pill can significantly aid recovery. Li Mu explained. This truly is a remarkable treasure. Zhao Xiaodian rejoiced. For such an item held considerable value for those in the spirit journey realm, thus its price would undoubtedly be high. It is indeed a splendid find, and it has existed for a millennium. Li Mu grinned and began to dig up the millennium soul-nurturing tree. Are you going to store it in your storage ring? The ring can only contain lifeless objects. If you place the millennium soul-nurturing tree inside, it will soon perish. The three-tailed spirit fox cautioned. Let it perish. Even if it dies, it can still be used to refine several batches of soul-nurturing pills. If it survives, it can be planted in my courtyard. Li Mu replied. The three-tailed spirit fox said nothing further, casting a suspicious glance at Li Mu. After all, the ability of Li Mu to instantly recognize the millennium soul-nurturing tree is a testament to his profound alchemical skills. Subsequently, as Li Mu followed the three-tailed spirit fox, he stumbled upon a plethora of precious medicinal herbs, as well as an array of ores. While these ores may not serve an immediate purpose, they could be valuable for forging weapons for Li Qianqian and the others for self-defense. Brotherly, there truly are a multitude of treasures within the Yinfeng Ridge. Zhao Xiaodian, accompanying Li Mu, expressed his astonishment, gaining new insights from the experience. The items Li Mu had collected, if presented outside, would be deemed priceless. Yet here, they were abundant. Li Mu carefully stored a medicinal herb in his storage ring, though his expression was far from cheerful. Throughout the process, he even utilized his spiritual sense, fearing that the three-tailed spirit fox might inadvertently release a scent that could ensnare him in an illusion. If it were indeed an illusion, then all these herbs would be real, despite the fact that the Yinfeng Ridge was a remote wilderness seldom visited by people. The sheer number of valuable herbs could not simply be a coincidence. This strongly suggested that the three-tailed spirit fox had deliberately led them along this path. Whether it sought to repay a debt of gratitude or harbored some ulterior motive remained uncertain. Suddenly, a voice of surprise echoed, "Found it." Li Mu then witnessed a group of individuals rushing towards them, encircling him and his companions. "Who are you?" Zhao Xiaodian immediately positioned himself in front of Li Mu, casting a cold gaze at the newcomers. "I want that fox." Eliminate those two. The youth cast a dismissive glance at Li Mu and Zhao Xiaotian, showing no regard for them. What? You intend to capture me? The three-tailed spirit fox regarded the youth with astonishment. Ah, it speaks. This is even better. The youth exclaimed with delight. What is your intention with her? Li Mu inquired. Humph, why waste words on a dead man? The youth sneered, gesturing for one of his subordinates to charge at Li Mu. Do you need my assistance? The three-tailed spirit fox asked. No need. Li Mu replied with a cold smirk. As the approaching subordinate lacked the strength of Song Zhi's bodyguard, as the man lunged at him, Li Mu swiftly struck him with a resounding slap. Smack! The man's face met Li Mu's hand with a solid thud, resulting in a swift demise. Impressive strength. Did you kill Song Zhi and his crew? The youth furrowed his brow, noting the similarity in the subordinate's death to that of Song Zhi's group. Oh, you have seen the bodies? Given that, how dare you seek trouble with me? Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Humph, I came to capture this fox and had no intention of entangling with you. However, since your strength is formidable, I now desire to eliminate you before capturing the fox. The youth laughed heartily. Why do you wish to capture this fox? Have you been to the Yinfeng Ridge? Hee, though I have never set foot in the Yinfeng Ridge. My family has inferred from the fragmented accounts of those who have survived its depths over the years that there undoubtedly exists a beast capable of influencing one's psyche and spirit within. Otherwise, why would so many return with no recollection of their experiences in the ridge? Moreover, there were individuals who, piecing together fragmented information, pointed towards the fox clan, leading to the inference that she must indeed be a three-tailed spirit fox, correct? The youth remarked. The Mao family? Li Mu was taken aback. According to his prior understanding, the Mao family was one of the 10 prominent families of the enforcement team, their power rivaling that of the Xianyuan family. How could such a family involve themselves in the affairs of Yinfeng Ridge? Enough of this chatter. Third brother, I will confront him. You pursue the three-tailed spirit fox. The youth directed towards the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man contemplated saying something further, but eventually nodded and replied, Go ahead. Li Mu then turned his gaze to the three-tailed spirit fox and said, Considering the resources you have helped me locate, I shall rescue you once more. Rescue me again? Can't you see that they are determined this time? That old man possesses strength at the divine wanderer level. Although his spiritual essence cannot manifest in Yinfeng Ridge, his physical prowess is formidable. And that youth, despite only being at the true essence level, has an exceptionally strong physique. His bodyguards are also at the true essence level, and as seasoned fighters, they pose a significant threat when working in unison. Thus, your best course of action is to abandon me and flee. The three-tailed spirit fox cautioned. In truth, had they approached me with civility, I might have turned a blind eye to your plight. However, I am not fond of his tone, which compels me to intervene. Li Mu retorted. Furthermore, it appears you possess considerable insight, promptly discerning their strength and cultivation level without a hint of panic. You are indeed intriguing, Li Mu added, observing a fleeting hint of apprehension in the eyes of the three-tailed spirit fox. It seemed this creature harbored secrets, explaining its insistence on accompanying him. What secrets could I possibly have? I am merely a three-tailed spirit fox, hardly capable of confounding you. The fox shot back at Li Mu, a trace of melancholy evident in its tone. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Li Mu remained unperturbed, confident that this entity would eventually reveal its true nature if it continued to follow him. Meanwhile, the adversaries had already begun their assault. The middle-aged man attempted to bypass Li Mu to capture the three-tailed spirit fox directly. Li Mu, however, scoffed. Do you dare to disregard me? With that, he propelled himself off the ground, soaring several meters into the air, and delivered a powerful punch towards the middle-aged man. The force was astonishing. The middle-aged man was taken aback, realizing that here, he could neither utilize true essence nor secret techniques, relying solely on physical strength to leap. As a prodigy meticulously nurtured by the Mao family, he had managed to break through to the divine wanderer level by the age of 30, allowing him to jump several meters. Yet, Li Mu's height was undeniably formidable. Get down, Li Mu exclaimed, his punch forcing the middle-aged man to retreat, thwarting his attempt to capture the three-tailed spirit fox. Charge! The youth, undeterred, immediately rallied his companions to launch an assault on Li Mu. Regardless of Li Mu's capabilities outside, within Yinfeng Ridge, all true essence and spiritual essence were rendered ineffective. Only physical strength reigned supreme. As the group surged forward, Li Mu remained calm, stepping forward to strike the foremost assailant with a punch. Bang! The man was sent flying backward after being struck by a punch, spitting out a mouthful of blood. What? The youth was astonished. His subordinates possessed the formidable strength of the true origin realm. How could one punch from Li Mu injure them? This is intriguing. A glimmer of interest sparked in Li Mu's eyes, for that Songji's subordinate was also a tempered warrior, yet he had killed him with a single blow. This youth's subordinate, however, had endured his strike and remained alive. It seems that the cultivation methods of the prominent families in the capital indeed differ. Altogether, the youth bellowed, and the remaining members surged forward in unison. They believed that, regardless of Li Mu's prowess, 2 fists could not contend against 4 hands. And they were confident he could not withstand their onslaught. You draw his attention. I will deliver the killing blow. A middle-aged man whispered to the youth. The youth nodded, aware that Li Mu was not to be trifled with, and promptly directed his companions to surround Li Mu. Hey, aren't you going to help him? The 3-tailed spirit fox inquired of Zhao Xiaotian, who stood nearby. Me? My presence would only complicate matters and distract brotherly. I refuse to become a burden. Zhao Xiaotian replied, shaking his head. Had it been Songji's group of subordinates, he might have been able to resist 1 or 2. However, each of these individuals surpassed him in strength, so he deemed it wise to refrain from interference. It appears you possess a modicum of self-awareness. The 3-tailed spirit fox nodded, watching Li Mu with keen interest. By the way, aren't you capable of creating illusions? You should assist brotherly. Zhao Xiaotian urged. I can conjure illusions, but he seems to be holding his own, so I will wait a moment, the fox responded. Still fighting? Zhao Xiaotian was speechless. They were facing opponents that included masters of the ethereal realm. Could Li Mu truly continue to fight? Meanwhile, the dozen or so experts of the true origin realm relentlessly assailed Li Mu, believing he would struggle against their numbers and appearing quite flustered. Yet, astonishingly, Li Mu remained completely unperturbed, methodically fending off their attacks while managing to severely injure 1 or 2 of the true origin experts. This fellow shows no signs of weakness? The middle-aged man was taken aback. He had anticipated exploiting any opening Li Mu might reveal for a deadly strike. However, after a considerable time of combat, he had observed no vulnerability, which was nothing short of astonishing. Third brother, we seem to have him occupied. You go capture the 3-tailed spirit fox, the youth declared. The middle-aged man nodded, since they could not eliminate Li Mu for the moment. Capturing the spirit fox would be their priority. They want to capture me. Hurry and save me. The 3-tailed spirit fox cried out to Li Mu as it realized the old man was approaching to seize it. Zhao Xiaotian gazed at the 3-tailed spirit fox in disbelief, contemplating whether it considered itself merely a distraction for Li Mu. Li Mu shot the fox an exasperated glance. This creature showed no signs of panic in the presence of a master from the ethereal realm. Instead, it adopted a tone laced with a hint of playfulness. What was this creature truly after? However, now that the confrontation had commenced, he would not allow the opponent to capture the 3-tailed spirit fox. Thus, Li Mu exerted tremendous force, repelling several true origin experts before preparing to thwart the old man's advance. Your adversary is me, the youth shouted, lunging forward to meet Li Mu with a punch. Bang! With a resounding crash, Li Mu was thrust back several meters, while the youth staggered repeatedly. Such formidable physical strength. Li Mu was somewhat taken aback. Although this youth was merely at the true essence realm, his physical prowess was remarkably on par with his own. Clearly, this individual was also a prodigy. Your physique is impressive as well, but I wonder to which esteemed sect or prominent family you belong. The youth gazed at Li Mu with excitement. I have no time for idle chatter. Li Mu's expression darkened, preferring not to engage further with the youth. No idle chatter? Then let us fight. The youth bellowed, launching another punch. Seeking death, Li Mu shouted fiercely, channeling a vast reservoir of true essence into his fist. Although the surrounding miasma would erode his true essence, the energy concentrated in his fist could be replenished continuously, allowing it to endure. Bang! With that punch, the youth was sent flying once more, while Li Mu remained steadfast. After repelling the youth, Li Mu charged forward to intercept the middle-aged man. Young man, our target is the 3-tailed spirit fox. It would be wise for you to step aside. We have no intention of making things difficult for you. The middle-aged man regarded Li Mu coldly, recognizing that Li Mu was not to be trifled with and deciding it best to avoid conflict. If it were earlier, I might have agreed. But now, the opportunity is past. Li Mu chuckled icily, realizing the man's underestimation. Did he think he could simply kill him, and seize the three-tailed spirit fox, only to find that Li Mu was formidable and retract his intention? Such good fortune was rare in this world. Young man, I advise against deluding yourself. Do you truly believe we cannot eliminate you? The middle-aged man retorted angrily. Then make your move. Li Mu clenched his fist, his patience wearing thin. Is that all it takes? Then let the carnage commence. Seeking death. The middle-aged man's expression turned sinister as he exchanged a knowing glance with the youth. It was clear they were prepared to unleash their full might. Let us see who truly seeks death. Li Mu's expression darkened as he took a deep breath, ready to plunge into the fray. However, at that moment, a shadow suddenly darted from the nearby thicket, lunging directly at a true essence practitioner. The individual had no time to react before the shadow clamped its jaws around his neck, severing it cleanly, blood gushing forth. It was a massive black bear. The three-tailed spirit fox watched the enormous creature with a glint of terror in its eyes. The others turned to witness a bear towering 3 meters high, its arms thicker than their thighs, indulging in its gruesome feast. This scene struck fear into the hearts of everyone present. Before such a formidable black bear, their physical forms seemed utterly ludicrous. Run. The instant Li Mu laid eyes on the bear, he refrained from pursuing them further, for the creature was overwhelmingly powerful. If they were outside, endowed with true essence and the use of techniques, he would not fear such a beast. Yet within the confines of Infeng Ridge, his true essence and techniques were stifled, and even his soul could not be manifested. Faced with such a robust beast, he could only bide his time. If he were to be ensnared by them, the consequences would be dire. Thus, while the black bear devoured its unfortunate prey, Li Mu promptly withdrew from the battlefield, leading Zhao Xiaodian and the three-tailed spirit fox away from the scene. What shall we do, Brother San? The youth inquired. What else can we do? We must flee. Brother San replied, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was a formidable practitioner at the spirit travel stage, he stood no chance against the black bear in Infeng Ridge. Thus, they abandoned their pursuit of the three-tailed spirit fox, prioritizing their survival instead. One unfortunate soul, unable to run fast enough, was caught by the bear, which mercilessly severed his head in a gruesome display. Hearing the chilling screams behind him, Li Mu could not help but shudder. Indeed, Infeng Ridge was fraught with peril. Have you seen that giant black bear? Li Mu turned to the three-tailed spirit fox. I have not seen it, but I have heard tales of its ferocity. It is said that over a decade ago, a transcendent master attempted to force his way into Infeng Ridge and was torn to shreds by that bear. The three-tailed spirit fox recounted. What? A transcendent master was torn apart? Both Zhao Xiaodian and Li Mu trembled at the thought. A transcendent master wielded immense power in the outside world. Yet here in Infeng Ridge, he was no match for a mere bear. Thus, fleeing is the prudent choice. However, I have also heard that the deeper one ventures into Infeng Ridge, the more formidable the beasts become. There may even be creatures more terrifying than the great black bear. The three-tailed spirit fox warned. What shall we do then? Zhao Xiaodian suddenly reconsidered, despite his earlier bravado. The horrifying presence of the black bear, coupled with the knowledge of even more fearsome beasts lurking within, stripped him of his courage to proceed. There is no turning back. Li Mu shook his head. Exiting now would leave them lost. They could only advance forward and uncover the mysteries of Infeng Ridge. They needed to understand the nature of the miasma that suppressed their true essence and even stifled their souls. How did such a phenomenon come to exist in Jiangdong province? Let us proceed. The three-tailed spirit fox promptly took the lead, guiding them deeper into Infeng Ridge. Roar. In the midst of their conversation, Zhao Xiaodian heard a distant roar, causing him to tremble. What are you afraid of? That sound is at least several kilometers away. Li Mu reassured him. Brotherly. It's not fear. My legs simply refuse to cooperate. Zhao Xiaodian replied defiantly. Li Mu was left exasperated. Was there truly a difference? As they ventured further in, Li Mu began to notice an increasing abundance of precious medicinal herbs. Clearly, the route chosen by the three-tailed spirit fox was intentional. Aren't you afraid of the black bear catching up? Li Mu asked, plucking a flower and regarding the spirit fox with curiosity. This path could not have been recently traversed. Otherwise, such rare herbs would have long been harvested. If it were not a recent path, how could this creature be unconcerned about the bear's pursuit? What is there to fear? Although the black bear is physically strong, it lacks intelligence and cannot catch up. The three-tailed spirit fox chuckled. Oh, you seem quite familiar with it. Li Mu remarked. Haha, having existed in Infeng Ridge for so many years, it is only natural to know a thing or two. The spirit fox replied with a smile. As soon as the words left its mouth, the group heard a rustling sound, and they beheld a magnificent eagle perched upon a branch of a towering tree, standing an impressive 2 meters tall, though it had not spread its wings. Its imposing physique suggested it was far from diminutive. Moreover, this creature possessed the ability to fly, and at an astonishing speed. If it had set its sights on them, peril was undoubtedly imminent. The winged eagle surpassed even the formidable black bear in prowess. With its capacity for flight, it was nearly invincible. Thus, we must circumvent it, urged the three-tailed spirit fox. Then let us depart. Li Mu concurred, eager to avoid wasting time. He hastened to complete the reconnaissance of Yinfeng Ridge before returning. After all, he had summoned the Starry Pavilion to draw out Xianyuan Jindao. Should he remain absent, he would miss the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the enigmatic Jade Dragon. However, just as they prepared to circumvent the creature, the winged eagle suddenly leaped down, traversing the forest as though it were an uninhabited realm, and charged directly towards them. Run! Li Mu, unwilling to squander time with the eagle, swiftly severed several trees to obstruct its path. Yet, the eagle showed no signs of hesitation, effortlessly slicing through the fallen trunks with its wings, appearing merely a few meters away from Li Mu. What astonishing speed and formidable wings! Li Mu's expression darkened. If the dense foliage could not deter the winged eagle, they would have no choice but to confront it head-on. Resolving this dilemma, Li Mu leaped into the air, descending upon the eagle's back with great force. The eagle let out a deafening roar and flapped its wings, releasing a barrage of feathers that shot towards Li Mu like arrows. Thud, thud, thud. Li Mu continuously repelled the feathers with his fists. Though the force of the onslaught was tremendous, while he suffered no fractures, his skin was lacerated, and his bones felt as though they might shatter. I refused to yield. Li Mu's countenance darkened. After all, he was of the pure yang body. The miasma of Yinfeng Ridge could only suppress his true essence and spirit. But could it truly hope to subdue his pure yang form? Thus, he immediately summoned his true essence, and his wounded skin began to mend instantaneously. Simultaneously, Li Mu leapt from the trees once more, hurtling towards the winged eagle. The eagle, incensed by Li Mu's audacity, thought, "A mere human dares to be so arrogant within Yinfeng Ridge? How utterly foolish!" No longer employing feathered projectiles, the eagle transformed into a blur and lunged at Li Mu. Thud! Li Mu's fist collided with the eagle's formidable claw, akin to striking solid steel. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a massive tree, which splintered upon impact. However, the eagle was not unscathed. Its claw had been fractured by Li Mu's strike. Realizing Li Mu was not to be trifled with, the winged eagle prepared to retreat. Thinking of escaping? Do you take me for a pushover? Li Mu's expression grew grim. He had intended to circumvent the creature, yet it had chosen to attack him. Now it sought to flee? Did it believe him to be a docile gentleman? With that thought, Li Mu sprang from one tree to another. In an open expanse, with his true essence suppressed, he would have been unable to catch the eagle. Yet, within the confines of the forest, surrounded by towering trees, the eagle's speed was hindered, and he had ample leverage. Thus, the winged eagle had no chance of evading him. His prowess is indeed terrifying, and his physical form is remarkably exceptional. The three-tailed spirit fox gazed in astonishment at Li Mu, initially believing he had fled with them out of fear of the great black bear. Yet, now it appeared that the overall strength of the shadow-winged eagle surpassed that of the black bear, and Li Mu had forced the eagle into a state of panic. This indicated that, should a true confrontation arise, the black bear might not even be a match for Li Mu. However, with such a commotion, could it attract other formidable beasts? Zhao Xiaodian inquired. Let us proceed. We are nearing the very heart of Yinfeng Ridge, the three-tailed spirit fox declared, leading Zhao Xiaodian onward. After fleeing several kilometers through the forest, the shadow-winged eagle was utterly exhausted, its wings battered by the dense foliage. Each time it attempted to burst forth from the thicket and soar into the sky, Li Mu thwarted its escape, forcing it to scurry within the confines of the jungle. A proud avian, reduced to fleeing through the underbrush, was a considerable disgrace. At last, the shadow-winged eagle could no longer sustain flight, resorting to running on its talons, significantly diminishing its speed. Not even Li Mu, but even Zhao Xiaodian could catch up. Run, by all means, continue your flight. Li Mu observed coldly at the eagle, who had insisted on attacking him despite Li Mu's earlier intention to circumvent it. The shadow-winged eagle ceased its flight, turning its furious gaze upon Li Mu. It could hardly fathom that such a mere human could possess such a formidable physique. Previous powerful humans who had entered here, even those of the divine realm, had not displayed such outrageous physicality as Li Mu. Since escape was no longer an option, it was time to meet its demise. Li Mu's cold stare remained fixed on the shadow wind eagle, and he prepared to deliver a lethal blow. However, at that moment, a sudden commotion erupted from the distance, revealing a group of individuals fleeing in a state of panic. Upon closer inspection, Li Mu recognized them as members of the Mao family. Apart from the middle-aged leader and the young boy, only 4 true Essence Realm warriors remained. The rest had fallen prey to the beasts in the vicinity. Hot on their heels was the great black bear. Encountered again? The young boy, upon spotting Li Mu, paused momentarily, then, with a mischievous glint in his eye, charged toward him. Realizing they were no match for the black bear, their plan was to lead it toward Li Mu, a classic case of misdirecting calamity. Seeking death. Unaware of the boy's ulterior motives, Li Mu, although unafraid of the black bear, had no desire to be used as a pawn. Thus, he clenched his fist and aimed to strike at the boy. The boy frowned. Li Mu was not only refusing to flee, but was also attacking him. "Young master, be cautious," the middle-aged man exclaimed, hastily rushing to position himself in front of the boy, colliding fists with Li Mu. A thunderous crash resounded as both Li Mu and the middle-aged man staggered back a step, the latter's eyes wide with astonishment. For that punch had been a true display of his full strength, yet Li Mu remained unfazed. This man's physical prowess was astonishingly extraordinary. Roar! Just as they finished exchanging blows, the great black bear charged into the scene, and upon seeing the group, it immediately stood on its hind legs, excitedly beating its chest and letting out a jubilant roar. The great black bear, possessing unrivaled strength and delectable flesh, was soon pointed out by the youth as a target. The black bear cast a covetous glance at Li Mu, recognizing his formidable physique, undoubtedly the most succulent. Yet, his intentions extended beyond mere consumption of Li Mu. He yearned to devour everyone present. Run, run. At that moment, another group of individuals came rushing in, halting abruptly upon arrival. What on earth is happening? The newcomers, realizing the formidable presence of both the shadow wind eagle and the great black bear, hesitated to flee. Behind them loomed a pack of massive, pitch-black wolves, 5 or 6 in number, each towering over 2 meters, with fangs exceeding 10 centimeters in length, exuding an aura of dread. "Are you Mao Xingli? Thank goodness. Please save us." The group, upon spotting the youth, erupted in excitement. Yang Shoji from Yujing province? The youth was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing them. Why were they all converging here? As for saving them, he was currently cornered by the black bear himself, devoid of the energy to assist Yang Shoji. "Help! Help!" As the cries echoed, yet another party charged into the scene. Tang Fei from Lingnan province. Mao Xingli was equally startled upon seeing this group. "Mao brother, thank goodness. Please save us," Tang Fei exclaimed upon spotting the youth, equally elated. "Save you? Can't you comprehend the situation?" Mao Xingli was left speechless. Only then did Tang Fei survey his surroundings, realizing that everyone was ensnared here, surrounded by the shadow wind eagle, the great black bear, and the black wolves. As if they were the main course on a banquet table, the hyenas behind them had already encircled them completely. This is problematic. Li Mu furrowed his brow. Having pursued the shadow wind eagle to this location, while the others had been driven here by the beasts, why was everyone gathering in one place? Moreover, the beasts had inexplicably ceased their pursuit upon arriving here. Roar! The great black bear glared at the shadow wind eagle with a hint of disdain. After all, these beasts had all chased humans to this spot, while only the shadow wind eagle was the one being hunted by humans. The shadow wind eagle, feeling somewhat awkward, seized the opportunity to consume some herbs to mend its wounds. "Three-tailed spirit fox, do you understand what is happening here?" Li Mu immediately turned to the three-tailed spirit fox. Despite his formidable abilities, he felt somewhat constrained facing such a multitude of beasts, especially with his true essence and spirit suppressed. Relying solely on his physical prowess made escape a daunting task. As for Zhao Xiaodian, he was completely disregarded. "I am uncertain. My strength barely matches a 3-star beast, while any one of these creatures possesses the might of a 5-star beast." The three-tailed spirit fox replied. "Is there anything peculiar about this place?" Li Mu scanned the surroundings, noting that they were situated within a vast canyon, filled with towering trees. Occasionally, shadows flitted above, indicating the presence of flying creatures. With the ferocious beasts on the ground, escaping seemed an insurmountable challenge. Is it possible that Yinfeng Ridge is merely a trap, perpetually luring skilled individuals to their demise? And those who manage to escape, are they intentionally released? Otherwise, how could there be a continuous stream of souls offering themselves to death? Moreover, with their true essence and spirit suppressed by the miasma, their strength diminishes significantly, leaving them to fall prey to these demonic beasts, Li Mu speculated. No, there must be a greater force at play behind this. Li Mu shook his head again. Otherwise, with the intelligence of these beasts, they would not be capable of orchestrating such a situation. How could such formidable humans, including those of the divine travel realm, be lured here? The intent behind bringing them here cannot simply be to serve as fodder. If that were the case, the others would have been devoured along the way and would not have been congregated here. What on earth is happening with these beasts? Why have they driven us here without taking action? Tang Fei observed the assembly of beasts with wariness. Indeed, they were fierce moments ago. Why, upon gathering us, have they suddenly refrained from attacking? Do they harbor ulterior motives? Yang Shouji pondered with confusion. After all, the great black bear, the massive wolf, and the giant hyena each possess remarkable strength, while birds of prey occasionally patrol the skies. This group is now akin to fish in a barrel, devoid of any hope of escape. They must be relishing the sight of us scrambling in desperation. The middle-aged man spoke slowly, and his words darkened the expressions of the crowd. As the eldest and strongest among them, his perspective carried weight, and his sentiments clearly indicated a lack of hope. Third brother, what do you mean by that? Mao Shengli inquired, furrowing his brow. Have you ever witnessed a beast fight? In an arena, humans unleash their domesticated beasts to engage in a brutal contest until only one remains alive to spare itself. This is how humans derive amusement, and I suspect these demonic beasts wish to entertain themselves in a similar fashion. Third brother articulated. Surely not. The faces of the crowd turned grim. If that were the case, only one among them could possibly survive? How cruel. Fools, if you fail to grasp our thoughts, do not indulge in reckless speculation. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated. Though soft, it penetrated the hearts of all present. Li Mu too heard it, feeling the voice strike deep within his soul, leaving him profoundly shaken. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Third brother demanded, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. I am the sovereign of Yinfeng Ridge. The voice continued, yet it showed no intention of revealing its source. The great black bear, the giant hyena, and other beasts immediately prostrated themselves, exhibiting profound respect upon hearing the voice. Humph, what do you intend by having these beasts confine us? Third brother retorted. Is that the question you ought to be asking? Furthermore, do you know what conditions must be met to enter Yinfeng Ridge? The voice persisted. Males under 30 years of age, why do you inquire? Mao Shengli replied. Since you are aware, why then do some still seek to exploit loopholes? Loopholes? What loopholes? Li Mu was taken aback. What loophole could possibly exist within the stipulation that only men under 30 could enter? As soon as he uttered this thought, the expression on San Guo's face shifted noticeably. Simultaneously, the middle-aged man beside Tang Fei also changed countenance. The rules of Yinfeng Ridge dictated that not only must one be under 30 upon entry, but one must also remain under 30 upon exit. If you entered at under 30 yet turned 30 within, you would be in violation of the regulations, and the penalty would be severe. The voice stated emphatically. Li Mu felt somewhat helpless. They had indeed been in Yinfeng Ridge for several days. Was it truly necessary to be so precise over a matter of mere days? How do you know I haven't yet turned 30? Sengu challenged. Are you questioning my abilities? Eliminate them both. The voice replied coldly, followed by two beams of light illuminating the two middle-aged men. The great black bear and the great hyena, among other beasts, wasted no time and lunged at the two. Mao Shengli, Tang Fei, and the others dared not intervene, retreating to a safe distance. After all, with so many beasts around, any attempt to assist would be tantamount to signing their own death warrants. Scoundrels, I will fight you to the end, Sengu roared, raising his sword to strike at the great black bear. However, the bear swatted the sword aside effortlessly, while the great hyena lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Sengu's rear. In an instant, a chunk of flesh was torn away, and before Sengu could utter a cry of agony, the great black bear delivered a crushing blow, turning his head into a pulpy mass. Remarkable. Li Mu furrowed his brow. The strength of these beasts was utterly terrifying. Even he doubted his ability to escape and scathed amid such a ferocious onslaught. If Zhao Xiaodian were with him, he would be all but doomed. Moments later, another man succumbed to the ravenous beasts. Mao Shengli, Tang Fei, and the others wore grim expressions. They had become fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of their captors. Their initial aim was to seek fortune and treasures within Yinfeng Ridge, yet they found themselves mere fodder for the beasts. Very well. Now it is your turn. The voice continued to resonate. Li Mu surveyed his surroundings, shrouded in a thick mist. Even with his keen senses, he could not discern the source of the voice. Beside him, the three-tailed spirit fox trembled in fear, paralyzed with terror. Zhao Xiaodian had descended into utter despair. Who are you? What do you want? Mao Shengli bellowed. There are 30 of you, but I can only allow 5 to survive and leave. Thus, 25 of you must perish. The voice proclaimed. Only 5 would leave alive. The group exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the implication. Was this not akin to what Sangu had said? I care not what methods you employ. The last 5 standing will be permitted to escape Yinfeng Ridge, and I shall bestow upon them some valuable rewards. You may form alliances, betray one another, or even resort to self-sacrifice. Regardless, the 5 who still draw breath in the end will be the last survivors. The voice declared. Damn it, everyone, unite and charge out. Tang Fei exclaimed. Charge out. You all witnessed the strength of those beasts just now. Outside of Yinfeng Ridge, they are indeed no match for you. However, within Yinfeng Ridge, your true essence, techniques, and spirit are suppressed. Relying solely on your physical strength, you cannot possibly contend with them. The faces of the crowd darkened, for the voice spoke the truth. Even if they joined forces, they would still be no match for these beasts. Thus, their only chance of survival lay in being the last one standing. Gather together, Mao Shengli shouted, and the remaining 4 from the true essence realm immediately clustered around him. Tang Fei, Yang Shouji, and others also called their companions, forming several small groups. Some solitary individuals scanned the surroundings, seeking allies but fearing a betrayal from behind. After all, with one less person, there was one more chance of survival. In such dire circumstances, trust was a luxury no one could afford. Moments later, the 30 individuals had formed 7 or 8 small teams, each warily observing the others. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaodian trembled in fear behind Li Mu, realizing that in this situation, he was a burden. If Li Mu chose to abandon him, he would not survive to see the end. All right, your current objective is to be among the last 5 standing. You may begin now. Remember, only those with a ruthless and meticulous heart can survive until the end. The voice boomed with a laugh. Young master, come to the center. One subordinate directed Mao Shengli. Indeed, let them kill one another while we reap the benefits. Another subordinate remarked. Naturally, Mao Shengli wished to conserve his strength, so he took a seat among his 4 bodyguards, waiting for the others to clash. The rest remained still, as no one wished to be the first to strike. Heh, you wish to stall for time? Let me inform you. You have only 10 minutes. After that, if the last 5 have not been determined, I will kill you all. The voice continued. What? The crowd's expressions darkened. They had initially hoped to delay and see if they could last until the end. With only 10 minutes, they would all perish. Mao brother, let us join forces to eliminate the others first. Then we can decide the last 5 among ourselves. What do you think? Tang Fei proposed, looking at Mao Shengli. Why not the 3 of us join forces? That way, we can occupy 3 spots. And the other 2 can go to your bodyguards, Yang Shouji suggested immediately. Agreed. Let us refrain from attacking for now and focus on eliminating the others. Mao Shengli replied. The 3 reached an agreement and began their assault on the remaining groups. Observing this, Zhao Xiaodian turned to Li Mu, saying, Big brotherly, you should find an ally. I want to be a burden to you. What do you mean? Li Mu inquired. Big brotherly, my strength is merely at the Qi master level. I cannot contend with them. If you continue to protect me, it will lead to your demise. I promised your father to take you out, and I intend to fulfill that promise. Li Mu let out a cold laugh, then immediately turned to Mao Shengli and the others, bellowing. I care not how you choose to act. Zhao Xiaodian and I have claimed 2 spots. It would be wise for you not to provoke me, or you shall not find me merciful. What a joke. Who do you think you are? You dare to take 2 spots? Tang Fei was instantly enraged, for his bodyguard had only 1 spot. Why should Li Mu and Zhao Xiaodian be entitled to 2? With that, Tang Fei waved his hand and commanded, take them down. His 3 subordinates lunged at Li Mu, seeking death. Li Mu's expression darkened. He had no intention of engaging, But since Tang Fei sought confrontation, he would show no mercy. With determined strides, Li Mu stepped forward. Bang! Li Mu's fist struck the chest of one true essence realm practitioner, shattering ribs that pierced into the heart, causing it to cease beating. The man flew back, lifeless. What? Tang Fei's face paled. This man had killed one of his subordinates with a single punch? How formidable was his physical prowess? Die! Li Mu moved like a wolf among sheep, dispatching the other two bodyguards with ease. Tang Fei trembled in fear and quickly said, "Brother, I was wrong. I believe we can join forces." Join forces? You overestimate yourself. Li Mu scoffed. Had Tang Fei not initiated the attack, he would have spared him. However, since the attack had commenced, it would be unreasonable to let him go. With that, Li Mu charged towards Tang Fei. Stop! I am from the Tang family of Lingnan province. If you dare kill me, the Tang family will never let you off. Tang Fei shouted. The Tang family of Lingnan province? Once I leave here, no one will remember what transpired within. Who would know I killed you? Li Mu inquired. You. Tang Fei was momentarily stunned. Once outside, he indeed would not recall what had occurred inside. Who would seek vengeance for him? Regret washed over him for having sent someone to kill Li Mu. He had now invited calamity upon himself. Enough, prepare to die. Li Mu replied coldly, closing the distance to Tang Fei and delivering a punch. I'll fight you. Tang Fei shouted defiantly, throwing a punch in return. Crack! In a single exchange, Tang Fei suffered a shattering fracture. His physical strength barely matched that of the Qi Master realm, while Li Mu surpassed several levels above, making him no match for Li Mu. With another punch, Li Mu caved in Tang Fei's chest, his eyes turned vacant, and his corpse crumpled to the ground. Big brotherly. At that moment, Zhao Xiaotian cried out. Li Mu turned to see two true Essence Realm experts advancing towards Zhao Xiaotian. Seeking death, Li Mu was furious. He had stated he wished to remain uninvolved, and yet Tang Fei had sought his own demise. Now these two dared to attack Zhao Xiaotian. Thus, Li Mu unleashed his true essence. Though it was quickly dissipated, it nonetheless enhanced his speed significantly. Just in time, he arrived and repelled the two attackers. Fools, why did you provoke him? Yang Shouji erupted in anger upon seeing the two bodyguards. Li Mu had effortlessly dispatched Tang Fei, yet these two dared to target Zhao Xiaotian? Was this not a death wish? Young master, we merely saw him alone. Killing one person would increase our chances of survival, one bodyguard replied with a bitter smile. Now you have no hope. Li Mu scoffed. Then, like an arrow loosed from a bow, he charged forward. Brother, this is a misunderstanding. We did not intend to kill him. Yang Shouji quickly tried to apologize. Too late. Li Mu's face darkened, and he unleashed a series of punches, each bodyguard collapsing beneath the force of his blows. Brother, don't be impulsive. I am from the Yang family of Yujing province. Spare me, and I assure you a generous reward once I am outside. Yang Shouji hastily tempted him. Once outside, who would remember who? Li Mu replied coldly, showing no mercy as he struck down Yang Shouji with a single blow. By heavens! The onlookers stared in shock at Li Mu, awestruck by his ferocity. In mere moments, he had annihilated both Yang Shouji and Tang Fei's factions. With only a dozen individuals remaining, none dared to provoke Li Mu, for no one wished to incite this harbinger of death. Zhao Xiaotian swallowed hard, utterly astonished by Li Mu's prowess. He was winning effortlessly. Since his arrival, he had not lifted a finger. Li Mu had resolved everything on his own. Li Mu surveyed the remaining crowd and glanced at the time. You there? He directed his gaze at Mao Shengli, aware that time was of the essence. 10 minutes would soon elapse. Since Mao Shengli had previously sought to kill him, it was only fitting that he eliminate Mao and his cohort, leaving only about 5 survivors. What do you intend to do? Mao Shengli barked as Li Mu approached. What do you think? You aim to kill me outside, so naturally, I must retaliate. Li Mu declared. Humph, I only want the 3-tailed spirit fox. If you do not hand it over, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. I advise you to reconsider. The Mao family will not let this go. Mao Shengli shouted. I detest being threatened. Li Mu replied with an air of indifference. Having already resolved to eliminate Mao Shengli, the latter's threat only sealed his fate. Recognizing the murderous intent emanating from Li Mu, Mao Shengli understood he would not escape unscathed. Block him, he shouted, summoning 4 bodyguards to shield him. Meanwhile, Mao Shengli attempted to flee, knowing he was no match for Li Mu. He merely needed to survive until only 5 remained. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Li Mu coldly regarded the bodyguards before launching a punch at each one. Simultaneously, Mao Shengli began attacking the others. striving to reduce their number to 5 before Li Mu could eliminate his bodyguards. His strength was indeed formidable. The others could hardly withstand his onslaught. After Li Mu had dispatched his 4 bodyguards, only 5 individuals remained at the scene: Mao Xingli, Li Mu, Zhao Xiaodian, and 2 others from Yujing Province and Lingnan Province, whose strength was rather feeble, merely fortunate to be present. Haha, boy, weren't you quite arrogant? Now there are only 5 of us left. You cannot kill me. Mao Xingli laughed heartily. Really? Are you sure? Li Mu inquired. Of course. With just 5 of us remaining, you cannot harm me. Once I escape, I shall summon the full might of the Mao family to hunt you down. I will annihilate all your kin and friends, leaving you utterly alone. And then I shall torment you slowly. Mao Xingli glared coldly at Li Mu. Oh, you have chosen the path to your demise. Li Mu replied with a sardonic smile. The path to my demise? How do you intend to kill me? Do not forget, the voice just now stated that if there are 5 remaining, all may live. But it did not specify that we must remain at 5, for is acceptable as well. Li Mu shrugged. Mao Xingli's heart sank. Li Mu's implication was clear. He intended to strike. Boy, do not act rashly. Mao Xingli exclaimed in alarm. Yet, it was evident from Li Mu's demeanor that he had no intention of halting. Thus, Mao Xingli cried out to the skies. Hey, there are only 5 of us left. You must make him stop. After a moment of silence, a voice responded. His interpretation is correct, for remaining is also permissible. Mao Xingli was on the brink of despair. Was he doomed today regardless? He turned to Li Mu and pleaded, Hero, spare my life. Upon our exit, I will grant you anything you desire. I assure you will not be disappointed. Exit? Do you truly believe I would allow you to leave? Li Mu replied coldly, for he lacked neither wealth nor resources. Allowing Mao Xingli to escape would leave him dissatisfied, as his thoughts were clouded. With that, Li Mu approached and delivered a single punch that sent Mao Xingli to his demise. The 2 remaining individuals trembled before Li Mu, aware that while 4 could survive, 3 could as well, and 2 was not out of the question. Li Mu glanced at them, saying, Do not worry, you bear no enmity towards me. I shall not harm you. The 2 breathed a sigh of relief, though they kept their distance from Li Mu. Brotherly, you are truly formidable. Zhao Xiaodian said reverently as he approached Li Mu. Do not let your guard down. The situation is not yet resolved. Li Mu cautioned, for many beasts lurked outside, their predatory gazes fixed upon them, along with an enigmatic expert. Today's events were far from over. Zhao Xiaodian nodded, acutely aware that even a single beast outside could easily devour him. The danger would not be considered over until they had left Yinfeng Ridge. Excellent. You have survived until the end. I shall keep my promise. The voice continued. Then, a great black bear emerged from behind a tree, producing a large quantity of precious herbs and minerals, casually dividing them into 4 portions and tossing them to the 4 individuals. Li Mu surveyed the bounty on the ground. The herbs and minerals were indeed plentiful and rare, and once taken outside, they would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. However, Li Mu was intrigued. Who were the individuals behind this scheme? What was the purpose of their actions? Was it not said that those who exited would forget all that transpired within? This undoubtedly indicated memory manipulation, which entailed the involvement of the soul. Thus, it was evident that their souls would be assaulted prior to their departure. While Li Mu pondered these thoughts, the voice continued to resonate. Do you not desire these things? Now that matters have come to this, will you not reveal yourself? Li Mu inquired. Reveal myself? What significance does it hold whether we meet or not? Once you acquire the resources, I shall erase your memories of Yinfeng Ridge. Therefore, even if you were to encounter me, you would not retain any recollection. The voice replied, Erase memories? You might as well try. Li Mu retorted with a cold smile. His memories were sacrosanct, impervious to erasure by anyone. Excellent. I relish your spirit. Let us see if you can withstand this. The voice chuckled frostily, and then Li Mu felt a chilling wind surge forth as his soul began to endure a fierce assault. Simultaneously, Zhao Xiaodian and the others had gathered their belongings. Yet before they could utter a word, they succumbed to unconsciousness. Clearly, their souls had fallen, their memories altered. When they were eventually cast out of Yinfeng Ridge, they would be oblivious to what had transpired within, only able to articulate that the place was fraught with peril, with little connection to strength, but rather to willpower. Meanwhile, Li Mu steadfastly clung to his soul, refusing to permit anyone to alter his memories, not even those concerning Yinfeng Ridge. Your soul is remarkably resilient. Able to withstand my assault? The The voice expressed a hint of bewilderment. To be frank, I was previously unaware that my soul could detach. Since you wish to test my soul, I shall also explore the extent of my own. Li Mu chuckled mischievously and forcefully extricated his soul from his body. As Li Mu's soul began to depart his corporeal form, the voice was momentarily taken aback. Impossible. This is Enfone Ridge, where souls are suppressed by poisonous mists. And it is broad daylight. Your true essence is also being restrained. How could your soul possibly emerge? Such a feat is beyond even the extraordinary realm. The voice exclaimed in astonishment. Just because the extraordinary realm cannot accomplish it does not imply I cannot. Li Mu retorted with a cold laugh. Hasten to desist. The surrounding mists are converging towards you. If you forcibly engage in soul wandering, your soul will suffer irreversible damage, far beyond mere memory alteration. The voice bellowed urgently. And what of the damage? My memories are mine alone to command. No one shall tamper with them. As for these poisonous mists, inflicting harm upon my soul will not be so simple. Li Mu declared with vigor, subsequently unleashing a substantial amount of true essence. This essence enveloped his soul, gradually allowing it to detach from his physical form. Yet, as soon as this essence emerged, it began to be disintegrated by the mists. Li Mu was compelled to release his true essence more rapidly. Without its protection, his soul would be unable to withstand the disintegration wrought by the poisonous mists. As the noxious miasma thickened, the rate of decomposition accelerated, leaving Li Mu struggling to maintain his flow of true essence. My lord, shall we not simply destroy his physical form? The great black bear greedily eyed Li Mu's corporeal body, convinced that such a formidable vessel would offer a delectable taste. Do not move. A voice thundered, asserting a desire to witness the limits of Li Mu's spirit. However, Li Mu's true essence was rapidly diminishing under the relentless onslaught of the encroaching miasma, while his spirit soared to a height of 10 meters, nearing the brink of exhaustion. Young one, without the protection of true essence, your spirit cannot withstand the corrosion of this miasma. If you do not return soon, your spirit will perish, and you shall become a living corpse. The voice continued. In truth, you are merely a few dozen meters away. Floating in the air, Li Mu endured the miasma's assault. After his astral projection, his spiritual awareness far surpassed that of his physical form, allowing him to sense the source of the voice nearby, though obscured by the miasma. You have judged correctly, yet you cannot perceive my true form. The voice boomed with laughter. Is that so? What if I were to astral project closer? Li Mu inquired. You reaching a height of 10 meters is already your limit, and under the daylight, your spirit cannot endure the sun's rays. The voice retorted. That is a fallacy. While this miasma does erode the spirit, it also obstructs much of the sunlight. Thus, for me, day and night bear little difference. Li Mu laughed heartily, then propelled his spirit toward the voice's direction. Are you courting death? The voice exclaimed in alarm. Without the protection of true essence, Li Mu's spirit would succumb to the miasma's corruption, verging on becoming a living corpse. Let it be. Li Mu laughed again, quickening his pace, though his spirit began to suffer damage. Nonetheless, he pressed forward, determined to discover the identity of the voice. You madman. The voice was momentarily stunned. Yet it did not flee. Upon Li Mu's arrival at the source, he could not help but chuckle. Indeed, it is you. With that, Li Mu's spirit could no longer endure and promptly descended back into his corporeal form. Phew! Li Mu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The astral journey had taken an immense toll, consuming a significant portion of his true essence and inflicting considerable damage on his spirit. Had he ventured even a few dozen meters further, his spirit would likely have met its end. Even so, his spirit would require an extended period of recuperation to fully recover. Upon opening his eyes, Li Mu turned his gaze toward the corner where the three-tailed spiritual fox lay. Apparently unconscious, but in reality, it had projected its spirit. The voice he had heard was, in fact, that of the three-tailed spiritual fox. Enough of the pretense, Li Mu remarked, glancing at the three-tailed spiritual fox. The three-tailed spirit fox opened its eyes, gazing at Li Mu with astonishment. You risked your soul's integrity merely to verify whether that voice originated from me, it remarked. Indeed, I would rather suffer soul damage than allow you to alter my memories. Li Mu replied. Since you are aware of this, why not directly confront my physical form? The three-tailed spirit fox inquired, with a hint of resignation. With so many beasts around, do you truly believe I could harm your physical body? When did you come to this realization? The fox asked. To be honest, I sensed something amiss as soon as I entered the Maple Ridge. Why is it that those who exit believe there are abundant opportunities within yet fail to recall what transpired? They only know that it has no relation to strength. Clearly, those individuals' souls have been affected. After encountering you, I noticed you were influencing my soul, and your persistent following implied ulterior motives. Later, when I met Mao Shengli and others, your indifference towards the soul travel realm indicated that you are far from an ordinary beast. Furthermore, upon arriving here, the multitude of beasts entirely disregarded you, and you fainted in fear. Coincidentally, that voice reemerged. Too many coincidences led me to deduce that the voice is indeed yours. Li Mu articulated. So, you jeopardized your soul's well-being to validate your conjecture? The three-tailed spirit fox questioned. Indeed, my soul is my own to command. No one shall alter it. Yet, given your current state of soul injury, with my capabilities, altering your soul would be a trivial matter, the fox chuckled. You would not dare. Li Mu retorted with a smile. Oh, what gives you such certainty? The fox probed. Quite simply, if you intended to manipulate my memories, you would not have followed me from the outset. If I am not mistaken, had I commanded you to alter my memories just now, you would have been expelled from the Maple Ridge immediately. Now can we proceed to the next step? Li Mu asked. The next step? What do you mean? What I mean is, the Maple Ridge only permits males under 30 to enter, and with the miasma suppressing both true essence and soul. It cannot merely be for the purpose of allowing us to enter and kill, then leave with spoils. If that were the case, why would you go to such lengths to guide people here? Li Mu stated. The three-tailed spirit fox looked at Li Mu in disbelief, astonished by his profound analysis. Truly, you are the heir my master has awaited for decades. Your physical prowess, soul, will, and intellect are all exceptional. Master? Heir? Li Mu was taken aback, pondering whether this fox was under the influence of a greater power. And what do you mean by heir? Indeed, the Maple Ridge is actually a trial ground established by my master to select an heir. Only those who pass the trials are worthy of inheriting my master's legacy. The three-tailed spirit fox explained. Inherit a legacy? I have no interest. I bid you farewell. Li Mu rolled his eyes, being a disciple of the Ghost Valley medical sage. He had no desire to be another's heir. This scene left the surrounding beasts utterly bewildered. How could Li Mu, who others would risk everything to obtain a legacy, so casually dismiss it? He expressed no interest at all, departing so nonchalantly. Hey, what do you mean by that? The three-tailed spirit fox appeared somewhat bewildered. After enduring great trials, was he now refusing at the final moment? Such a lack of significance. I harbor no interest in the legacy of others. Perhaps you should seek another. Li Mu asserted. Uninterested? Then why have you come to Enfeng Ridge? The three-tailed spirit fox inquired. There are treasures aplenty at Enfeng Ridge. However, if you alter the memories of those individuals to suggest that a great master's legacy resides within, I shan't make the journey. Li Mu replied. The three-tailed spirit fox was momentarily taken aback. Was this not creating a closed loop? Initially, her intent was merely to have these individuals exit with certain resources, instilling in outsiders the belief that Enfeng Ridge was a treasure trove, thus ensuring a continuous influx of visitors. Yet, if it were claimed that a great master's legacy existed within, the number of visitors would surely swell immensely. To her astonishment, Li Mu exhibited no interest in such a legacy. What was this about? In any case, I have no interest in the legacies of others. You may seek someone else. I shall take my leave. Li Mu stated. Wait, that cannot be. The three-tailed spirit fox hurriedly interjected, for she had waited decades to find a worthy individual. She could not allow Li Mu to depart so easily. What is it? Li Mu regarded the three-tailed spirit fox with caution, aware that she commanded those beasts and that his spirit was currently weakened, rendering him no match for them. Should she insist on blocking his path, escape would be impossible. Why do you reject my master's legacy? The three-tailed spirit fox queried, her tail swaying with an expression of confusion. Because I have a master of my own. Li Mu replied. Having a master is inconsequential. My master has proclaimed that anyone who passes the trial may receive his legacy, even if they do not acknowledge him as a master. After all, it is common for formidable geniuses to inherit multiple legacies, asserted the three-tailed spirit fox. Is it truly so? Li Mu mused, feeling an inexplicable guilt akin to straddling two boats. Yet, his master was also aware that finding a successor for his lineage was no simple task. He had remarked that if a suitable heir was not found within a century, Enfeng Ridge would cease to exist, and the beasts would ultimately perish. If a worthy heir emerged, the teachings would be passed down, regardless of whether they acknowledged him as a master, as long as the lineage continued. His lineage? Does that imply he differs from the sex outside? Li Mu pondered. For ever since his arrival at Yinfeng Ridge, he had sensed an air of peculiarity. Indeed, my master was a prodigious talent in his day, vanquishing those so-called saints with ease. The three-tailed spirit fox declared proudly. Really? Is he that formidable? Do you doubt it? I was captured by my master, but you claim to be merely a 3-star beast. Why would someone so powerful enslave a 3-star beast? Li Mu scoffed. Humph. Who informed you that I am merely a 3-tailed spirit fox? The 3-tailed spirit fox glared at Li Mu in anger. As she spoke, her tail began to bifurcate. What was once 3 tails now split into 9. Her aura surged, elevating several notches. Young man, I am an exceedingly rare 9-tailed spirit fox. I only displayed 3 tails to avoid frightening you. The 9-tailed spirit fox spoke with great pride, finally revealing its true nature. Li Mu chuckled, and only then did the 9-tailed spirit fox realize it had fallen into his trap. He had deliberately provoked her to unveil her true form, and she had foolishly exposed herself. You are exceedingly cunning. The 9-tailed spirit fox glared at Li Mu, feeling vexed that after concealing its identity for so long, he had managed to make it reveal itself with just a few words. Nothing extraordinary, Li Mu shrugged, though he had no intention of departing just yet. After all, once he stepped outside, he would still have to contend with the Xianyuan family and the other clans and sects behind them. Given his current strength, it might not suffice. Thus, having an additional ally would not be a bad idea. After all, this creature's master did not permit it to take on a disciple. He merely passed on some teachings. If necessary, he could always find a suitable individual later to mentor this creature. By the way, what is your master's name? And what is the significance of Yinfeng Ridge? Li Mu inquired. My master is known as Xiantai Jusher, and Yinfeng Ridge is the place where he achieved enlightenment. Only males under the age of 30 are permitted to enter Yinfeng Ridge, as it is a rule he established, the 9-tailed spirit fox replied. What? Xiantai Jusher? Are there no other names like Jingang Jusher? Li Mu remarked, somewhat speechless at the peculiarity of the name. What did you say? Nothing. You just mentioned that it's difficult to find inheritors for his lineage. Why is that? Li Mu asked. Because my master is a practitioner of physical cultivation, the fox answered. A practitioner of physical cultivation? Aren't there plenty of those outside? Li Mu responded, bemused, since those who had entered were all practitioners of such arts. Surely, one of them could inherit, right? Plenty. They are unworthy. My master is a figure of great renown, having attained sanctity through his physical form. How could those with mere physical cultivation techniques hope to inherit from him? It is utterly inconceivable. The 9-tailed spirit fox declared disdainfully. Then why do I qualify? Li Mu inquired. Firstly, when neither true essence nor spirit could be employed, your ability to resist my temptation demonstrates your unwavering will. Furthermore, you successfully fended off the attacks of so many individuals here, indicating that your physical body is sufficiently robust. Most importantly, your willingness to endure grievous injuries to your spirit without allowing me to alter your memories signifies that your character is suitable for my master's inheritance. The 9-tailed spirit fox explained. What about the miasma? Li Mu asked. My master set up this miasma to select appropriate practitioners of physical cultivation, preventing various experts from resorting to true essence and spirit for cheating. Only those who can persevere with their physical bodies until the end are worthy of becoming his inheritors. Then why must I ultimately resist with my spirit? Isn't that contradictory? At first, I can't use my spirit, but later, I must employ it? Li Mu questioned. Because my master fell prey to his spirit in the past. The 9-tailed spirit fox sighed. Isn't he a practitioner of physical cultivation? How did he falter in spirit? Though a practitioner of physical cultivation possesses an exceptionally robust physique, my master's spirit was his Achilles heel. Subsequently, he was gravely wounded when several experts who had transcended the saintly realm joined forces to attack his spirit, the 9-tailed spirit fox recounted. Oh, transcended the saintly realm? Li Mu was taken aback, realizing that indeed, there were even mightier experts beyond that realm. Indeed, when the master departed from Yinfeng Ridge, he declared that one must not resort to deceit through divine souls, yet one must possess a formidable spirit. And you, my dear, are the most fitting inheritor of this legacy in decades, spoke the 9-tailed spirit fox. Li Mu was somewhat speechless. He merely sought a few resources and inadvertently became the most suitable heir? Enough of this triviality. Follow me. We shall pay our respects to the master's remains. The nine-tailed spirit fox leaped onto Li Mu's shoulder. Very well, let us proceed. Li Mu sighed. Although he would not formally become a disciple, it was only right to witness another's legacy. Under the guidance of the nine-tailed spirit fox, Li Mu arrived at a cave halfway up Yinfeng Ridge. Inside the cave lay a set of desiccated bones. Despite the passage of several decades, they still emanated an aura of strength. Predecessor, though I have received your legacy, I cannot address you as master. I apologize. Li Mu bowed respectfully, murmuring. As soon as he finished speaking, the seemingly intact bones crumbled, as if the last vestige of regret had dissipated. Master, it appears you consent to his role as the inheritor. Henceforth, all the beasts of Yinfeng Ridge shall be his subordinates. The nine-tailed spirit fox approached the bones and spoke with reverence. What? My subordinates? Li Mu was taken aback. He did not desire a host of beastly followers. Indeed, the master once mentioned that upon the emergence of an inheritor, we become the spirit companions of that inheritor. Do you not wish for us, master? The nine-tailed spirit fox gazed at Li Mu with a pitiful expression, its eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. It is not that I do not wish for you, but rather that I am faced with numerous dangers. Your presence would only increase the peril. Li Mu replied, Master, we fear no danger. We are willing to brave the flames for you, declared the nine-tailed spirit fox. Li Mu shook his head. If he were to venture forth with such a large entourage of beasts, he would soon become a target. Let us set this matter aside for now. I shall present you with the legacy of the former master. The nine-tailed spirit fox, upon finishing its words, unearthed a box from beside the bones and retrieved a book from within. Master, this tome encompasses the lifetime of knowledge from the former master. The nine-tailed spirit fox delicately placed the book into Li Mu's hands. The profound iron body refinement technique. Upon seeing the book, Li Mu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, due to his Pure Yang body paired with the Pure Yang technique, his physical form was remarkably robust. However, the Pure Yang technique was not exclusively a body refinement manual. It did not provide intense physical training. It merely resonated with the Pure Yang body, which was why his physique was so formidable. Now, with the profound iron body refinement technique, his physical prowess would soar to new heights. This encompasses the former master's lifelong teachings. Along with all the resources of Yinfeng Ridge, I will instruct those beasts to gather everything for you, proclaimed the nine-tailed spirit fox. Gather everything. What of Yinfeng Ridge then? Li Mu inquired further. Master, since the previous master has already established a legacy, there is no longer any necessity for Yinfeng Ridge. Once we gather all the resources, the miasma will dissipate, leaving this place as an unclaimed jungle, spoke the nine-tailed spirit fox. Very well, sighed Li Mu. Given the abundance of resources, transporting them all away would ensure he would never lack for materials in his future alchemical endeavors. The nine-tailed spirit fox then instructed the other beasts to collect the resources while she accompanied Li Mu to where Zhao Xiaotian and the others lay unconscious. Master, what about these individuals? Should we eliminate them? Inquired the nine-tailed spirit fox. Are you foolish? If we eliminate them all, and Yinfeng Ridge ceases to exist, everyone will come searching for me, Li Mu replied, exasperated. In such a scenario, he would become the prime suspect, as everyone would know to seek him out. If these individuals remained alive, they would not suspect him for the time being. By the time they did, he would already be beyond fear. Then I must alter their memories, the nine-tailed spirit fox declared. Li Mu nodded, understanding that their memories needed to be altered, otherwise, he would face insurmountable troubles upon his return. After a while, the great black bear and the hyenas returned with a multitude of resources, enough for Li Mu to utilize for a considerable time. Master, shall we assist you in carrying these resources back? The great black bear asked, its expression ingratiating. No need. I can manage it myself. Li Mu chuckled, opening his storage ring to absorb all the resources within. The beasts were left dumbfounded, with no excuses left to follow him. Master, how about we still accompany you for your protection? The nine-tailed spirit fox suggested. Unnecessary. You should fend for yourselves. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. Li Mu replied. But what if? Questioned the nine-tailed spirit fox, looking bewildered. Of course, we will heed your words, master. We shall depart now. If you require anything, you may seek us in the dark forest. The nine-tailed spirit fox affirmed. The dark forest? Indeed, It serves as a sanctuary for the beasts. We shall make our living there and return to assist you in the future. The nine-tailed spirit fox added. Very well, Li Mu nodded, watching as the group of beasts departed. Once they left, the miasma of Yinfeng Ridge began to disperse, revealing its true form. Before him stretched a mountain range over 100 kilometers long, with countless peaks rising majestically. One at a time, Li Mu remarked, glancing at the individuals on the ground before casting them onto different mountain summits. Having completed his tasks, Li Mu reclined upon a stone to bask in the sun. Meanwhile, outside Yinfeng Ridge, people across various regions were taken aback. What? The miasma of Yinfeng Ridge has vanished? What on earth is happening? Zhao Yuhui exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. After all, the miasma had lingered for decades. How could it suddenly disappear? Had something occurred within? Quickly, let us enter and search for the others. In Yujing Province, the Yang family immediately rushed to Yinfeng Ridge, seeking traces of Yang Shouji and the others. However, despite their thorough search, they found no sign of Yang Shouji. In the end, only 4 individuals survived. It was only at the last moment that Zhao Yuhui and the others found Li Mu. Li Mu, are you all right? Zhao Yuhui hurriedly called to awaken him. I'm fine, but how did I suddenly fall asleep? Li Mu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Big brotherly, you fell asleep too? I unknowingly drifted off as well. Zhao Xiaodian admitted awkwardly. What about the others? Zhao Yuhui inquired again. The others? I have no idea. The last thing I remember is entering the Yinfeng Ridge. After that, everything is a blur. Zhao Xiaodian responded. Nonsense. You must know something. There are only the 4 of you left alive in the entire Yinfeng Ridge. How could you possibly know nothing? One man bellowed. Indeed, Yang Shouji, Tang Fei, Song Zhe, and the others have all vanished. Even Mao Shengli from Kyoto has gone missing. They were all protected by numerous skilled fighters, yet they perished. Why did the 4 of you survive? Speak up. What exactly transpired within? An elder shouted vehemently. What kind of talk is this? The Yinfeng Ridge is fraught with peril. Regardless of one's cultivation level, the danger remains the same. Were there no experts among those who entered before? Yet they all managed to escape. Li Mu coldly regarded the crowd. Should conflict arise, he was unafraid. The Yang family and the Tang family had strength only up to the divine wanderer realm. At worst, there were some extraordinary beings backing them. You insolent wretch. Who do you think you are to speak to our vice clan leader in such a manner? A late-stage true essence realm practitioner stepped forward, sternly rebuking Li Mu. Since when is it your turn to interrupt our conversation? Li Mu retorted coldly, then with a wave of his hand. A surge of true essence instantly transformed into a sword aura, hurtling towards the man. Seeking death, the man, also at the late stage of true essence, was not one to concede easily. He immediately released his true essence, attempting to block Li Mu's sword aura. However, after a brief encounter, all his defenses proved utterly ineffective, pierced through by Li Mu's sword aura. With a piercing sound, the sword aura punctured the man's chest. A late-stage true essence practitioner fell dead at Li Mu's hands. You scoundrel, do you dare to murder in public? Yang Yuanji roared in fury. As the vice-clan leader of the Yang family, seeing his own comrade die before him, he could not remain passive. And what of it? Are you planning to make a move? Li Mu coldly gazed at Yang Yuanji. This man was merely in the mid-stage of the divine wanderer realm. His soul strength was far inferior to Li Mu's. Should a confrontation ensue, he was confident in his ability to eliminate Yang Yuanji. As for the Tang family, the Song family, and others, even if they all attacked, he could at least ensure his own escape, if not annihilate them all. Faced with Li Mu's imposing aura, Yang Yuanji and the others dared not act rashly. After all, Li Mu, at such a young age, possessed formidable strength, clearly not to be underestimated. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Zhao Yuhui quickly stepped forward, saying, Everyone, this is Li Mu, hailing from Jiangdong province. Recently, the Ji family, Zhou family, and Lin family in Jiangdong were all obliterated by him, and the enforcement team has been aiding him in maintaining order. Please remain calm. Upon Zhao Yuhui's utterance, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd. In their eyes, the Ji and Zhou families were inconsequential. However, the Lin family was a different story. They possessed the backing of the Xianyuan clan, yet they too had been annihilated by Li Mu. The pivotal point was the commotion that ensued, rather than apprehending Li Mu. The enforcement team instead assisted him in maintaining order. What did this signify? It indicated that Li Mu's influence was considerable. Otherwise, The enforcement team would never allow him to wreak havoc in Jiangdong province. Furthermore, the Yinfeng Ridge was fraught with peril. It had previously claimed the lives of extraordinary figures, yet some junior practitioners had emerged unscathed, including a few insignificant individuals from the Qidong realm. Thus, the survival of the four could only be attributed to sheer luck. Moreover, anyone who exited Yinfeng Ridge would invariably forget the events that transpired within. Further inquiries would yield no fruit. Zhao Yuhui continued, and the crowd exchanged glances, acknowledging the reasonableness of his assertions. Perhaps Li Mu and his companions were merely fortunate. Consider Zhao Xiaodian, who was merely a practitioner of the Qidong realm. Among the other two survivors, one was of the Zhenyuan realm and the other of the Qidong realm, both lacking any significant background. It could only be concluded that their dispatched individuals had encountered profoundly unfortunate circumstances. Should we uncover any connection between their demise and you, we will not show mercy. Yang Yuanji cursed before departing with the Yang family. After all, the miasma of Yinfeng Ridge had dissipated, and they needed to conduct a thorough search to see if they could discover anything of value. Xiaodian, do you truly not remember what transpired within? Zhao Yuhui inquired curiously after the crowd had departed. Father, I genuinely do not recall, but I do possess some fine items. Zhao Xiaodian replied, producing various herbs and ores from his pocket. Upon seeing these treasures, Zhao Yuhui's eyes lit up. They could be exchanged for considerable rewards at the Xingchen Pavilion. Turning to Li Mu, Zhao Yuhui expressed, Thank you, Li Mu. The head of the Zhao family exaggerates. I am unaware of what occurred inside, and perhaps I have not contributed at all. Li Mu replied with a smile. Haha, I am well aware of my son's capabilities, although you do not remember the events. The resources he acquired and his survival undoubtedly indicate your assistance, Zhao Yuhui remarked. Perhaps, Li Mu replied with a nonchalant smile, refraining from elaborating further. Naturally, he would not disclose the fact that his memory had not been altered to Zhao Yuhui. By the way, if it were merely the Yang, Tang, and Song families involved, the situation would not be overly concerning. However, with the Mao family from the capital entangled in this matter, it complicates things significantly. The Mao family is one of the 10 prominent families of the enforcement team, and they will not rest easy knowing their members perished in Yinfeng Ridge. As for the 4 of you survivors, you will be their focal point. You must exercise caution, Zhao Yuhui warned. Haha, if I do not remember, then I do not remember. If they insist on seeking me out, I shall simply admit that I killed Mao Xingli. I am curious to see how they will proceed. Li Mu scoffed before departing. Brother Li is truly formidable. Zhao Xiaodian gazed at Li Mu with profound admiration, awed by his audacity to disregard one of the 10 esteemed families of the enforcement team, regardless of whether Li Mu possessed such strength. His sheer bravery was deserving of his respect. All right, let us return, Zhao Yuhui sighed, uncertain if Li Mu truly had forgotten, yet grateful for his ability to bring Zhao Xiaotian back alive along with such abundant resources. He felt indebted to Li Mu in a significant way. Meanwhile, within the grand estate of the Mao family in Kyoto, an elder was taken aback by alarming news. What? The entire force has been annihilated? He exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. Yes, father. Mao Xingli and the 10 or so individuals he took, along with his third brother, perished at Yinfeng Ridge. A middle-aged man reported respectfully. This is illogical. Though Yinfeng Ridge is fraught with peril, that third brother is a formidable warrior in the divine wanderer realm. Mao Xingli himself is exceptionally strong, and the bodyguards we assigned him are top-notch masters. How could this calamity have befallen them? The elder's brow furrowed deeply. Father, could it be that the entities within Yinfeng Ridge were aware of our unearthing the three-tailed spirit fox's secrets, and thus enacted a ruthless retaliation? Perhaps they dismantled Yinfeng Ridge entirely? The middle-aged man proposed. With Yinfeng Ridge gone, all avenues for investigation are lost. The elder lamented. Not entirely lost. 4 individuals emerged alive from Yinfeng Ridge. Their accounts may yield valuable insights. Their memories have been tampered with. They cannot recall the events that transpired within. Pursuing this is futile. The elder shook his head. If such memories were retrievable, we would not have sent Mao Xingli in the first place. However, the middle-aged man chuckled. Father, memories that have been altered can indeed be restored, albeit with great difficulty. What do you mean? Father, our investigations over the years have revealed that those who exited Yinfeng Ridge likely had their souls manipulated by another, rendering them incapable of recalling their experiences. This leads us to deduce the presence of the three-tailed spirit fox within, for its specialty lies in deception. Once entranced, one is easily subjected to memory alteration. The elder nodded, acknowledging their family's long-held belief that valuable treasures resided within Yinfeng Ridge, prompting their covert inquiries, including dispatching the prodigious Mao Shengli for investigation. Yet, they had not anticipated the complete obliteration of their expedition. Memory alteration can indeed be reversed, but the challenge is formidable. Restoration requires not only rare medicinal herbs, but also the aid of extraordinary experts. Such individuals must transcend the saintly entry realm. The elder sighed. He was acutely aware of this reality. The saintly entry realm was already exceedingly scarce, and those surpassing it possessed astounding soul strength, capable of traversing vast distances even under the blazing sun to enact vengeance. Such beings were not only absent from the Mao family, but from all 10 prominent families. If such a person were to be found, how could they possibly have any interest in Yinfeng Ridge? Thus, it was indeed a paradoxical predicament. Indeed, only those who transcended the saintly entry realm stood a chance of restoring tampered memories. Father, are you concerned that even if we find such a person, he would not personally intervene for the sake of Yinfeng Ridge? The middle-aged man inquired. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. However, the middle-aged man continued, Father, in the past, Yinfeng Ridge was merely a concept limited to Jiangdong Province, Yujing Province, and Lingnan Province. Thus, these influential figures showed little interest. Yet now, with Yinfeng Ridge vanished, and our numerous efforts to locate the three-tailed spirit fox ending in total annihilation, do you believe this to be mere coincidence? What are you trying to convey? The middle-aged man pressed on. What I mean to say is that Yinfeng Ridge is far from ordinary. It may even harbor elements that attract those beyond the sacred entry realm. If we can persuade such individuals, we might uncover the true nature of Yinfeng Ridge. Very well, let us first seek out such a master before pursuing those 4 individuals, the old man replied. The middle-aged man nodded, his instincts telling him that Yinfeng Ridge was undoubtedly complex. Thus, even if it required a significant price to enlist someone beyond the sacred entry realm, he deemed it worthwhile. Meanwhile, while the father and son of the Mao family were scheming, Li Mu had already returned to the Shishan courtyard. Upon his return, the tension among the gathered individuals dissipated. After all, he had been away for several days without any news, causing concern for everyone. Brother, you nearly frightened me to death. Li Qianqian exclaimed as she rushed over, grabbing Li Mu's arm. Am I not back now? Li Mu chuckled, rubbing her arm before exchanging pleasantries with the others. After dining, he retreated to his room. Young master, what transpired in Yinfeng Ridge? Your soul seems gravely injured. Nangong Yu asked with evident concern. As a peak expert in the soul travel realm, she could easily discern the severity of Li Mu's condition. Although Li Mu had concealed his discomfort earlier, she refrained from pressing him for details in front of the others. It's nothing. A few days of rest will suffice. Please keep watch outside. I wish to avoid disturbances for the next few days, Li Mu instructed. Understood. Nangong Yu nodded, confident in Li Mu's abilities to mend his wounded soul. Once Nangong Yu departed, Li Mu retrieved a medicinal cauldron from his storage ring. With an abundance of resources from Yinfeng Ridge, particularly the millennium-old soul-nourishing wood, he found it particularly suitable for soul restoration. Thus, in the following days, Li Mu dedicated himself to concocting elixirs to heal his soul. Simultaneously, he practiced the Xiantai body refinement technique, discovering that when paired with the Pure Yang Dao technique, it could fully unleash the potential of his Pure Yang body. Consequently, his physical form ascended to a new level. At that very moment, as Li Mu honed his skills, 2 groups stealthily approached the Shishan courtyard. Manager Wang. Just ahead lies the Shishan courtyard, where Li Mu resides. One subordinate reported. I mentioned a few days ago that I would surprise him. Today, I shall fulfill that promise. Manager Wang sneered. Should we notify the family? Another asked. There is no need for notification. Li Mu has slain Tang Xiaobai, making him an enemy of the Tang family. My actions against the family's adversaries surely won't be opposed. Manager Wang retorted with a cold laugh. But Li Mu seems to have a favorable relationship with the law enforcement team. The law enforcement team? I can kill with my spirit. And Li Mu shall not perish. Even the law enforcement team will be unable to uncover the truth. Manager Wang declared. The prowess of Manager Wang is formidable. His subordinates bowed respectfully, and then they observed Manager Wang closing his eyes. They could discern no abnormalities, only feeling a chill breeze sweep through, signaling that Manager Wang had commenced his spiritual journey. Such a technique could only be executed by a master at the level of spiritual wandering. Several hundred meters away, Yang Chaodu stood reverently beside an elder. Old Master Chun, ahead lies Li Mu's villa in the western mountains. I humbly request your intervention to eliminate this scoundrel. Yang Chaodu spoke with utmost respect. Of course, having slain so many from my esteemed faction, I shall not let him escape. However, I first need to gauge his true strength. Old Master Chun nodded, then closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to leave his corporeal form, enveloped by his true essence. Moments later, the spirits of Old Master Chun and Manager Wang encountered one another outside the villa. Initially taken aback, they soon realized they were both there to confront Li Mu, and thus lowered their guard, soaring toward the villa. What a chilling sensation. Ji Xiaoye reclined on a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the moon, feeling a sudden cold wind brush past, murmuring to herself, "If you wear any less, not just my brother, even I might find it hard to resist." Li Qianqian teased, observing Ji Xiaoye. After all, at the tender age of 18 or 19, clad in her airy nightgown, Ji Xiaoye's curvaceous figure was laid bare, evoking temptation even from a woman. "Qianqian, what nonsense are you spouting? That is my brother Li Mu. He wouldn't think such thoughts," Ji Xiaoye retorted, exasperated. The two exchanged banter while above. The spirits of the two men harbored a tinge of greed. Damn it, this Li Mu knows how to indulge. These two maidens must be delightful to toy with. Manager Wang licked his lips. "Once we eliminate Li Mu, shall we each have one?" Old Master Li inquired. "Absolutely." The two nodded in agreement, and then soared toward Li Mu's south resting place. Meanwhile, Nangong Yu was dozing outside Li Mu's chamber when she suddenly sensed an icy chill. Instantly opening her eyes, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Western Mountain Villa?" Nangong Yu shouted, promptly entering a state of spiritual wandering and ascending into the air. Who is that? How can there be a master of spiritual wandering beside him? Upon seeing Nangong Yu, the two men felt a flicker of unease. They had anticipated that Li Mu might be a master of spiritual wandering, yet their own spirits were more formidable. Together, they were confident they could vanquish Li Mu. However, they had not foreseen the presence of another master by Li Mu's side, whose spirit seemed significantly more powerful than theirs. "We must flee." Manager Wang dared not linger and immediately turned to depart. Nangong Yu's spirit was overwhelmingly strong and approached with a fierce intent. Clearly not an adversary to be trifled with. Should they delay, their lives would surely be forfeit. "Where do you think you're going?" Nangong Yu coldly regarded the spirits of the two men. After all, wandering here in the dead of night was undoubtedly ill-intentioned. Their attempt to flee upon spotting her only confirmed their intent to target Li Mu. During his seclusion, he had entrusted her with the instruction to ensure no one disturbed him. Now, do the souls of these two dare to cause trouble? Then let them become fools. As she spoke, Nangong Yu's soul had already soared before the two of them. Such swiftness. Run. Li Lao's expression turned grave, for typically, even a soul enveloped in true essence would not dare to move too swiftly at night. Otherwise, any lapse in the true essence might expose the soul to the winds, leading to harm. The speed exhibited by Nangong Yu clearly indicated that her soul was far more formidable than they could fathom. Thinking of escaping? It is already too late. Nangong Yu hovered before them, her gaze frosty. "Ahem, young lady, we have ventured this far merely to admire the scenery of the Western Mountains. Please do not misunderstand. We shall take our leave immediately." Wang Guanshi quickly offered a fawning smile. Indeed, the Western Mountains are beautiful. We are merely here to appreciate the view." "Oh, here to admire the scenery? Then why come in the dead of night? Do you possess such extraordinary vision?" Nangong Yu inquired. The two exchanged glances. Visiting the scenery at such an hour? This excuse was pathetically weak. Enough staring, scatter, and flee. Li Lao barked, and the two immediately dashed in opposite directions. No matter how powerful Nangong Yu's soul was, it could not stray too far from her physical body, lest it risk disintegration. Thus, if they fled in different directions, it was impossible for Nangong Yu to eliminate both simultaneously. "You are still too weak." Nangong Yu shook her head. Had their souls been a touch stronger, reaching the late stage of the soul travel realm, then fleeing in different directions might have posed a challenge for her current soul strength to eliminate them both. However, one was at the early stage and the other at the mid-stage of soul travel, their escape speed barely a third of hers. Consequently, Nangong Yu first pursued Li Lao, as he was in the mid-stage of soul travel and thus swifter. Damn it! Li Lao, witnessing Nangong Yu approach, turned pale with fear and hastened his pace. Yet, should his soul fly too swiftly, the true essence would fail to shield him. An ominous wind seeped through the true essence, brushing against his soul, causing it to tremble and teeter on the brink of collapse. Nangong Yu's soul had already closed in, transforming into a streak of light that pierced through Li Lao's essence. With a resounding crack, Li Lao's soul shattered instantaneously, dispersing into a gust of dark wind that vanished into the void. What? In the distance, Wang Guanshi, witnessing this scene, felt his very soul nearly disintegrate from terror. He dared not remain careless and immediately fled towards his physical body. As long as his soul returned, he could escape in flesh. To kill Li Mu? Let the experts of the Tang family handle it. He would not return. This woman is exceedingly powerful. Nowhere to run. After shattering Li Lao's soul, Nangong Yu swiftly directed her attention towards Wang Guanshi's essence. Faster! Wang Guanshi urged himself, having already reached mere meters from his corporeal form. Just as he was about to return, Nangong Yu blocked his path. Please spare me, my lady. Please spare me. Wang Guanshi immediately begged for mercy. He understood that once his soul was lost, his physical body would merely be a living corpse. He did not wish to die. He lived for several decades, finally attaining the realm of ethereal travel, and he still wished to continue living. Spare me. What brings you to the West Mountain courtyard? Nangongwei inquired. Madam, we are from the Tang family. Li Mu has killed Tang Xiaobai, and the Tang family sent me to eliminate him. I never anticipated that he would have such a formidable protector like you. Had I known, I would have refrained from coming. Manager Wang lamented, tears streaming down his face. Is it truly you who dares to slay the young master? Nangongwei retorted, utterly speechless. Li Mu's prowess surpassed her own. Even if Li Mu's spirit had not fully recovered, it was likely that these two would meet a grim fate. The young master? What status does he hold? Manager Wang was bewildered. Wasn't Li Mu a solitary survivor, a remnant of the Li family? How could he possibly be referred to as the young master? That is of no concern to you. Nangongwei scoffed, then immediately surged forward. Madam, spare me. Manager Wang, gripped by terror, could only beg for mercy. However, a battle of spirits is not akin to a physical confrontation. One cannot merely withstand the onslaught. In a clash of souls, if the disparity in strength is too great, a single charge can lead to utter annihilation. Consequently, with a single charge, Nangongwei obliterated Manager Wang's spirit in an instant. What is happening? It feels so chilling. Several onlookers shuddered as they beheld Manager Wang's lifeless body on the ground. Given the altitude of the West Mountain, a cold breeze is hardly surprising, one remarked. I wonder what has become of Manager Wang. Has he managed to kill Li Mu? While they pondered, they witnessed Manager Wang's body collapse to the ground. They rushed over to assist him, attempting to awaken him, only to find their efforts futile. Even dousing him with cold water yielded no response. He lay as still as a corpse. Remarkably, Manager Wang was still breathing, resembling a mere sleeper. How could this be? One subordinate exclaimed in alarm. They were unaccustomed to dealing with experts of the ethereal travel realm and were uncertain of the implications of such a situation. Meanwhile, high above, Nangongwei refrained from intervening. Although her strength could easily render these individuals imbeciles, the physical bodies of these men required handling, which would be overly cumbersome. It was more prudent to allow them to depart with Manager Wang's body. Upon their return, it could serve as a deterrent to the Tang family. Should the Tang family dare to cause further trouble, she would not hesitate to aid Li Mu in addressing them. Though she was unaware of the full extent of the Tang family's power, if Li Mu was unafraid of provoking them, what did she have to fear? Thus, Nangongwei returned to the West Mountain courtyard, re-entering her physical form. Li Mu emerged from his chamber, having sensed the spiritual battle outside. Has a powerful expert from the ethereal travel realm arrived? He inquired. Indeed, one from the Tang family and another from Yiping Tianxia. Both have been rendered imbeciles by my hand. Nangongwei replied respectfully. It seems they are impervious to lessons. Li Mu sighed, genuinely believing they thought him an easy target. Young master, should I not teach them a lesson? Nangongwei asked. Forget it. You are not their match. Li Mu shook his head. Though Nangongwei stood at the pinnacle of ethereal travel, both the Tang family and Yiping Tianxia were renowned powers within Longhua, and she was no match for them. Ultimately, he must journey to Kyoto, and any grievances can be resolved then. Are they truly formidable? Nangongwei inquired. Did your master not inform you of the influence of the Dragon Kingdom? Li Mu regarded her with a hint of perplexity. My master stated that anyone who threatens the young master deserves death. Regardless of their strength, I shall eliminate them, Nangongwa declared with utmost seriousness. Enough, go and rest. Li Mu sighed, rubbing his forehead. While Nangongwa's loyalty was commendable, her years spent in the Western Mountain Villa had deprived her of exposure to those masters outside. Did she truly believe that reaching the pinnacle of the spirit travel realm was sufficient? When faced with extraordinary beings, or even those of the saintly realm, she would have no chance to retaliate. By the way, young master, has your soul recovered? The speed is astonishing. Nangongwa gazed at Li Mu in surprise. She recalled her own experience of straying too far in spirit travel, resulting in a month-long recuperation. Yet, Li Mu had sustained such severe damage to his soul and recovered in mere days. His soul's self-healing ability was indeed remarkable. It's nothing extraordinary, Li Mu replied with a nonchalant smile, as he had concocted a pill for soul restoration, thus hastening his recovery. The following day, Li Mu made his way directly to the Star Pavilion. It had been some time since their last transaction, and he was uncertain if the Star Pavilion had fulfilled its promise. Upon his arrival, Qianfeng promptly greeted him. Li Mu, if you had delayed any longer, I would have had to search for you at the Western Mountain Villa. Qianfeng exclaimed. Oh, is there something amiss? Do you recall our previous transaction with the Star Pavilion? Of course I do. Have you devised a plan? Li Mu inquired. Not merely a plan, but one that has already been executed. Qianfeng replied. Oh, you have lured Xianyuan Jingde out? Li Mu asked. Indeed. We at the Star Pavilion have organized an auction in Yujing Province, featuring a treasure that Xianyuan Jingde covets. He will undoubtedly attend. When is it? Tomorrow night. Qianfeng stated. No wonder, Li Mu murmured. Had he delayed another day in Yinfeng Ridge, he would have missed the opportunity. Xianyuan Jingde had been responsible for the plan under the codename Jade Dragon, so he must know the specifics from 8 years ago. 8 years. The truth was finally poised to surface. You truly have the item he desires? Li Mu questioned. Certainly. That old fox Xianyuan Jingde would not attend if it were a mere ruse, Qianfeng asserted. Thank you. You are too courteous. It is merely a transaction. However, I advise you to refrain from taking action in Yujing Province. Qianfeng cautioned. Oh, why is that? As you know, each province has its own enforcement division. In Jiangdong Province, Lu Hui might turn a blind eye, but in Yujing Province, the head of the enforcement team will not stand idly by. Moreover, the Yang family, who possess significant power, has their patriarch as a master of the spirit travel realm. It is likely they will participate in the auction. If you engage in conflict there, the situation could become quite complicated. Qianfeng explained. You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I am fully aware of my limits. Li Mu replied with a calm smile. Since Xianyuan Jingde has been lured out, he cannot afford to miss this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have to venture to the capital. The capital is a place rife with intrigue and formidable opponents, and it is uncertain whether he could uncover the truth from years past there. Thus, this opportunity must not slip away. Take care of yourself. When the time comes, you can use the Shengtian Bank's black gold card to select any private room. Qianfeng remarked. Understood. Li Mu responded before departing from the Starry Pavilion. Once Li Mu had left, an elderly man emerged. Old Zhou, why was the auction location chosen in Yujing Province? Would it not be more advantageous to hold it in our Jiangdong Province? Qianfeng inquired. We are engaging in a transaction with Li Mu, not assisting him. If we were to select Jiangdong Province, do you think the Xianyuan family would be oblivious? Our Starry Pavilion would inevitably be drawn into the fray, the old man asserted. Qianfeng pondered this and reluctantly agreed. Li Mu resided in Jiangdong Province. If the Starry Pavilion were to hold the auction there, the Xianyuan family would undoubtedly grow suspicious. After all, those who could ascend to the ranks of the 10 great families of Longhua were far from foolish. Old Zhou, do you think Li Mu will act in Yujing Province? Qianfeng asked. Judging by his demeanor earlier, he is unlikely to allow Xianyuan Jingde to leave Yujing Province, though this endeavor will not be straightforward. Old Zhou replied. Oh, what do you mean by that? Do you think Xianyuan Jingde is a mere pushover? He is a master of the divine travel realm. And Yujing Province is home to the Yang family and the Floating Cloud sect, both of whom will surely participate in the auction. When the experts gather, executing a plan will not be so simple. Old Zhou cautioned. That fellow is unpredictable. Qianfeng sighed. Since he had known Li Mu, he had always acted outside the bounds of convention. Regardless of the strength of his adversaries or the complexity of the situation, he charged headlong into action. This time, with so many formidable opponents gathered, would Li Mu hesitate? After leaving the Starry Pavilion, Li Mu did not return to the Shishan Villa, but instead proceeded directly to the headquarters of the law enforcement team, seeking out Lu Hui. Li Mu, what brings you here? Lu Hui furrowed his brow. This visit could not bode well. Ahem, I have come to inform you that I intend to take a life. Li Mu stated with a smile. Take a life? Whom? Yunlan's sect, Yun Kong. Li Mu declared. During his time in Yang City, he had already formed enmity with the Yunlan sect. Subsequently, they had persistently sought to trouble him. Now, only one sect leader remained. Though he posed little threat to Li Mu, he was a considerable danger to Li Qianqian and the others. As he prepared to confront Xianyuan Jingda in Yujing province, he was uncertain of the outcome or how long he would be away. If Nangong Yu were to become entangled in something, Li Qianqian and the others would be in peril. Thus, he must eliminate any threats in their infancy. Yun Kong must die. Are you planning to kill one person? Or do you intend to annihilate the entire family? Lu Hui inquired. A wildfire may not be extinguished, yet spring winds will bring forth new life. Li Mu replied. Lu Hui trembled at this implication. It seemed Li Mu intended to eradicate the entire sect. The Yunlan sect in Jiangdong province was a significant force, with no fewer than several hundred members. Li Mu has taken the lives of many. As the captain of the enforcement team, he cannot remain indifferent. Yet, he chooses to come to me to explain the situation. What is he up to? Li Mu, you should not have sought me out. Lu Hui gazes at Li Mu, somewhat at a loss. Had Li Mu chosen to remain silent, he could have waited until Li Mu eradicated the Yunlan sect before dispatching someone to investigate the situation there. Whether the investigation would yield clarity is another matter altogether. Lin Tao had previously conducted himself in this manner without issue. However, with Li Mu now approaching him, the situation becomes complicated. Captain Lu, I have come to propose a transaction. Li Mu declared with a smile. A transaction? What kind of transaction? Lu Hui inquired. Do you know who the captain of the enforcement team in Yujing province is? The captain of Yujing province? Zheng Hong, who is also a vassal of the Xianyuan family. Why do you ask? Lu Hui responded, his curiosity piqued. Although Yujing province is adjacent to Jiangdong province, Zheng Hong's jurisdiction does not extend this far. What if I were to create a disturbance in Yujing province and, in the presence of Zheng Hong, slay members of the Xianyuan family? What do you think? Li Mu posed the question. What did you say? Lu Hui exclaimed, suddenly alert. In front of Zheng Hong, you intend to kill members of the Xianyuan family? Has Li Mu lost his mind? You heard correctly. I plan to go to Yujing province to eliminate members of the Xianyuan family, and I intend to do so under the watchful eye of the enforcement team as captain. Do you have the courage to protect me upon my return to Jiangdong province? Li Mu challenged. Wait a moment, let me collect my thoughts. Lu Hui began to pace back and forth, as this revelation was utterly unexpected, leaving him unable to make any decisive judgment. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Hui swiftly picked up the phone to contact the headquarters in the capital. Father, have you received intelligence indicating that members of the Xianyuan family have arrived in Yujing province? Lu Hui asked. Indeed. There is an auction taking place in Yujing province tomorrow night, in which Xianyuan Jingda from the Xianyuan family will participate, and Zheng Hong from the enforcement team will undoubtedly accompany him. How does Li Mu possess this information? Moreover, he intends to kill Xianyuan Jingda? His audacity is truly remarkable, Lu Hui remarked. Indeed, he is the first to dare to confront the Xianyuan family so brazenly. However, our relations with the Xianyuan family are nearing a breaking point. Since Li Mu is inclined to make amends, let us take advantage of this opportunity. Yes, father. After leaving the enforcement team, Li Mu made his way directly to the entrance of the Yunlan sect. As one of the foremost sects in Jiangdong province, the entrance is undeniably grand. At this moment, within the gates, Yun Kong was leisurely basking in the sun. Master, perhaps we should leave, an elder said anxiously, casting a worried glance at Yun Kong. After all, the Yunlan sect and Li Mu have a bitter enmity that cannot be reconciled, and both the Lin and Ji families have already fallen to Li Mu's hands. Although Li Mu had refrained from attacking the Yunlan sect during this period, it does not imply that he would spare them. Moreover, with no backing, even if Li Mu sought to annihilate the Yunlan sect, the enforcement team would not intervene. Why, then, was Yun Kong so composed? Leave? Why should we leave? Do you think I have been sleepwalking all this time? Yun Kong retorted with a cold smile. Master, do you have a plan? Ever since Lin Shui's demise, I have known that Li Mu would not let us off the hook. With his temperament, even if we fled Jiangdong province, he would pursue us relentlessly. In that case, let us engage him in a fight to the death. Yun Kong declared. A fight to the death? Master, Li Mu can annihilate those in the late stage of the true essence realm. Your strength. Yun Kong cast a disdainful glance at the elder and replied, "Of course, I shall not confront him directly. Do you not recall the talented youth from the Ji family? The talented youth from the Ji family? You mean Ji Xiaodian? Indeed, that is him. The Ji family was exterminated, and I retrieved his father's ashes, which were delivered to the Xianin sect." Ji Xiaodian, filled with rage, immediately dispatched experts. "Otherwise, do you think I would still dare to remain in Jiangdong province?" Yun Kong sneered. "Master, you are truly astute. I admire your foresight," the elder exclaimed, immediately giving a thumbs up. After all, with the expertise from the Xianin sect guarding them, Li Mu would undoubtedly refrain from acting recklessly. Then, the elder recalled something and said, "Master, I remember that the Ji family was burned down. How did you manage to find Ji Xiaoyan's father's ashes? Are you foolish? Any pile of ashes would suffice. Could he discern whether they belonged to his father? Besides, it is common knowledge throughout the provincial city that his father perished at Li Mu's hands. There can be no mistake," Yun Kong said. The elder was taken aback and subsequently regarded Yun Kong with utmost admiration. This is truly an exquisite application of using others' strength to achieve one's own ends. At that moment, an elderly voice resonated from outside. Yun Kong immediately led the others to the entrance, where they beheld a venerable old man approaching. "May I inquire if the esteemed elder is a master from the Xianin sect?" Yun Long asked. "Indeed, I am Han Changqing, a transmission elder from the Xianin sect," the old man said, stroking his beard with evident pride. "Ah, it is Elder Han. We apologize for not welcoming you properly," Yun Kong replied respectfully. "Enough of these formalities. Ji Xiaodian is my disciple, and since his clan has been annihilated, my sect has tasked me with avenging him. Point out the one responsible, and I shall eliminate him. I wish to return to my cultivation," Han Changqing declared. "Senior, perhaps we should rest a moment before proceeding?" Yun Kong suggested. "No need for rest. Take me there at once." Yun Kong nodded, knowing that Li Mu resided at the Western Mountain Villa. By leading Han Changqing to kill Li Mu, he would be free of any lingering concerns. "There's no need to go. I have already arrived." Li Mu's voice echoed from outside. Yun Kong's eyes lit up. It seemed he wouldn't need to guide him after all, as Li Mu had come to them. "He's here. The lad has arrived," Yun Kong exclaimed with excitement upon hearing Li Mu's voice. Han Changqing sneered, thinking, a mere boy from a small town, what audacity he has to oppose the Xianin sect. Thus, Han Changqing and Yun Kong made their way to the grand hall of the Yunlan sect. Li Mu, you dare to come alone? Where is Lu Hui to bolster your courage?" Yun Kong mocked as he spotted Li Mu. "Huh, I am sufficient on my own." Li Mu shrugged, confident that even with Han Changqing's presence, the fate of the Yunlan sect would not change. Such arrogance, boy. Han Changqing glared coldly at Li Mu. "You are from the Xianin sect, are you not? I had nearly forgotten the grudge between us, but since you are here, let us settle it. I shall find an opportunity to storm your mountain gate and eliminate that Ji Xiaodian." Li Mu replied darkly. "Impudent. You intend to storm the Xianin sect's mountain gate? Today, I shall ensure you have no place to rest." Han Changqing bellowed. "You old fool, are you in the spirit travel realm? In broad daylight, your advantages are minimal." Li Mu chuckled. The advantage of the spirit travel realm lies in the ability to separate the soul from the body for long-range combat. But that is only effective at night. Now, with the sun blazing overhead, should the soul manifest, it would be instantly destroyed, even under the protection of true essence. It seems you are somewhat knowledgeable about the spirit travel realm. You should understand that its advantages over the true essence realm extend beyond mere travel. Upon reaching the spirit travel realm, the sensitivity of the soul is heightened. In other words, your senses become sharper and your reactions swifter, so even in daylight. The spirit travel realm holds significant advantages over the true essence realm. Han Changqing replied with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Li Mu was taken aback. His own soul had always been robust, and he had assumed the disparity in strength between the true essence and spirit travel realms was solely due to the ability to traverse the spirit. He had not realized the gap was so vast. "Haha, you must be feigning ignorance. You were able to annihilate late-stage true essence practitioners in an instant. You must be a formidable being in the spirit travel realm. Achieving such a breakthrough at your age is commendable, yet you should not have opposed my Xianin sect, leading to your impending demise at my hands." Han Changqing sneered. "A formidable being in the spirit travel realm? Perhaps so." Li Mu shrugged, uncertain of his own cultivation level. Regardless, his soul could traverse, yet he had no desire to manifest it in broad daylight. Moreover, considering Han Changqing's limited prowess, he need not summon his spirit. Arrogance. Han Changqing let out a cold laugh. Then with a sweeping motion of his sleeve, a surge of true essence immediately surged forth. Go. Li Mu did not hesitate. Flicking his finger, a stream of true essence instantly darted through the air, transforming into an arrow aimed directly at Han Changqing's true essence. Bang! With a crisp sound, Han Changqing's true essence was instantly shattered. Such formidable true essence. Han Changqing was taken aback. He had not anticipated Li Mu's true essence and techniques to be so powerful. Is this what strength looks like? Li Mu chuckled coldly, remarking that this was merely a casual strike. With that, he strode forward with astonishing speed. You wish to engage me in close combat? Not a chance. Han Changqing sneered, fully aware that his weakness lay in his physical form. Once in close quarters, he would find himself outmatched by any typical practitioner of the spirit journey realm. Thus, Han Changqing retreated swiftly, unleashing a barrage of attacks in an attempt to push Li Mu back. Is that all? Li Mu could not be bothered to use his true essence further. Instead, he retaliated with a series of powerful punches against Han Changqing's attacks. Bang, bang, bang. With each resounding impact, Han Changqing's assaults were repelled by Li Mu. So powerful. Han Changqing was momentarily stunned. Both Li Mu's true essence and physical form were exceptionally robust. No wonder those practitioners of the true essence realm were all no match for him. Senior Han, I shall assist you. Yun Kong, witnessing the scene, wasted no time and launched an attack on Li Mu. He understood that his strikes posed little threat to Li Mu. But as long as he could create an opportunity for Han Changqing, the latter would surely unleash a lethal move. Han Changqing nodded, then clasped his hands together, whispering a complex incantation. Immediately, crimson true essence manifested behind him, coalescing into a blood-red skeleton. Blood skeleton, devour the heavens and earth. Han Changqing bellowed, and the blood skeleton lunged toward Li Mu. Wherever the blood skeleton traversed, it carried an aura of inexorable death. Li Mu seemed to perceive countless vengeful spirits wailing within the blood skeleton, stirring his very soul. How many lives has your technique claimed? Li Mu's expression darkened. Was the Xianyin sect known for such insidious and lethal techniques? Humph, they are all deserving of death, just like you. Han Changqing sneered, controlling the blood skeleton to close in on Li Mu. Roar. The blood skeleton emitted a soul-piercing sound that rendered the members of the Yunlan sect utterly incapacitated, devoid of any courage to resist. Li Mu's spirit trembled as well. He immediately soared into the sky, delivering a punch toward the blood skeleton. Humph. The blood skeleton excels in assaulting the spirit. What use is your fist against it? Han Changqing chuckled, then commanded the blood skeleton to dissipate, passing directly through Li Mu's corporeal form. In that fleeting moment of penetration, Li Mu felt as though his spirit had been pierced, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through him. Can techniques actually harm the spirit? Li Mu was taken aback. Was it not the case that only spirits could inflict damage upon one another? How could this technique possibly harm the spirit? Haha, it seems you are quite uninformed. This is no ordinary technique, but one that integrates soul arts. Han Changqing laughed heartily. Soul arts? What manner of sorcery is that? Li Mu was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. You don't know this? Han Changqing appeared perplexed. Wasn't Li Mu a formidable figure in the realm of divine travel? How could he be oblivious to soul techniques? Observing Li Mu's genuine bewilderment, Han Changqing realized that this man was not feigning ignorance. Given your impending demise, allow me to enlighten you. Soul techniques are, in essence, a unique form of secret arts, but they cultivate not true essence, but rather the spirit. Otherwise, would one rely solely on the spirit to confront force? That would be utterly primitive. Han Changqing laughed heartily. Unique secret arts pertaining to the spirit? Li Mu was momentarily stunned. It seemed he too needed to seek out some soul techniques for his own cultivation. Well then, you can perish now, Han Changqing bellowed, and the blood skeleton reappeared, enveloping Li Mu entirely. Subsequently, Li Mu's spirit began to be gnawed upon by the blood skeleton. Haha, you continue to boast. Yun Kong laughed uproariously. Do you truly believe that such rudimentary soul techniques can overwhelm me? Li Mu replied coldly. The reason he had not unleashed his full power was to ascertain the nature of soul techniques. Now it appeared that they were nothing more than mere trifles. Just a display of bravado. Yun Kong regarded Li Mu with disdain, while Han Changqing unleashed his full might, convinced that Li Mu could not easily counter the onslaught of the blood skeleton. Bravado? What a joke! Li Mu scoffed, reinforcing his spirit, and the blood skeleton attacking him was instantly repelled. Roar! Once repelled, the blood skeleton let out a piercing howl, and an overwhelming aura of death enveloped Li Mu. You shall perish. Li Mu's expression darkened. The death aura he had just encountered was worlds apart from the one now surrounding him. He had initially believed that Han Changqing had merely claimed the lives of a few dozen, but it was evident now that the blood skeleton's formidable power was a result of countless souls lost at Han Changqing's hands. If it were merely a case of slaughter, that would be one thing, but the blood skeleton had evidently absorbed the spirits of those individuals. Otherwise, it would not possess such terrifying strength. Heh, you must possess the power to kill me first, Han Changqing declared with pride. Is that so? Do you truly believe that I cannot contend with this wretched blood skeleton? Li Mu's lips curled into a slight smirk as he waved his hand, and streams of true essence surged forth to encircle the blood skeleton. Such potent true essence. Han Changqing was taken aback. He had assumed that Li Mu's earlier display of true essence had encompassed his full strength. Now, however, Li Mu was manifesting an astonishing amount of true essence, which was truly fearsome. Break for me, Li Mu shouted, and a massive hand of true essence coalesced, seizing the blood skeleton within its grasp. With a series of cracking sounds, the blood skeleton began to splinter. You scoundrel! Han Changqing's face turned pale. Should the blood skeleton be destroyed, his losses would be catastrophic. He attempted to summon back the blood skeleton, but the massive hand held it tightly, leaving it no avenue of escape. You, an embodiment of evil, deserve to die, Li Mu thundered, exerting his power once more, intent on obliterating the blood skeleton entirely. Yun Kong's expression changed dramatically. Could it be that even Han Changqing was not a match for Li Mu? Young man, I concede that both your physical form and true essence are formidable. In these respects, I am no match for you. But do you truly believe that Han Changqing lacks other means? How else could I have come this far? Han Changqing gazed coldly at Li Mu, his aura shifting violently once more. What are you planning? Li Mu furrowed his brow, wondering if Han Changqing possessed additional capabilities. Young man, you have forced my hand. Allow me to unveil the ultimate technique of the Xianin sect. Han Changqing bellowed, swiftly producing a handful of pills from his pocket. The cloud mist pills? Upon seeing the pills, Li Mu instantly recognized them. These substances lacked offensive power. Their sole purpose was to create mist akin to smoke bombs. However, these were no ordinary smoke generators. They would conjure a dense layer of mist in the sky. When deployed in sufficient quantity, it could obscure the sun entirely. It seems you have an eye for these things. Indeed, these are cloud mist pills. Today, I shall demonstrate the profound techniques of the Xianin sect. Han Changqing shouted, casting a large handful of the pills into the air. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, vast clouds of mist erupted, transforming the previously clear sky into a thick shroud of fog. As the mist thickened, light diminished progressively. This is true obscuration. Without sunlight, the elder can now traverse the realms. Yun Kong exclaimed in astonishment at the scene. Han Changqing smirked. Young man, do you know what the Xianin sect excels at? It is the mastery of the spirit. Just moments ago, under the blazing sun, I was unable to traverse the realms. But once the cloud mist pills fully manifest their effects, this place will be indistinguishable from night, and then it shall be the hour of the hunt. The hour of the hunt? Li Mu inquired. Indeed, your physical form and true essence are undeniably strong. I cannot contend with you in that regard. But when it comes to the spirit, you stand no chance against me, Han Changqing declared with great pride. Oh, is that so? Then let us find out. Li Mu replied coldly, initially contemplating how to traverse the realms. With Han Changqing inadvertently providing the right conditions, he would seize the opportunity to test the extent of his own spirit's prowess. Protect my physical form, and if the chance arises, destroy his. Han Changqing ordered Yun Kong and the others. Yes, Elder Han. Yun Kong nodded, dispatching a portion of their group to safeguard Han Changqing's physical form while the rest prepared to find an opportunity to annihilate Li Mu's body. After all, once spirit traversal commenced, the physical body would be immobile. Should Li Mu refrain from using his spirit against Han Changqing, his own spirit would suffer a devastating blow. Thus, regardless of the outcome, today would mark the end for Li Mu. How could I have overlooked this? Li Mu furrowed his brow, although he could traverse the realms. Once he did, he would lose control over his physical form. Should his body be destroyed by Yun Kong and the others, no matter how powerful his spirit, it would be of no avail. Then I shall eliminate you first. Li Mu steeled himself, transforming into a streak of light and charging directly at Yun Kong and the others before Han Changqing could traverse the realms. Elder Han, act quickly, Yun Kong exclaimed, alarmed. He was no match for Li Mu. Han Changqing did not hesitate. His soul immediately departed from his body and lunged toward Li Mu. Die! Li Mu bellowed. And with a vigorous wave of his hand, dozens of true essence energies surged forth, transforming into a flurry of sword chi that assailed Yun Kong and his companions directly. Damn it! Yun Kong was taken aback, astonished that Li Mu could still divert his attention to deal with them at such a critical moment. He had no choice but to unleash his secret technique to counter Li Mu's onslaught. With piercing sounds, one by one, those beside him fell victim to Li Mu's relentless attack. Even he himself, after enduring a single blow from Li Mu, was gravely wounded, left with but half a breath of life. Die! Li Mu glanced back at Han Changqing, realizing that the speed of the soul could not match that of the physical body. Thus, he charged directly at Yun Kong. Just as Han Changqing's soul approached, Li Mu's fist pierced through Yun Kong's chest. With a gasp, Yun Kong stood in stunned disbelief. He had thought that with Han Changqing's arrival, his demise was averted. Yet, here he was, slain by Li Mu right before Han Changqing's eyes. How utterly frustrating. Scoundrel! Han Changqing was engulfed with fury. Li Mu's actions were a blatant provocation. In an instant, his soul rushed toward Li Mu, commanding the blood skeleton to advance as well. He was determined to obliterate Li Mu's physical form, rendering him a mere imbecile. At that very moment, Li Mu's soul detached from his body, encircled by Han Changqing's soul and the blood skeleton. Young man, it appears you possess some understanding of the soul. You know that the speed of the soul in flight cannot rival that of the body. Thus you exploited that time differential to eliminate Yun Kong and his allies, leaving your body unthreatened. Han Changqing remarked coldly. Ordinary indeed. Li Mu chuckled, admitting that had it not been for Nan Gongwei, he would not have even realized he could traverse the realms of the soul. Very good, very good. No wonder you dare to oppose my Shining sect. However, even so, you shall not escape the relentless pursuit of my soul. Han Changqing sneered. The soul? Are you so certain that my soul cannot rival yours? Li Mu retorted with a mocking laugh. If it had been during the time he suffered from soul injuries, perhaps he would have been no match for Han Changqing. Yet now, having restored his soul, his power surged. With Han Changqing's meager soul, he truly did not take it seriously. Preposterous. Your physical form and true essence are already exceedingly formidable, and yet you appear to be merely 25 or 26. Even if you are a super genius, you cannot possibly have expended enough energy to cultivate your soul to such strength. Han Changqing asserted. Then you may be in for a disappointment. Li Mu grinned, then charged toward Han Changqing's soul. Go! Han Changqing shouted, and the blood skeleton instantly soared toward Li Mu. Following that, Han Changqing's soul launched itself at Li Mu as well. With their combined might, he believed there was no way they could fail to extinguish Li Mu. Bang! 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 Li Mu's soul unleashed a barrage of punches upon Han Changqing, relying solely on brute force, as he lacked any soul techniques. He relentlessly battered Han Changqing's soul to shreds. Why is your soul so incredibly powerful despite lacking soul techniques? Han Changqing felt on the verge of collapse, having assumed Li Mu's soul was merely average, only to discover it was astonishingly formidable. Yet, why was Li Mu's soul so potent without possessing any soul techniques? This was utterly illogical. Do you believe that I only learned the art of astral travel a few days ago? Li Mu inquired. A few days ago? Impossible. Han Changqing scoffed, rolling his eyes. If you had only just mastered astral travel, your soul would not be this formidable. Believe what you wish. Li Mu dismissed the explanation and continued his relentless assault on Han Changqing's soul. Han Changqing dared not confront Li Mu's spirit head-on. Instead, he relied on the blood skeleton to withstand Li Mu's fierce onslaught. However, after a brief period of intense combat, Han Changqing felt his soul beginning to falter. Controlling the blood skeleton while simultaneously managing his own soul was an immense drain on his spiritual energy. Although he was at the late stage of astral travel, he was struggling to keep up. Meanwhile, Li Mu showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Damn it! How can your soul be so powerful? Han Changqing was on the brink of despair. Not only was Li Mu's attack strength overwhelming, but it was also astonishingly enduring. Did Li Mu not possess any weaknesses? Strong? I cannot say for certain. Li Mu shrugged. Perhaps it is a trait inherent to the pure yang body. With that, he launched another fierce strike. Bang! With a single blow, the blood skeleton shattered into fragments. Without the blood skeleton, Han Changqing's soul stood no chance against Li Mu. Run! Han Changqing, not being foolish, recognized that if he continued fighting, he would surely be obliterated. He immediately sprinted toward his physical body. Trying to escape? Li Mu smirked coldly and gave chase. How can you be so fast? Han Changqing was taken aback. The speed of a soul could not be too swift for fear of being swept away by the wind. Yet Li Mu moved at least twice as fast as he did. Did Li Mu not fear being blown away? Firstly, my true essence is sufficiently fortified, and secondly, my soul is strong enough that a mere breeze poses no threat. Li Mu positioned himself in front of Han Changqing. Li Mu, spare me, and I can ensure that the Xianyin sect will cease its pursuit of you. Han Changqing, realizing he could not outrun Li Mu, desperately sought mercy. Fearing for his life, do you truly think I am inexperienced? Perhaps that would have worked 8 years ago, but now, I abide by one principle: to eradicate the root. Li Mu gazed coldly at Han Changqing. What? You? Han Changqing's lips twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated such maturity from one so young. Huh. Meet your end. Li Mu's soul transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Han Changqing's essence. Han Changqing's soul dissipated in an instant, vanishing from existence. Following this, Li Mu's soul returned to his physical form. He surveyed the ruins of the Yunlan sect and set them ablaze. Once this was accomplished, the dark clouds above began to disperse, revealing a clear blue sky once more. Moments later, someone arrived at the enforcement team to report. What? You say the Yunlan sect has been entirely annihilated? And that the Xianyin sect's astral travel experts are dead? Lu Hui exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the Yunlan sect has been wiped out, and the Xianyin sect's astral travel experts are deceased. The Yunlan sect now lies in ruins. His subordinate reported respectfully. Ruins? Mere ruins. Lu Hui swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. He initially believed that Li Mu regarded the realm of spiritual transcendence with disdain, considering it merely a jest. However, the reality proved to be far more astonishing. Remarkably, even the formidable beings of the spiritual transcendence realm fell easily before Li Mu's prowess. Just how formidable had Li Mu become? Was he not merely 26 years of age? Could it be that he truly had attained the extraordinary realm? A 26-year-old in such a realm would undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius in the capital. Since the incident with the Li family, only 8 years had elapsed. What experiences had he undergone in that time? After vanquishing Han Changqing, Li Mu chose not to return to the West Mountain Villa, but instead made his way directly to Yujing Province. With only a day remaining, he deemed it prudent to familiarize himself with the terrain there first. Thus, several hours later, as darkness enveloped the land, Li Mu arrived at Baiyu City in Yujing Province. Baiyu City was significantly larger than the city in Jiangdong Province, and it boasted a greater number of skilled individuals. From previous inquiries, he understood that the Lin family was among the most prestigious in Jiangdong, yet in Yujing Province, they could only be considered a second-tier family. The abundance of resources in Yujing Province nurtured a larger pool of formidable talents, with more prominent families and sects emerging. Even the Yang family, which possessed a master of the spiritual transcendence realm, ranked merely third in Yujing Province. As the captain of the law enforcement team in Yujing Province, Zheng Hong had reached the latter stages of the spiritual transcendence realm, surpassing Lu Hui by an entire realm of cultivation. This indicated that the overall strength of Yujing Province far exceeded that of Jiangdong Province. It appeared that dealing with Xianyuan Jingda the following night would entail considerable challenges. Upon thorough investigation, Li Mu furrowed his brow. It seemed that several participants at the auction would possess the strength of spiritual transcendence. While he was confident in his physical prowess, he was acutely aware that the spiritual souls of transcendence were not to be trifled with, and thus both his body and spirit could be susceptible to harm. Being unfamiliar with Yujing Province, sustaining an injury would complicate his escape from Baiyu City. Evidently, he had underestimated the adept practitioners of the Dragon Kingdom. Li Mu sighed, realizing this was merely the caliber of talent in Yujing Province. Upon reaching the capital, he would undoubtedly encounter even greater challenges. He would have to contend not only with the Xianyuan family, but also with the other 10 great families and 10 prominent sections. Nevertheless, having awaited the opportunity to confront Xianyuan Jingda, he could not afford to let it slip away. With a cold smirk, Li Mu proceeded to check into a hotel. Upon entering the lobby, he spotted a familiar silhouette. The Yuqing Hotel, being the most prestigious establishment in Bayou City, naturally attracted many distinguished guests. With the imminent auction at the Starry Pavilion featuring a coveted item, numerous individuals had journeyed from across the nation. Consequently, the suites at Yuqing Hotel were in high demand. He observed a lady clad in a flowing azure gown gracefully approaching the front desk to reserve a room. "I'm sorry, miss, but all the suites at Yuqing Hotel have already been booked," the receptionist quickly informed her. "All booked?" The woman in the azure gown furrowed her brow, realizing she had arrived too late. She decided to leave, for Bayou City was vast, and surely there must be more than one hotel available. However, just as she was about to depart, a youth clad in white obstructed her path. "Miss, I happen to have a room available. If you don't mind, we can share it." The young man grinned mischievously, his gaze greedily surveying the woman in green. He fancied himself well acquainted with many beauties. Yet the woman before him was truly a rarity. It was not merely her features that captivated, but rather her exquisite aura, which he had never encountered before. Even her slight frown, tinged with melancholy, stirred an inexplicable yearning within him. A woman of such distinction, should she slip away, would likely be a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. Shameless. The woman in green shot him a glare, choosing silence as she attempted to leave. "Miss, since you've arrived, why not stay a while?" The youth chuckled, and at his signal, several bodyguards stepped forward to block her way. "In broad daylight, what do you intend to do? This is Bayou City, where the law enforcement team maintains order," she exclaimed vehemently. "To be frank, this Yuqing Hotel is my family's property, and the enforcement team, led by Zheng Hong, is my uncle. Do you truly believe someone will come to your rescue today?" The young man replied with a smirk. The woman furrowed her brow, realizing the audacity of her adversary was bolstered by his connections. "I care not who you are. You would do well to inform your associates of my reputation before deciding to act against me." "Your reputation? You are merely at the Chi Master level. What renown could you possibly possess?" The youth shrugged dismissively, showing no regard for her words. "Just a Chi Master, likely the daughter of some affluent family in the capital. Should he succeed in subduing her, he could easily enlist his family's and uncle's support to mitigate any repercussions." "You." The woman frowned, the gravity of her situation settling in. Though her status was exceptional, she had left in haste without companions. With only her Chi Master abilities, she was truly vulnerable in their eyes. "Very well, allow me to relish this moment. Soon enough, you shall comprehend my prowess." The youth laughed heartily, greedily advancing towards her. "Scoundrel!" The woman in green seethed with rage, unleashing a powerful strike. Her inner force surged toward him, yet the youth merely flicked his wrist, effortlessly deflecting her attack. "You are but a Chi Master. Your inner strength is inconsequential before someone of my true essence realm." He laughed uproariously, stepping closer. "Scoundrel!" The woman's expression darkened, her escape thwarted by the youth's bodyguards. Just as she found herself at a loss, a deep voice resonated. "It seems you require assistance." Who are you?" The woman furrowed her brow, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. Turning around, she was met with a handsome and familiar face, her expression transforming with surprise. "Second senior sister. It has been years. You have grown." Li Mu wrapped his arm around the waist of the young woman in a green dress, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Little junior brother, what are you doing here?" The green-clad woman exclaimed with delight, seemingly unbothered by his embrace. "Hee, I came to find you, of course." Li Mu replied with a chuckle. "You came to find me? Do you think I would believe that?" She shot him a glare before gently pushing his hand away. Her name was Qingling Shu, and she embodied her name, resembling a spirit emerging from the pages of a book, exuding an air of ethereality. Her calligraphy and traditional Chinese painting skills were unparalleled, and her medical expertise ranked second in the celestial domain. However, her cultivation was rather lacking, rivaling that of Zhang Mingyao. It was precisely because she was like a character out of a story that she and Shui Hongxiao possessed completely different personalities. Shui Hongxiao was boisterous and immensely powerful, often teasing Li Mu at every turn. In contrast, Qingling Shu was gentle and graceful. During their time in the celestial domain, Li Mu dared not provoke her. Now, in Bayou City, he felt emboldened enough to embrace her waist. After several years of separation, the sensation remained delightful as ever, particularly her rosy cheeks, which harmonized beautifully with her green gown, creating a visually pleasing effect. "Who the hell are you?" A young man, upon spotting Li Mu, was instantly enraged. This was their hotel, and he was there to enjoy the company of a woman, only to be rebuffed. To make matters worse, this young brat had the audacity to lay hands on her, and that stunning beauty didn't he seem to mind? How dare he? You want to know who I am? You're not worthy, Li Mu retorted with a cold smirk, preparing to take action. However, Qing Ling Shu grasped his arm, aware of his temperament. She knew that if a fight broke out, regardless of the outcome, it would not end well. Little junior brother, let us not escalate matters, she urged. Fine. Li Mu sighed. Among his 7 senior sisters, Qing Ling Shu was undoubtedly the most peace-loving. Though a master of the art of control, she would never strike unless forced into a corner. While he could easily eliminate the young man with a single slap, he decided to honor his second sister's wishes. Thus, he coldly declared, inform your clan leader that the book's spirit is here. If you delay, your life may be forfeit. The young man fumed at the audacity of being threatened in his own territory. Yet, an older man intervened, advising, young master, perhaps we should inquire further. He could see that Li Mu was no ordinary opponent. Engaging him could prove disastrous. Moreover, the woman by his side clearly held significant importance. After a moment of hesitation, the young man decided to call his family. Moments later, his expression shifted dramatically, for the response he received was to kneel and apologize immediately. If he angered Qing Ling Shu, he would be thrown into the moat to feed the fish. Furthermore, the clan leader was on his way, and if he dared to rise before the leader's arrival, his legs would be broken. With that, the young man promptly kneeled on the ground, leaving everyone around him astonished. Just who was this Qing Ling Shu? At least you possess some self-awareness. As the young man knelt, Li Mu nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the influence of his second senior sister's reputation. Gao Xiao, what is the situation? His subordinates were bewildered. Wasn't Gao Xiao fearless? Why was he kneeling before this woman? How should I know what's going on? Just kneel, all of you. My grandfather is on his way. Gao Xiao retorted angrily. What? The family head? The crowd shuddered. The family head rarely made appearances. Yet, for this woman, he was coming personally? Nevertheless, with Gao Xiao already kneeling, they dared not remain standing. Thus, one by one, they all fell to their knees. Moments later, a car sped into view, and an elderly man with white hair hurriedly exited, followed by several bodyguards at the True Essence realm. Grandfather, Gao Xiao called out upon seeing the old man. You insolent fool, you'll face my wrath when we return. The elder glared at Gao Xiao before approaching Qing Ling Shu. I am Guitianyu, paying my respects to the esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling. The elder bowed deeply, displaying utmost respect towards Qing Ling Shu. You know me? Qing Ling Shu gazed at the elder in confusion. She did not recall having met him. Esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling is renowned throughout the Dragon Nation. My foolish grandson has offended you. I beseech you to overlook his transgressions and not hold it against him. Guitianyu explained. Offending me is a minor issue, but he has disrespected my junior brother. Let him apologize to my junior brother, and we shall consider the matter resolved. Qing Ling Shu pointed towards Li Mu standing nearby. Guitianyu regarded Li Mu with surprise. He was unaware that Qing Ling Shu had a junior brother, yet the closeness they displayed hinted at a relationship beyond that of ordinary siblings. However, with Qing Ling Shu having spoken, he had no choice but to turn to Gao Xiao and bellow, You insolent wretch, come forth and apologize to the esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling and her junior brother. Although Gao Baolin was reluctant, he had to obey his grandfather's order. He stepped forward and said, I was blind and have offended the esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling. I ask for your forgiveness. Qing Ling Shu replied sternly, Did you not hear? Offending me is inconsequential, but disrespecting my junior brother requires an apology. Very well. Gao Baolin, though displeased, discerned from his grandfather's gaze that failing to apologize to Li Mu today would mean he could not leave. Thus, he turned to Li Mu and said, I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. Li Mu glanced at Gao Baolin and, with his keen insight, could tell that despite the apology, Gao Baolin was wholly unwilling. Furthermore, with such a character, he was certain that this would not be the end of the matter. However, he was not concerned about Gao Baolin's potential retaliation. If this man truly sought his demise, he wouldn't hesitate to send him on his way to the other side. Since you've apologized, let's take our leave. Qing Ling Shu, being a lover of peace, deemed it unnecessary to linger on the matter now that apologies had been exchanged. You insolent wretch. Do you not thank the esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling? Guitianyu scolded. Thank you, esteemed calligrapher Shu Ling. Gao Baolin bowed once more before leading his group away. Cough, cough. Esteemed calligrapher Xu Ling, with your generous spirit, I am most grateful. Guo Tianyu expressed respectfully. Do you have any rooms available at your hotel? Qing Ling Shu inquired. Yes, of course. Guo Tianyu promptly responded, instructing his staff to prepare a room for Qing Ling Shu. However, after a brief moment, Guo Tianyu awkwardly remarked, Master Xu Ling, due to the auction event, we only have one large double room left. Would that be acceptable? A large double room? We can manage. Qing Ling Shu replied nonchalantly. As she and Li Mu were not strangers to each other, so sharing a room was no issue. Guo Tianyu's lips twitched, while their relationship was indeed close. Sharing a bed seemed rather intimate. It appeared that the bond between Li Mu and Qing Ling Shu was quite profound. Very well, I shall have the room prepared immediately. Guo Tianyu hastily instructed his staff to clear the room and then respectfully exited the hotel. At that moment, Guo Baolin was waiting outside, perplexed as he asked, Grandfather, who exactly is that Master Xu Ling? She is merely a person of the Qi realm. Why must you treat her with such deference? If she is so proud, we could easily extinguish her. No sooner had he spoken than Guo Tianyu slapped him across the face. Irritated, what do you know? If it were just her, I wouldn't fear her. But do you comprehend who stands behind her? Who is behind her? If there were truly someone, could she come here alone? Guo Baolin inquired, visibly intrigued. Are you familiar with Qi Shibai? Guo Tianyu questioned. Qi Shibai, the renowned calligrapher? Guo Baolin replied. Indeed, that is him. You know him as a calligraphy master. But are you aware of his other identities? I know a bit. He is the head of the Qi family and also the president of the Dragon Kingdom Calligraphy Association. Having reached the Saint Realm, he is one of the most formidable experts in the Dragon Kingdom. Guo Baolin said admiringly. Do you comprehend the connection between him and Qing Ling Shu? She is related to Qi Shibai? Indeed. Qi Shibai addresses Qing Ling Shu as master. In the realm of calligraphy within the Dragon Kingdom, she commands great respect. Even in the capital, despite being only at the Qi realm, many extraordinary and Saint Realm individuals bow to her. You nearly brought ruin upon the Guo family today, do you understand? All because of calligraphy? Guo Baolin still found it hard to believe. Can calligraphy truly provide sustenance? Do you think calligraphy is merely for admiration? What else could it be for? Do you realize that for those in the extraordinary and Saint Realm, a piece of exquisite calligraphy could assist them in reaching the Saint Realm? Guo Tianyu explained. Good calligraphy can assist one in reaching the Saint Realm? Grandfather, you jest. Guo Baolin was bewildered. The connection seemed absurd. This world is indeed peculiar, and there is much you do not know. Therefore, heed my warning. Do not provoke her again. Also, do not cross paths with that young man who is closely associated with Qing Ling Shu. Guo Tianyu insisted. Yes, grandfather, Guo Baolin replied, though internally he remained defiant. She is merely a person of the Qi realm. What makes her so formidable? I shall find an opportunity to eliminate Li Mu and then claim Qing Ling Shu for myself. Meanwhile, within the hotel, Li Mu followed Qing Ling Shu into the room, only to discover that it contained but a single bed. Second sister, shall we just squeeze onto the bed? Li Mu said with a mischievous grin. You sleep on the bed, and I shall take the sofa. Qing Ling Shu declared solemnly. Her suggestion to squeeze together did not imply sharing a single bed, but rather occupying the same room. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed through the air, startling Qing Ling Shu, who instinctively leapt into Li Mu's embrace. That scared me to death, she exclaimed, trembling in fear. Though she was not intimidated by someone like Guo Baolin, thunder struck a deep-seated fear within her, prompting her to seek refuge. Had Li Mu not been present, she would have likely burrowed beneath the covers. Cough, cough, senior sister, could you perhaps loosen your grip a little? You're making it rather difficult for me to breathe, Li Mu remarked, glancing at Qing Ling Shu, who had draped herself around his neck. Her warmth was undeniable, and being so close ignited a flurry of thoughts within him. Qing Ling Shu froze for a moment before hastily releasing her hold on him. Although they shared a close bond, this level of intimacy felt too overwhelming. I am so sorry, junior brother, she stammered, her cheeks flushed. The thought of her fellow junior sisters witnessing this would certainly lead to misunderstandings. However, before she could finish her sentence, another clap of thunder resounded, louder than the last. Startled, Qing Ling Shu trembled again and, without a second thought, leaped onto Li Mu once more, this time clutching him even tighter, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe. As he inadvertently glanced down, he found himself confronted by a view that intensified his rapid heartbeats. Senior sister, Li Mu quickly averted his gaze, attempting to remind her of their surroundings. And no, I want to get down. How about we move to the bed? Qingling Shu suggested. Her embarrassment palpable. Wasn't it you who insisted on sleeping on the bed while I took the sofa? Li Mu inquired. That was under normal circumstances. You know I'm terrified of thunder. You must stay with me. Qingling Shu bit her lip, unable to meet his gaze. Very well then. I suppose I must reluctantly assist you. Li Mu chuckled, lifting Qingling Shu and carrying her to the bed. As soon as they reached the bed, the thunder roared even louder, prompting Qingling Shu to clutch Li Mu even tighter, curling up in his embrace. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Li Mu reassured her, gently stroking her back. Within him, the pure yang energy began to stir, while simultaneously, the extreme yin energy within Qingling Shu began to awaken. The two forces met at their skin, igniting a strange sensation that enveloped their hearts. Soon, the cacophony of thunder subsided, as if it too recognized the moment. The following morning, Li Mu brought breakfast to Qingling Shu, who regarded him with a peculiar and complex expression. How had her simple visit to Bayou City turned into this? Strangely enough, the thunder had ceased the moment they reached the bed, when emotions ran high. Junior brother, you must not speak of this to anyone, Qingling Shu said, her face flushed as she donned her clothes. Rest assured, senior sister, I would never divulge a word. Li Mu promised, thumping his chest in assurance. You best keep that promise, or I won't let you off easily. Qingling Shu cast a glance at Li Mu before beginning her breakfast. Meanwhile, Li Mu settled onto the bed, adopting a meditative posture. Junior brother, are you not eating? Qingling Shu inquired with curiosity. Senior sister, I will not eat. I feel that after last night, I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Li Mu replied. You. Qingling Shu was momentarily speechless, recalling their agreement to refrain from discussing last night's events. Why bring it up again? Li Mu, however, chose not to elaborate further, as the pure Yang Dao Ju within him had begun to operate autonomously once more. Following the tumultuous evening, the synergy between his pure Yang body and Qingling Shu's extreme Yin body had enabled his pure Yang Dao Ju to ascend directly to the 7th layer. One must concede that Qingling Shu's extreme Yin body was truly formidable. Not only had his cultivation level increased, but his spiritual essence had also surged significantly. Previously, he had hesitated to venture into spiritual exploration during the day, but now he sensed that his spirit, enveloped in true essence, could roam freely in broad daylight. According to cultivation standards, the ability to engage in daytime spiritual exploration was tantamount to reaching an extraordinary realm. Yet there was more. Li Mu discovered that after conversing with Qingling Shu, he could now multitask with his spirit. This so-called multitasking enabled his spirit to perform 2 tasks simultaneously, one for spiritual exploration and the other for controlling his physical body. It must be said that Qingling Shu was indeed his lucky star. Just yesterday, he had worried that if he were to confront Xin Yuan Jingde at the auction, those in the spiritual exploration realm would not take kindly to it. Faced with both spiritual and physical assaults, he had yet to devise a solution. But now, he had found the perfect resolution. His spirit could launch an attack, while simultaneously controlling his physical form, alleviating his fears of bodily destruction. Senior sister, thank you. After a brief period of cultivation, Li Mu expressed his gratitude to Qingling Shu. Why are you thanking me? Qingling Shu, surprised, regarded him while continuing her breakfast. Senior sister, without you, I fear it would have taken me a long time to achieve this breakthrough. Li Mu explained. I thought it was something significant. Qingling Shu shot him a look. Realizing that after their intimate encounter, her own cultivation had also seen an elevation, reaching the true essence realm. Thus, she felt that she and Li Mu complemented each other perfectly. By the way, senior sister, what brings you to Bayou City all of a sudden? And alone at that? Li Mu approached her with a question. It's all because of the auction at the Starry Pavilion. Qingling Shu replied. The auction at the Starry Pavilion? You came for this. Li Mu was taken aback, realizing he had reason to thank the Starry Pavilion. Otherwise, how would he have encountered his senior sister? Indeed, I was traveling across the country when I heard about this auction at the Starry Pavilion, so I rushed over without the time to bring bodyguards. Had I not run into you, I might have truly lost my innocence. Qingling Shu remarked. However, as soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted them, realizing that encountering Li Mu had indeed compromised her innocence. With that, she shot another glance at him. This fellow seemed far less cunning in the heavenly domain. What had happened to him since leaving? Ahem. Li Mu offered an awkward smile, swiftly diverting the conversation. By the way, second senior sister, Do you know what is being auctioned at the Starry Pavilion this time? A millennia-old painting. A millennia-old painting? Li Mu was taken aback. Hueling Shu, being a calligrapher, found the auctioning of ancient paintings quite reasonable. Yet, what was the rationale behind Xianyuan Jingda auctioning an ancient painting? Could it be that he too has an interest in calligraphy? Indeed, this painting not only encapsulates profound artistic insights, but also features remarkable calligraphy, making it exceedingly rare. I must personally attend. By the way, junior brother, what brings you to Bayou City? Hueling Shu inquired with curiosity. Hee, am I not here to ensure your safety? Second senior sister? Li Mu chuckled. It seems fifth senior sister was right. You have indeed become more eloquent than when we were in the celestial domain. Have you met fifth senior sister? Li Mu's face flushed. She mentioned it over the phone. Now, enough of the banter. Let us discuss serious matters. All right, in truth. I am also here for the auction. Li Mu stated with a grave expression. You too are here for the auction? Do you have an affinity for that painting? Hueling Shu asked, perplexed. To her knowledge, Li Mu had shown little interest in the art of painting. Any understanding he possessed was merely a result of her own influence. Second senior sister, I do not harbor any fondness for that painting, yet it is precisely because of it that I have come. Li Mu clarified. What do you mean by that? Sister, are you aware of why the Starry Pavilion has suddenly decided to auction this painting? Li Mu queried. Do not tell me it has anything to do with you. Hueling Shu gazed at Li Mu in astonishment. She had long known that the painting was in the possession of the Starry Pavilion, but they had never intended to auction it. Even her connections had failed to sway them. The sudden decision to auction it prompted her hurried arrival. Cough, cough, indeed. The Starry Pavilion is auctioning this painting due to my influence. Their purpose in doing so is to lure Xianyuan Jingda. Li Mu explained. Because of you? And they aim to draw Xianyuan Jingda in? Hueling Shu was even more bewildered. What she had anticipated to be a straightforward auction was entangled with such complexity. Li Mu then elaborated on the specific circumstances to Hueling Shu. Upon hearing the details, Hueling Shu immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Junior brother, Xianyuan Jingda is not an ordinary individual. One must tread carefully. Moreover, this is Bayou City, the headquarters of the Law Enforcement Division, where many formidable experts reside. If you act rashly, the consequences could be dire. If you genuinely wish to capture Xianyuan Jingda, after this matter concludes, I shall return to the capital to find someone who will bring him before you. Thank you, senior sister, but I must extract information from Xianyuan Jingda directly. Otherwise, it will be too late. Li Mu shook his head, unwilling to take risks. However, he felt trapped, having been away from the celestial domain for 2 or 3 months. He had only discovered the Xianyuan family as an enemy he could not shake off. Furthermore, there were substantial powers backing the Xianyuan family. He had not even gathered any news about his parents, and he had to return to the celestial domain to rescue his masteress wife. In summary, he has many matters to attend to, thus he cannot afford to squander any more time. Moreover, once Xianyuan Jingda returns this time, it will be exceedingly difficult for him to emerge again. The opportunity is rare. You cannot take risks either. I shall immediately call them to come to Bayou City. After all, it is merely Xianyuan Jingda. Qingling Shu said with a stern expression. Senior sister, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Li Mu gently patted Qingling Shu's shoulder. She had refrained from alerting those behind her for the sake of this painting. Yet, when it came to dealing with Xianyuan Jingda, she was willing to leverage her connections. This illustrates the high regard he holds in her heart. However, it is unnecessary. He is but Xianyuan Jingda, whom I do not regard with any significance. But senior sister, there are no buts. I can handle this. You should focus on how to acquire this painting. Li Mu replied with a smile. Very well, if they dare to lay a finger on you, I shall see to it that they all pay the ultimate price. Qingling Shu declared fiercely. Before long, nightfall arrived, and outside the gates of the Starry Pavilion, a throng of people had gathered. Not only were there influential figures from across the nation, but also numerous dignitaries from Bayou City, with a large crowd waiting for an opportunity outside. After all, mingling with even a couple of these prominent individuals could secure a lifetime of prosperity. With such a multitude of distinguished guests, the personnel at the Starry Pavilion were naturally on high alert. Consequently, the security for this auction was exceptionally stringent. All individuals wishing to enter the venue were required to undergo a rigorous registration process. Those hoping to infiltrate the auction to network with the elite were all turned away. I'm sorry, you cannot enter. The guard stated sternly to a middle-aged man. What? I am the head of a third-tier family in Bayou City, and I cannot enter? The middle-aged man was taken aback. How could someone with assets worth 10 billion not qualify for entry to the auction? Sir, today at Starry Pavilion, we have strict criteria, and you do not meet the requirements. Thus, I must apologize. The guard replied with a smile. Humph, I fail to meet your standards? I would like to see what your criteria truly are. The middle-aged man was quite incensed, for there were only a handful of families in Bayou City that were above the third tier. If third-tier families were deemed unworthy, then only about 20 or 30 individuals from the entire Yujing province would be eligible to participate in the auction. With the crowd outside, there were at least 1,000 people waiting. Is this reasonable? The guard paid no heed to the man's outburst and continued to meticulously verify everyone's information. Mr. Xianyuan, please enter. Upon seeing Xianyuan Jingda, the guard immediately granted him access. The previously irate middle-aged man dared not protest. For Xianyuan Jingda was a member of the Xianyuan family, one of the 10 most prestigious families in the Dragon Kingdom, far surpassing his own family in stature. Even if Xianyuan Jingda were merely a minor elder of the Xianyuan clan, his status would still overshadow that of the middle-aged man. To put it bluntly, it was a privilege for anyone from the Xianyuan family to come to Bayou City. Following this, several other formidable figures entered, including Chief Zheng Hong of the enforcement team, Yang Yuanhong, the head of the Yang family, and Luo Yunfu, the leader of the Floating Clouds sect, among others. For these individuals, the middle-aged man lacked the courage to voice his doubts. However, upon witnessing both Li Mu and Qing Ling Shu being granted entry, he was instantly incensed. Hey, do you judge people by their appearance? Just because she is beautiful, you allow her in? And not just her, but 2 of them? The middle-aged man pointed at Li Mu and Qing Ling Shu, indignation evident in his voice. What do you know? Do you comprehend who she is? She is the esteemed Shu Ling, and her presence is an honor for our Star Pavilion. The gatekeeper retorted tersely. What esteemed Shu Ling? She is merely a woman at the initial stage of the true essence realm. The middle-aged man scoffed, his discontent palpable. Lower your voice. Do you have no shame? Not only are you the head of a third-rate family, but I heard that last night, Guo Baolin from the Guo family, a second-rate clan, offended Shu Ling and nearly met his demise. Someone nearby hastily interjected. What? Guo Baolin? The middle-aged man trembled, realizing that the Guo family was far superior to his own. The thought that one could nearly be killed for offending Qing Ling Shu was alarming. Who exactly is this Qing Ling Shu? Indeed, it is said that her personal strength may be modest, but she possesses the ability to summon powerful allies. One word from her, and she could command influence across the Yujing province. She may be formidable, but what about the individual accompanying her? What right does he have to enter? The middle-aged man continued to question the gatekeeper. Anyone designated by Shu Ling is entitled to enter. If you can secure her endorsement, you too may gain entry. The gatekeeper replied, irritation creeping into his tone. Bah, that fellow is merely living off her. The middle-aged man spat at Li Mu's back. At that moment, Li Mu sneezed. Unaware that by entering the Star Pavilion alongside Qing Ling Shu, he had unwittingly earned the label of a leech. The atmosphere within the Star Pavilion felt much more tranquil. Once inside, Li Mu exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the stringent entry requirements of the Star Pavilion were indeed justified. Qing Ling Shu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that a large crowd could lead to chaos and disorder. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the auction hall. The event was being overseen by Liao Fan, the manager of the Star Pavilion branch. He maintained a demeanor of calm confidence as he addressed the assembled guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I will preside over the auction of this precious artifact, the true work of Wang Xuanji. Given its rarity, we require extensive security, and thus we have chosen a relatively small auction hall, resulting in a limited number of private rooms, Liao Fan announced in a measured tone. The crowd frowned, for they were accustomed to being prominent figures who typically attended auctions in private rooms. With limited private rooms available, only a select few would be accommodated. I understand that you are all esteemed individuals from various regions. Hence, we have opted for a lottery system to determine who will have access to the private rooms. Do any of you have objections? Liao Fan inquired. The assembly shook their heads. The primary aim was to procure the painting, and the location of their seating was of little consequence. Thus, they promptly began the draw. 70 individuals had gathered, yet only 5 private rooms were available, leaving Li Mu with little hope. However, when the results were announced, he was astonished to find that he had drawn a private room, and not just any room, but the most opulent one available. As a member of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Jingda found himself rather unfortunate, as he did not secure a private room. Initially, the crowd had no objections and seemed ready to commence the auction. However, Xianyuan Jingde abruptly stood up, declaring, "Hold on. I believe he lacks the qualifications to enter the private room." He stroked his white beard and spoke coldly. "Pardon? Xianyuan Jingde, what do you mean by that?" Qingling Shu glared at him, her demeanor icy. After all, Li Mu was her junior, so how could he be deemed unqualified? Shu Linggu sure. I am certainly not questioning your identity. I merely assert that he is unfit to enter the private room. Xianyuan Jingde retorted with a sneer. The attendees were all prominent figures from across the nation, and entry to the auction was contingent upon one's status. Why should Li Mu, who lives off others, be permitted entry, especially into the most luxurious private room? Xianyuan Jingde's words, though not echoed aloud by others, resonated with the crowd, who silently agreed. What merit does a mere freeloader have to access the most opulent space? Suddenly, Li Mu burst into laughter. He had initially contemplated taking action against Xianyuan Jingde today, aware that many would speculate on his motives. Yet now, an excuse had conveniently presented itself. Was Xianyuan Jingde intentionally provoking him? If he eliminated Xianyuan Jingde and extracted the entirety of the information regarding the code name of Yulong Jinren, no one would question his intentions. You find this amusing, boy? Xianyuan Jingde mocked. Indeed, I believe Xianyuan's suspicions are justified. Everyone here has entered based on their own merit. The items for auction are the works of Master Wang Xuanji, and your presence as a mere leech is utterly unacceptable. Either vacate the luxurious room or remove yourself from the premises. An elder proclaimed. Repeat that? Qingling Shu's gaze bore into the elder, causing him to tremble in fear. Clearly, Li Mu held significant importance to her, or she would not defend him so fiercely. Shu Linggu sure. You are indeed well suited to participate in the auction of Master Wang Xuanji's works, yet he lacks the requisite qualifications. Xianyuan Jingde pointed at Li Mu. And if I insist on bringing him with me? Qingling Shu challenged. If that is the case, then this auction shall not proceed. Xianyuan Jingde replied with a cold laugh. You. Qingling Shu seethed with rage, realizing that Xianyuan Jingde was provoking her, taking advantage of the fact that she was alone. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. Please remain calm. Liao Fan quickly interjected, though he was unaware of Li Mu's true identity, nor did he realize that without Li Mu, this auction would not exist. However, since the auction had set certain criteria, it was imperative to clarify the matter. Thus, Liao Fan inquired, Sir, apart from being Shu Ling Gusher's companion, do you possess any other identity? Oh, is it sufficient if I reveal my identity? Li Mu queried. Sir, as long as you present an identity that commands the respect of the audience, there will be no doubts. Liao Fan responded. Command your respect? If he truly held such an identity, he would not rely on Shu Ling Gusher for support. Came the murmurs from the crowd, while Xianyuan Jingde wore a smug smile. In truth, he was not intentionally targeting Li Mu. Rather, he sought to assert dominance over Qingling Shu. In regard to this painting, he is resolutely determined to acquire it. The remaining individuals present pose little threat to him. However, Qingling Shu is a different matter altogether. It is not merely the strength of Qingling Shu that is formidable, but rather the extensive connections they possess. Should Qingling Shu covet this painting, it would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. Thus, he intends to drive Li Mu away, demonstrating the consequences of opposing Qingling Shu. Li Mu cast a cold glance at Xianyuan Jingde, discerning his intentions, yet this aligned perfectly with his own plans. He then produced the black gold card from Shengtian Bank, displaying it before the gathering. Am I now deemed worthy? He inquired. What is that? A curious head of a second-rate family asked. Isn't it just a black card? Who here doesn't have assets worth hundreds of billions? What significance does a black card hold? Another remarked. However, upon seeing the card, Yang Yuanhong immediately furrowed his brow and said, You know nothing. A typical bank's black card may be inconsequential, but that is the black gold card from Shengtian Bank, limited to just 100 across the nation, each representing a symbol of status and identity. The black gold card from Shengtian Bank. Each one must be registered, right? A simple inquiry could verify its authenticity, someone commented. Understand this. While these black gold cards are indeed registered, they cannot be forged, and each contains a location chip. If it were stolen, the owner would undoubtedly be able to locate it, since no one has come to claim it. Either it belongs to him or was gifted by the original owner. Either way, this is sufficient to validate his status. Yang Yuanhong sighed. Xianyuan Jingde's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the obscure Li Mu would possess a black gold card from Shengtian Bank. He had intended to take the opportunity to chastise Qing Ling Shu, only to find himself thwarted. This individual is certainly not to be underestimated. Since I am deemed worthy, shall we commence this auction? Li Mu asked with a smile, tucking away the black gold card. Absolutely, Liao Fan replied with a beaming smile, his demeanor now markedly respectful, though he had previously worn a smile. It was evident that he was merely paying lip service to Qing Ling Shu. Now, however, his respect for Li Mu was genuine. For the black gold card from Shengtian Bank is exceedingly rare. Junior brother, you certainly possess considerable clout. Even Senior Sister 7 has bestowed upon you a black gold card. Upon entering the private room, Qing Ling Shu shot a glare at Li Mu. Given the rarity of the black gold card, she found it hard to believe that Li Mu had obtained it through his own merit. Coincidentally, Senior Sister 7 possessed one. She was convinced it had to be the same card. Ahem, to be honest, second sister. This black gold card was entrusted to me by Senior Sister 3 on behalf of Senior Sister 7. I must admit, I owe Senior Sister 7 a favor. Li Mu replied with an awkward smile. This card had proven invaluable to him, and he would surely express his gratitude when next he saw Senior Sister 7. Oh, it seems Senior Sister 7 has quite the infatuation with you, Qing Ling Shu murmured. Excuse me? What do you mean by that, second sister? Li Mu was taken aback. How could lending him the black gold card be construed as infatuation? Why could it not simply reflect a sisterly concern for her junior? You will understand once you arrive in Kyoto. Qing Ling Shu replied with a serene smile, offering no further explanation. Though Li Mu was somewhat perplexed, he discerned certain clues. It seemed that the situation of the seventh sister was far from favorable, yet she still entrusted him with the black gold card from Shengtian Bank. Otherwise, the second sister would not have made such remarks. It appeared imperative to make a swift journey to Kyoto. With a sigh, Li Mu ceased his musings and awaited the commencement of the auction. Meanwhile, in the hall, Xian Yuanjingde fixated intently on the private room. Third elder, with but a word from you, I could ensure that brat's disappearance. At that moment, Zheng Hong approached, speaking in hushed tones. Although he could not act against Qing Ling Shu due to her unique status, what was Li Mu? Merely a black gold card from Shengtian Bank. Not even his own possession. If he could fabricate an excuse to eliminate Li Mu, claiming that he had violated the regulations of the enforcement team, even if the individuals behind the black gold card intervened, the enforcement team would safeguard him. You need not lift a finger. Anyone daring to oppose me will find their end after today's auction. Xian Yuanjingde sneered. Third elder, you are truly formidable. Zheng Hong immediately lavished praise, as his position as the captain of the Yujing province enforcement team was largely attributed to the Xian Yuan family's influence, filling him with reverence for them. Enough. Go maintain order. I am determined to acquire that millennium-old painting today, Xian Yuanjingde commanded. Yes, third elder. Zheng Hong nodded and promptly returned to his seat. Now that everyone is seated, let us commence today's auction. Liao Fan ascended to the auction stage and gestured towards the backstage, prompting attendants to bring forth a table. Is it merely a painting? Must it be carried by two individuals? Observing this scene, Li Mu felt a tinge of confusion. Even the heaviest painting weighs but a few kilos, right? Surely, any adult could lift over 100 pounds. Little junior brother, you truly do not understand? Qing Ling Shu regarded Li Mu with puzzlement. Second sister, should I be expected to comprehend such matters? Li Mu questioned, bemused. It appears that there are many things that your master mother has yet to divulge. Qing Ling Shu sighed. Li Mu was taken aback. Her words indeed suggested something amiss. Logically, having reached the 6th level of his Pure Yang Dao Sutra, his spirit should be capable of astral travel, and his master mother ought to have informed him of this. Yet, she had said nothing, nor mentioned the matter of the storage ring. Did she believe that he need only focus on cultivating the Pure Yang Dao Sutra? Never mind, allow me to elucidate. This is not an ordinary painting, Qing Ling Shu remarked. I am well aware that it is no ordinary painting. It is the work of Master Wang Xuanji. A master? There are many true calligraphy masters, yet most can only fetch 1 or 2 billion at most, correct? Qing Ling Shu inquired. Li Mu nodded, recognizing that even a renowned master's relics, if considered antiques, would reach a ceiling of 1 or 2 billion. If this were the case, there would be no need for Xingchen Pavilion to orchestrate such a grand affair to sell Wang Xuanji's painting. There must be deeper significance. You are correct. The starting bid for this painting is likely 100 billion, with no upper limit. Qing Ling Shu declared. What 100 billion? And no upper limit? Li Mu shuddered at the staggering figure of 100 billion. The assets of a third-rate family in Jiangdong province would likely amount to around that sum. Even for a prestigious clan like the Zhang family, possessing 500 billion in wealth would be commendable. Yet, a single painting by Wang Xuanji is valued at 100 billion? Is that merely the starting bid? Do you understand why? Qing Lingshu inquired. It offers profound insights. Does it not? Indeed, Wang Xuanji is hailed as a master not solely due to his artistic prowess, but because he is a transcendent expert in martial arts. He infuses his understanding of martial doctrines, secret texts, and sacred realms into his artworks. Owning one of his paintings allows individuals to experience these insights firsthand, potentially enabling them to transcend their current limitations, thus justifying its exorbitant value. Qing Lingshu elaborated. I see now. Li Mu exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. It seems this world is far more intricate than it appears. A single painting can possess such myriad functions. The weight of the painting is substantial, both in its essence and in its worth, making it unattainable for the average person. This explains why Xingqian Pavilion needed 2 strongmen to carry it. Qing Lingshu continued. As they spoke, the two had already lifted the painting. Liao Fan lifted the tablecloth, revealing a glass display stand, within which lay Wang Xuanji's masterpiece. The White Fox Ascending to Immortality? Upon seeing the title, Li Mu was momentarily taken aback. Isn't it just a painting? Why does it bear such a literary name? As I mentioned earlier, Wang Xuanji is a master not only in painting, but also in calligraphy. His artworks offer enlightenment, and his calligraphy can do the same. This White Fox Ascending to Immortality epitomizes the culmination of his painting and calligraphy, rendering its value immeasurable. Today, I fear we may have to part with a significant sum. Qing Lingshu said, her eyes glimmering with a hint of greed. Is it truly so? Li Mu pondered, astonished that the realms of calligraphy and painting could intertwine so beautifully. Ladies and gentlemen, this White Fox Ascending to Immortality is the work of the master Wang Xuanji. We shall display only the title. The content remains concealed. Whoever wins the bid may take it home to contemplate. The auction begins now. With a starting price of 100 billion, and each subsequent bid must exceed 100 billion. Liao Fan announced. 500 billion. Xianyuan Jingda boldly proclaimed, instilling a tremor of fear in the hearts of several second-rate families in Bayou City. After all, the total assets of these families hover around 1 trillion. Xianyuan Jingda's opening bid of 500 billion left them dumbfounded, as their liquid assets were far from sufficient to compete. It appears they would merely be spectators today. 500 billion. Xianyuan Jingda is determined to acquire it. We should refrain from intervening. One family head remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, with such an opening bid, no matter how high we bid, he will undoubtedly outbid us again, and we would only incur the ire of the Xianyuan family, resulting in a net loss. Another chimed in. Yes, we shall merely observe. The crowd murmured, with few daring to place a bid. Qing Lingshu was rendered speechless. Although she could afford 500 billion, she still felt it was somewhat excessive for a painting. Senior sister, it's only 500 billion. Allow me. Li Mu chuckled softly before bidding 600 billion for the Qing Lingshu. Upon hearing the bid from the private room, Xianyuan Jingda's fury ignited instantly. This was clearly a blatant challenge. 700 billion. At that moment, another individual from a different room placed a bid. It was evident that they were equally determined to acquire this exquisite painting of the White Fox Ascending to Immortality. Very well, 1 billion. Xianyuan Jingda smirked coldly. 1 billion was substantial enough to nurture several formidable experts from a prominent family. He could hardly believe that anyone would dare to raise the stakes further. Although the number of bidders had diminished, there were still offers being made. 110 billion. Li Mu once again raised the bid. Qing Lingshu was taken aback and hurriedly cautioned, Junior brother, do not act recklessly. It has already surpassed its worth. After all, 1 billion represented the entirety of a wealthy family's fortune. Elder sister, the black gold card from Shangtian Bank was bestowed upon me by the 7th sister. Do you think I lack funds? Li Mu inquired. Despite the black gold card allowing for unlimited overdraft, it still required repayment. Moreover, spending such an exorbitant amount on this painting was unwise, Qing Lingshu remarked. Rest assured, elder sister, I shall exercise discretion. Li Mu replied calmly. Foreseeing Xianyuan Jingda so intent on winning, he planned to drive the price higher before relinquishing it, allowing Xianyuan Jingda to claim the painting. In any case, he intended to deal with Xian Yuan Jingde later, and whatever the latter possessed would ultimately belong to him. Do they all wish to contest me? Very well. Xian Yuan Jingde sneered coldly, rising to his feet and extending 3 fingers, sweeping his gaze across the crowd. Upon witnessing this gesture, the expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? Directly signaling for a sky lantern? One exclaimed. Indeed, it's merely a painting. Calling for a sky lantern seems excessive. Another queried. What does it mean to signal for a sky lantern? A curious individual asked. You do not know what that signifies? In an auction house, it means that no matter how others bid, he will continue to raise the price until he secures it. An elderly man explained. Is it truly that exaggerated? What if someone maliciously raises the bid? Malicious bidding? The attendees are all esteemed figures. None would risk losing face. Besides, should one engage in malicious bidding, offending the Xian Yuan family, the consequences would be dire. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, the Xian Yuan family was one of the 10 great families of Longhua, and ordinary individuals dared not provoke them. Hence, with Xian Yuan Jingde signaling for a sky lantern, the remaining bidders were hesitant to continue. Although the painting of the white fox ascending to immortality was rare, acquiring it at the risk of incurring the Xian Yuan family's wrath could lead to dire consequences. Thus, bidding further now seemed ill-advised. After surveying the crowd, Xian Yuan Jingde smirked coldly, realizing that the prestige of the Xian Yuan family still held considerable sway. 130 billion. Li Mu raised his bid once more, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment. Was this fellow a fool? Did he truly believe that with Qing Ling Shu as his backing, he could act with impunity? Offending the Xian Yuan family, Qing Ling Shu might not even be able to protect him. You reckless fool, you seek your own demise. Xian Yuan Jingde roared in anger. Although he was the 3rd elder of the Xian Yuan family, the funds he could mobilize were still limited. If the bids escalated too high, he would need to make adjustments. Xian Yuan, the old rogue, you may question my qualifications, but do you presume to restrict my bidding? This is the Starry Pavilion, not your Xian Yuan family, so cease your condescension. Li Mu, unyielding, rebuked Xian Yuan Jingde loudly. Goodness, that fellow is audacious. He dares to call himself Xian Yuan the old rogue. I can only imagine how livid Xian Yuan Jingde must be. One onlooker exclaimed. It stands to reason. Obtaining a black gold card from the Shengtian Bank is no trivial feat. Even before the auction began, Xian Yuan Jingde questioned his qualifications. If it were me, I would find it intolerable. Even if Xian Yuan Jingde lit the lanterns, I would ensure he suffered a significant loss. Upon hearing Li Mu's words, Xian Yuan Jingde seethed with rage but felt powerless, only able to sneer. Then I shall see how high you can bid. Huh. I possess the Shengtian Bank's black gold card with unlimited overdraft. Let us see whether I can endure longer or if you can continue to bid. Li Mu replied with a casual smile. Xian Yuan Jingde's lips twitched. The black gold card indeed allowed for unlimited overdraft. Was today's lantern lighting merely a jest? 150 billion. Xian Yuan Jingde shouted immediately. Then I bid 160 billion. Li Mu declared. 180 billion. In that case, I shall bid 190 billion. 200 billion. Xian Yuan Jingde rose to his feet, for this was the utmost limit he could summon. Should Li Mu bid again, he would have no choice but to call his family. Otherwise, after lighting the lanterns today, he would find himself parading naked on the streets tomorrow. Junior brother, stop this. Qing Ling Shu was taken aback by Li Mu's audacity. That was 200 billion. And should he bid again, it would far exceed the value of the White Fox Ascension painting. Senior sister, I am not causing a ruckus. I am presenting a grand gift to the Starry Pavilion. Li Mu chuckled. For the Starry Pavilion's ability to auction the White Fox Ascension painting had indeed drawn Xian Yuan Jingde in. Naturally, he wished to make a statement, thus compelling Xian Yuan Jingde to spend 200 billion on this painting, which would help the Starry Pavilion profit. With a hearty laugh, Li Mu declared, Xian Yuan the old rogue, considering your pitiable state, I shall temporarily entrust this painting to you. However, heed my words. You shall not take this painting out of Yujing province. It will inevitably return to me. Goodness. The audience gasped in astonishment. Was Li Mu truly mad? Was he threatening Xian Yuan Jingde? Competing for an auction item was one thing, but now he dared to threaten Xian Yuan Jingde? This was a blatant disregard for the Xian Yuan family and the esteemed figures of Yujing province. You little brat, dare you try to snatch it? Xian Yuan Jingde was genuinely enraged. A mere youth, threatening him? Did he think him a fool? You shall await your fate. Li Mu shrugged. This fellow had unwittingly provided him with an opportunity he could not ignore. Very well, announce it. Xian Yuan Jingda smiled coldly, not regarding Li Mu at all. He would welcome Li Mu's attempt to seize the painting. At that moment, he would have no qualms about disregarding Qing Ling Shu and would swiftly put an end to Li Mu. With no further bids, the White Fox Ascension painting was thus sold to Xian Yuan Jingda for the price of 200 billion. Liao Fan recounted the process before instructing someone to take the painting away and present it to Xian Yuan Jingda. At long last, it was in his possession. Xian Yuan Jingda licked his lips, for the lines and calligraphy within the artwork were exquisite. Merely gazing upon them could offer him profound insights, potentially leading to a transcendent breakthrough. Furthermore, upon returning to the Xianyuan family, he could showcase it to the influential figures, perhaps significantly enhancing the family's overall prowess. However, being at the Starry Pavilion, he would not examine it here. Thus, Xianyuan Jingda concealed the painting and coldly addressed the private room. Young man, I shall depart Yujing province at dawn tomorrow. If you possess the audacity, come forth. Rest assured, there is no escape for you. Li Mu let out a hearty laugh and subsequently left the private room with Qing Ling Shu. Elder Third, Shidai Zheng Hong stepped forward, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. After all, in the territory of Yujing province, eliminating someone without a trace was effortless for him. No need. I am curious to see if he dares to come tomorrow. Xianyuan Jingda replied with a cold smirk before departing. How intriguing, how intriguing. Yang Yuanhong chuckled, although he did not secure Wang Xuanji's painting today. Witnessing someone daring to challenge Xianyuan Jingda was not in vain. They all believed that Li Mu was no fool and would undoubtedly refrain from seeking trouble with Xianyuan Jingda the following day. Nonetheless, they still wished to observe the unfolding drama. On their way back to the hotel, Qing Ling Shu sighed. Who would have thought that Xianyuan Jingda would be willing to part with 200 billion? It seems I must forfeit the opportunity to acquire the Baihu Ascension poem. Do not say that, elder sister. Tomorrow I shall obtain it and present it to you. Li Mu responded with a smile. Obtain it and present it to me? Junior brother, do not act foolishly. Xianyuan Jingda is no ordinary person, and with such a significant commotion, Zheng Hong will surely intervene, along with so many from Baiyu City. Qing Ling Shu cautioned. The greater the commotion, the better. Li Mu chuckled. For his primary objective in approaching Xianyuan Jingda was to clarify the information regarding the code name Yulong Junren. The acquisition of the Baihu Ascension poem was merely a secondary endeavor. However, he intended for everyone to believe that his sole purpose was to seize the Baihu Ascension poem. Hence, the more participants, the better. The greater the commotion, the better. Do you comprehend who they are? They are all formidable beings in the divine travel realm. Qing Ling Shu asserted solemnly. And what of the divine travel realm? In my eyes, they are insignificant. Li Mu replied with a chilling smile before returning to their room with Qing Ling Shu. Well, it has been a day. There should be other rooms available. I will go and open another one. Qing Ling Shu said, slightly blushing. Elder sister, I am a bit tight on funds, so let us refrain from opening another. Every bit saved counts. Li Mu stated. You are tight on funds. Qing Ling Shu rolled her eyes. When you spent over 1,000 billion on that painting, you did not mention being short on funds. Now you hesitate over a few hundred for the room, and you still claim to be tight on funds? Men, all right. It is getting late. Let us shower and rest. Li Mu chuckled before closing the door. Junior brother, do not be reckless. It has only been a short while. Qing Ling Shu exclaimed in exasperation. It has already been 20 hours. Li Mu wore a serious expression before heading off for a bath. The following day, under the radiant sun, he stretched lazily and rose from his bed. After a night of turmoil, Qing Ling Shu remained deeply asleep. Meanwhile, Li Mu sensed that the purity of his yang cultivation technique had grown more profound. It appeared that Qing Ling Shu's extremely lean constitution greatly nourished his practice. Sleep well and await my good news, he chuckled softly as he dressed and departed. As soon as Li Mu left, Qing Ling Shu opened her eyes. In truth, she had been awake for some time, but if she revealed her consciousness, she would have urged him not to go. Knowing Li Mu's temperament, she realized he would not heed her advice. Hence, the best course of action was to feign sleep. While Li Mu ventured into trouble, she would handle the aftermath. Immediately, Qing Ling Shu picked up her phone and dialed a number. Xiao Qing, where have you gone? You frighten me. An elderly voice echoed. Old Qi, I have arrived in Baiyu City. She replied. Baiyu City? In Yujing province? Are you there for the White Fox Ascension poem? Qi Shibai inquired. Indeed, wise Qi. However, Forget about the poem. Your utmost priority is to ensure your safety. Your future accomplishments will undoubtedly surpass that of the White Fox Ascension poem. Do not lose sight of what is truly important. Qi Shibai quickly cautioned her. He valued Qing Ling Shu highly, understanding her innate talent in the art of calligraphy. Given time, her achievements would rival those of Wang Xuanji. Old Qi, I am facing some trouble here. Qing Ling Shu stated. Is someone bullying you? It is not me being bullied, but rather my junior apprentice. He is my only disciple, and I cannot stand by and watch him suffer. Just tell me who it is, and I will personally make a call. Qi Shibai said, somewhat irked. Regardless of whom Qing Ling Shu's apprentice was, he was determined to lend his support. Let us see how it unfolds. If anything were to happen to my junior, I will ensure they pay dearly. I wonder if old Qi would be willing to assist in this matter. Do not jest. To avenge you, I would not hesitate to take on even the 10 great families. Qi Shibai declared loudly. I am grateful, old Qi. Qing Ling Shu replied respectfully. While she would typically doubt such claims from others, Qi Shibai's status far surpassed that of the 10 great families. If Qi Shibai truly aimed to confront one of them, it would not pose a significant challenge. Little Junior, you best remain unharmed. Otherwise, the Xianyuan family may well cease to exist. Qing Ling Shu stated coldly. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Bayou City, Xianyuan Jingda sneered, Huh? I told you that kid lacked courage. He dares to threaten me? Today he doesn't even have the nerve to show his face. Exactly, he talks a big game, but now won't he even make an appearance? Zheng Hong added disdainfully. Third elder, after returning home yesterday, I inquired and learned that the boy is named Li Mu. He has been to Yinfeng Ridge and has shown disrespect towards my Yang family. If he dares to come today, I will ensure he meets his end. Yang Yuanhong said fiercely. He had only learned this after asking Yang Yuanji. Otherwise, he would not have let Li Mu go the previous day. Yinfeng Ridge. Xianyuan Jingda shook his head, expressing no interest in it. However, it was evident that emerging from such a place indicated that Li Mu possessed a resolute spirit. Enough. He will not be coming. Let us depart. Xianyuan Jingda remarked coldly, preparing to leave. Oh, who said I would not arrive? Li Mu's voice suddenly echoed, causing the crowd to change their expressions. Was this fellow truly courting death? Boy, did you come alone? Where is Qing Ling Shu? Xianyuan Jingda glanced at Li Mu, perplexed by the absence of Qing Ling Shu. After all, it was rather audacious of Li Mu to confront him alone. Dealing with you, I am sufficient on my own. Li Mu shrugged nonchalantly. What a jest. You think you are worthy? Xianyuan Jingda scoffed, dismissing Li Mu entirely. Although he could not discern Li Mu's exact cultivation level, it was evident that at his young age, reaching the true essence realm was already commendable. With 5 or 6 strong practitioners present, any one of them could easily subdue Li Mu. Originally, I held no grudge against your Xianyuan clan, but since you chose to humiliate me at the Starry Pavilion, I am left with no choice but to take your life. However, if you hand over the White Fox Ascension rhyme, I might spare you. Li Mu smiled. What nonsense. I spent 2 billion. How could I possibly give it to you? Xianyuan Jingda rolled his eyes. For the Xianyuan clan, 2 billion was not an insignificant sum. Yet Li Mu believed he could retrieve it with mere words? What a farce. Since you refuse to relinquish it, do not blame me for being merciless. Li Mu retorted coldly. Li Mu, I had intended to inquire about what transpired in Yinfeng Ridge later, but since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep, do not expect me to be courteous. Yang Yuanhong stepped forward. You from the Yang family? I have no time for your trivialities today. It would be wise for you to distance yourself. Li Mu shot a frosty glare at Yang Yuanhong. Seeking death. Yang Yuanhong seethed with rage. How dare this young brat speak to him in such a manner? With that, Yang Yuanhong bellowed, unleashing a surge of true essence that materialized into a long sword. Aimed directly at Li Mu. Let us see who is truly seeking death. Li Mu laughed coldly, then unleashed a punch that sent the sword energy flying back. Bang! The sword energy shattered instantly, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. They had assumed Li Mu was merely a brash fool, yet his strength was astonishing. This single punch had dismantled Yang Yuanhong's attack, and Yang Yuanhong was no mere weakling. He was at the late stage of the divine travel realm, his power formidable. Even if he did not strike with full force, it seemed implausible that Li Mu could withstand such an assault. Turns out you possess some skill. It appears you are aware of what transpired in Yinfeng Ridge. Yang Yuanhong's expression darkened. If Li Mu truly knew, then he must understand the reasons behind the disappearance of Yinfeng Ridge. Those who have left Yinfeng Ridge have always forgotten what occurred within. Why would you ask me? Li Mu inquired. Humph, since you are ignorant, prepare to meet your end. Yang Yuanhong roared, launching another assault. However, no matter how Yang Yuanhong unleashed his true essence, Li Mu was able to counter each strike with his fists. This unexpected turn of events left the onlookers astounded. None could have anticipated the sheer resilience of Li Mu's physical form. Could it be that this individual was a body refinement master? Humph. Does he think he can run rampant in my territory, assuming I, as the captain, am an easy target? Zheng Hong sneered, swiftly launching an assault on Li Mu. Are you, the enforcement team, merely hounds for the Xinyuan clan? Li Mu coldly retorted, blocking Zheng Hong's attack. Humph, as the captain of the enforcement team, how could I not put an end to your chaos within my jurisdiction? Zheng Hong questioned. What excuse cannot be fabricated when seeking to impose blame? Li Mu replied with a chilling grin. Zheng Hong found himself at a loss for words. How could Li Mu's blatant act of robbery be construed as a crime deserving of further accusation? Enough of this banter. Every last one of you, come at me. If I frown, consider it my defeat. Li Mu's cold gaze swept over the group as he beckoned them forward with a gesture. Wow, this kid possesses quite the audacity, Luo Yunfu remarked, astonished by Li Mu's demeanor. Since he has issued such a challenge, let us oblige him. Xianyuan Jingda sneered, immediately charging at Li Mu. He had never considered himself a paragon of virtue. If Li Mu sought his own demise, he would gladly facilitate it. With that, Xianyuan Jingda unleashed his true essence. Advancing towards Li Mu. Excellent. I relish obedient adversaries like you. Li Mu bellowed, releasing a torrent of true essence that coalesced into a formidable sword in the air, which he then wielded with great force. Swish. The sword swept through the air, repelling Zheng Hong, Yang Yuanhong, and the others at the forefront, while the tremendous force sent Xianyuan Jingda and Luo Yunfu staggering back several meters. Wow, this guy is incredibly formidable, Luo Yunfu exclaimed, bewildered. Initially, he had assumed Li Mu to merely be a body refinement master. However, the potency of Li Mu's true essence and techniques was astonishing, as he single-handedly repelled their 5 celestial wanderers' assaults. Indeed, he is truly impressive. It appears he must also be a celestial wanderer, albeit one who primarily focuses on physical strength and techniques, leaving his soul rather weak. Xianyuan Jingda pondered aloud. Certainly, otherwise, how could he have devoted so much time to honing his physique and techniques? Yet, given that it is broad daylight, we cannot venture into the realm of celestial wandering, thus limiting our ability to target his soul. Zheng Hong lamented. Let us first assault his physical form. I refuse to believe he is as formidable as he appears. Xianyuan Jingda scoffed, initiating a relentless barrage. They were a collective of celestial wanderers. Could they truly not subdue a single Li Mu? Thus, the group launched another round of attacks, but regardless of their efforts, Li Mu effortlessly countered their every move. This individual is too powerful. Without targeting his soul, we cannot hope to overcome him. Yang Yuanhong stated darkly. It seems we must resort to our ultimate techniques. It is laughable that we, a group of celestial wanderers, must employ our most lethal moves to eliminate a mere youth. Xianyuan Jingda chuckled wryly, realizing he had misjudged Li Mu's capabilities. At this juncture, failing to unleash their ultimate techniques would result in utter humiliation. Ultimate technique? Third Elder, do you mean the cloud mist pill, which obscures the sky? Xianyuan Jingda bellowed, reaching into his pocket to retrieve a cloud mist pill. At this moment, only by shrouding the sunlight with the cloud mist Dan could they transform the surroundings into a realm of darkness, allowing them to engage in astral travel and contend with Li Mu. It seems that the cloud mist Dan is a requisite for those of the astral travel realm. Li Mu murmured, acknowledging that indeed, those in the astral travel realm cannot embark on such journeys during daylight. Yet, if one does not venture into astral travel, their strength is not significantly superior to that of the true essence realm. Therefore, to establish a more considerable disparity from the true essence realm, the cloud mist Dan emerges as the most advantageous tool for those in the astral travel realm. As long as one possesses the cloud mist Dan, they can traverse the astral plane at any moment. Young man, since you are aware of the cloud mist Dan, you should also comprehend that your doom is nigh. Why not surrender? Xianyuan Jingda sneered. How can you be so certain that my soul is not robust enough? Li Mu retorted with a sinister smile, causing a chill to run through the hearts of those present. Could it be that this fellow's soul is formidable as well? Humph, do not feign bravado here. Your physical form and true essence are already so formidable Yet you appear to be merely in your mid-20s. Where would you find the time to cultivate your soul? Understand that forging the soul is far more arduous than strengthening the body or true essence. Xianyuan Jingde warned, cautiously releasing the cloud mist Dan while maintaining a vigilant gaze on Li Mu. Strength is only determined through trial. Li Mu replied with a grin. Even if we assume your soul is indeed powerful, so what? With so many of us here, some will assault your soul while the rest target your body. How will you manage that? Xianyuan Jingde queried. Indeed, without your body, your soul becomes a lonely specter, unable to survive for long. Conversely, without your soul, your body is merely a lifeless husk. Now, tell me how you shall respond. Zheng Hong laughed heartily. The others nodded in agreement, for this reality was inescapable. Not only Li Mu but even the most formidable practitioners of the astral travel realm must confront this dilemma. Thus, many of them, while engaging their souls in combat, must ensure the protection of their physical forms, either by concealing their bodies effectively or having someone safeguard them. Otherwise, the loss of either body or soul would render one incapacitated for life. We shall see about that. Li Mu shrugged, clearly unfazed by the prospect of multitasking. I shall first observe the strength of your soul. Xianyuan Jingde scoffed coldly, and as he spoke, the cloud mist Dan was fully released, transforming the previously clear skies into a dense shroud of clouds, resembling nightfall. Only under such circumstances would they dare to engage in astral travel. Come forth. Xianyuan Jingde chuckled coldly, closing his eyes as his soul, enveloped in true essence, departed from his physical form. The others followed suit, eager to ascertain whether Li Mu's soul was truly as formidable as he claimed. Oh, you have all emerged? Then I shall join you in this endeavor. Li Mu grinned mischievously, subsequently releasing his own soul. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the vicinity. At that moment, if any onlookers were present, they would witness several individuals in deep meditation, yet the atmosphere would be utterly spine-chilling. Many who traverse the night often feel an eerie chill upon their backs, which is merely the result of encountering a master of the astral travel realm in their ethereal wanderings. Those nights spent traversing the dark paths often left one in a state of disorientation, having provoked the wrath of adept wanderers whose souls inflicted grievous harm. Some even fell gravely ill, their spirits shattered by overwhelming force. In the ethereal realm, several souls fixated intently upon Li Mu's essence, recognizing the extraordinary strength it possessed. How could his spirit be so formidable? What manner of time had he dedicated to such mastery? Zheng Hong's countenance darkened. After all, whether in body, true essence, or spirit, Li Mu exhibited an alarming prowess. Even the most gifted of talents could scarcely rival such strength. Regardless of the source of his power, today he must meet his end. With a thunderous roar, Xianyuan Jingde lunged towards Li Mu. The assault on the soul lacked embellishment. A direct collision was imminent. Li Mu, undaunted, retaliated with a powerful fist. Bang! Bang! A pair of chilling gusts swept through, as their spirits clashed twice. Xianyuan Jingde found no advantage, suffering considerable damage instead. This adversary's spirit was overwhelmingly strong. They would need to unite their efforts. His expression grim, Xianyuan Jingde had not anticipated that Li Mu, at merely 25 or 26, could possess such formidable spiritual strength. Alone, he would surely perish. No wonder this individual dared to disregard the Xianyuan clan. Zheng Hong, unwilling to underestimate the situation, promptly joined forces with others to launch a fierce assault on Li Mu's spirit. Soul Annihilation Needle. Xianyuan Jingde bellowed, channeling a fragment of his essence to conjure a flurry of minuscule needles before him. Soul technique? Li Mu hesitated. Although he was aware of such techniques, he had yet to master any. Thus, he could only respond by striking with his fist. Bang! The needles shattered upon impact with Li Mu's fist, inflicting minimal injury upon him. Incredulous, Xianyuan Jingde marveled at the unexpected resilience. Even the soul technique could not penetrate Li Mu's spirit. Unbeknownst to him, Li Mu himself had been unaware of his own strength until encountering Nangongyu. He remained uncertain of the true extent of his spiritual prowess, confident only that it felt formidable while in the celestial domain. His mentor had never revealed to him the potential for ethereal travel, and he sensed many secrets yet concealed from him. Had it not been for Qingling Shu's casual mention, he might never have considered such possibilities. As for his mentor's reasons for withholding this knowledge, he could not comprehend, but he was certain it was for his own benefit. Infuriated, Zheng Hong seethed. and the collective spirits launched another coordinated attack. In the midst of their onslaught, Li Mu deftly maneuvered, seizing opportunities to counterattack. Even when they employed soul techniques, Li Mu, relying on the sheer strength of his spirit, withstood their blows. After several minutes of combat, they had gained no advantage, their spirits weary and gasping for breath. How can this individual's spirit be so incredibly strong? Yang Yuanhong panted, fatigued. He undoubtedly has a mentor, otherwise, it is impossible for him to possess such strength on his own. Xian Yuanjing coldly remarked. Even with a master's guidance, it is unlikely that an ordinary mentor could cultivate such a remarkable disciple. One can only say that his talent is extraordinarily formidable. Zheng Hong remarked. I believe we should not squander any more time. Part of the group will encircle his spirit, while the other two will return to assault his physical form. As long as his body is destroyed, he will be doomed. Xian Yuanjing stated. You intend to attack my body. Have you no sense of martial ethics? Li Mu feigned indignation. Martial ethics? In the Dragon Kingdom, the fist is the ultimate truth if you cannot defeat us. You have no say in how we choose to end your life. Zheng Hong sneered, and then his spirit swiftly returned, preparing to assault Li Mu's physical form. Yang Yuanhong also hesitated no longer. He and Zheng Hong launched a corporeal attack on Li Mu, while the others assaulted his spirit. They could not fathom that Li Mu could contend on two fronts. Young man, your body is about to be obliterated. Can you still manage to smile? Xian Yuanjing coldly regarded Li Mu. Obliterated? Are you certain? Li Mu coldly chuckled, entirely dismissing Xian Yuanjing's words. What do you mean by that? Xian Yuanjing furrowed his brow, and then he noticed Zheng Hong and Yang Yuanhong advancing towards Li Mu's body. In the next moment, Li Mu's physical form suddenly opened its eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. He looked back at Li Mu's spirit, which astonishingly remained intact. You can multitask. Xian Yuanjing stumbled over his words, his gaze betraying a hint of fear.